Ding, congratulations to the host for successfully checking in. Reward 100,000 years of cultivation. Ding, congratulations to the host for successfully checking in. Reward 100,000 secret manuals and mystic arts. Ding, congratulations to the host for successfully checking in. Reward 100,000. Yi Junlin sighed. To be invincible was so unbearably lonely. On the Tianwu continent, martial strength reigns supreme. The weak are as insignificant as ants. When a powerhouse is enraged, he can overturn rivers and seas and leave millions of corpses in his wake. In a small country on the Tianwu continent, Xia Kingdom, in a remote corner lay a place called Changxing Village. Beneath leisurely drifting clouds nestled between mountain valleys, a small village gradually emerged into view, Changxing Village. The place was not large, only a few dozen households. Yet in every family there were people who cultivated. The people here revered martial force. If you were frail and powerless, unable to execute even a single basic move, you were no more than an ant among men, despised by all. In a small, dilapidated courtyard, a youth was pulling weeds. His clothes were exceedingly plain. Though his attire was simple, the youth possessed a pair of bright eyes so dazzling that others could hardly look at them directly. All of a sudden, a flock of sparrows burst out from the forest into the sky, startling the youth. Unknowingly, I have already been in this world for 16 years. The youth murmured as he gazed at the fading traces of the bird's flight. Cough, cough. Damn it, Wang, how you really deserve to die. Revenge. How I'm just a cripple. Revenge. Revenge for what? Amid his coughing, the youth spat out a mouthful of shocking bright red blood. His already thin body turned even paler and frilier, as though he might die at any moment. This youth was named Yi Junlin. He had originally been a senior university student in the real world. While crossing the street one day, a small child suddenly ran out. He reached out to pull her back and was struck by a car that could not brake in time. When he awoke, he found himself in this world. He had also inexplicably obtained the Heaven's Mandate sign-in system. At first, Yi Junlin had been wild with joy, recalling the systems he had read about in novels back in modern society. What was a system? It was an existence that could raise a useless nobody's cultivation straight to the summit. It could allow one to truly look down upon ancient and modern times alike, making all heavens bow in submission. Yet what happened afterward completely shattered Yi Junlin's every illusion. For 16 whole years, this system had not issued a single task. From the moment it bound to him, it had remained in complete silence. And he had now been in this world for a full 16 years. Yet he could not cultivate. He was a true good-for-nothing. Most crucial of all, this system had never shown the slightest movement. Even at his most agonizing moments, he had still failed to activate the system. He had no idea how this system was meant to be awakened. In any case, after so many years, Yi Junlin had already grown accustomed to it. Now he was on the verge of death, grievously wounded. He was nothing more than an ordinary mortal. So ordinary, he could not be more ordinary. He had been brutally beaten by the village bully Wang Hao and almost died on the spot. By nature, he had always been indifferent to worldly disputes, but one time out of simple compassion. When Wang Hao was harassing a respectable married woman, he stepped forward to intervene. Because of that incident, Wang Hao came to hate him to the bone. Afterward, Wang Hao found all sorts of pretexts to make trouble for him. Thinking of this, Yi Junlin shook his head. In this world where martial force reigns, the law of the jungle prevails. Under such circumstances, he could not possibly survive. From the moment he arrived in this world, he discovered that his meridians were completely blocked. He could not cultivate or practice martial arts at all. Even the most basic self-defense techniques were beyond him. At first, when the heaven-sent system bound to him, he had dreamed of relying on it to gain privileges in this world, to crown himself king and emperor. But the system had never awakened, and now he could only remain alive while awaiting death. His injuries were far too severe. Wang Hao and his cronies were all at the peak of the martial disciple realm. With a casual swing of an arm, they possessed at least 1,000 gene of strength. If someone had not intervened, Yi Junlin would have died on the spot. Yet his situation now was hardly any better. In recent days, he had been coughing up blood every day, clearly with only a few days left to live. Ding! The All-Heavens sign-in system has been activated. Sign-in location, Changxing Village. May I ask if the host wishes to proceed with sign-in? An electronic voice suddenly echoed in Yi Junlin's mind. Yi Junlin did not reveal a trace of joy on his face. After 16 years of waiting, it had finally come. Though Yi Junlin could hardly believe it, he still chose to trust it. At this moment, he forcibly suppressed the joy in his heart, though a faint trace of excitement remained. Confirm sign-in. Yi Junlin spoke. Ding, the Heaven's Mandate sign-in system is activating. Please be patient, host. At this moment, an electronic chime resounded once more in Yi Junlin's mind. Yet Yi Junlin did not leap up in excitement. Instead, he appeared very composed. He had not allowed excitement to cloud his mind. After all, for so many years he had looked forward to this every single day, only to end each day in disappointment. By now he had almost achieved a state of still water in his heart, without a ripple. Even if the system failed to activate, nothing could be worse than the condition of his body at this moment. Ding. System loading complete. Sign-in location, Changxing Village. Reward, unknown. Confirm sign-in. Yi Junlin spoke once more. Ding, sign-in successful. Reward for the host, 100 years of cultivation. Ding, the system has detected that the host is gravely injured and will now begin repairs. Please prepare yourself, host. Ding. Commencing repair of the host's injuries. Initiating crown-filling infusion. One system notification after another echoed unceasingly through Yi Junlin's mind. Before Yi Junlin could even react, his injuries had already been completely healed. He could clearly feel his body becoming much lighter in an instant. All the pain in his body vanished in a single instant. Boom. Just as Yi Junlin was rejoicing in his recovery, a violent roar suddenly erupted within his mind. A mighty force surged straight into his body. Yi Junlin immediately felt as though his entire being were about to be torn apart. This agony was something that even the willpower Yi Junlin had tempered over the years could not withstand. He directly fainted on the spot. Alas, the host's body is far too fragile. A soft sigh echoed throughout the entire courtyard. Very well then. Rewarding the host with 100,000 body-cleansing marrow-washing pills. Immediately afterward, Yi Junlin's entire body was wrapped in a layer of golden light. Countless golden marrow-washing pills appeared throughout the courtyard. All of them began to melt, transforming into a surging river of energy that poured directly into Yi Junlin's body. One must know that even the royal family of Xia Kingdom might not be able to produce 1,000 marrow-washing pills. Yet at this moment, Yi Junlin had swallowed a full 100,000. If word of this were to spread, everyone would undoubtedly go mad. No one could possibly devour 100,000 at once. It would absolutely cause a person to burst apart. Forget 100,000. Even Xia Kingdom's foremost expert Xiao Yuyun would not dare swallow 10 in one go. Marrow-washing pills cleanse and temper the body. For others, a single pill is enough, and a second one is almost useless. If too many were swallowed at once, the vast and pure energy would be enough to blow a person apart alive. But Yi Junlin was different. He had the system. In the eyes of the system, such problems were nothing at all. It could allow every single marrow-washing pill to exert its full effect, without any diminishing returns from the second pill onward. Yi Junlin forced his eyes open with difficulty. A faint murmur escaped his lips. He had just had a very long dream in which his system had awakened. Then it directly rewarded him with countless pills, and even imparted cultivation to him. The pain from that infusion was so intense that even after he fainted, he could still feel it. He had nearly died in that dream. Has the system really awakened? Is it real or not? Yi Junlin muttered to himself, unable to tell if it was a dream or reality. But all around was silent and no one answered the question. Even the system notification sound that Yi Junlin expected did not appear. Then Yi Junlin slowly sat up and realized that he had slept all night in this dilapidated yard. Even more terrifying, beneath his body lay a startling patch of dried blood and bone fragments. This is all mine. There's really no way to survive now. Alas, it was just a dream after all. So be it, so be it. Such is fate. Yi Junlin sighed in lament. He had no idea that this was the blood and bone shed after his Buddhist transformation, essentially forging him a perfect new physique. Even if I die, I want to do it with dignity. It's a pity I can't take revenge. Yi Junlin stood up shakily and staggered toward the thatched hut. He wanted to put on a decent piece of clothing so that he could die peacefully. But the better clothing Yi Junlin referred to was a garment that had been patched over 30 times. Because all his other clothes were completely ragged, even worse than a beggar's. Alas, I still have some time. I'll take a bath before I go. Yi Junlin was a clean person. He didn't want to die dirty. Why is this bucket of water so light? Yi Junlin stared blankly at the leaking wooden bucket in his hand and muttered in confusion. In the past, even carrying half a bucket of water would have been quite strenuous. But today, carrying nearly a full bucket of water, he felt not a trace of weight. Alas, my end must be near. Is this a final burst of energy? Yi Junlin's eyes were filled with desolation. There was no life in them. He knew once a person has that final rally, death is not far off. Bang! As Yi Junlin walked carelessly, his foot kicked the doorstep. The doorstep immediately shattered into flying splinters. Alas, this threshold crumbles at a touch. Yi Junlin stared blankly at the completely shattered doorstep and sighed. I can't even feel my foot anymore. I need to hurry up. Otherwise, I might die right in the bath and no one will even collect my corpse. Thinking this, Yi Junlin began to speed up. But he didn't notice that his entire body instantly vanished from where he stood and reappeared beside the well. Then he vanished again and appeared next to the bathing tub inside the thatched hut. Huh, cold water will have to do. There's no time to heat it now. Junlin jumped directly into the tub. His body felt no chill. When did I get such a muscular build? When did I become so strong? Junlin looked at his 8-pack abs in disbelief. He used to be thin, malnourished, always on the verge of collapsing. No, this must be the final rally. I need to wash quickly, then lie down on the bed. Then wait for the corpse to rot. No one will care about me. No one will even come to collect my corpse. Junlin said as he changed into his better clothes. Then he lay down quietly on the bed. He folded his hands on his chest and closed his eyes peacefully. He waited quietly for death to arrive. Zzz. Soon thunderous snoring erupted from Junlin. Junlin, you offspring of a rock, your master is here. Why aren't you kneeling to welcome your lord? An extremely arrogant voice roared from outside Junlin's broken house. Oh ho, you really dead? Smash his shack down. Wang Hao shouted arrogantly outside. Immediately his henchmen began to move. Boom. The already rotten and loose wooden door couldn't withstand the force of these martial disciples. Brother Hao, this kid doesn't seem dead yet. Listen, he's snoring. A henchman quickly said to Wang Hao. Indeed, Wang Hao hadn't noticed before, but now he concentrated and heard a very robust snoring sound. Good, very good. He's still sleeping, meaning nothing's wrong with him. Drag him out. I'm in a bad mood today, they'll take it out on him. A cruel smile flickered across Wang Hao's face. Several henchmen quickly strode toward Junlin's room. Bang! They showed no mercy, kicking the door in one blow. The entire wooden door exploded with chips flying everywhere. Junlin, in deep sleep, was jolted awake. He sat up and stared blankly at Wang Hao's henchman. Yo, Junlin, you're glowing after a few days away. One henchman sneered. Damn, I'm already dead, why would I fear you mutts? Junlin rolled off the bed and said darkly. The henchmen felt a chill down their spines. Yes, they knew that a few days ago Junlin was nearly beaten to death. How could he recover in just a few days? The more they thought about it, the more wrong it felt. I don't believe it. They'll kill you. A henchman, frightened into recklessness, directly drew a dagger and stabbed at Junlin. Ding! Instead of piercing, a sound of metal striking metal rang out. The dagger in the henchman's hand broke into 2 pieces, but there was not a single mark on Junlin's body. Ha ha, today I get my revenge. Junlin laughed maniacally. For so many years he had endured the wanton abuse of Wang Hao and his men. They had beaten him severely time and again. He was a mere mortal with no power to resist, not to mention any pills. The only reason he survived was that there was a mountain forest behind the village. As a mortal, he would go into the forest and find low-grade spiritual herbs that others ignored. That was how he kept himself alive, otherwise he would have died long ago. Mom, it's a ghost. Run. The henchmen shrieked in terror, scrambled up, and fled. Run. You're all coming down to keep me company. Junlin said in a sinister tone. He still believed he was dead, only now a vengeful spirit. His sole purpose was to claim their souls. Brother Hao, save me. Junlin is dead, he's turned into a ghost, save me. Wang Hao, who was just outside the door, suddenly heard the miserable screams of his subordinates, and his expression instantly hardened. Then, gazing at the sun in the sky, a faint smirk curled at the corner of his mouth. A ghost? Aren't ghosts afraid of the sun? Let's see what kind of ghost you really are. Wang Hao narrowed his eyes slightly and strode directly into Junlin's home. Junlin, I never thought that in just a few days apart your ability to fool people would grow so much. Wang Hao sneered as he looked at Junlin before him. At this moment, Junlin exuded an indescribable aura, one that Wang Hao could not quite put into words. He could not fathom it either. This aura was profoundly mysterious. It was as if Junlin had become an entirely different person, no longer timid and submissive. Moreover, in one of Junlin's eyes, sun, moon, and stars rose and fell. In the other eye, countless massive stars were plummeting. One side was like a chaotic world evolving and rebirthing, while the other resembled utter destruction. Wang Hao was momentarily stunned. What terrifying eyes these were! Junlin must have obtained an extraordinary inheritance. Brother Hao, this is a ghost, not a human. Someone spoke to Wang Hao, their heart trembling. A ghost? Nonsense. Have you ever seen a ghost unafraid of the sun? Have you ever seen a ghost with green fangs and a hideous face? Wang Hao said coldly. These words struck a chord in Junlin's heart. Could it be that he truly hadn't died? Could the dream from last night have been real? He had awakened the system, he was not dead. Junlin, hand over what you've obtained. I promise I won't bother you anymore. How about it? Here are 20 taels of silver. Take them as payment from me, what do you say? 20 taels of silver, you know. That's enough for you to live carefree for a whole year. Wang Hao said with an air of wealth. He was the illegitimate son of the head of the Wang family in a nearby city called Qingshi City, temporarily fostered in Chongqing village by the Wang family head. The Wang family was one of the three great clans of Qingshi City, immensely powerful and feared by all in the city. Thus Wang Hao was arrogant and domineering with no one daring to restrain him. "Oh, you have that much money?" Yi Junlin asked directly. He could no longer live in this shabby thatched hut and needed to buy a couple of new clothes. Most importantly, he needed to eat some decent meals. "Of course, as long as you hand over what I want, all this is yours." Wang Hao pulled a money pouch from his bosom and said, "Very well then, I shall not decline." Yi Junlin's expression turned cold as he vanished from his spot in an instant. "Not bad, a full 20 taels." Yi Junlin stood in place, opening the money pouch as he spoke. "You?" Wang Hao's face changed drastically, unaware of when the money pouch in his hand had ended up in Yi Junlin's grasp. Yi Junlin clearly hadn't moved. He had been standing still the whole time. "Now it's time we settle the grudges between us over the years." Yi Junlin casually tucked away the money pouch and looked at Wang Hao with cold indifference. "Yi Junlin, what are you trying to do? Don't forget him, from the Wang family of Qingshi City, someone you can't afford to provoke." Wang Hao blustered, his voice fierce but hollow. "If you let me go today, they'll pretend nothing happened." Wang Hao spoke again. He was beginning to feel afraid. Just from Yi Junlin's sudden ghostly movements earlier, he knew that Yi Junlin had changed. He was no longer the youth he used to bully at will. "Nothing happened." "Huh?" Yi Junlin shook his head and asked with a laugh. "Are the years of pain you've inflicted on me just to be forgotten?" "Wang Hao, you are far too naive." Yi Junlin's expression turned icy. Without another word, he stepped forward and seized Wang Hao by the neck. "Ha ha! Yi Junlin, spare me, spare me. I want dare again." Wang Hao gasped out, struggling as Yi Junlin's grip tightened around his throat. He now tasted the approach of death. "Yi Junlin, calm down, think about it. Even if you kill me, the Wang family of Qingshi City will surely find you. How about letting me go? I swear I'll never trouble you again." Wang Hao's face flushed crimson as he spoke. He was truly on the verge of suffocation. A profound venom lurked deep in his eyes. He swore to himself that he would make this bastard die a miserable death. Crack! Opt! The crisp sound of bones breaking rang out, accompanied by Wang Hao's scream. All 5 of his limbs had been brutally broken by Yi Junlin. The pain was beyond words. Slap! Yi Junlin released his grip and tossed Wang Hao outside like garbage. "Mercy, mercy, big brother." Several lackeys were so terrified they wet themselves on the spot. A chill pierced straight through their hearts. Seeing Wang Hao foaming at the mouth, his eyes rolling back as he fainted, they scrambled on hands and knees to kneel before Yi Junlin. "You aided the villain. Go keep him company." In the end, Yi Junlin's heart was still too soft. He merely crippled the limbs of these lackeys. He did not kill them. After all, having been reborn from a modern civilized society, he couldn't bring himself to do it. He had only disabled them, not ended their lives. "It's time to leave this place." Yi Junlin decided to head to the nearby city, Qingshi City. Now that he could cultivate, he had no idea what level his cultivation had reached. Before, he was merely a mortal unable to go anywhere. Now things were different. He was a cultivator too, able to see what this world truly looked like. What youth doesn't harbor the grand ambition of riding a horse and wielding a sword through the world? Qingshi City. Yi Junlin wandered through its main streets. The passers-by were all cultivators, the lowest among them being first-rank martial apprentices. Yi Junlin casually walked toward a restaurant called Tianxiang Tavern. "Stop! Do you know what kind of place this is, eh? A beggar like you dares to step into Tianxiang Tavern." The waiter of Tianxiang Tavern sneered and blocked Yi Junlin, scolding him. He could tell at a glance that this fellow wasn't a paying customer, just someone looking for a free meal. His clothes were covered in patches of all sizes. He simply didn't look like someone who could afford a meal. The strong prey on the weak. This is an eternal truth. Yi Junlin murmured to himself, then strode directly into Tianxiang Tavern. "Are you deaf? Get the hell out of here." The waiter's expression shifted as he quickly reached out to grab the back of Yi Junlin's neck. As a 4th-rank martial apprentice, dealing with a beggar was a piece of cake, wasn't it? Today, an important figure was dining inside Tianxiang Tavern. If this beggar disturbed that person's meal, his life would be forfeit. Scram! Yi Junlin's eyes turned icy as he spat out a single word coldly. Boom! Instantly, the waiter was struck as if by lightning, his entire body flying backward. He landed on the ground, coughing up blood, then fell completely unconscious. He still couldn't figure out how a mere beggar could possess such formidable cultivation. Just then, a gruff voice thundered from above in the tavern. Everyone turned to see a middle-aged man in luxurious robes descending the stairs with deliberate steps. This middle-aged man exuded an aura of immense power, clearly indicating his extraordinary cultivation. "This is Manager Li. I've heard his cultivation is on par with the heads of the other 3 great families in Greenstone City." Someone whispered. "Well, what do you know? This so-called Manager Li is outwardly just a tavern keeper, but he's actually connected to the 10,000 Treasures Pavilion. That's why no one dares to touch him, another person added. What? He's from the 10,000 Treasures Pavilion. Now this is going to be interesting. Someone exclaimed in surprise. The 10,000 Treasures Pavilion was one of the most formidable forces in the entire Xia Kingdom. Even the royal family had to show it some respect. Their local branch was merely an inconsequential outpost. The pavilion's influence stretched across the entire Tianwu continent. This beggar picking a fight at the Heavenly Fragrance Tavern probably won't live to see tomorrow's sun, someone jeered. Suddenly the speaker's body jolted as if struck by lightning, sending him flying backward. He had merely been glared at by Yi Junlin. Moments ago no one had seen Yi Junlin make a move, but now they witnessed it clearly. A single glare was enough to send the man flying, leaving him motionless. Sir, by starting a fight in my Heavenly Fragrance Tavern, I'm afraid you owe me an explanation today. The middle-aged man said, his pupils contracting sharply before fixing a stern gaze on Yi Junlin. An explanation? What explanation do you need? Yi Junlin had no intention of explaining the waiter's contemptuous behavior, nor did he see any need to. It seems you've chosen to oppose my Heavenly Fragrance Tavern. The middle-aged man's eyes turned cold. No one had ever dared to be so insolent within these walls. All because the Heavenly Fragrance Tavern was backed by the 10,000 Treasures Pavilion. Do you really think your mere 10th-level martial master cultivation qualifies you to speak to me like this? Is that your only confidence? Yi Junlin said lightly. The middle-aged man's expression grew increasingly serious. This ragged youth could see through his cultivation at a single glance. There were only two possibilities. Either the youth's cultivation was higher than his, or he possessed a rare treasure that allowed him to discern others' cultivation levels. The middle-aged man braced himself, ready to strike at any moment. Lead to stop. A voice like a lark rang out. A graceful figure descended from the upper floor. Her silhouette was alluring, her face partially veiled by a sheer scarf. Her large sparkling eyes were framed by long lashes. Though her full face was hidden, one could easily deduce she possessed breathtaking beauty. Miss. Manager Li immediately bowed respectfully to the woman. Esteemed sir, our establishment has been remiss in its service. Please forgive us. The woman addressed Yi Junlin directly. Prepare the finest dishes and wine for this gentleman. This meal is on the Heavenly Fragrance Tavern. Please enjoy, sir. My staff was discourteous earlier. I hope you can overlook it. The woman spoke softly to Yi Junlin. For some reason she felt as though he could see right through her entirely. It was the piercing brightness of Yi Junlin's eyes. Despite his tattered clothes, it was impossible not to notice that he was strikingly handsome. Yi Junlin said nothing, simply sitting down at an empty table, completely ignoring the woman. You. Manager Li was about to lose his temper. It's fine. Let's go. The woman cast one last lingering glance at Yi Junlin before turning and heading upstairs. Miss, he's just a beggar. How dare he ignore you like this? Manager Li stood respectfully beside the young woman, his voice indignant. This man is no ordinary person. You are no match for him, the young woman said slowly. What a... Manager Li's face drained of color. He was at the peak of the Martial Master realm, just one step away from advancing to Grand Martial Master. This ragged youth, he was no match for him. He was just a young man barely of age. Could he already be at the Grand Martial Master level? Even in the royal capital, reaching the Grand Martial Master realm at such a young age was considered the mark of an exceptional prodigy. Throughout the Tianwu continent, martial cultivation was revered by all. The stages of cultivation were martial disciple, martial apprentice, martial warrior, martial master, Grand Martial Master, martial spirit, martial ancestor, martial king, martial emperor, martial saint, and martial god. Just then a commotion erupted from the street. Shouts, curses, and the clatter of hooves. I am Wang Gu, head of the Wang family. I request Manager Li's convenience to allow me entry to capture the murderer of my son. A resonant voice rang out at the entrance of the Heavenly Fragrance Tavern. So it's the Wang family head. Might I ask what murderer you're referring to in my tavern? Manager Li reappeared at the door, cupping his hands toward Wang Gu. Manager Li, my family has always had dealings with you. Please grant me this favor today. Wang Gu pressed again. Very well, but do not start any trouble inside. Manager Li said. Naturally. Rest assured, Manager Li. Please accept this small token of appreciation. Wang Gu pulled out a banknote worth over 1,000 taels of silver and handed it to Manager Li quietly. Manager Li pocketed the note without a change in expression. You've got some nerve, boy. You cripple my son, steal his money, and come here to feast and drink. Wang Gu sneered loudly at the conspicuous Yi Junlin. His expression was cold, and a murderous intent radiated from him. He was certain this was the culprit. No one else in the vicinity was dressed in such rags. He clearly looked like he came from some village. Wang Hao was steeped in evil, bullying men and abusing women. He deserved death. I showed mercy by merely crippling him instead of killing him outright. Yi Junlin said indifferently. Who do you think you are? A mere savage daring to compare yourself to my son. Trash like you. Die and it's no loss. Do you understand how worthless your life is? Once I get my hands on you, it'll make you wish for death. And as for those others from Eternal Life Village, they'll pay for your actions. Wang Gu sneered coldly. Alas, if you're not ruthless enough, you can't stand firm. I spare a life, and instead of gratitude, you remain unrepentant. In that case, the Wang family of Greenstone City shall be annihilated. Yi Junlin shook his head with a sigh. His moment of mercy had only become a reason for others to berate and insult him. Hell, wipe out the clan. The Wang family has stood tall in Qingshi City for decades, growing ever more prosperous. And today a brat like you dares to speak such words. Bold indeed. Guards, take this savage back. It'll make you understand what agony truly means. Wang Gu's face darkened as he glared at Yi Junlin. Agony. Hep. Yi Junlin let out a cold laugh. He was no longer the man he once was. In the past, he endured humiliation and was forced to yield at every turn. But now, though he knew not the extent of his own cultivation, he understood one thing. His current power was far beyond the contempt of these worthless fools before him. Moreover, he vaguely recalled the system mentioning a reward of 100,000 years of cultivation. Even if he were the most hopeless prodigal, how could 100,000 years of training fail to make him a match for a mere martial master at the peak? Enough nonsense. Take him away. Wang Gu roared with a grim expression. Only then did Shopkeeper Li realize that the man Wang Gu sought to capture was none other than Yi Junlin, whom he had initially looked down upon. This young man was a force to be reckoned with, one he dared not offend. Prodigies like him were often backed by a sect or a formidable master. Shopkeeper Li was in no position to provoke such a figure. Though the Heavenly Fragrance Tavern was under the banner of the 10,000 Treasures Pavilion, the pavilion would not shield him, for he was merely a humble shopkeeper. Wang Gu, what do you think you're doing? This young brother is not someone you can touch. Shopkeeper Li's eyes blazed with fury. He recalled his mistress' words. This youth was no weaker than her and might even be a great martial master. He trusted his mistress implicitly. She was the heiress of the 10,000 Treasures Pavilion, a figure of such exalted status that even the Emperor of Xia would bow in her presence. Now that his mistress was traveling incognito, he had to seize every chance to prove himself. Brotherly, what is the meaning of this? Wang Gu was stunned and quickly asked. What meaning? This young brother is an honored guest of the Heavenly Fragrance Tavern. How dare you presume to arrest him? Shopkeeper Li declared indignantly. He then took the 1,000-tael silver note Wang Gu had given him earlier and tossed it back. Now was the perfect opportunity to forge a bond with Yi Junlin. If he didn't step forward now, when would he? Forging a connection with a young talent would bring immeasurable benefits in the future. Fine, very well, Shopkeeper Li. Wang will remember this. Wang Gu's aged face twisted with reluctance as he spoke. Yet despite his bitterness, he dared not utter a harsh word to Shopkeeper Li. Though the Wang family ranked among the top 3 in Qingshi City, they were but ants in the eyes of the 10,000 Treasures Pavilion. Of this, he was utterly convinced. You can protect him for now, but not forever. Unless he plans to live in the Heavenly Fragrance Tavern for the rest of his days. Wang Gu sneered. Let's go. The moment that bastard steps out, finish him off. Wang Gu laughed coldly. An ant dares to challenge a dragon. Truly a fool who doesn't know his place. Shopkeeper Li watched Wang Gu's retreating figure with a sneer. Indeed, in his eyes, who was Yi Junlin? He was a rising star. Even by the standards of the Xia capital, his age and cultivation marked him as a prodigy. Let alone in this insignificant Qingshi city. On the Tianwu continent, nations like Xia were as countless as grains of dust. And Qingshi City was the weakest among the 3,000 cities of Qingfeng Prefecture, one of Xia's 3,000 commanderies. This place lay on the fringes of the wild beast forest, perpetually threatened by savage beasts. Cultivation resources were scarce to the point of destitution. In all of Qingshi City, producing a few peak martial masters was already a remarkable feat. Naturally, someone like Wang Gu who had reached that level was immensely proud. After all, such cultivation was considered the mark of a true powerhouse. The Wang family had entrenched itself in Qingshi City for decades, its roots running deep. Wait, Yi Junlin called out slowly. Oomph, what bastard? Have you come to your senses? I was going to grant you a whole corpse, but now even if you kneel before me, it'll make you suffer beyond imagination, wishing for death. Wang Gu ignored everyone around him and spoke with chilling coldness. So the enmity between us is irreconcilable, is that it? Meaning from now on, every member of the Wang family will seek my life on sight. Yi Junlin's gaze was as calm as a stagnant pool as he addressed Wang Gu. Of course. Do you think breaking my son's limbs means you can walk away unscathed? This is a blood feud, one that ends only in death. If I didn't know you were an orphan without parents, you'd be kneeling at their graves right now. Wang Gu said icily. Hum. A resonant hum echoed through the void, audible to all. A terrifying chill radiated from Yi Junlin's eyes. The matter of his parents was his absolute taboo. When he was reborn, he had been an infant, but he remembered it all with crystal clarity. That night his father, like a war god, punched through the barriers of the world and vanished on a beam of immortal light. It wasn't abandonment. It was to lure their powerful enemies away. In those days, Junlin lived with an old man in the village of eternal life. The old man passed away peacefully, leaving the young boy alone in the village. Even then, he possessed the mind of an adult and remembered everything vividly. Now that he had gained cultivation, the more he understood, the more astounded he became. Before, without cultivation, he had merely thought his parents were extraordinary experts. But now he grasped but a fraction of their true nature. They were. He couldn't even find the words to describe them. If that's the case, the Wang family must fall. Today I'll start with you. Junlin declared, his face expressionless. Ha ha ha. Did I hear that right? A bastard says the Wang family must fall. That hell destroy us. Ha ha ha. Don't say I'm bullying the young. I stand right here. Come and destroy me. Wang Gu roared with manic laughter. Then die. Junlin said calmly. Fine. I'd like to see how you'll kill me. Wang Gu sneered contemptuously. A mere ant dares to bluster. Junlin slowly extended his index finger and gently tapped it toward Wang Gu. Ha! You think one finger can kill me? That limp, powerless finger. Are you trying to tickle me? God! The moment the words left his mouth, Wang Gu's face twisted as if he had encountered something utterly terrifying. His expression shifted dramatically, and he lacked even the courage to resist Junlin's finger. They could only watch helplessly as the finger came down. Then, before the countless witnesses, Wang Gu was directly reduced to powder, leaving only a pile of dust behind. Everyone shivered violently. This tattered boy was truly terrifying. A peak martial master, an absolute powerhouse in the entire Qingshi city. Yet in the hands of this boy, he could not withstand even a single finger. This boy, could he be the young genius from Qingfeng County? Someone in the crowd remarked. How could that be? If he came from Qingfeng County, do you think the head of the Wang family would dare to offend him? Someone immediately retorted. Everyone was curious about Junlin's true identity. Head of the family. A member of the Wang family cried out in despair. Kid, you are good. You dare to kill the head of my Wang family, and I will surely kill you one day. Someone shouted angrily, but was inwardly trembling. Then they hurriedly left with the remaining members of the Wang family, not even bothering to collect Wang Gu's ashes. Junlin showed no reaction. Since he had declared the Wang family would be destroyed, it was certain to happen. Junlin ignored the horrified gazes around him. He continued to sit calmly at the table, enjoying a delicious meal. This meal was the first decent one he had since arriving in this world. Junlin ate quietly and gentlemanly. The people around him didn't even dare to breathe loudly, fearful of ending up like the head of the Wang family. Bill, Junlin said indifferently. Hey little brother, this meal is on me. I feel a connection with you. At this moment, Manager Li hurriedly approached Junlin, flattering him. He also couldn't help but admire the inside of the young lady from Wanbao Pavilion. Unbeknownst to anyone, the young lady was quietly watching Junlin from the second-floor corridor, her eyes filled with shock. No one knew what this shock was, perhaps only the young lady herself understood. I don't like being in debt to others, Junlin said lightly. Your total bill is 10 taels of silver. Today marks the 8th anniversary of our opening, so we are offering a discount. You can just give 1 tael. Manager Li said, his eyes flashing with gold. He tried every means to establish a connection with Junlin. No need. Junlin tossed down 10 taels of silver and turned to leave the Tianxiang tavern, heading toward the Wang family. What a joke! Was he really concerned about a mere 10 taels of silver? He knew that once the entire Wang family was destroyed, everything they possessed would belong to him. Not to mention the immense wealth that could rival nations. At least there were hundreds of thousands of taels involved. There's a good show to watch. Just now I heard this young man say he would annihilate the Wang family. Someone said as they immediately followed. They too wanted to see how this boy would destroy the Wang family. Based on that previous move, no one among them doubted that this boy could indeed destroy the Wang family. All the way, a long line of people followed behind Junlin. They all wanted to witness how this boy would annihilate the entire Wang family. Impudent, you useless bunch. Just watching others kill the family head. You all just ran away, not even caring for the family head's corpse. The elder of the Wang family glared angrily at the fleeing guards. The Wang family had been in Qingshi City for decades, but they were still an outsider family. They relied on their unity to survive to this day, otherwise they would have been consumed and merged by other families long ago. Useless fools, gather all the guards of the Wang family and follow me to Tianxiang Tavern. The elder shouted. But elder, that person said to wait. He will come to us. Good. He dares to come to my Wang family after killing our family head. Today I will see if he has 3 heads and 6 arms. The elder of the Wang family said with a cold laugh. Does everyone think my Wang family can be bullied? Go bring out my family's patriarch and tell him that my Wang family is facing extermination and needs our ancestor to intervene. The elder of the Wang family said coldly. If this statement were to be heard by outsiders, it would stir waves throughout Qingshi City. When did the Wang family have an ancestor? From the elder's tone, it seemed that this ancestor was not ordinary and would surely astonish everyone with their cultivation. Boom. At this moment, the Wang family's main door was violently kicked open. Dust and debris flew everywhere. Today I have come to annihilate the entire Wang family, a faint voice said from within the dust. Junlin slowly walked out from the dust saying lightly, just a young brat, and he dares to rampage in my Wang family. He truly has some skills, does he not know his name? The elder of the Wang family shouted. Where are the Wang family guards? The elder of the Wang family roared. Capture this ignorant brat. Swish. The guards of the Wang family quickly moved attacking Junlin. I will say this once I have come today to destroy the Wang family. Anyone unrelated leave quickly to preserve your lives, otherwise there will be no mercy. Junlin only provided one opportunity, as long as they were not Wang family members they had a chance to survive. However, if they insisted on not leaving, they could not blame Junlin for being ruthless. Yet those rushing guards all had looks of loyalty on their faces. How could they take Junlin's words to heart? Good intentions can lead to death for the deserving. Junlin shook his head lightly and said, whoosh. Junlin extended his right hand, continuously pointing. Anyone he pointed at would burst apart on the spot. In just a few breaths, over half of the hundreds of Wang family's personal guards directly fell dead even before they realized what had happened. They all looked at Junlin in terror. In their eyes, Junlin was a figure who could kill anyone he pointed at. This power was unimaginable. To him, not from the main family of the Wang family, I am just here to earn a living. Spare me, spare me. A guard dropped his weapon and cried out for mercy, his face filled with terror. Clang. The remaining guards also dropped their weapons and called for mercy. The opportunity has been given, you did not seize it, so you all shall die. Junlin said indifferently. Those who were blindly loyal and did not seize the opportunity would simply die. Cutting the grass without removing the roots would allow it to regrow in the spring breeze. You have a cruel heart, we have already begged for mercy. Even if I become a vengeful spirit, I will not let you go. A guard shouted unwillingly. In their eyes, Junlin was truly a devil who killed without mercy. Yet Junlin turned a blind eye to all this. How dare you? Who dares to act insolently in the Wang family? At that moment, an aged voice thundered in everyone's ears. All were struck with terror. Such a resonant tone, such overwhelming spiritual energy. This was no ordinary person. Sure enough, above the Wang family manor, an elder in a green robe stood aloft, gazing down coldly upon the scene. The elder's eyes were icy, emitting shards of frigid light that oppressed everyone present, making them unable to lift their heads. The pressure was simply too immense. The Wang family's founding ancestor, Wang Chongqing. It's actually Wang Chongqing. He's not dead, he's still alive. Some elderly cultivators in the crowd exclaimed in astonishment. At these words, people immediately inquired about Wang Chongqing's identity. This Wang Chongqing was once the patriarch of the Wang family. Back when he participated in the Qingfeng County hunting tournament, he entered a secret realm. When he emerged, he was gravely wounded and seemed on the verge of death. Who would have thought that after so many years he has reached such a level? Everyone outside thought he was dead. It seems he obtained a great fortune inside. A cultivator shook his head and said, this young man is in dire peril. To be able to hover in midair, he is undoubtedly a martial spirit powerhouse. An elder cultivator spoke with a hint of envy in his eyes. What? A martial spirit? Actually, a martial spirit. Someone cried out in disbelief. A martial spirit expert was unheard of even in Bluestone City, let alone Qingfeng County, a true powerhouse. Indeed, only those who had reached the martial spirit realm could soar through the air. Clearly, the Wang family's ancestor was a martial spirit. Where is the Lord of Bluestone City? Is he going to stand by and let this bastard run rampant? Wang Chongqing said calmly. I am here, my lord. Ancestor Wang, it has been 30 years. I trust you are well. A middle-aged man stepped out from the crowd, speaking obsequiously. Well, I have just emerged from seclusion and heard that someone dares to cause trouble in my Bluestone City, and even seeks to annihilate the Wang family. Do you think the Wang family can be destroyed? Do you have any idea how much they have contributed to Bluestone City? I rushed here as fast as I could just in time. Today I shall eliminate this scourge for the people, the Lord declared with feigned righteousness. A wave of disdainful murmurs rippled through the crowd. Everyone knew this was not about justice. It was merely the Lord's fear of offending the Wang family. Are you certain you wish to join their side? Junlin gazed at the Lord with calm eyes. Somehow under that placid stare the Lord suddenly felt a chill run through him. He could detect not a trace of Yi Junlin's aura. He's just a destitute youth. Surely he can't stir up any trouble. The Lord shook off the chill in his mind and said, "What? You commit murder here, and today I must intervene." Feeling humiliated that a mere youth had intimidated him, the Lord raised his voice. "Even so, the Lord's mansion has no reason to exist any longer." Yi Junlin said indifferently. His expression remained perpetually unruffled. "My lord, do you see? Such an arrogant wretch. He doesn't even hold the Lord's mansion in regard. What crime is that?" Wang Chongqing said calmly. "I am the Lord appointed by His Majesty the Summer Emperor himself. Who do you think you are? You dare threaten me?" The Lord glared at Yi Junlin in anger. Yi Junlin paid him no heed and strode directly toward the Wang family members. "What nerve! He dares to ignore me. Quickly summon the city guards and slay this brat on the spot." The Lord shrewd as he was directly ordered his subordinates. He was simply stalling for time since summoning troops would take a while. By then perhaps the youth would already be dead. This way he could curry favor with the Wang family without offending them. "Hold!" At that moment a crisp voice rang out. The young mistress of the 10,000 Treasures Pavilion arrived and surveyed the tense standoff. Behind her an elderly man followed, closely maintaining a distance of exactly 1 meter, a clear sign of a formidable expert. "Miss Wan, what brings you here?" The Lord's expression shifted dramatically upon seeing her, then he rushed over and asked deferentially. He clearly recognized her as the young mistress of the 10,000 Treasures Pavilion. Though he did not know the full extent of the pavilion's power, he was aware of one law in the Xia Kingdom. The 10,000 Treasures Pavilion operates without requiring royal approval and may act as it pleases. That single decree was enough to reveal the pavilion's immense influence. "He must not come to harm." Wan Xia parted her crimson lips and said, of course, whatever you say," the Lord hastily replied. At the same time, he couldn't help but marvel at Yi Junlin's good fortune in securing such a powerful patron. Now it was Yi Junlin's turn to be bewildered. He didn't recall having any connection with this veiled Miss Wan. Is that Wang family ancestor truly a martial spirit? Wan Xia asked, gazing at Wang Chongqing in the air. "Yes, miss. Wang Chongqing has now reached the peak of the martial spirit realm and could step into the martial ancestor rank at any moment." The elder behind Wan Xia said casually. "What? Peak martial spirit?" The Lord's body trembled, his eyes wide with shock. "Ancestor Wang, you cannot touch this man." The Lord immediately turned to Wang Chongqing. "Silence. Not only the Wang family, but the Lord's mansion will fall as well. Some matters cannot be smoothed over with a few words." Yi Junlin said flatly. Was he joking? Did he need anyone to plead for him? "Grandpa Li, if he proves no match, please step in and save him." Wan Xia said to the elder behind her. "Rest assured, miss, a mere martial spirit is nothing. But miss, is it worth it for this boy?" Oldly shook his head slowly. "You all saw it. It's not that I refuse to spare him, but he insists on seeking death. There's nothing to be done." Wang Chongqing said slowly. When Wan Xia had tried to protect Yi Junlin, his heart had trembled. If he let such a talent escape, the consequences would be dire. A youth who could slay martial masters at his age. If he cultivated for a few more years, he would become a ghost under Yi Junlin's hand. But now Yi Junlin had refused, and he had the chance to eliminate the boy directly. That way even the 10,000 Treasures Pavilion would have nothing to say. Thud, bang. The sounds of bodies bursting echoed incessantly. With a casual flick of his finger, Yi Junlin caused the Wang family members to explode one after another. Blood and flesh-splattered corpses littered the ground, a scene straight out of a bloody hell. Bastard die. Wang Chongqing could no longer remain seated as he watched his descendants of the Wang clan fall one by one. He swooped down from the void, his aged palm striking directly at Yi Junlin. The sound of a sonic boom echoed in everyone's ears. "Bastard, accept your death. Witness my mountain-splitting palm," Wang Chongqing bellowed. The mountain-splitting palm was immense in power. It was said that when cultivated to perfection, it could cleave a mountain with a single strike. "Old fool, calling me bastard at every turn. Today I'll send you to the afterlife first." A cold light gleamed in Yi Junlin's eyes. He slowly raised his right hand, devoid of any technique, without the slightest fluctuation of spiritual energy. He simply swung it toward Wang Chongqing, as if delivering a slap. Some wondered why Yi Junlin used no technique. Was it not obvious? He had merely obtained 10,000 years of cultivation. He knew no techniques at all. Everything now was sustained solely by his vast spiritual energy. Everyone believed Yi Junlin was doomed. After all, Wang Chongqing was a genuine martial spirit powerhouse, the foremost in all of Qingshi City. Even Old Li behind Wan Xia was about to intervene when slap. A crisp sound rang out. Everyone's eyes widened in disbelief as they stared at the spot where the two had clashed. In that place, there was no longer any Wang Chongqing, the ancestor of the Wang clan. Only Junlin stood there motionless. What happened? Where is he? Everyone strained their eyes trying to find Wang Chongqing. But they could not see him, they could not find him at all. Oldly, did you see it? Wan Xia asked, her beautiful eyes fixed blankly on Junlin. I couldn't. In that instant, I couldn't even perceive his speed. Oldly said, his face filled with shock. Upon hearing this, the city lord trembled all over and nearly wet himself. He had never imagined that this youth could be so terrifying. Recalling the youth's earlier words, that he would destroy the Wang clan and the city lord's mansion, the city lord was utterly terrified. Good, he died well, a fitting end. The Wang clan has committed every atrocity, burning, killing, looting, for years. A good death. This young hero is truly a dragon among men. He has rid Qingshi City of a great scourge. Congratulations, how delightful. Young friend, you may not know, but I have always detested the Wang clan. They have caused me no end of trouble. The city lord stepped forward, flattering him. But Junlin paid him no heed and strode directly toward the remaining members of the Wang clan. Dead. Just like that. The Wang clan members spoke in disbelief. They were as if their souls had been snatched away, their eyes vacant. You dare kill me. You dare annihilate my entire clan. The great elder of the Wang clan sneered at Junlin. My son is a disciple of the Royal Academy. If you kill me, you will surely die. I know you are an orphan, but with the Royal Academies means finding your parents is inevitable. Then even your parents will die. The great elder snarled. The Royal Academy, you say? If they provoke me, you'll destroy them too. Junlin said indifferently. Your son is at the Royal Academy. It seems he'll have to pay a visit there as well. Junlin understood clearly that if the root was not severed, endless troubles would follow. He had often read novels in the past and understood certain things. The protagonist, soft-hearted, spared a child only for that child to grow filled with hatred. In the near future, that child would seize the protagonist's beloved and use her as a hostage. In Junlin's world, such things would not happen. All must die. Wait for your son on the road to the Yellow Springs. Junlin raised a finger and pointed it at the great elder. A streak of light flashed, instantly piercing through the great elder. Thus the entire Wang clan was annihilated. Everyone was horrified. The youth's cultivation was terrifyingly high, and more than that, he was merciless. To obliterate a whole clan at the slightest provocation could only be described as ruthless. Ding, check-in location released. Check-in location, Xia Kingdom Royal Academy. Do you accept? Successful check-in rewards the host with 10,000 years of cultivation techniques, secret arts, and martial arts. At that moment, the system issued a task in Junlin's mind. I accept. Junlin was momentarily stunned, then overjoyed. He now possessed immense cultivation, but knew no martial arts or techniques whatsoever. He had already planned to go to the Xia Kingdom's Royal Academy, and this check-in would conveniently allow him to eliminate the great elder's son. 10,000 techniques. If the system provided them, they would certainly be no ordinary fare. Then he would be able to truly crush his enemies. Unlike now, where he relied solely on overwhelming cultivation power, knowing no techniques or martial skills. In a battle against someone of the same level, Junlin would be completely outmatched. Without techniques or martial arts, anyone at the same level could toy with him and defeat him. But on the Tianwu continent, there was no one at his level. Whoosh! Thud! The city lord, seeing Junlin's gaze fall upon him, immediately knelt on the ground. His clothes were drenched in cold sweat, and his entire body trembled with fear. Great one, this humble one failed to recognize your greatness. Please spare my worthless life. The city lord kowtowed and shouted loudly. He knew that even if he were spared, he would never be able to hold his head high again. He would be scorned and despised by countless people. But now what was a little face compared to losing his life? So to hell with pride and dignity. As long as he could survive, he would even eat excrement if asked. I said the city lord's mansion is also on my list. It must be destroyed. Junlin's voice was devoid of emotion. Was this a joke? He had given the city lord a chance, but the man had not seized it and had instead tried to muster troops to kill him. Did they take him for a pushover, someone everyone could bully? And then when they saw they were no match, a kowtow and an apology would make everything right. What kind of logic was that? In Junlin's view, if you tried to kill him, you had better be prepared for your entire family to be wiped out. Apologies did not come without a price. If apologies worked, what was the point of cultivation? Hearing Junlin's words, the city lord collapsed to the ground. He knew he was done for. Although he was the city lord appointed by the Xia Emperor before absolute power, even the royal family had to bow. Miss, save me, save me. At that moment, as if struck by a thought, the city lord desperately begged the young lady for mercy. This young lattice identity was far from ordinary. The city lord believed that if she spoke up, Junlin might just spare him this once. I cannot help you, Wan Xia said flatly. Straining her relationship with Yi Junlin for the sake of a city lord was not something she wished to see. In Yi Junlin, she saw the silhouette of a supreme youth powerhouse. To possess such cultivation at this age was truly unimaginable. To have attained such cultivation at this age, there must surely be an extraordinary existence backing Yi Junlin. Wanxia was merely on an errand from Wanbao Pavilion headquarters for experience. It was on a whim that she stopped here while passing through Xia Kingdom. Yet in these few days of rest, she had originally planned to leave today. Then she encountered a freak like Yi Junlin. Befriending such a youthful sovereign, if possible, would greatly benefit her future. At least as the young mistress of Wanbao Pavilion, what prodigies hadn't she seen? A youth suddenly emerging from this small place had cultivation unfathomable. The city lord was utterly despairing, but a strong will to survive kept him from giving up resistance. With a swift leap, he left his spot. His figure flickered rapidly as he fled into the distance. He did not wish to die, and he bitterly regretted meddling today. Why had he come to the Wang family to stir up trouble and provoke such a formidable opponent? Yi Junlin would never let him escape. A gleam of light shot from his fingertip, instantly heading toward the city lord. The fleeing city lord shuddered, his forehead pierced clean through. By inertia, he ran nearly 100 meters before crashing to the ground. Impressive skill, sir. I am Wanxia of Wanbao Pavilion. Would you be interested in visiting our establishment? As for the remnants of the city lord's manor, Wanbao Pavilion would be honored to clear them for you. Wanxia stepped forward, looking at Yi Junlin. A faint mischievous smile curled at the corner of Yi Junlin's mouth as he nodded in agreement. He wanted to see what Wanxia intended. In a single day, both the Wang family and the city lord's manor were annihilated, not a single survivor. This stirred a massive upheaval in Qingshi City, yet the instigator Yi Junlin was leisurely sipping tea in Wanbao Pavilion. Wanbao Pavilion is indeed impressive. Cultivation techniques, martial arts, and pills, everything one could desire, Yi Junlin remarked with a smile. And this was merely a small branch in Qingshi City. Has anything caught young master? Yes, I. If so, name it, and the entire hall will be yours at just 10% of the price, Wanxia said with a sweet smile. Without her veil now, she revealed a face capable of beguiling all who beheld it. Truly, she was a beauty of unparalleled allure, a peerless enchantress. That won't be necessary. I only need a few sets of clothing, Yi Junlin said. He lacked nothing now, holding the accumulated wealth of the Wang family and city lord's manor for decades. He could be considered well off now, at least within Qingshi City. After all, cultivators seldom valued worldly wealth. It was but dross in this mundane realm. In the true world of cultivation, gold and silver were mere refuse. When Yi Junlin emerged after changing, Wanxia's eyes lit up. Now Yi Junlin was clad in a luxurious purple robe with intricate patterns. His tall, lean frame, hair casually tied back, and eyes so bright they dazzled. With sword-like eyebrows and starry eyes, he was the epitome of grace and handsomeness, strikingly beautiful to the extreme. A gentleman on the street, peerless in this world, sighed the elderly standing behind Wanxia. Yi Junlin was truly breathtaking, a living embodiment of male beauty, almost unnaturally so. What are young master Ye's plans next? Elderly asked with a smile. To have reached the martial spirit, or even martial ancestor realm at such an age was nothing short of astonishing, worthy of the title prodigy. The Imperial City, the Royal Academy, Yi Junlin said flatly. Weeds must be pulled out by the roots to avoid future trouble, though it might not pose a real threat to him. Still, to avoid minor annoyances, he would simply deal with it. Coincidentally, we are also heading to the capital. Shall we travel together? Wanxia's large luminous eyes fixed on Yi Junlin. With my old legs I can fly us to the capital in under a day, elderly said with a chuckle. Even someone as powerful as he would need nearly a full day to reach the capital without rest. Of course, if not in a hurry, they could take it slow, enjoying the scenery and traveling leisurely. Do you have any flight techniques? Yi Junlin asked curiously. To be honest, though my cultivation is decent, I've never flown before. Elderly and Wanxia exchanged glances. In the world of cultivators who would directly ask for a cultivation technique like that, it was disrespectful and could easily get one killed. After all, a powerful cultivator's foundation lay in their technique. Unfortunately, Yi Junlin was a complete novice in the ways of cultivation. He simply didn't know these things. Moreover, they speculated that behind Yi Junlin there should be an immensely powerful master. Why hadn't he been given a cultivation technique? Could it be a test? They pondered. But what master would test a disciple by withholding a technique? They were utterly perplexed, unable to fathom the reason. Ahem, I happen to have a heaven-grade technique here, the Wandering Dragon Steps. You may learn it, elderly said, pulling out a movement technique scroll from his storage ring and handing it to Yi Junlin. The pain on his face was unmistakable. This was a heaven-grade technique. In a small place like Xia Kingdom, even a profound grade technique was a royal treasure. Techniques were classified into 5 ranks: heaven, earth, profound, human, and mortal. Among the mortal grade techniques were accessible even to ordinary people. Mortal was the lowest, heaven the highest known so far, though there were levels beyond heaven. Wandering Dragon Steps, a heaven grade technique? Junlin asked, somewhat puzzled. Then he became fully immersed, unable to tear himself away. This was in fact the first time Junlin had seen a martial technique. This young Master Yi is indeed a youthful prodigy. He entered a meditative state with just a single glance. Elderly remarked, smiling at Wanxia. Miss, how long do you think it will take him to comprehend a heaven-grade martial technique? Elderly asked, looking at Wanxia. His cultivation is unclear to me, deeply hidden. When I first learned a heaven-grade technique, it took me over half a year. I imagine he'll be faster, perhaps around 2 months, Wanxia judged. 2 months, Li Lao said, somewhat astonished. He was well aware of the young lad's talent. In their place, the talent of the Wan family's young lady was widely recognized. Their heroes emerged one after another, with countless prodigies coming forth. Even Wan's young lady could hold her own among them. And now their young lady actually held such high regard for a boy. If this news were to spread back, the prodigies from that place would surely be stirred. After all, as the acknowledged first beauty of that place, her suitors were as numerous as the fish in the river. Actually, 2 months feels a bit too long. I estimate it might take a month, or even half a month. Wanxia stated, insistently refusing to be outdone. He can master a heaven-level technique in just half a month. Li Lao was utterly shocked. They then turned their gaze toward Junlin, who was sitting with his eyes closed. At a glance, he appeared to emit no aura whatsoever. He seemed as ordinary as a mortal. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Suddenly, an inexplicable energy erupted from Junlin. This energy did not belong to spiritual power, but was of a different Tao essence. What? Is this really happening? Both of them exclaimed in disbelief. Originally, Wanxia's estimate of half a month was already quite generous for Junlin, but now they were genuinely astonished. What kind of monster was this? They had all practiced the dragon step and naturally knew what marked its success. Swish! Junlin opened his eyes, and 2 visible beams of light erupted from them. Then Junlin vanished from his spot. Roar! A dragon's roar echoed through the sky. Junlin moved like a swimming dragon, his figure elusive. He flickered in the air. So what do you think? Isn't my training speed rather slow? Junlin appeared before the two and asked. Wanxia and Li Lao's faces turned somewhat grim. Sigh, for a technique of this nature to take me so long. It seems my talent isn't that great after all. Junlin shook his head and sighed. Seeing the two silent, he thought his talent was lacking. Li Lao instantly felt his old face flush red, utterly humiliated. He had spent a full 5 years to completely comprehend it. Yet this young man had only taken a few breaths of time. They had only exchanged a couple of sentences, yet he had mastered it. Was this a prodigy? No, this was a freak. Ahem, since young Master Yi has completed his training, let us head off for the Royal Academy, Wanxia said gently. Indeed, she had chosen someone exceptional. Such talent was rare in the world. All right, if that's the case, let's depart. Junlin again executed his movement technique, leaping into the air. This time beneath his feet appeared a massive azure dragon. It exuded an immense sense of pressure. Its head resembled a camel, its horns like a deer, its eyes like a rabbit, its ears like an ox, its neck like a snake, its belly like a mythical beast, its scales like those of a carp, its claws like an eagle, and its paws like a tiger. On its back were 81 scales, as 9 is the utmost number. How is this possible? The technique is manifesting. This is a sign of the great perfection only seen in the prosperous ancient times. Li Lao trembled as he spoke, filled with disbelief. Today they had been thoroughly overturned by this young man before them. Ancient texts record that in ancient times heroes battled for supremacy, prodigies rose, and countless races flourished. The ancient era can be said to be a time when everyone was like a dragon, because nearly all cultivators could manifest their techniques. That was the true supreme state. They could cultivate all techniques to the ultimate perfection. Only by achieving the supreme completion of all techniques could one maximize their strength. Is it a naturally special constitution? Li Lao questioned with some skepticism. It was hard not to suspect that Junlin possessed a special constitution, given his extraordinary talent. For instance, a natural innate spirit body that resonates with the Tao, or an innate Tao body, etc. Roar. Wanxia also executed the dragon step, and a clear dragon roar sounded. Beneath her feet was also a nearly solid dragon. The dragon beneath Junlin's feet was real. If one did not use their divine sense to sense it, it appeared to be a true dragon. The dragon step, as its name implies, unfolded like a swimming dragon. His figure was elusive and difficult to capture. Roar. Knowing the direction, Junlin stepped upon the azure dragon and vanished into the sky. After a long while, the three of them soared above the imperial city. In fact, Yi Junlin could have arrived earlier, but this technique was given by Li Lao. Yi Junlin strolled along the way, also waiting for them. Who goes there? The skies above the Summer Kingdom do not allow flight. Descend immediately to plead for forgiveness. At that moment, a loud shout came from the imperial capital below. You have guts. How dare you provoke the dignity of the Summer Kingdom? Archers, prepare. Seeing that the people in the sky showed no intention of responding, the Imperial Forest Army immediately shouted, "A mere Summer Kingdom dares to chatter in front of me." Li Lao was not a good-natured person. In his eyes, a mere Summer Kingdom was truly insignificant. Whoosh! Wan Xia directly took out a jade token and tossed it forward. Suddenly, the jade token radiated an intense light, transforming into a blazing sun that shone with brilliant radiance. At that moment, everyone in the imperial capital looked up at the jade token. An enormous character for 10,000 gradually formed, emitting a scorching glow. This is a special jade token from the Wanbao Pavilion. What status do these people hold? Could they be esteemed guests of the Wanbao Pavilion? A cultivator exclaimed in shock. The Imperial Forest Army immediately dispersed. By the time everyone reacted, they looked back to the sky. But there was no one in the sky. The three seemed to have never appeared, leaving the sky empty. If they had not seen it with their own eyes, they might have thought it was a dream. Ding! A clear bell rang, echoing throughout the imperial capital. Hurry, the annual enrollment ceremony of the Royal Academy has begun. At this moment, countless cultivators moved upon hearing the sound. They either brought their young descendants to participate in this year's enrollment at the Royal Academy. As the largest academy in the Summer Kingdom, the scale of the Royal Academy goes without saying. At this moment, there were at least hundreds of thousands of youths gathered at the entrance for the enrollment competition. The air buzzed with the clamor of voices, a scene of bustling excitement. Yi Junlin stood quietly with his two companions in an open space, observing the crowd of hopeful young men and women, all brimming with ideals. They had come to this place carrying their dreams, each aspiring to become a powerful figure. Yi Junlin had never witnessed such a spectacle before. Ever since he arrived in this world, he knew such aspirations were beyond his reach, for he was utterly incapable of cultivation. But now he had suddenly acquired 100,000 years of cultivation base. Though he himself was uncertain of his current rank, he knew one thing for sure: he was immensely powerful, to an absurd degree. He had once dreamed of being discovered by a wandering grandmaster who would declare his talent as 1 in a billion, then take him away and bestow a legacy upon him. Ding! Sign-in at the Royal Academy detected. Reward 100,000 cultivation techniques. Do you wish to sign in? The system's distinctive electronic voice echoed in Yi Junlin's mind. Confirm sign-in. Yi Junlin declared in his thoughts. Ding! Sign-in successful. Reward 100,000 cultivation techniques has been delivered to your storage ring. Please check. Yi Junlin immersed his mind and indeed discovered countless techniques, martial skills, and esoteric arts within the storage ring. Each one was extraordinary. With a casual glance, he caught sight of many profound names among the techniques: immortal slaying, art, god slaying skill, ascending to immortality, and so forth. Even from their names alone, one could discern their immense power. Immortality, the ultimate aspiration of all cultivators, for only by becoming an immortal could one endure through the ages. Only then could one achieve true indestructibility and an endless lifespan. Ding! Do you wish to integrate all techniques and secret arts? The system inquired within Yi Junlin's mind. Yi Junlin was taken aback. Could he directly fuse them all, as if receiving a direct infusion of knowledge, bypassing the need for comprehension? Was such an operation possible? Confirm integration. Yi Junlin commanded in his mind. Boom! A thunderous explosion erupted within his consciousness as a torrent of immeasurably vast energy surged forth. The information contained within this energy was overwhelming. Techniques, martial skills, and secret arts. Yi Junlin comprehended them all in an instant, achieving complete mastery. Forget so-called heaven-grade techniques, the lowest among these were supreme grade. Though Yi Junlin knew not what supreme grade signified, it was certainly beyond heaven grade. Never before had he heard of supreme grade techniques beneath the heaven grade. All of this transpired in a single breath. No one knew that Yi Junlin had mastered 100,000 techniques in an instant. If this were spoken aloud, none would believe it. For ordinary people, mastering even a few techniques over several years marked them as prodigies. How could anyone possibly master 100,000 in a single breath? It would surely be dismissed as sheer madness. Silence. Suddenly, a gruff voice thundered across the Royal Academy's plaza. A burly figure appeared in midair. A martial ancestor. That's a martial ancestor powerhouse. Is he an academy mentor? A young man asked with admiration. If only I could become such a powerful figure one day, another whispered enviously. The ability to stand in the void was the hallmark of a martial spirit. Yet every mentor of the Royal Academy possessed the cultivation of a martial ancestor. I am Sher Shan, the mentor in charge of this year's new student recruitment for the Royal Academy. Next, you must pass 3 trials. Only those who succeed may enter our academy. New students must not exceed 18 years of age. Those over 18 who have not reached the martial warrior stage should return home. Sher Shan declared bluntly, leaving no room for response. The first trial, the trial of comprehension. This is a cultivator's foundation. With poor comprehension, one's chances of becoming a powerhouse are nearly non-existent. Hold on. Comprehension is not the sole determinant. With perseverance and a willingness to endure hardship, I believe one can still become a powerhouse, Junlin remarked calmly, looking at Sher Shan. Sher Shan grew irritated. Who was he? A peak martial ancestor. And now he was being contradicted by a mere youth. Did he have no dignity to uphold? So according to you, even someone utterly devoid of comprehension could become a powerhouse? Sher Shan asked coldly, his tone moderated as he met Junlin's gaze. Junlin's aura was extraordinary, lacking any reverence for the powerful. Such a person was either a naive fool or someone who looked down on even martial ancestor experts. Of course, without comprehension one can still succeed through hard work, Junlin asserted. He had seen too many tales of underdogs who, through encountering heavenly treasures or systems, altered their lives' trajectory and ultimately reached the pinnacle. The second trial, the trial of talent. A cultivator's talent is ranked as mortal, human, yellow, profound, earth, or heaven. The higher the talent, the greater the achievement. Mortal talent means one cannot cultivate. Currently, the highest known is heaven grade. What lies beyond is unknown even to us. Sher Shan continued, choosing not to dwell on Junlin's words. In his view, Junlin was merely a youth who would come to understand these truths in time. I disagree on this point as well. While high talent has historically correlated with greater potential for power, talent alone cannot be the sole measure of one's achievements. Throughout history, how many prodigies of extraordinary talent have there been? In the end, they often faded into obscurity. I have heard of a legend, an ordinary mortal devoid of talent and comprehension. Yet in the end, he achieved feats that shook the ages, becoming a true powerhouse unparalleled in history. Oh, pray tell, what is the name of this legendary figure? Why have we never encountered such a tale in ancient texts? Sher Shan asked with a sneer. His temper was naturally fiery, and Junlin's repeated challenges to his authority tested his patience. No ancient records mention him, Junlin replied directly. If it's not in the records, are you just trying to make yourself known? A young man stepped forward to rebuke, eager to curry favor with the mentor. Whether he passed or not, this was a matter of social grace. The third trial, the trial of character. A cultivator must possess an unwavering will and forge ahead courageously. Those with weak resolve are prone to falling into demonic paths. Seeing Junlin remain silent, Sher Shan continued. Relieved that the youth had not spoken again, he was about to relax, when Junlin's calm voice froze him in place. What is righteousness? What is evil? Heh. If you can't even distinguish right from wrong, why bother cultivating the Tao? The same young man jeered again. I cultivate only my own path of invincibility. Righteous or evil, all may live as long as they do not provoke me. But if they do provoke me, they shall all die. Junlin stated indifferently. Do you truly think yourself an ancient sovereign? Whom you wish dead, must they perish? The youth continued. Though I am no ancient sovereign today, I shall make you die. Junlin stated calmly. Ha, this young master stands right here. I'd love to see how you'll make me die. The youth had no idea what kind of existence he had provoked. The Royal Academy forbids bloodshed, Sher Shan said coldly. No one can stop me from killing whom I wish. Junlin said indifferently. Die. Junlin merely spat out a single word. In that instant, the youth was struck as if by lightning, his body convulsing violently. Then his eyes grew vacant, his soul directly extinguished. Junlin had employed a soul-type attack technique known as the annihilation art. It struck directly at a person's soul, annihilating it with overwhelming force. Thump. The youth collapsed headfirst to the ground, leaving the onlookers utterly stunned. How dare you? What sorcery did you use? Committing murder within the Royal Academy, you deserve death. Sher Shan roared. Someone had killed right under his nose. Unforgivable. I told you no one can stop me from killing whom I wish. Whoever stands in my way will die. Junlin declared directly. The crowd below erupted in murmurs and discussion. Which family does this youth belong to speak such arrogant nonsense? Isn't he afraid of biting off more than he can chew? Truly a fearless newborn calf. Someone sneered. The Royal Academy is the greatest academy in all of Xia Kingdom. Its dean is Xia Kingdom's ancestor Xia Luyan. He is also the foremost powerhouse with cultivation so profound it's unfathomable. Does he wish to make an enemy of the Royal Academy? Let's see if he has the mettle for it. Many spoke with a sense of schadenfreude. Junior, it's fine for a young man to have some pride, but don't let it go to your head. Otherwise, you'll be the one to suffer. A voice rang through the entire training ground. Then everyone saw a white-robed youth emerge from within the Royal Academy, a gentle smile on his face. He was refined and graceful, exuding elegance. He gave off a warm, approachable vibe, like a boy next door. Ding encountered a child of destiny. Now issuing mission. Eliminate the child of destiny to receive the special trait reincarnation body of the heavenly Tao. Subdue the child of destiny as a follower to receive the technique immortal ascension art. The system's familiar, pleasant voice echoed in Yi Junlin's mind. What is the reincarnation body of the heavenly Tao? What is the immortal ascension art? Yi Junlin asked. The reincarnation body of the heavenly Tao can reincarnate all things in the world, even the heavenly Tao itself. As long as you are strong enough, even the heavenly Tao cannot escape reincarnation. All beings shall find their true selves on the path of reincarnation, singing praises to the immortal monument. The immortal ascension art, on the other hand, allows one to become an immortal instantly, without any drawbacks. From then on, enjoy endless eons of life coeval with heaven and earth shining alongside the sun and moon. The system explained. Immortality, a dream countless mortals coveted. Who wouldn't wish to become an immortal? Wasn't cultivation all for that very goal? So arrogant, not even showing respect to the top outer disciple of the Royal Academy. A lackey behind the white-robed youth sneered. What? That's the top outer disciple, Wang Changsheng. I heard even the crown prince tried to recruit him, but was refused. Someone said, is that so? Word has it that when he first arrived, he was just a menial disciple. They say he was a good for nothing whom everyone could bully, but he endured for 3 years. After 3 years, his cultivation skyrocketed. In just 10 days, he leaped from the 3rd level of martial disciple to martial artist. Absolutely incredible. Now he's at the peak of martial artist, all within just 3 months. Someone exclaimed in awe. Wang Changsheng, are you from the Wang family of Qingshi City? Yi Junlin asked casually. Indeed, I am Wang Changsheng, son of the Wang family's great elder in Qingshi City. Wang Changsheng smiled and clasped his hands in greeting. Oh, the Wang family of Qingshi City. I've already wiped them out. Only you remain. Yi Junlin said with a smile. System, I choose to eliminate the child of destiny. Boom. What? What did you say? Wang Changsheng felt as though struck by lightning. The Wang family was the foremost of the 3 great clans in Qingshi City. Not to mention anything else, just the Wang family's ancestor alone was a martial spirit-level powerhouse, a force to be reckoned with. The Wang family ancestor, a martial spirit, was considered a regional power. In Xia Kingdom, such a figure would be in theft as a marquis. How could they possibly have been annihilated? A martial spirit. There weren't many in all of Xia Kingdom. Yi Junlin and his group hadn't delayed much on the road, so news hadn't reached them yet. All right, this should belong to your Wang family. As if recalling something, Yi Junlin took out the Wang family's patriarch seal from his storage ring. No, how could this be? In an instant, Wang Changsheng's eyes nearly split with fury. He never imagined his family had been wiped out. He recalled his father's loving gaze and his mother's reluctant expression when he left. He had vowed to make them proud. Yet now the entire Wang family was gone. He was supposed to be their pride. He had just started to rise, becoming a genius admired by all. He hadn't let down his parents' and clansmen's expectations. Now he was one of the most dazzling prodigies of the Royal Academy. I will kill you. Wang Changsheng's eyes blazed crimson, radiating overwhelming fury and grief as he roared. Leaving home this time, he hadn't known it would be forever. From then on, they were separated by heaven and earth, never to meet again. Even so, then die. Yi Junlin moved to slay Wang Changsheng. Stop! Suddenly, a thunderous roar split the air. Wang Changsheng halted abruptly. Master, I must avenge them. Wang Changsheng looked up at a refined, middle-aged man in the sky. Your cultivation is inferior to his now. Given time, you will surely surpass him. This time I won't let him kill you. He'll leave him for the future you. Murongbai said with his hands clasped behind his back. What? Wang Changsheng's master is Vice Dean Murongbai. Vice Dean Murongbai of the Royal Academy, only in his 40s, yet already a martial king. I heard even Xia Luyan is full of praise for Murongbai's talent. Someone exclaimed in admiration. How else could someone become Vice Dean at just 40? Yes, master. Wang Changsheng nodded firmly. He believed that given time he would grow strong enough. Vice Dean, Shirshan, and the surrounding mentors and disciples all bowed respectfully to Murongbai and greeted him. You say you'll spare my life. Yi Junlin squinted his eyes as he looked at Murongbai and spoke. But I have no intention of letting the sole survivor of the Wang family go. Yi Junlin ignored Murongbai's words and said, Rest assured from today onward, I guarantee no one in the entire Xia kingdom will dare lay a hand on you. Live well, and wait for my disciple to come and seek revenge on you. Morongbai said indifferently. You're out of your mind. The last remnant of the Wang family perish. Yi Junlin found it extremely difficult to communicate with this vice dean and said directly, Boom. Opt. Wang Chongqing instantly clutched his head and collapsed to the ground. Yi Junlin was somewhat surprised that Wang Chongqing had lasted for a full breath's time. He even managed to let out a scream. One must know Wang Chongqing's cultivation level, merely the peak of a martial artist. Yet he could withstand a blow from Yi Junlin and persist for an entire breath's duration. In an instant, Yi Junlin deduced that Wang Chongqing possessed a supreme treasure. After all, as a child of destiny, he surely carried a great fortune. But even this so-called great fortune could not protect Wang Chongqing before Yi Junlin. At least for now, Wang Chongqing had not yet grown into his power. If it were any other martial master, great martial master, or even martial spirit or martial ancestor coming to kill Wang Chongqing, they might not succeed. Because Wang Chongqing had a hidden card up his sleeve that could save his life, but it was no match for Yi Junlin's overwhelming strength. Opt. Morongbai's hair bristled with rage as he roared to the heavens. He had never imagined that his disciple, after Yi Junlin uttered the word die, would truly be gone. This was an unbearable pain for Morongbai. He knew his disciple well, steady, persistent, and highly talented. Given time to grow, he would surely become a formidable powerhouse in his own right. But now it was all over, everything was lost. This was the disciple he had painstakingly sought, now gone forever. I will make you pay with your life. Morongbai said through gritted teeth, each word dripping with hatred. Boom. Morongbai's formidable aura surged to its peak. An overwhelming pressure descended from all directions, and he did not restrain it in the slightest. Many cultivators of weaker cultivation present immediately collapsed to the ground, unable to withstand this powerful pressure. He no longer cared about anything else, he only wanted to kill, to slay the youth before him. As for the others, he could not, and would not concern himself with them. He had never considered that Yi Junlin's cultivation might be formidable. In his mind, Yi Junlin was merely using some twisted, unorthodox methods. After all, he was a martial king powerhouse and had detected nothing else, not even fluctuations of spiritual energy. A mere youth. How powerful could he possibly be? Stop this, Morongbai. The Royal Academy forbids bloodshed. As Vice Dean, are you unaware of this? And he is a new student about to report in. A commanding voice rang out, causing everyone's mind to tremble. Greetings, Dean. All the mentors and disciples bowed respectfully in a certain direction. What a lively day today. Not only has Vice Dean Morongbai appeared, but even the Dean himself has graced us with his presence. In the past, this would have been utterly impossible. Now, because of this youth, they have all shown up. Someone remarked with a sigh. An elderly man in black attire strode through the air, landing solemnly as he fixed his gaze on Morongbai. Dean, but he was my first disciple, my only one, Morongbai said with a bitter expression. He knew the Dean had taken a liking to the youth's talent. He was outmatched. There is nothing more to say. Let this matter be laid to rest. This is a world where the strong prey on the weak. If you are not the victor, death is the only outcome. Xia Luyun said indifferently. Fine, just fine. I have devoted my heart and soul to the Royal Academy. After all my sacrifices, I cannot even protect my own disciple. I cannot even seek revenge. Morongbai laughed uproariously as two streaks of clear tears flowed from his eyes. It was a sight that would move anyone to sorrow and tears. From this day forth, I Morongbai am no longer the Vice Dean of the Royal Academy. I Morongbai formally withdraw from the Royal Academy. Morongbai said with a face full of grief. With that, he picked up Wang Chongqing's corpse and prepared to leave. Boy, from now on, I hope you never set foot outside the gates of the Royal Academy. Otherwise, that day will be your last. Morongbai turned his head, sharply glaring at Yi Junlin with a chilling voice. Everyone present felt their hearts tighten. An icy chill seemed to spread through the air. Sigh. Xia Luyun opened his mouth as if to say something, but in the end it turned into a mere sigh. He had no choice, he had his own plans. The Royal Academy needed such a genius. The Xia Kingdom needed such a genius. Yi Junlin. He would protect him no matter what. Do you think you can leave today? Yi Junlin looked at Xia Luyun and said calmly. Just because the Dean protects you, you think you can kill me? Morongbai was enraged to the point of laughter, his voice icy. Even Xia Luyun felt a flicker of displeasure. This youth was too arrogant, unable to read the situation. Just as he was about to speak, Yi Junlin interrupted. When I act, why would I need anyone to protect me? Only by being strong oneself can one achieve eternity. Yi Junlin said calmly. Only by being strong oneself can one achieve eternity. Excellent, well said. Only by being strong oneself can one achieve eternity. Xia Luyan stroked his beard and laughed heartily. Since your bond as master and disciple is so deep, go accompany him on the path of reincarnation. Yi Junlin extended his right palm and gently clenched it toward Morone Bai as he spoke. Bluffing, huh? Ugh. Odd. Watching Yi Junlin clench his hand toward him, Morone Bai was contemptuous. But then his expression drastically changed. He felt a will that could tear heaven and earth descend directly upon him. The entire void was sealed. He was completely immobile, and the surrounding walls of air continuously compressed and constricted. Now both he and Wang Changsheng's corpse were crushed together. Bang! Wang Changsheng's cultivation was ultimately too weak, and his physical body was not as strong as Morone Bai's. He was instantly crushed to pulp. Morone Bai stared blankly at the blood and flesh in his arms, utterly unable to believe it. Ding! A crisp sound snapped everyone back to reality. A small stone tablet fell to the ground. It had dropped from Wang Changsheng's shattered remains. Heavenly Vault Steel. Whoever obtains this steel shall conquer the world. With one moment of enlightenment, they shall ascend to immortality. Someone read the inscription aloud out of curiosity. Then the entire training ground fell into dead silence. The celestial steely, whoever possesses this steel shall command the world. With a moment of enlightenment, one can ascend to immortality. No one in the training ground paid attention to how Yi Junlin accomplished this. All their gazes were drawn to the celestial steel lying on the ground. Mainly the words inscribed on it were too enticing. Whoever possesses this steel shall command the world. Understanding it could lead directly to ascension. That is immortality, true immortality. Sharing the lifespan of heaven and earth, shining with the sun and moon. The training ground was quiet, yet heavy breathing could be heard everywhere. Unbeknownst to them, Yi Junlin had already retreated to the side, quietly observing these people. He lightly clasped his hands behind his back, as if he were an outsider. Immortal, aren't you going to compete for it? Wan Xia gently asked as she approached Yi Junlin. I don't need to compete for it, will ultimately end up in my hands, Yi Junlin replied with a mischievous smile. He had that confidence. According to the usual pattern, a series of bloody events would follow. This is the cruel world of cultivation. Treasures are held by the capable. Wan Xia's heart trembled. Moments ago, she too had the thought of competing. But now, after what Yi Junlin said, she immediately extinguished that thought. However, she had sent a message to the headquarters of Wanbao Pavilion. Yi Junlin clearly saw all of this. But he did not say anything. After all, it was just for fun. Otherwise, life would be too dull. He also knew that among those who seemed stunned just now, at least half were secretly sending messages. No wonder Wang Changsheng has always had poor talent. He has recently obtained this treasure. So his cultivation has skyrocketed. Someone spoke up. If even a waste can rise rapidly in power, what if we could obtain it? Since no one wants this thing, then I shall take it without modesty. An elder accompanying his nephew to enroll in the Royal Academy stepped forward. He then flashed towards the celestial steel. With his aged hands outstretched, he moved swiftly and nimbly like a hawk. His eyes were filled with greed. He was getting closer, inching towards the celestial steely, and the light in his eyes grew ever stronger. Get lost. How dare you, old fool, act so recklessly in my presence? A middle-aged man suddenly appeared in midair. He then appeared before the elder and sent him flying with a single slap. It was evident that he was a martial spirit. A hidden, concealed martial spirit expert, which was startling. Among the crowd, there was actually a martial spirit expert, and he was the first. Who knows how many more were behind him. However, treasures drive people mad. They didn't care about martial spirits or martial lords. As long as they could obtain the treasure, let alone martial lords, even martial kings would not be taken seriously. This is the celestial steely, something that can lead to immortality. Once they find a secluded place, painstakingly comprehend for several decades, or even 100 years, they would naturally become invincible in the world. This thing, I shall take it. After sending the elder flying with a slap, the middle-aged martial spirit expert reached for the celestial steel on the ground. Did you ask me? A powerful aura suddenly erupted from the crowd. Another martial spirit, yet another martial spirit expert. Gasps erupted from the crowd. Those with weaker cultivation were retreating. After all, this level of battle was not something they could withstand. To step up would only make them cannon fodder. A martial spirit could destroy them with a single hand. Boom, boom, boom. Within the crowd, martial spirit experts continued to unleash overwhelming fluctuations. One by one, they could no longer sit still. They had to take action. If they didn't act, now the celestial steel would be taken away. However, many martial spirit experts were anxiously glancing towards Xia Luyan. The number one expert of Xia country. If he were to make a move, none present would be able to snatch it. There were countless legends about Xia Luyan within Xia country. It could be said that 90% of those present grew up listening to stories of Xia Luyan. Yet everyone breathed a sigh of relief as Xia Luyan showed no intention of competing with them. In fact, Xia Liyun's gaze was not even on the celestial steel. The head of the Royal Academy, Xia Liyun, looked at Yi Junlin with a confused expression. Just now Yi Junlin's move against Morong Bai left him feeling apprehensive. Although his cultivation was high, he still could not comprehend it. Especially after the celestial steel appeared. He saw Yi Junlin directly withdraw from the battle. This realization made his eyelids twitch violently. Who wouldn't be interested in becoming immortal? This young man was able to deal with Morong Bai, a martial king, with a single move enough to show how powerful he truly was. He should at least be at the martial emperor level, or even higher. Although Xia Liyun was also interested in this so-called celestial steel, he did not act recklessly. Forget it, charge. A martial spirit expert took the lead and directly lunged toward the celestial steel's position. At the same time, dozens of martial spirits burst forth from the crowd. Their target was precisely the location of the celestial steel. The battle erupted instantly. Though all were martial spirit experts, warriors fell one after another. Many martial spirits bore wounds, a testament to the sheer brutality of the battle. I claim this treasure. A middle-aged man drenched in his own blood and grievously wounded stood at the peak of the martial spirit realm. He overpowered the crowd. None of these martial spirits could match him. He is injured. This artifact holds the secret to immortality. Are you all truly unwilling to compete for it? A voice rang out from the throng. The voice was elusive, its origin impossible to pinpoint. This prize belongs to the capable. Though I am but a great martial master, I too wish to contend for it. After a moment of hesitation, someone declared their resolve. He is already severely wounded. We might yet have a chance. Others chimed in agreement. The middle-aged man was startled, then furious. Someone was plotting against him. Despite his high cultivation, he was gravely injured. Ordinarily, those beneath the martial spirit realm, they were mere ants. But now the entire training ground held 100,000 people. Not to mention the Royal Academy was filled with numerous instructors who were martial ancestors. Though greed flickered in their eyes, Xia Liyun's authority kept them in check. None dared to act rashly. Xia Liyun commanded absolute power. Show yourself, coward. Who speaks? The peak martial spirit expert roared in fury, knowing someone was fanning the flames of discord from within the crowd. He sought to make an example of one to intimidate 100,000. Yet he could not find the instigator, who remained too well hidden. What are you waiting for? This is the key to immortality. Do you not wish to become immortals? Do you not desire eternity? To exist forever? The disembodied voice spoke again, igniting the desires and greed within their hearts. I don't care anymore. I will fight for it. What if it chooses me? A peak great martial master charged toward the Skirich tablet. Count me in. This is destiny. The fated one shall claim it. What if I am that one? A martial master also surged toward the Skirich tablet. In an instant, everyone moved their target, the tablet held by the peak martial spirit expert. The peak martial spirit expert was frantic and enraged. He could not hold back so many. After slaying the first few to arrive, he attempted to escape using a movement technique. Suddenly an aura locked onto him. The peak martial spirit expert's face twisted in shock. A martial ancestor had intervened, one from the Royal Academy. He was horrified, having believed they would not act. Unexpectedly they had. Even a sage could not remain calm before such a treasure. Though Xia Liyun restrained them, how could they let a mere martial spirit take it? A martial spirit? Would that not be a waste of a divine gift? You old scoundrels. You've doomed me. The martial spirit expert roared madly at the dozen instructors behind Xia Liyun. In the next moment, he was reduced to ashes by tens of thousands of attacks. Trapped and suppressed, he could not even defend himself. Though his attackers were weak in cultivation, their sheer numbers were overwhelming. Tens of thousands struck at him simultaneously. Without defense, how could he withstand it? Alas! Xia Liyun sighed as he watched the fierce struggle. Though he felt pity, this was the consequence of human greed. This dean has told you before, such treasures are not for you to covet. Yet some of you refuse to listen. Xia Liyun spoke calmly. Dean, you are old and have lost your ambition. But we are still young. We too wish to reach the pinnacle. Are we wrong? An instructor spoke up. They could not bear to miss such an opportunity. Though Xia Liyun had lived for centuries, they saw him as aged. But they forgot, could one who lives for hundreds or thousands of years truly be only a martial king or martial emperor? No one knew, for the Xia kingdom had never produced a martial emperor. They had no records of a martial emperor's lifespan. Very well. If any of you wish to compete, go ahead. Xia Liyun shook his head. All pity and compassion vanished from his gaze, replaced by a stillness like placid water, undisturbed by even a single ripple. The several elderly figures behind Xia Liyun did not move. They had grown up hearing tales of Xia Liyun's exploits. He was the war god of the Xia kingdom, and they held him in the highest reverence. The other instructors, around 40 or 50 years old, exchanged glances. Then they shot toward the Skirich tablet. Battles between martial ancestors were far more devastating than those of martial spirits. Many great martial masters unable to evade the destructive shockwaves exploded on the spot. And this was merely the aftermath of a clash between martial ancestors. Junlin watched the entire spectacle from the sidelines, each scene only strengthening his resolve. Such is this world: if you lack strength, you have no right to speak. But if you are strong enough, you may regard all living beings as mere ants. Everyone must bow in reverence. Otherwise you will end up like these people, mere cannon fodder. Why don't you join the fray, eh? Xiao Luyan turned to the older mentors behind him, curiosity in his eyes. We are willing to heed your counsel, Elder Xia. None of them will survive. Xiao Luyan nodded. The mentors were startled. Could Elder Xia be about to take action himself? If so, those few were indeed doomed. Huh. I heard the Royal Academy is holding a grand recruitment ceremony. I came uninvited. Do forgive me. A thunderous voice echoed across the training ground. Even the martial ancestor in combat halted in shock, gazing at a point in the sky. The Qinglan sect lay beyond the borders of Xia Kingdom. Xia was but a small nation, while Qinglan was the premier sect of the low-tier Chu Empire. Xia was a negligible state. Though the Chu Empire was low-tier, its might was dozens of times greater than Xia's. Such was the gulf between a kingdom and an empire. In the sky, thunderclouds roiled as a majestic figure in a purple robe appeared. Behind him stood a uniform line of martial kings, their auras terrifying. Sect master of Qinglan sect, Qi Yin. Someone exclaimed in fear. Qi Yin was a genuine martial emperor at the peak, said to be one step away from becoming a martial saint. A distinguished guest graces us. What an honor. Xiao Luyan said calmly. Who are you? Qi Yin asked indifferently. They were men of the Chu Empire. Why would they pay heed to a minor kingdom? Naturally, Qi Yin did not recognize this legendary figure of Xia. How dare you? This is the dean of our Royal Academy. An elder behind Xiao Luyan stepped forward to rebuke. How dare I? Who do you think you are to scold me? Qi Yan's eyes blazed with dazzling flames, shooting toward the elder. An overwhelming pressure descended. Just as Qi Yin was about to deal with the elder, a piercing sound cut through the air. A martial ancestor carrying the sky vault steely attempted to flee. Trying to escape before me. Perish. Qi Yin turned and uttered a single word toward the fleeing man. Boom. The man exploded on the spot, leaving no trace. A martial emperor. His every word and action can invoke the laws to annihilate. Someone murmured. Dean, save us. The remaining martial ancestors witnessing this were nearly frightened to death. But Xiao Luyan remained utterly unruffled. This item is fated to be mine. I will reluctantly accept it. Qi Yin waved his hand, and the sky vault steel appeared in his grasp. Immortal. Qi Yin caressed the character immortal on the steely, murmuring. The moment he touched it, his blood seemed to surge with excitement. How could a divine object like this be fought over by lowly ants like you? Die. Qi Yan's expression turned cold as he roared at the martial ancestors. With a thunderous blast, the martial ancestors exploded, not even having time to scream. Ah, and you who dared to rebuke me, you shall die too. Qi Yin said, pointing at the elder behind Xiao Luyan. Then he waved his hand, sending a beam of light hurtling towards Xiao Luyan and the others. This was no mere attempt to kill one man, he intended to annihilate them all. Young man, one should be lenient when possible. Xiao Luyan said calmly. Take your prize and leave quickly lest you find yourself unable to depart. Xiao Luyan spoke lightly. A transparent shield rose before him as Qi Yan's beam struck. Astonishingly, the beam dissolved upon contact with the shield, vanishing into nothing. This old man was no ordinary being. A casual strike from Qi Yan, a peak martial emperor, could overwhelm even a low-level martial emperor. Yet this so-called dean blocked it with ease. This meant the dean was also a martial emperor, at least on par with Qi Yin. Having lived for centuries, Qi Yin was still called young man. Haha. Very well, the imperial tournament is about to begin. I shall take my leave. Qi Yin laughed, showing no desire to prolong the fight. In truth, he was wary of Xiao Luyan, unwilling to risk a life-or-death struggle. After all, he had already obtained the sky vault steel. Alas, how utterly dull, old man. Why didn't you engage him in battle? I am most curious to gauge the martial emperor's true prowess. Just as Qi Yin turned to depart, a languid voice compelled him to halt mid-step. A youth strolled slowly from the edge of the training grounds. His target was precisely where Qi Yin stood. Young friend, you flatter me unduly. Do I not appear advanced in years, hardly fit for such a grand confrontation? Xiao Luyan shook his head as he spoke. Qi Yin was startled. Was this so-called academy dean actually showing restraint before this young man? No, it was more than restraint. There was even a hint of reverence. What was this all about? This steel belongs to me. If you wish to live, leave it behind. Junlin gazed at Qi Yin and spoke indifferently. How dare you act insolently before our sect master? Today let me test your mettle. They'll teach you not to be so arrogant lest you meet your end without knowing how. A martial king stepped forth from behind Qi Yin, bellowing in reprimand. Behind Qi Yin stood over a dozen martial kings, all at the peak of their cultivation. They were on the verge of a breakthrough to martial emperor at any moment. How I die I know not, but how you will die you shall soon discover. Yi Junlin declared calmly. Ignorant brat, I shall see for myself how you bring about my demise. The martial king, provoked to laughter, retorted promptly. A mere youth. How formidable could he be? With a flip of his hand he could crush him. Then watch closely. Perish. Yi Junlin, unwilling to waste words, simply uttered the word, perish, softly, toward the martial king. Boom. In an instant the martial king felt his divine soul, within his sea of consciousness, assaulted by an unknown force. No, this was not an assault, it was annihilation. Even more terrifying was his utter inability to resist. He could only watch helplessly as his divine soul gradually faded away. What seemed an interminable process happened in the blink of an eye. All around onlookers stared in stunned disbelief. Had he died just like that? Without any warning, his divine soul was directly extinguished, leaving only a lifeless shell. Who exactly are you? Qi Yin fixed his gaze on Yi Junlin and demanded sternly. He was dumbfounded. What secret art had this youth employed? He refused to believe the young man's cultivation surpassed the martial emperor realm. Subconsciously, he assumed the youth had merely used a forbidden technique that harmed the user as much as the target. Who I am is none of your concern. I have said this is mine. If you dare to covet what belongs to me, you must pay the price. Yi Junlin's words were calm, yet his tone brooked no dissent. Preposterous. I have roamed these lands for centuries. Today I shall see what manner of fiend you truly are. Qi Yin retorted coldly. Boom. Qi Yin, as the sect master of Qinglan's sect, possessed his own pride. How could he be intimidated by a youth? He immediately unleashed his full aura. His cultivation at the peak of martial emperor was laid bare. The overwhelming pressure caused even the survivors in the training grounds to struggle for balance. This aura was far too powerful for them to withstand. Nor was there anyone to shield them. Elderly, what is your view? Wan Xie, standing at the edge of the training grounds, looked toward Yi Junlin and asked. This child possesses talent that surpasses antiquity and the present at such a young age with such cultivation. I have underestimated him from the very beginning. Initially I assumed he was merely a great martial master, then I thought him a martial king. Now I dare not even ascertain his true cultivation level. It is highly possible that he has already reached martial saint, Elderly declared gravely. What? Martial saint? At this age to achieve martial saint? Even in that place there would be no such prodigy, would there? Wan Xie felt her heart nearly stop. The impact of this revelation was overwhelming. I must send word. This person is not to be provoked and his possessions are not to be coveted. Otherwise I fear it may bring annihilation upon our clan. Wan Xie made her decision on the spot. Elderly nodded in agreement beside her. The eldest daughter of the Wan family was decisive and never procrastinated. Her talent was beyond reproach. This was precisely why she had stood out among the younger generation of the Wan family and earned the patriarch's favor. And young miss, I find this dean strangely familiar. I believe I have seen him somewhere before. Elderly spoke again, shifting his gaze to Xiao Luyan. A feeling of déjà vu. Where could I have seen him? Elderly fell into deep thought. I recall now. Was there not a painting in the ancestors' cultivation chamber? That painting bore the likeness of this very man. Suddenly Elderly slapped his thigh and exclaimed, Yes, it is him. He is the one in that portrait. There is no mistake. Elderly spoke again, his excitement unabated. Wan Xie did not understand why Elderly was so excited. Young miss, do you know who the most powerful existence is in the current Tianwu continent? Elderly asked, deliberately piquing her curiosity. Of course I do. The most powerful beings today dare to take the name of immortal. Though not yet true immortals, they have already earned the title. Our Wan family's ancestor is one of them, the Wan Sword Immortal. Wan Xie said. She did not understand what Elderly meant by bringing this up so suddenly. Throughout the entire Tianwu continent, there exist 9 supreme beings. They jointly govern the whole continent, and my Wan family is one of them. And this very dean before us is also one of them, Xia Slaughter Immortal. Elderly spoke slowly. What? Xia Slaughter Immortal, one of the 9 immortals. He is a supreme powerhouse who rose from this tiny Xia kingdom. Wan Xia's beautiful eyes widened, her face full of disbelief. Why would one of the 9 immortals confine himself to this small Xia kingdom and serve as a mere dean? His deeds were legendary tales known to every household back then. Elderly said with a sigh. On the Tianwu continent, 9 is the ultimate number. There have always been only 9 immortals. As long as they hold their positions, no more can emerge. Unless one of the 9 immortals falls, leaving a vacancy. Only then can a successor have the chance to become one of the 9 immortals. But Xia Luyun was different. He forcibly slew one of them, the Tyrant Immortal. Thus he is called Xia Slaughter Immortal. Though they are not true immortals in the eyes of the world, they are. What they could not fathom was why such a powerful being would appear in such a humble place. Could it be for Yi Junlin? That was the only reason they could think of. Little did they know their guess hit the mark. Xia Luyun was indeed there for Yi Junlin. He had waited here for 16 years. Heavenly crippled foot. Qi Yan let out a thunderous roar as one of his legs rapidly expanded, bursting through his pant leg. If that leg came down now, it would cover the entire training ground, reducing the training ground to rubble. Ugh! Then thick black smoke continuously emanated from Qi Yan's foot. The black smoke shot into the sky, and the weaker cultivators present instantly rolled their eyes back. They collapsed to the ground without any resistance. Even the dozen or so martial kings behind Qi Yan immediately retreated. They kept a relatively safe distance, watching from afar. From their expressions, it was clear they had psychological trauma from Qi Yan's heavenly crippled foot. As the black smoke surged upward, tears streamed from many eyes. They felt as if their bodies had been drained, their cultivation completely stripped away. Waves of sour and foul odors assaulted their nostrils. It became a large-scale weapon of mass destruction. Such was the terror of the heavenly crippled foot. Buzz! Yi Junlin's body emitted a faint golden glow on its own. He stood like a golden-armored war god, his gaze utterly calm. When the black smoke met the golden light on Yi Junlin, it scattered and dissipated into nothingness. A special constitution. You have a special constitution. Qi Yan's face changed drastically. This youth undoubtedly possessed a unique physique. Otherwise, how could his body naturally react to envelop him so tightly? A dense golden radiance burst from Yi Junlin's forehead. This golden light was so intense it pierced through heaven and earth. Not even the light of a single sun, let alone hundreds or thousands, could rival its brilliance. By all logic, everyone present should have had their eyes seared blind. All would have become blind. But this golden light was not harsh. It was gentle. The glow on Yi Junlin's forehead continued to intensify, as if something was about to emerge from between his brows. The golden light did not recede, yet everyone could see it clearly. A gilded character Yi appeared at Yi Junlin's brow. It was not an ordinary Yi character. It possessed exquisite beauty, adding to Yi Junlin's aura of ruling the world. Yi, a member of the Yi clan. It really is Yi, young master. No one saw Xia Luyun muttering to himself, tears streaming down his aged face in an instant. The #1 cultivation family across the myriad realms, the Yi clan. Boom! A resounding roar echoed as a massive golden pillar of light shot into the sky. A giant Yi character illuminated the heavens, turning the entire world gilded. In an instant, the whole Tianwu continent was bathed in golden light. Countless powerful figures simultaneously gazed solemnly at the enormous Yi character in the sky. What kind of celestial phenomenon is this? Is a king being born? In my 1,000 years of roaming, I have never seen or heard of such a thing. Could it be a born supreme being? Quickly send someone to that direction. No matter the cost, bring him back. An ancient elder spoke with anxious urgency. The Yi character hangs in the sky, suppressing the ages. Has this prophecy from the ancient texts come true? A scholar-like figure said with his hands clasped behind his back. Conceal the opportunity seal. Xia Luyun watched as the colossal character Yi materialized in the air. He immediately began forming profound hand seals. He intended to suppress this overwhelming celestial phenomenon, knowing that if the Yi family's formidable enemies discovered it, they would surely descend with overwhelming force. Now, with the master and mistress whereabouts unknown, he alone could hardly withstand them. The Yi family's celestial phenomenon was not merely known within the Tianwu continent. It contained a mysterious force that could spread across countless realms. This location is a distant lower plane. A fine technique concealing the opportunity, sealing fate, making it impossible for anyone to investigate. The scholar-like figure murmured softly before vanishing. No one heard his words nor understood their meaning. Suppress. Yi Junlin uttered a single word coldly to Qi Yan. Boom. Yi Junlin's word became law. With a single utterance, the void trembled, and a gilded character, suppress, slowly emerged. All stared in disbelief at the colossal golden character floating in the sky. The oppressive force it exuded was immense, coupled with a striking visual impact. Who exactly are you? Qi Yan's expression shifted drastically. He had underestimated this youth. This youth possessed not only extraordinary cultivation, but also a remarkable physique. He was not someone Qi Yan could afford to provoke. Who I am you need not know. Only know this: if you dare to lay a finger on what is mine, you die. Suppress and kill. Yi Junlin said coldly. Since others sought his life, he was not about to wait for them to strike. Nor would he spare them after their pleas for mercy only to invite endless trouble. Although it might not necessarily bring him trouble, Junlin preferred to avoid unnecessary complications. Know this, seat. No, I willingly return the sky dome steel to you. I beg you to spare my life. By now Qi Yin truly perceived Junlin's murderous intent. He lowered his status, prostrating at Junlin's feet, begging bitterly. But Junlin did not even look at him. He reached out and lightly patted Qi Yan's cheek. Qi Yin perished. The sky dome steel. He who obtains it rules the world. It is but mediocre. I shall bestow it upon those loyal to me. Junlin instantly grasped the sky dome steel's function and shook his head in disappointment. Could this peerless treasure meant to follow the chosen one truly be so underwhelming? It could not compare to even a fraction of the system's power. In Junlin's hands it was utterly useless. Sect Master, he's gone. Run. The group of martial kings brought by Qi Yin felt their hearts turn to ice. Their sect master was a peak martial emperor. And yet, with just a light pat on the face from this youth, he was gone. What level of cultivation was this? Since you've all come, don't bother leaving. Stay here for this old man. Xia Luyan waved his sleeve lightly. A condensed attack surged indiscriminately toward these martial kings. They could not withstand it, and were instantly reduced to dust as if they had never existed. Your subordinate Xia Luyan pays respects to the young master. Xia Luyan stepped forward, knelt on one knee, and spoke respectfully to Junlin. You know my identity? Junlin asked, somewhat bewildered. Your subordinate was once one of the 30,000 commanders under the human emperor, fortunate to earn his favor. He used supreme means to allow me to reincarnate and become a part of this Tianwu continent. For 1,000 years I have waited here awaiting the young master's arrival. Xia Luyan waved his hand, and a light curtain enveloped them both. Those outside could neither see nor hear. So you've waited here for a millennium just to follow and protect me? Junlin asked. Yes, you are the human emperor's own son. To ensure your safety, he deliberately left you in this remote minor plane. The war in that place is brutal. Even the human emperor could hardly guarantee your safety. Xia Luyan said solemnly once more. Strictly speaking, this is not reincarnation, but possession, though my cultivation remains intact. At that time the original Xia Luyan was on the verge of death, so I took over his body. And I promised him I would protect the Xia kingdom for 1,000 years. What is my father's name? Junlin felt a rare sense of trepidation. He had originally believed his parents abandoned him due to poor talent. The scene he witnessed as an infant was real. His parents stepping on holy light left him in his swaddling clothes to go to war. All of this was to protect him. It was not abandonment. Your subordinate dares not speak the human emperor's true name. I beg the young master's forgiveness. Xia Luyan trembled in fear and quickly replied. This is the human emperor's jade slip. Please take a look. Xia Luyan took out a jade slip from his bosom and handed it respectfully to Junlin. Human Emperor Yi Jitian, founder of the Human Emperor era. The first page of the jade slip bore these words, radiating an overwhelming and domineering aura. At 18, Yi Jitian founded the Human Sovereign Hall, leading 300 war emperors, 3,000 war generals, and 30,000 commanders to conquer the myriad realms. His radiance was dazzling, unmatched under heaven. However, enemies from beyond the domains sought to slaughter all living beings. The human sovereign was immensely powerful, but the extra-domain foes were not to be underestimated. The eternal great sects and the immortal aristocratic families had already been lured by the enemy's heavy promises. They colluded from within and without to resist the human sovereign, leaving him besieged on all sides. To this day the traitors have not been fully purged. These few lines made Junlin's eyes blaze with icy fury. His father, in defending against external foes, had achieved merits that shook the ages. Yet these so-called eternal great sects and immortal aristocratic families stabbed him in the back, conspiring with the extra-domain enemies, even attempting to restrain the human sovereign. It was evident that these eternal great sects and immortal aristocratic families were immensely terrifying entities. But in the presence of the human sovereign, they still had no say. They had been suppressed by the human sovereign for too long, and now that an opportunity arose, they naturally sought to strike back. As long as the human sovereign reigned, no one in the myriad realms would remember them. The world knew only the human sovereign, not these great figures. This was a grudge accumulated over tens of thousands of years, erupting in a single moment. A bunch of scum, they truly deserve to die. This flourishing age is as my father wished, but these scum truly deserve death. Since my father has no time to exterminate them, let me do it. Junlin's eyes blazed with cold light as he looked up at the sky and spoke. In his gaze lay the destruction of universes and the birth of new ones. Ding. Check-in mission released. Check-in location: Empire Grand Tournament. Successful check-in reward: 100 calamity pills. The effect of the calamity pill unconditionally elevates one's cultivation by a major realm. Moreover, those who take it will be absolutely loyal to the host. At this moment, the system's check-in mission echoed in Yi Junlin's mind. The calamity pill. Not bad. Accept the mission. Yi Junlin nodded. With the calamity pill, betrayal would no longer occur. Neither would the problem that befell human sovereign Yi Jitian arise. Isn't it said that there is no absolute loyalty in this world, only insufficient temptation? With enough leverage, betrayal is merely a matter of time. Of course, there are those who are utterly loyal, but the disloyal constitute the majority. With the calamity pill, everyone would be absolutely devoted. Tell me, what is the Empire Grand Tournament? Yi Junlin asked Xia Luyuan. The Empire Grand Tournament is essentially a competition between nations. Nations are divided into low-level ones like Xia, then low-level empires like Chu. Above that are mid-level empires, high-level empires, and hegemonic empires. The higher the rank, the more cultivation resources one receives. The national strength will flourish in a short time. Above the hegemonic empires, the 9 great powers govern. Rather than 9 great powers, it's more accurate to say the 9 immortals are in charge. We 9 decide the allocation of resources. The better the ranking, the more cultivation resources. Xia Luyuan explained. All right, since I have nothing better to do, I'll represent Xia and have some fun. By the way, take this pill. Yi Junlin flicked his finger, and a fragrant calamity pill appeared in Xia Luyuan's hand. Without a moment's hesitation, Xia Luyuan swallowed it directly. But then his expression changed drastically, because he was about to break through. This was not just a single minor realm, it was an entire major realm. Your subordinate thanks the young master for bestowing this divine pill. Go. Yi Junlin waved his hand, casually setting up a grand formation to conceal the aura. Xia Luyuan couldn't help but draw a sharp breath. Truly worthy of being the human sovereign son. Such methods, such cultivation, such pills. None of these could be accomplished by ordinary people. Moreover, these were definitely not left by the human sovereign. He knew how strict the human sovereign was with his subordinates and offspring. All this proved that the young master's talent was unparalleled across the ages, with the bearing of a celestial. It's just a pity. The great prince. Unconsciously, tears glistened in Xia Luyuan's eyes, his expression immensely forlorn. Great prince, with your heaven-defying talent, I wonder how you fare now. Xia Luyuan shook his head and whispered mournfully. I have an elder brother. Yi Junlin appeared beside Xia Luyuan at some unknown moment and asked. This? The young master's elder brother is named Yi Zhan, also the great prince of the human sovereign hall. The great prince's talent was unprecedented and unheard of. At merely 8 years old, he could sweep through all directions. Unrivaled among the younger generation, and even among the elders, he could dominate. Truly peerless and dazzling. At 16, the great prince had already struck such fear into the extra-domain enemies that their hearts trembled. The extra-domain foes once offered a staggering bounty for the great prince's head. Some eternal great sect or immortal aristocratic family leaked the great prince's whereabouts to the extra-domain enemies. Once when the great prince entered a ruin, several great powerhouses moved simultaneously. They were the 72 war kings from the outer realms, and the great prince was merely 16 years old at that time. They directly entered the forbidden ground and laid down the 72 celestial array, intending to trap the great prince alive within it. By the time His Majesty received the news and rushed over, it was already too late. The great prince had vanished without a trace. If not for the fact that his soul flame had not been extinguished, everyone would have thought. The great prince's cultivation is profound and unfathomable. He must have used a secret technique to escape. Xia Luyuan sighed as he spoke. In a trance, Yi Junlin seemed to witness a youth clad in battle armor, his gaze sharp as a blade, sweeping across the battlefield and dominating all directions. None dared to contend with him. With a casual toss of his war spear, it pierced straight through the outer realm battlefield. His black hair cascaded down, and he appeared like a god or demon. This was his elder brother. A legendary figure, unmatched in talent and peerless in cultivation. No ancient records had ever documented a 16-year-old youth achieving such greatness. He could be called the foremost in 10,000 generations. In his fury, His Majesty struck like thunder, uprooting several eternal great sects and immortal families. Many of them also defected directly to the outer realms. Xia Luyuan spoke again. It matters not. I believe we shall meet soon. You should go into secluded cultivation. Yi Junlin shook his head and said. He had learned many crucial pieces of information from Xia Luyuan's words. He knew his own cultivation was formidable, but he had no idea how it measured up in the realm of the human sovereign. Perhaps he was even inferior to a commander, or perhaps even weaker. The Yi clan had many formidable enemies, all watching them with covetous eyes. Before he had fully grown, he could not afford to cause trouble for the human sovereign Yi Jitian. he needed to develop. Ding, congratulations to the host for completing the kill of the chosen one. Reward special physique, heavenly cycle Dao body. Oh, was your reward stuck? It took so long to issue that I had almost forgotten about it. Yi Junlin said somewhat speechlessly. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Yi Junlin felt a mysterious force circulating within his body. It was extremely comfortable without a trace of pain. He himself did not feel much change in his body, but in the eyes of others it was a different story. His entire being was enveloped by an indescribable and inexplicable power. A single glance would pull at one's mind, and one could clearly feel their own lifespan rapidly draining away. The cycle body involved the forces of time, space, and the ages. After fully mastering the heavenly cycle Dao body, Yi Junlin immediately restrained its aura. Otherwise, a glance from a weaker cultivator would likely send them straight into reincarnation. From today onward, the Royal Academy is completely dissolved. From now on, I, the Dean, will follow Master Yi and serve him faithfully. On that day, the entire Xia kingdom was shaken. The foremost figure of the Xia kingdom chose to follow a young man. But Xia Luyun went to the royal palace and told the king of Xia that from then on the Xia kingdom would become a hegemon empire, and he, Xia Luyun, would completely sever ties with the Xia kingdom. This was also his final settlement with his past self. The Empire Grand Tournament arrived as scheduled. This year's Empire Grand Tournament was hosted by the hegemon-level empire, the Azure Lion Empire. The number of cultivators coming and going numbered in the millions, and the vast arena was almost as large as the entire Xia kingdom. Without exception, all the participants in this Empire Grand Tournament were from the younger generation. Led by their elders, each of them arrived brimming with passion and high expectations. They came to win glory for their nations, their families, and their teachers. Check-in location: Empire Grand Tournament. Do you wish to check in? Check in. Ding, check-in successful. Reward 100 calamity pills for the host. Please confirm receipt. Yi Junlin sat quietly in a ridiculously small spot assigned to the Xia kingdom. Compared to the massive arena that could accommodate tens of millions, this space, which could only seat 8 people, was far too small. There was no helping it. The Xia kingdom wasn't even considered a low-grade empire. Having any spot at all was already fortunate. Moreover, this time only Yi Junlin and Xia Luyun represented the Xia kingdom. As for Wan Xia and Old Li, they naturally stuck to the two like stubborn plasters sitting behind them. Wan Xia pouted, her face full of displeasure. Yi Junlin and Xia Luyun had appeared at the Empire Grand Tournament in an instant. Yet she and Old Li had to travel for a whole month just to get there. I wonder if the Xia kingdom will be dead last again this year. A young man from a neighboring small nation taunted. Yi Junlin ignored him, and Xia Luyun naturally wouldn't bother with an idiot. If I bet this year's Empire Grand Tournament the Xia kingdom will still be at the bottom. Seeing that no one paid him any attention, the young man's face flushed with embarrassment as he spoke. Hey there, beautiful. There's no value in staying in the Xia kingdom. How about coming over to Big Brother's side? By then our Yun kingdom will surely become a low-grade empire this year. The young man said, smugly staring at Wan Xia. This woman was truly stunning, as beautiful as a celestial maiden. He was utterly captivated by her. How could such a beauty emerge from a trash nation like the Xia kingdom? Shut up. If you don't close that foul mouth of yours, I promise you'll never speak again. Wan Xia stared at the young man, her face as cold as frost. In an instant, the young man shuddered violently. The oppressive aura and undisguised killing intent emanating from the girl in that moment sent a chill straight through his heart, nearly freezing even his soul. Damn, why am I being intimidated by this little wench? This is an illusion, definitely an illusion. The young man shook his head and said, some people are just all show. Miss, you'd better keep your eyes open. Don't end up regretting it for life if you fall for the wrong man. The young man spoke again with feigned earnestness, this time dragging Yi Junlin into the conversation. I wish I could, but the problem is he doesn't see me that way, Wan Xia thought to herself. What's the use of being handsome? True strength is what matters. The young man rambled on, growing bolder as no one paid him heed. A buzzing fly is nothing but an annoyance. Yi Junlin said indifferently. Lu Yun understands. Xia Luyun replied immediately. Haha, what kind of act are you putting on? Haha, I can't take it, I'm dying of laughter. Even the others from Yun country were roaring with laughter. Laugh all you want, you bastards. A swarm of flies disturbing my young master's peace. All of you get lost, Xia Luyun bellowed. Then with a wave of his hand, under the astonished gazes of the crowd, the contestants from Yun country were swept away by a gale. Whether they lived or died no one knew, but it was likely they wouldn't survive. Although they were led by a martial king, even that king was sent flying without a trace of resistance. This caused quite a stir in the vicinity. But these were merely small nations. They realized that Xia country would be a formidable opponent this year. After years of ranking last, was Xia country about to turn the tables? A huge question mark hung over everyone's minds. The Imperial Grand Tournament officially begins. Show your true strength, for it concerns the fate of your nations. An elder appeared on the platform and announced in a clear voice. As per tradition, this is not a free-for-all, but a series of unknown matches. The nation with the lowest rank goes first. If you defeat another nation or empire, you can take its place in the rankings. Xia Luyan explained. So Xia country is the first to compete. Yi Junlin said calmly. This saves time. Yi Junlin stood up directly. Having only recently entered this world of cultivation, he treated it as a game lest things become too dull. Xia country, Yi Junlin. Before the elder on stage could speak, Yi Junlin announced his name. First match, Xia country versus Qiuya country. Step right up, don't miss out. Bet on Qiuya country at 1-1 odds, bet on Xia country at 1-3. Someone immediately set up a gambling ring. A crowd surged with bettors coming in an endless stream. I bet on Qiuya country 1 low-grade spirit crystal. Bet on Qiuya country 1 high-grade spirit crystal. 1,000 low-grade spirit crystals equaled 1 mid-grade crystal, and 1,000 mid-grade equaled 1 high-grade. Most placed bets on Qiuya country with only a handful on Xia. 1 Heaven-tier technique betting on Xia country to win. The venue fell dead silent. A Heaven-tier technique could fetch at least tens of thousands of high-grade spirit crystals. Do you accept it, eh? Oldly asked. Why not by now? A single Heaven-tier technique could yield 3 in return, a deal too good to pass up. Accepted. The ringmaster squinted his eyes before replying. As a member of the 9 great powers, he was wealthy enough to run such a gamble. Moreover, he had backers. How could he not afford to pay? 1 Emperor-tier technique betting on Xia country to win. Another voice rang out. The ringmaster froze. Everyone was bewildered, having never heard of an Emperor-tier technique. Could it be a mispronunciation of Earth-tier? Sweating profusely, the ringmaster thought was the stakes this high from the very start. Senior, please wait. I must consult my superiors. A beam of light shot from his sleeve and vanished. Senior, the family has agreed to accept this Emperor-tier technique. Xia Luyan nodded, casually tossing out an Emperor-tier manual before returning to Xia country's seat. To him, an Emperor-tier technique was mere trash, hardly valuable. He was just in it for the excitement. He had even higher-tier techniques, but feared others couldn't match the stakes. Damn, I thought he was some senior. Turns out he's from Xia country. How does a backwater like Xia have an Emperor-tier technique? If Xia loses, fine, but if they win? The ringmaster shot a cold glare at Xia Luyan. Clearly, such a coveted technique was beyond what Xia country should possess. That is an imperial-level technique, truly a top-tier skill in the entire Tianwu continent. The person in charge of the gambling event was filled with regret. Had he known that the one presenting the imperial-level technique came from a trivial, obscure nation, he would never have reported the forces behind him. At that time, he could have lined his own pockets and claimed the imperial-level technique for himself. The more he thought about it, the more frustrated and angry he became. Unconsciously, a glint of malice appeared in his gaze directed at Xia Luyan. Xia Luyan naturally sensed this. However, he chose not to speak, simply enjoying the game. Moreover, he was playing against the forces behind this so-called person in charge. In the Tianwu continent, no one dared to touch his possessions. Tisk, the Xia nation is becoming increasingly weak. Only 4 people showed up this time. A burly young man mocked from across from Yi Junlin. Clearly you are mistaken. Yi Junlin replied calmly, while looking at the burly youth. The burly youth was taken aback, unsure where he had gone wrong. Actually, only 2 people from the Xia nation came, the other 2 are not from Xia. Yi Junlin continued. Ha, are you aware that you will lose embarrassingly? So this time you are just putting on a facade. The burly youth retorted, 1 person is enough. Yi Junlin shook his head and said, your Xia nation has always been at the bottom, and this time will be no exception. You can leave now. I can make your loss less humiliating. The burly youth said, arms crossed, looking down at Yi Junlin. One must admit he was indeed quite envious of Yi Junlin's appearance. Could there really be someone so stunningly beautiful in the world? Are you daydreaming? Yi Junlin was speechless, exasperated by the sheer idiocy of the youth, which seemed particularly abundant this year. He had already encountered quite a few. Very well, kid, you have successfully angered me. You can leave now. The burly youth's face turned angry as he directly punched at Yi Junlin. A sonic boom erupted from the blow. This is a martial master. A genius from Qiuyeguo. Perhaps this time Qiuyeguo can advance several ranks, someone in the audience remarked. Is that all? Get lost. Yi Junlin coldly spat out a single word toward the burly youth. Instantly, the atmosphere changed drastically, like a thunderclap on a clear day. The burly youth stood frozen for a moment before unexpectedly flying backward without warning. Boom. He crashed outside the arena, dust swirling up. He immediately lost consciousness, collapsing. This. The person in charge of the betting event jumped up from his seat, never expecting this young man from the Xia nation to win so easily. Then he recalled the Imperial-level technique belonging to that old man. They would have to compensate for 3 Imperial-level techniques. Wait, referee. The gambling event's person in charge stood up and shouted loudly, this person must have cheated. He's just a kid, how strong can he really be? The person in charge argued passionately, filled with righteous indignation. At first glance, one might think he was standing up for the genius of Kyuegwo, but in reality, he simply did not want to compensate for 3 Imperial-level techniques. Although he could take action to eliminate these 2 from the Xia nation, that would be a waste of time. Moi. The referee smiled, observing Junlin. I did not see clearly, could this young friend explain? He did not directly dismiss the charge, but rather inquired of Junlin. He wanted Junlin to provide a reasonable explanation, one that would silence everyone. What are you? How dare you demand an explanation from me? Junlin scoffed disdainfully. Ha ha, did everyone see that? He is feeling guilty, he cheated, so he doesn't dare to explain. The person in charge shouted again, pointing at Junlin loudly. I hate when others point their fingers at me. Junlin coldly replied to the person in charge, Kumph. Then Junlin vanished from the arena. No one noticed. When they saw Junlin again, he had already appeared right in front of the person in charge, looking at him with a cold expression. Crack. A crisp cracking sound echoed. Ah. The person in charge let out a scream akin to that of a pig. All the joints in his hands had been crushed by Junlin, reduced to powder. Shut up. Junlin commanded. The person in charge forced down his pain, unable to make a sound. It was not that he wanted to, but he found he could not speak or call for help. He felt as if he had been cast under a binding spell, leaving him with no room to struggle. Now he was terrified, filled with fear. How could this young man be so terrifying? How could he be so powerful? An explanation. Do I still need to explain anything to you now? A bunch of ignorant fools. If you can't afford it, then why even hold this bet? Starting today, you will manage the gambling here. Any objections? Junlin said to a young servant standing beside the person in charge. No, there is no problem. I shall follow your arrangements. The young servant was instantly struck with terror, realizing that this man was someone he could not afford to provoke. You've been jumping around quite gleefully. Soon you shall taste what cruelty truly means. Junlin finished speaking, patted the attendant's cheek, then turned and strode gracefully toward the arena. Ugh. Huh. Boom. The moment Junlin stepped onto the arena, the attendant below exploded on the spot under the horrified gazes of countless onlookers. Indeed, he burst into pieces right there, flesh and blood splattering everywhere. The surrounding cultivators recoiled in terror, dodging the flying gore. Why did you have to kill him? Though he was in the wrong, his crime did not warrant death. Someone pointed a trembling finger at Junlin. It seems you have not heeded my words. I despise it when others point their fingers at me. Junlin's expression darkened. Then he vanished from the arena once more. The man suddenly realized his peril and hurriedly tried to withdraw his hand. But it was too late. Crack. Both hands remained intact on the surface, yet they had turned limp and flaccid. The bones within had been reduced to powder. Without a miraculous healing elixir, recovery was impossible. This time I spare your hands. Should there be a next offense, I shall execute you. Junlin declared coldly. Thank you, young master, for your mercy in sparing my life. The man immediately knelt, kowtowing profusely in gratitude. Young man, one should be lenient when possible. Does this not seem too demonic? A sovereign from a higher empire spoke sternly. Silence. Junlin turned and barked at once. In that instant, his aura transformed, completely becoming utterly terrifying. The sovereign of that high empire was drenched in cold sweat. What he perceived was entirely different from what others saw. While others felt nothing, he sensed himself dying thousands upon thousands of times within the young man's gaze. It was no illusion of death, but true demise. That was reincarnation. Junlin did not deliver a killing blow, he merely cast a faint glance at the high empire's sovereign. Then he ascended the arena once more. Is there anyone else who wishes to blather on? Step forward. Junlin addressed the tens of millions of cultivators present directly. Young man, arrogance is fine, but too much is unwise. After all, a genius who matures is a true genius. What is a genius who never matures? Offending too many may lead to an early demise. Oomph. Someone spoke with a sarcastic tone. How dare you? Speaking to my young master in such a manner, you must be tired of living. You're courting death. Xia Luyun rose to his feet and roared in fury. How dare anyone disparage the young master? My young master's status is exalted. How dare you, an old scoundrel, spout nonsense? Repent. Xia Luyun appeared before the speaker and slapped down directly. Xia Luyun, what are you doing? Stop at once. The Sword Immortal, one of the 9 immortals, spotted Xia Luyun attacking his disciple from the high platform. Enraged, he bellowed immediately. Indeed, the one who had just spoken was his disciple. The disciple appeared even older than the master, but that was unavoidable. The master's long lifespan kept him youthful. So, it was you pulling the strings behind the scenes. In that case, you too shall die. Xiao Lian's eyes blazed with cold light. He struck out with a single palm, enveloping both master and disciple in his attack. Xiao Lian, you are merely an upstart. Do you truly believe yourself invincible? The sword immortal, true to his name, possessed extraordinary speed. He swept up his disciple, intending to flee. But what was Xiao Lian? He was one of the commanders under the human sovereign. His cultivation was immensely powerful. How could a mere sword immortal withstand him? To put it nicely, he was called the sword immortal. To put it bluntly, he was nothing but a pretender. It was a self-proclaimed title. He was still eons away from true immortality. What? Xiao Lian. The sword immortal raised his banished immortal sword, attempting to block Xiao Lian's palm strike. He realized this was merely a casual blow from Xiao Lian, confident in his ability to withstand it. But now he discovered he was gravely mistaken. Xiao Lian's cultivation was unfathomably deep. He was leagues beyond them. Stop. I surrender my disciple to your judgment. Cease your attack. The sword immortal panicked and shouted loudly. Now, too late. Both of you go to hell and repent. Xiao Lian said, coldly, striking down without mercy. Save me, everyone. The sword immortal, utterly terrified, cried out for help. But the other immortals, who were usually on good terms with him, all kept their eyes downcast. They seemed to have entered a meditative trance, deaf to his pleas. They dared not intervene. At their level of cultivation, they could clearly sense they were no match for that palm strike. And it was only a casual blow. If Xiao Lian were to take them seriously, the 9 immortals might today become but a single immortal, Xiao Lian himself. They dared not take that risk. I am filled with regret. Only the sword immortal's unwilling cry lingered in the air. At the same time, they were all utterly astonished. Had Xiao Lian taken some kind of stimulant? How could he be this formidable? The one who was always the most low-key and least interested in fame and fortune. Now he was like a silent thunderbolt that shook the world. No wonder the Xia kingdom could produce such a monstrous talent. With such a figure around, what kind of prodigy couldn't be nurtured? Someone exclaimed in sudden realization. Are you an idiot? Didn't you hear what Xiao Luxian called him? Young master. This Xiao Luxian is merely an old servant of this young man. Someone nearby analyzed. If that's the case, then this young master, yes, background, is no simple matter. He is far more than just a mere prodigy. For someone like Xiao Luxian to be merely a servant. Heavens, what kind of backing does he have behind him? Someone exclaimed in shock. Are you out of your mind? Didn't you see his talent? So young, yet his cultivation is already this powerful. Someone sneered. How boring. I wanted to live as an ordinary man. But all I get in return is distance and fear. Referee, let all the remaining empires come at me at once. Taking them one by one is a waste of time. Junlin declared. The referee was at a loss. Such a situation had never occurred in previous competitions. He was momentarily perplexed. No matter how much of a genius you are, you're still just from the small Xia kingdom. I, Long Out Yin of the Hegemon Empire, will duel you. If you win, your Xia kingdom will replace my Yanlong kingdom as the Hegemon Empire. If you lose, you can go back where you came from. Long Out Yin stood up, his robe the color of blazing flames. Is that Long Out Yin of the Yanlong Empire? The crown prince of Yanlong. He is said to possess unfathomable cultivation, a true standout, even among the younger generation. Someone remarked with a solemn expression. Long Aocean's reputation was evidently vast. That's just here. I've heard that the sacred city is where the true prodigies gather. The talents there are the real deal, true monsters. Someone said. Shu, how dare we speak of those people? Do you have a death wish? I've only heard that only Hegemon-level empires have a few slots. These slots are used to send these prodigies there. A knowledgeable person said, Long Out Yin. I feel like I've heard that name somewhere, but I can't remember. Junlin tilted his head, pondering. Even if you have heard of me, it's no disgrace. After all, I am considered the foremost figure outside the sacred city. Long Out Yin sneered. He knew Xiao Lian was powerful, so he used the duel as an excuse to measure himself against Junlin. This way, even if he accidentally killed Junlin, Xiao Lian would have no grounds for complaint. Long Out Yin. Like those characters in novels whose ends are always miserable. Junlin's eyes lit up as if he had just remembered something. Sharp-tongued brat. I hope your cultivation is as sharp as your mouth. Long Out Yin, though unfamiliar with the term novel, knew that Junlin had just predicted a miserable end for him. This was an unbearable insult, though he was the one who initiated the challenge. For a prodigy wasn't challenging others a common occurrence. A prodigy must constantly defeat other prodigies to elevate his fame, to solidify his position and intimidate the younger generation. Out Yin, do not act rashly. The sovereign of the Yanlong Empire frowned and whispered to Long Out Yin. "Father, what are you afraid of? Don't forget, I am the one chosen by that place. Even if I kill him, does Xia Luyun dare to lay a hand on me?" Long Outyin looked at the sovereign. "This? Oh." The sovereign shook his head and said nothing. Indeed, for one chosen by the sacred city, even Xia Luyun could not act rashly. It was not that Xia Luyun's cultivation was insufficient, but that the sacred city was a true celestial city. This was because countless millennia ago, the entire Tianwu continent witnessed a terrifying anomaly, a sea of blood surging to the heavens. An object fell from the boundless cosmos. A crippled immortal missing half his body. Yes, a crippled immortal, a true celestial being. Though maimed, his oppressive aura remained, and the place he fell was the sacred city. From then on, all forces within the sacred city obeyed the crippled immortal. His injuries were too severe, and the Tianwu continent lacked any celestial materials. His condition had always been critical. It was a miracle he hadn't died. The crippled immortal set up a celestial array within the sacred city to suppress his own form. But he could not leave the sacred city, and those outside who called themselves immortals dared not enter. Thus a delicate balance was formed. The crippled immortal could not govern or control matters outside the sacred city. But within the city, his word was law. He held absolute dominion. Recently, the sacred city had been vigorously recruiting disciples seeking personal apprentices for the crippled immortal. To obtain the immortal scripture, truly the supreme celestial text capable of elevating one to godhood, was an unparalleled fortune. Thus a peerless prodigy like Long Outyin naturally aspired to become the most dazzling figure. At that moment, the wounded immortal would take notice of him and accept him as a disciple. For among those entering the sacred city, there were no less than 800 prodigies, if not 1,000. Some had already been scouted by powers within the city and taken in during their early years. Back then, Long Outyin had yet to reveal his talents. But now things were different. He too had caught the eye of a faction within the sacred city, which sought to recruit him. His battle with Junlin would be his last outside the sacred city. He would enter the city in a blaze of glory, compelling all prodigies to step back in awe. He was destined to be the wounded immortal's sole disciple. Though some prodigies had already entered the city, he possessed his own pride and confidence. "I'd like to see just how miserable my fate can be." Long Outyin stepped forward, appearing on the arena platform, and glared coldly at Junlin. He believed Junlin was ridiculing and targeting him. As the foremost prodigy of a hegemon-level superpower, his pride would never tolerate such blatant disregard and mockery. Though he had initiated the conflict, he had the capital to do so, didn't he? Long Outyin. His talent is remarkable, but unfortunately he is destined to become a tragedy of his era. Had you encountered me later, your cultivation would have made you a supreme powerhouse dominating the realm. But meeting me so early only proves your luck is truly abysmal. Any prodigy without great fortune backing them is nothing but a joke. Clearly you are not one blessed with immense luck, for you cannot avoid me." Junlin shrugged and said, "Come on, show me just how strong you really are." He gestured toward Long Outyin. "Fine, very well." Long Aoshan's gaze grew increasingly icy. What did Junlin's words mean? Was he mocking him? Because he had encountered Junlin, he was not blessed with great fortune. Wasn't that utter nonsense? Dragon fights in the wilderness. Without further ado, Long Outyin stomped the arena, launching himself like an arrow released from a bowstring, hurtling toward Junlin. Dragon fights in the wilderness was a unique heaven-grade cultivation technique of their imperial royal family, perfectly suited to their physique and bloodline heritage. It functioned as a form of amplification art. It could unlock human potential, allowing one to surpass their normal cultivation limits. Even among heaven-grade techniques, it ranked among the finest. Roar! Behind Long Outyin materialized the phantom of a black dragon, exuding an oppressive aura that was truly terrifying. The black dragon raised its head and roared, howling wildly across the boundless land. Then it lunged toward Junlin, intent on devouring him. Wandering dragon steps. Junlin murmured. Boom! The void trembled as a green dragon appeared beneath his feet. The green dragon was minuscule, barely 1% the size of the black dragon, yet it was tens of thousands of times more condensed. It seemed like a true dragon, not merely a martial technique. The arena began to crumble, but powerful figures stepped in to stabilize it. Martial Emperor Peak. Long Outyin has reached the Martial Emperor Peak and has cultivated dragon fights in the wilderness to perfection, someone exclaimed in shock. This Long Outyin was truly a prodigy. Such cultivation and comprehension were astonishing. Yet despite his immense power, it seemed he could not even touch the hem of Junlin's robe, not even once. Long Outyin realized this too, growing frantic. His opponent's movement technique was clearly heaven-grade, inferior even to his own, yet he couldn't land a single hit. How could he continue like this? He couldn't even graze his opponent's clothes. Yi Junlin moved as if strolling through a garden, relaxed and utterly bored. For you nothing but a coward who only knows how to dodge. Do you dare to clash Heeden with me? Long Outyin sneered. Is this really all you've got? How utterly tedious. Very well, since you wish for a direct confrontation, I shall grant your wish. Yi Junlin halted, standing perfectly still, awaiting Long Aoshan's attack. Now, a cold smirk flickered across Long Aoshan's lips as a murderous intent descended. With this strike, he would eliminate Yi Junlin. You dare show murderous intent toward me? How amusing. Yi Junlin neither dodged nor evaded, standing upright in place. It's over. It seems this young master, Yi, only knows movement techniques. This is a martial emperor peak opponent, someone cried out. Taking a direct hit like that would injure even a newly ascended martial saint, another exclaimed. Die. Long Aoshan's face twisted with malice as he saw Yi Junlin unable to evade. This strike would surely kill Yi Junlin. Long Outyin declared it so. Boom. Dust and debris erupted, and everyone assumed the battle was over. Though this young master, Yi, had a formidable background, being slain in public left little to be said. Is that all? Yi Junlin's voice rang out calmly from within the dust. Then go to reincarnation. Yi Junlin appeared before Long Outyin, lightly patting his large face as he spoke. No, you cannot kill me, you cannot. I am the one chosen by the crippled immortal, a true immortal. How dare you slay me? The wrath of a true immortal is something none can bear. Ugh. Long Outyin hastily uttered these words before breathing his last. He could not comprehend why Yi Junlin would still act so boldly, knowing the true immortal backing him. You have killed the one favored by the crippled immortal. You are doomed, utterly doomed. A middle-aged man spoke in terror. He had just emerged from the sacred city to escort Long Outyin. He had expected Long Outyin to slay this youth and add another glorious chapter to his legend. Little did he anticipate that Long Outyin could not even withstand a single slap from the boy. He had no chance to intervene and save him. Failing, the crippled immortal's command meant death upon his return. No, you dare to kill my son. Today, no matter where you hide or how formidable your background, I will claim your life. The sovereign of the Yanlong Empire roared in grief and fury. You then go accompany your precious son in the afterlife. Xia Luyun appeared before the sovereign, speaking with an impassive expression. The sovereign snapped back to reality. Moments ago, vengeance had blinded him. Now he suddenly recalled that Yi Junlin was accompanied by none other than Xia Luxian. Perhaps Xia Luxian could not rival a true immortal, but outside the sacred city, he held absolute authority. Yet realizing this now was too late, nothing could be undone. Earlier he had sensed Long Aoshan's murderous intent. He had specifically warned him, but Long Outyin, too arrogant, refused to listen. Now it had cost him his life. Had he not revealed his concealed killing intent, Yi Junlin might not have slain him. But once that intent surfaced, death was inevitable given Yi Junlin's nature. How I hate this. How I regret this. The sovereign of the Yanlong Empire cried out in sorrow, then perished under Xia Lian's palm. So too did the so-called emissary. Those nearby who knew of the crippled immortal were filled with terror. They could not believe such reckless defiance. Even the crippled immortal's people were slain. This was courting a catastrophe of immense proportions. Though the crippled immortal was maimed, his lingering might remained. He was no being these people could hope to withstand. For what is an immortal? An immortal is supreme with endless longevity. Just like the crippled immortal, despite such grievous wounds, half his body gone, the other half in tatters, he still clung tenaciously to life, unable to die. Even though the crippled immortal was crippled, the slightest exertion of his immortal power was beyond what anyone in the Tianwu continent could endure. It would be utterly devastating for the Tianwu continent. From this moment, the Xia kingdom shall be a hegemon empire, and I claim the quota for the sacred city. Yi Junlin declared with calm composure atop the arena. No one dared to oppose him, nor could they. This act fulfilled the long-held wish of the former Xia Luyun. Silence reigned across the lands, and none dared utter a word. This year they had witnessed the rise of a prodigy, the glory and legend of Yi Junlin. What kind of monstrous talent was this youth who held the crippled immortal in such contempt? None knew. The sacred city, a resplendent palace magnificent beyond measure. Immortal chi swirled around this palace, glowing with a radiant sheen, appearing vast and majestic. The entire palace seemed to float amidst the clouds suspended in the air. This was the abode of the crippled immortal. His presence had imbued the palace with the essence of immortality. Indeed, because of him, this palace had nearly become a supreme treasure. Useless, a pack of useless fools. What are you good for? No matter the cost, I want the firmament steel. The firmament steel. This firmament steely, as seen in the transmitted images, can surely restore my immortal form and elevate my cultivation. Go dispatch everyone to find the firmament steely or I will have your heads as offerings." Roars echoed from within the palace. These were not sounds from a human throat, but from a divine soul. The crippled immortal was beside himself with rage. He had thought he would live out his days like this. Now he could not even return to the immortal realm. He possessed only a broken immortal body and a fraction of his power. Though he could not die, living like this was more agonizing than death. But now he saw hope. From the images, the crippled immortal could discern the firmament steel. It truly contained vast amounts of immortal chi capable of restoring his body and power. Then he could return to the immortal realm. Yet now his underlings could not locate the firmament steel. All they knew was that a youth had taken it. The crippled immortal burned with frantic desire. He must obtain the firmament steely at any cost. Through coercion or bribery, he would have it. Yes, your subordinates heed your immortal decree. Countless powerful figures knelt before the palace trembling. The crippled immortal's temper was notoriously volatile. Angering him would lead to a grim fate. They harbored a bone-deep fear and reverence for the crippled immortal, for no other reason than that over the years in his quest to recover, he had seized countless infants and children from within the sacred city. He relied on the innate essence of these infants and young children to suppress his own injuries. Though the effect was subtle, it still served some purpose. The crippled immortal even sought out cultivators with special constitutions, forcibly stripping them of their unique physiques. He then forcibly integrated them into himself, hoping to restore a fraction of his strength. Go. Whoever finds the sky steel or brings this person back, I shall accept as my disciple, impart my teachings, and bestow upon them the scriptures of the immortal path. Believe that in time they shall attain immortality. The crippled immortal's voice was faint. Outside the palace, several mighty figures were overjoyed. Their eyes flickered with schemes, all contemplating how to capture Junlin and seize the sky steel from him. They absolutely could not allow Junlin to appear alive before the crippled immortal. If the crippled immortal were to take a liking to Junlin and accept him as a disciple, they would all be doomed. At the same time, they had to guard against their own allies. To become the crippled immortal's disciple and obtain the immortal path scriptures, a bloody struggle among them was inevitable. The several mighty figures, each harboring their own schemes, flashed away from the holy city to search for Junlin. Little did they know that at that very moment Junlin was leisurely strolling within the city. "Liuyun, do you know the origins of this crippled immortal?" Junlin asked. 1,000 years ago, a rift spanning tens of thousands of li suddenly tore open in the sky above the Tianwu continent. Many damaged weapons and dried immortal blood fell from it. The crippled immortal was among them, but he was the only one who survived. In theory, the fallen immortal blood could have helped him restore his true form. However, a terrifying curse power tainted that blood. Though crippled, his lifespan remained long. Xia Luyun spoke, his expression utterly devoid of change, as if he were merely stating a fact. And indeed it was so. A mere crippled immortal. Even if a true immortal descended, Xia Luyun would not regard them differently or show the slightest change in expression. Xia Luyun understood the divisions of the cultivation system. In his eyes, a true immortal was merely an ant slightly larger than the rest. Crushing one would be effortless for him, posing no trouble or resistance whatsoever. I knew true immortals had fallen, but at the time I had no interest in dealing with them. Xia Luyun said. The cultivators in the holy city were indeed more than a cut above those outside. Martial saints came and went, and martial emperors were rarely seen. Yet among the younger generation, martial emperors were plentiful. Almost every young person who could come to the holy city had a cultivation base no lower than the martial emperor realm. Many had come this time for the true immortal's disciple recruitment. Both the young and the old desired to become disciples of the true immortal, for he possessed the immortal path scriptures that could aid them in attaining immortality. The mere word immortality was enough to drive them mad. The true immortal is about to accept disciples. The grand ceremony is about to begin. The streets were bustling with people, lively and crowded. But why has this true immortal suddenly decided to take disciples now? Someone asked in confusion. Indeed, we've never heard of the true immortal taking disciples before. Why this sudden change? Others murmured. To be blunt, the crippled immortal had always looked down on the disciples of these natives. You should be grateful. This is a good thing. If you could become the true immortal's disciple, wouldn't you be able to strut across the entire continent? Then you'd be the one everyone fawns over, someone said enviously. If only I could become the true immortal's disciple. A young man said longingly. Do you even know yourself? You're not worthy, another retorted coldly. Even before the disciple recruitment competition began, prodigies started comparing themselves. Oh, even if it's not me, it won't be you. Clang. A great bell tolled, conveying a message. The palace of the crippled immortal opened its gates wide, welcoming disciples. Junlin also joined the crowd and arrived outside the palace. He wanted to see what an immortal truly was. He had no clear understanding of his own cultivation level and sought to learn more. Suddenly, Junlin sensed someone spying on him. It was the crippled immortal. A sinister smirk curled at the corner of Junlin's mouth. He was certain the crippled immortal was using his divine sense to observe him. Junlin remained motionless. That wisp of immortal divine sense was nothing but garbage in his eyes. If he wished, he could destroy it with a single thought and slay the crippled immortal along with it. Junlin now had a slightly better understanding of his own cultivation. At least it surpassed that of a true immortal. Heir of the sky, Steely, you have finally appeared. It was not in vain that I arranged this disciple recruitment ceremony on a whim. You cannot escape my grasp. The crippled immortal murmured to himself. Indeed, all of this was orchestrated by him. The moment he saw Junlin claim the sky, Steely, he began to scheme. But he never expected Junlin to arrive in the holy city so soon. He had thought it would take at least 10 years. Little did he know that if Junlin wished to kill him, a single thought would suffice. To be honest, even if it were 10 years, 100 years, 1,000 years, or 10,000 years, the crippled immortal could still afford to wait. In the Tianwu continent, who could rival the crippled immortal in terms of lifespan? He could simply outlast every cultivator by biding his time. Yet he never anticipated that Junlin would arrive so swiftly. How fast could a youth from a minor nation like Xia cultivate? In the past, with his cautious nature, the crippled immortal would have thoroughly investigated how Junlin managed to reach the holy city. The holy city was not a place anyone could enter at will. But now, with the firmament steel within reach, he could no longer suppress his restless heart. He now believed the most plausible explanation was that Junlin had obtained the firmament steely, which had elevated him to such heights in merely a few days. All of this was bestowed by the firmament steely, proving its immense power. If he could acquire it, his injuries would no longer plague him. He could also return to the immortal domain. This lower realm was devoid of immortal chi, filled only with spiritual energy, rendering cultivation impossible for him. Transforming spiritual energy into immortal chi was a qualitative leap. If spiritual energy were valued at 1 immortal chi, would be 10,000 or even 100,000. The disparity was immense beyond description. These seemingly dense mists are merely spiritual energy, not immortal chi. Junlin remarked after sensing it. The crippled immortal needs immortal chi to heal himself, or why would he willingly release any? Xiao Luyan shook his head and said, "What nonsense are you spouting? This is the abode of a true immortal. How dare you mortals discuss it?" Someone retorted with a bluster, as if their idol had been slandered, or perhaps to curry favor with the true immortal. After all, beings of such caliber could perceive even the slightest disturbance. Exactly who do you think you are? How dare you speak of a true immortal? In this day and age, every Tom, Dick, and Harry dares to spout nonsense. Some people just seek attention through such antics. The true immortal's eyes are like fiery pearls. How could they be fooled by the likes of you? The accusations from the crowd grew louder. Most couldn't bear Junlin calling the true immortal a crippled immortal, even though that was the truth. Are you finished? Have you said enough? Junlin asked, coldly staring at the sanctimonious cultivators. What's the matter? Can't take a few words? Go ahead, try to kill us then, someone brazenly challenged. They believed no one would dare act on the crippled immortal's turf. Such audacity stemmed from the belief that it would disrespect the crippled immortal. I've never heard such an arrogant request. Since you've asked, I'll oblige. Junlin paused briefly, then smiled. This was a first for him. Since you sincerely beg for death, how could I refuse? Junlin extended his palm, and a golden light coalesced within it. Do you believe in light? He asked softly. Go to reincarnation. The golden light flared, and the cultivators who had courted death went blank-eyed. Their eyes lost focus as if struck by dementia. Crack! A crisp sound echoed as their bodies began to fissure. Like the bark of an ancient tree, cracks spread across their forms. Then they crumbled to the ground, reduced to piles of dust. Their souls had perished, and their bodies turned to ash. The surrounding cultivators gasped in shock. What kind of monstrous youth was this? His cultivation was terrifyingly formidable. With a mere orb of light, he had instantly slain dozens of experts. How dare you? Who dares to cause trouble in the immortal's mansion and commit mass slaughter? An overwhelming pressure swept in. This is Lord Pang, the true immortal's steward. He usually keeps a low profile, but who knew he possessed such cultivation? He might even rival the immortals outside the holy city. Someone exclaimed in awe. Lord Pang rarely appeared and never revealed his power, but now he had stunned everyone. Truly worthy of being the true immortal's steward. Such cultivation is absolutely terrifying. Lord Pang fixed a cold gaze on Junlin. At first he felt nothing, but as he stared, Junlin seemed oddly familiar. Slap. Lord Pang slapped his thigh as if recalling something. Isn't this the youth from that painting? The one who obtained the firmament steel. Lord Pang murmured to himself. His master, the true immortal, had been searching for this youth. He never expected him to appear here. My lord, this brat has disrespected the true immortal. He dared to call the true immortal. Someone stammered. Oh, what did he call my master? Lord Pang's eyes blazed like torches as he fixed his burning gaze on the accuser and demanded. Gulp. The man was so overawed by Lord Pang's aura that he momentarily found himself speechless. I'm asking you again. Lord Pang spoke calmly once more. He called the true immortal. A crippled immortal. Boom. Before he could finish, Lord Pang's entire aura erupted violently. The man, utterly unable to react, was crushed into dust, his face frozen in terror. Brett, you've got some nerve addressing the Lord like that. Do you have a death wish? Lord Pang turned to Junlin, his eyes gleaming with intensity. Is he not a crippled immortal? Is he not gravely wounded? Junlin sneered directly. You seek death. Lord Pang flew into a rage. Crippled immortal was a taboo, and the crippled immortal would never allow anyone to call him that. Just as Lord Pang was about to strike, his eyes suddenly flickered. He did not make a move, for he had received a telepathic message from the crippled immortal. This man was not to be killed for now. The onlookers were dumbfounded. What was happening? Wasn't it said that the crippled immortal was not to be insulted? Why didn't he act? This Lord Pang, though rarely seen in public, was an unyielding and ruthless man. They were bewildered, unable to fathom what Lord Pang was thinking. Of course, they dared not step forward to question him, unless they had grown tired of living. Silence. Today is the grand ceremony where the true immortal of the immortal mansion personally takes disciples. All of you cease your clamor. Lord Pang pressed his palm downward slightly as he spoke. His words were calm, yet his voice pierced through the entire square. This was the immortal square, formed by the superposition of numerous small worlds. It appeared modest in size, but in truth it was nearly as vast as the entire Tianwu continent. Such was the means of immortals, inspiring boundless yearning. Now you shall witness the personal arrival of a supreme powerhouse. You are honored to behold this with your own eyes. Lord Pang's voice resounded across the square. Whoosh! The entire crowd erupted. If I heard correctly, Lord Pang just said the true immortal will descend in person. Heavens, a true immortal. We are truly fortunate to see a true immortal today. Someone trembled with excitement. A unique aura emanated from within the palace. Everyone held their breath, not daring to blink, afraid of missing a thing. This aura was as deep as the ocean, vast and boundless. Then all saw a tall and imposing figure appear at the palace entrance. The figure appeared strange, for it had only one arm and one leg, and even half a head. But due to the mist, the others could not see clearly. Only Junlin and Xia Luyan could see it with perfect clarity. This was no crippled immortal. This was a lump of rotting flesh. The crippled immortal, with only half a body, was covered in scars. They were densely packed and horrifying. From time to time, streaks of light flickered and flowed over the wounds. That was the power of the laws preventing recovery and subjecting him to endless torment. The stages of cultivation are martial disciple, martial practitioner, martial warrior, martial master, great martial master, martial spirit, martial ancestor, martial king, martial emperor, martial saint, martial sovereign, unity realm, void Tao realm, return to heaven realm. Beyond that lie the true immortal flame realm and true immortal realm. There are further divisions, but knowing too much would not be good for you. The crippled immortal spoke softly. His words struck like a deafening bell, pounding against everyone's hearts. None present could remain calm. Their minds surged with towering waves. They had never imagined that beyond this there were so many realms. The so-called immortals outside the holy city are merely at the peak of the martial sovereign realm that is half-step unity realm. The crippled immortal continued. Boom. The immortals outside are only half-step unity. His words were like a meteorite thrown into a calm sea, stirring up a monstrous tsunami. This celestial began cultivation at the age of 5, reached the peak of martial master at 10, great martial master at 12, and martial emperor at 15. By 20, I was already a martial saint. By 50, I was at the peak of martial saint. Then it took tens of thousands of years to barely cultivate to the true immortal realm. The crippled immortal said, indeed, a true immortal is a supreme being of the true immortal realm. They were also astonished by the true immortal's cultivation talent. Truly, one who becomes a true immortal always possesses peerless talent. Today, this immortal lord will accept only 3 disciples to inherit my legacy. They will surely become true immortals. This immortal lord will bestow supreme immortal scriptures. The crippled immortal said. The crowd below erupted into chaos. They had not expected the crippled immortal to take 3 disciples who would also receive supreme immortal scriptures. Junlin sensed that as these words were spoken, the crippled immortal kept sizing him up. What did this mean? It meant the crippled immortal was targeting him. Is it for the Sky Dome Steel? Junlin thought to himself. Since you want to play, I'll play along with you. A sinister smile curled at the corner of Junlin's mouth. This celestial sovereign has always been magnanimous. As for those who have spoken out of turn, I shall not pursue the matter. The crippled immortal declared with great generosity, as if he truly did not care. The magnanimity of a true immortal is truly beyond our reach. Such bearing is indeed worthy of a true immortal. Immediately someone began to flatter him. They all knew the crippled immortal's words were directed at Junlin. After all, Junlin had just called him a crippled immortal and a disabled wretch. It was not that the crippled immortal was unwilling to take a disciple, nor that he dared not seize it directly. He simply feared that the firmament steel had already formed a bond with this youth. If he forcefully stripped it away, it might damage the firmament steel. Otherwise, the crippled immortal would not have wasted so much time and suppressed his murderous intent. Since I am to accept a personal disciple naturally, they must possess extraordinary talent of the highest order. Therefore, a necessary talent test must be conducted. The first trial is the talent test. This is a talent stone from the immortal realm capable of measuring one's innate aptitude. Even in the immortal realm, it is a rare treasure. A colorful, peculiar stone pillar appeared in the crippled immortal's hand as he spoke. The celestial sovereign is truly worthy of the title, producing a supreme treasure at will. Flattery poured in endlessly. The crippled immortal was quite satisfied. To these natives of the lower realm, even the most mundane objects from the immortal realm were treasures. They would treat them as supreme artifacts utterly unsophisticated. The crippled immortal only needed to make a few vague promises offering some trash cultivation techniques. Naturally, those who came to seek his favor were as numerous as carp crossing a river. This thing is considered a treasure. In the immortal realm, it's as common as dirt. A mere true immortal dares to call himself a celestial sovereign. In the immortal realm, he'd be beaten to death. Xiao Luyan sneered disdainfully. Because they had just called the true immortal a crippled immortal, they were deliberately ostracized by the crowd. No one could hear what Xiao Luyan said. Otherwise, even the crippled immortal would be unable to sit still. Because everything Xiao Luyan said was correct. A mere true immortal was among the lowest in the immortal realm, utterly without status. Those who could call themselves celestial sovereigns were all masters of major powers in the immortal realm. Simply place your palm on this talent stone and circulate the spiritual energy within your body. It will emit light of different colors: red, orange, yellow, green, cyan, blue, purple, black, and gold. Red indicates the lowest talent, while gold represents the highest. Even in the immortal realm, few possess gold talent. My own talent back then was merely cyan. So for you, reaching green talent will suffice to pass the first trial. The crippled immortal said. What? Even the celestial sovereign only had cyan talent back then. Someone exclaimed in shock. Everyone felt immense pressure. Even a true immortal only had cyan talent. It would be difficult for them to meet his requirements. Everyone nervously queued up to test their talent. But shockingly, among the 100,000 tested, at least half had reached cyan talent. Those who achieved cyan talent were overjoyed. What did this mean? It meant their potential could also reach the level of a true immortal. Though not certain, they could at least surpass the martial emperor realm. They were delighted, but the crippled immortal's expression turned extremely grim. If they could see his face, they would not dare show their joy. The crippled immortal had not lied about his own cyan talent. But he could not understand how a minor lower plane could have so many people reaching cyan talent. Boom! Suddenly the talent stone blazed with light. A dazzling azure beam shot into the sky. Everyone was stunned. Blue talent. It's actually blue talent. Even the celestial sovereign never achieved this. This means this person's future cultivation will at least reach the true immortal realm. Someone shouted. The crippled immortal's face fell. Damn it, is this really a lower plane? Junlin saw the person being tested and understood instantly. The one who tested blue talent was none other than Wan Xia of the Wan family. He was not surprised she was here. As one of the 9 major powers, the Wan family could naturally send a few people into the sacred city. Good, not bad, not bad. Such talent, excellent. The crippled immortal forced a smile. His real intention was not to take disciples, but to take Junlin and then appeal to reason and emotion. To make Junlin willingly hand over the firmament steel. That was his true goal. But he never expected so many people to have such high talent. Although his talent was average in the immortal realm, he was still an immortal. Ha ha ha. This is killing me, so amusing. Junlin saw the crippled immortal's remaining half-face turn livid and could not help but burst out laughing. He clearly saw every change in the crippled immortal's expression. Did this crippled immortal look like he truly wanted to take a disciple? They were clearly jealous of these individuals' exceptional talents. Kid, what's so funny? Have you lost your mind? seeing others with such high talent feeling inferior. Someone glared angrily at Junlin. Unable to see the crippled immortal's expression, they thought he was praising them. The sudden sound of Junlin's laughter enraged everyone. Young friend, may I ask what amuses you so? The crippled immortal tried to appear approachable and asked affably. After all, his target was Junlin, and to obtain the Sky Dome steely, he had to humble himself. Because I feel like laughing, because it's funny, so I laughed. I follow my heart. Junlin shrugged nonchalantly. Good, very good, follow your heart. Young friend, at such a tender age to possess such enlightenment. The crippled immortal remarked with admiration. The onlookers were dumbfounded. Could it be that the crippled immortal actually admired this audacious youth? Are you quite confident in yourself, crippled immortal? Junlin asked with a smile. Naturally. My cultivation penetrates the heavens, my divine power is unrivaled, and I am a rarity in this world. The crippled immortal's expression shifted, then he forced a thin smile. Inside he burned with fury. He loathed being called crippled immortal, though it was the truth. Yet in this lower realm, he was the supreme being. Those who defied him would die, those who called him crippled immortal would suffer a fate worse than death. But before Junlin he held back. He had no choice. He needed the Sky Dome steel, and feared it might choose a master. If he killed Junlin, the sentient steel would vanish instantly. His current cultivation was far from its peak, and he couldn't capture it. Another possibility was that Junlin had fully mastered the Sky Dome steel. If pushed too far, Junlin might self-destruct, the steely ruining everything. That was the crippled immortal's greatest fear. A rarity in this world. Unrivaled divine power. Cultivation penetrating the heavens. Then how did you become crippled? If you're so formidable, how did you lose half your body? Do you mutilate yourself for fun? Carve yourself up? Junlin asked with feigned curiosity, like a child eager for knowledge. With an innocent expression. Ahem, I encountered an immensely powerful enemy. In the end I slew him, albeit gravely wounded. That battle shook heaven and earth, dimming the sun and moon. It nearly shattered the entire immortal domain. The crippled immortal spoke with nostalgia, as if recalling the past. I almost believed you. Junlin was amused. Could I advise you to behave? How dare you mock an immortal lord? If you wish to become my disciple, test your talent first. Why prance about like a clown seeking attention? Trying to catch the immortal lord's eye this way. Fine, you've succeeded, but without a talent test, do you think he'll give you a chance? Someone sneered coldly. Even without their urging, Junlin intended to test himself. He knew that without the system's rewards, he would still be a worthless nobody with zero cultivation. He might even be dead. He refused to believe it. His father was the human emperor, and his mother was no ordinary person. Could their offspring truly be a waste? Impossible. His elder brother Yizhan, the first prince of the human emperor's hall, possessed talent at 16 that surpassed ancient and modern times, leaving all in awe. He couldn't accept being a complete failure devoid of any innate talent or spiritual root. Once my young master makes his move, it will shake the ages. Xia Luyun merely uttered this, yet it drew a chorus of disdain. Buzz! Junlin gently pressed his palm onto the talent stone. He circulated his spiritual energy. Boom! The talent stone did not glow red first. Instead, of vast golden radiance instantly illuminated the entire holy city. Had it not been suppressed by the immortal level grand formation, the golden light would have blanketed the entire Tianwu continent. Heavens! It's the highest talent, golden! Someone exclaimed in terror. Such talent was unheard of even among true immortals. The true immortal realm was merely its starting point. Surpassing it would be effortless. Even the crippled immortal was stunned. Such talent was possessed only by the prodigies of a few supreme powers in the immortal domain, yet it now appeared in this lower realm. If I could possess his body. A glint flickered in the crippled immortal's eyes. He had considered possession before, but the talent and physiques of these lower realm beings were too wretched. As a former immortal, he naturally scorned them. But now circumstances had changed. With such talent, barring unforeseen events, he would surely become a titan of the immortal domain. Crack! The golden light lasted barely a quarter of a breath. Then a brittle sound rang out. Everyone's gaze fell upon Junlin. The talent stone beneath his palm shattered into pieces. The wounded immortal's heart quivered. This youth's talent was so formidable that even the talent stone could not measure it. What did this signify? It signified that this youth's talent far surpassed the golden tier. The wounded immortal was astounded, and a peculiar light gleamed in his eyes. It was greed, it was bloodlust. Even if his shattered immortal body could not be restored, as long as he could seize this body, he would surely become one of the overlords of the immortal realm in the future. With this thought, the wounded immortal's gaze grew even more fervent. Good, very good. With such talent, you truly possess an unparalleled demeanor. You need not undergo the remaining tests. Your talent has already proven everything. The wounded immortal looked at Junlin with a beaming smile. Would this young friend be willing to become my disciple? From now on, cultivate the immortal scriptures, refine the principles of the immortal path, and forge your own way. The wounded immortal forced what he believed to be the kindest smile. He forgot that his entire body was shrouded in mist. Others could not see his expression at all, though Junlin could. Heart-reading art. Junlin yearned to know what this wounded immortal was truly thinking. Thus he employed the heart-reading art from among the myriad techniques and secret arts. As the name implied, this art allowed one to perceive the thoughts of others and even delve into their memories. Once I seize your body, I can return to the immortal realm in the future and even claim the sky-covering steel as my own. Then I will find a pretext to impart my techniques to you, asking you to relax your mind and thus enter your sea of consciousness to destroy it. For so many years I have endured the agony of the sealing power on my wounds daily. Even the essence, energy, and spirit of those children can no longer suppress my injuries. Now I finally see hope. Junlin perceived these thoughts within the wounded immortal's mind. His expression turned solemn. This wounded immortal had captured hundreds of thousands of infants to suppress his injuries, draining their essence, energy, and spirit. Become your disciple? Junlin asked with feigned confusion. Yes, this immortal lord. Before the wounded immortal could finish, Junlin cut him off. Who do you think you are? How dare you deem me worthy of being your disciple? A mere true immortal, and now heavily wounded, your cultivation has plummeted. Now you don't even possess the realm of a true immortal, yet you want me as your disciple. To suppress your injuries, you captured hundreds of thousands of infants from this holy city and drained their innate essence. How are you qualified to do such a thing? Junlin declared directly. The wounded immortal was stunned. He was certain no one knew of his deeds. He could not fathom how Junlin had discovered this. This youth was merely from the remote Xia kingdom, having just arrived at the holy city. How could he know? Even if you refuse to be my disciple, there is no need for such slander. Do you truly believe I am so good-natured that I dare not kill you despite your extraordinary talent? How could the wounded immortal admit it? Since Junlin already knew everything, he could not be allowed to live. But below, the crowd erupted into chaos. Over the years, infants have gone missing every day. Now that I think about it, the number lost is terrifyingly high. Could it truly be this true immortal? Someone speculated. Impossible. Don't listen to this boy's nonsense. Even if the true immortal was injured, he would have recovered over the past millennium. How could he stoop to such deeds? Another retorted. If you want to know, just ask the wounded immortal to reveal his true form, and all will be clear. Junlin shrugged. No one dared to demand the wounded immortal reveal himself. It would be an insult to an immortal. Yet everyone stared intently at the wounded immortal. They said nothing, merely watching him as if to say, we trust you, but whether you reveal your true form is up to you. Revealing his true form would prove his injuries were healed, and thus he was innocent. If he dared not, they would not accuse him outright, but their suspicions would be confirmed. Nonsense. My lord is in a good mood and does not wish to argue with you. But you time and again provoke the dignity of a true immortal. Do you truly believe no one will deal with you? Lord Pang leaped forward, glaring at Junlin with bluster. No one paid him any heed. All eyes remained fixed on the wounded immortal. They too were curious about what kind of body lay beneath the mist. The disciple recruiting ceremony ends today. You who insulted and questioned the true immortal are sentenced to 1,000 years of wall facing. The rest of you disperse. You stay. Lord Pang stepped forward to declare. 1,000 years of wall facing. What, by driving everyone away are you in such a hurry to seize my body? Junlin sneered. The wounded immortal's heart trembled violently. How did this youth know everything? Could it be because of the sky-covering steel? The wounded immortal murmured to himself. Seizing your body. What of it? It is your honor to be possessed by this immortal lord. Rest assured, I shall take this body of yours and dominate the world. The wounded immortal's voice turned icy. These words stunned the entire assembly. This true immortal was genuinely intent on possessing the exceptionally gifted youth. A swarm of mortal ants. It is your fortune that I, this sovereign, descend upon this Tianwu continent. What are tens of thousands of infants? Even if it means annihilating the entire Tianwu continent to suppress my injuries, so be it. The crippled immortal's frigid tone reverberated. He had now thrown all caution to the wind. Though maimed, he was certain no one in the entire Tianwu continent could rival him. After all, he was once an immortal, a true immortal. Boom. You wish to see me? Today I shall grant you a clear view. The crippled immortal spoke coldly. He had no intention of letting a single person present leave alive. You wanted to see? Then see you shall. The price of seeing is death. The crippled immortal withdrew the mist shrouding him and a figure gradually emerged before everyone's eyes. Where was the ethereal, immortal aura now? Every hair on their body stood on end. The crippled immortal was a ghastly sight. Only half his body remained. The other half had been torn away, evidently by someone's hands. The wound was jagged and uneven. Even after all these years, blood still seeped from the injury. The wound would not heal, for it bore the sealing power of laws. "'Tis torn in half by someone, and you dare claim you endured a great war. That part is split in two. You're sterile, crippled immortal," Junlin remarked with fascination. His words struck the deepest wound in the crippled immortal's heart. The pain was excruciating. He could never sire offspring, for that part was indeed cleaved in two, its basic function lost forever. This was the agony he could least endure. "Once I possess your body, all problems will be resolved." The crippled immortal prepared to stake everything. Regardless of whether Junlin had fully mastered the sky vault steely, he would proceed with the possession. "Possess me. Your immortal will is formidable, but in my eyes you're no different from an ant." Junlin shook his head with a sneer. "Is that so? Then let us try." At that moment the crippled immortal ceased, suppressing his injuries, and unleashed his full might. Boom! The entire Tianwu continent trembled. Such was the majesty of an immortal. Without his suppression, his wounds deteriorated at a visible pace. His wound burst open, immortal blood streaming down. But this blood was not the usual crimson. It was an eerie black, reeking of foul stench. The crippled immortal's cultivation surged like a rocket, ascending rapidly until he stood firmly in the immortal domain. What intoxicating power! The crippled immortal closed his eyes in bliss. "Boy, cease your struggles. Soon I shall rule the world in this body of yours." He gazed at Junlin with a smile. He saw no possibility of failure, for he now stood in the immortal domain. He was a true immortal, and he had ceased to suppress his injuries. Should he fail, these wounds could no longer be contained, and death would be his fate. If the possession failed, he would surely die. "Then this young master will play with you." Junlin smiled. The next instant he vanished. Ow! A heart-rending scream tore through the air. It was the crippled immortal's cry. Junlin had appeared beside him without warning. He kicked the remaining half of that line of heritage, shattering it utterly. Even for an immortal, the pain was unbearable. The crippled immortal was horrified. He had not even seen Junlin's movement, not even a blur. How was this possible? He was a true immortal. Could it be the sky vault steel? Had Junlin fully mastered it, causing his cultivation to skyrocket? But this was absurd. A surge beyond the true immortal realm. This was no mere treasure. It was an ultimate divine artifact. Slap! Before the crippled immortal could ponder further, another crisp slap echoed. The half-face remaining on his half-head was smashed to pulp by Junlin. They'll make you wish you were dead." The crippled immortal roared in madness. He realized he couldn't even evade Junlin's attacks. This youth's cultivation had surely surpassed the true immortal realm. "You're too weak. You can't even take a beating." Junlin found it dull. "Boy, you forced my hand. You forced me." The crippled immortal growled, his half-spread hair disheveled. "Rise. Go," he bellowed. Suddenly a glimmer of light vanished from his hand. A transmission to the immortal domain. Junlin asked curiously. "Haha, there are those who covet your treasure dearly. Once they descend, the entire Tianwu will turn to ash. You brought this upon yourself." "Huh." The crippled immortal spoke the truth. However, denizens of the immortal realm could not descend to the lower realm at will. A certain price had to be paid to do so. The crippled immortal had only managed to descend because he accidentally tore open a passage during battle. That was the only reason he could appear in the lower realm. The passages connecting the immortal realm to the lower realm were all controlled by major powers. Without sufficient benefit, no one would be willing to pay the price to descend. Initially, the crippled immortal had not known the true function of the azure sky steel. But now he believed he understood. Because Junlin hailed from the remote Xia kingdom, and look how far he had come in such a short time. He had already grown to such a terrifying cultivation level. The crippled immortal believed it was all due to the azure sky steel. This proved his previous understanding of the steel was wrong. This azure sky steel could not only enable one to become an immortal, judging by Junlin's speed, it could even allow him to rapidly become one of the major powers in the immortal realm. It had saved him at least 100 million years of cultivation. How terrifying was that? The immortal realm. That disciple of mine is still clinging to life, not dead yet. In a resplendent palace, a deep voice rang out. This palace was so vast it rivaled the entire Tianwu continent. "Master, where is he? I will go and slay him immediately. Since second senior brother lacks the capability, I shall go and kill him myself." A young man in battle armor, holding a halberd, spoke indifferently. If he hadn't stolen Master's cosmic mirror, why would Master have sought to kill him? Even if he isn't dead, yet he cannot recover. Little junior brother, are you implying that I, your second senior brother, am incompetent? A middle-aged man appeared behind the armored youth, speaking with a hint of mockery. If second senior brother were truly capable, how could you have let that traitor escape? The armored youth replied nonchalantly. You. Enough. This time a misfortune has turned into a blessing. That wayward disciple has found a supreme treasure in the lower realm of Tianwu continent. Eldest disciple Qing Yuan, second disciple Ji Fan, fourth disciple Fan Qing, the three of you will unify the lower realm. Bring back the supreme treasure that traitor spoke of. If it truly is an extraordinary treasure as he claims, then spare his life. Grant him the immortal pills for recovery. If he has deceived us, you know what to do. The deep voice spoke again. Master, I alone am sufficient for this task. There is no need to trouble eldest and second senior brothers. Besides, eldest senior brother is still in seclusion and likely has no time. Fan Qing said, holding his halberd. Ha ha, little junior brother, this eldest senior brother has plenty of leisure. A loud laugh rang out. A man in a gray robe appeared before Fan Qing. Ahem, congratulations, eldest senior brother, on your great progress in divine arts. Fan Qing coughed awkwardly, then offered his congratulations. In the presence of eldest senior brother, he dared not act arrogantly simply because eldest senior brother's cultivation was far too formidable. Although he was usually spoiled due to his own talent and his master's favor, he looked down on second senior brother. But his cultivation had not yet reached eldest senior brother's level, so naturally, he dared not be too presumptuous. Because eldest senior brother had a nickname, the Immortal Butcher, the number of immortals he had slain exceeded those Fan Qing had ever seen. That alone spoke to eldest senior brother's terror. In that case, descend to the lower realm. The deep voice in the palace faded away. Boom. Open for me. Qing Yuan formed his hands into claws, gripping the void and tearing it apart with force. He ripped open a rift in space, within which spatial storms raged. Even an ordinary true immortal would be instantly ground to dust upon entering. But the three were unaffected and directly stepped inside. The waiting is always so long. Slap. With nothing better to do, Junlin slapped the crippled immortal, sending him flying. Cough. The crippled immortal coughed blood, his eyes filled with hatred. He was an immortal. When had he ever been treated like this, especially in such a lowly lower plane? Yet now he dared not utter a single sound or show any discontent. The youth before him was simply a freak. Or rather, the azure sky steel was too freakish. It had managed to turn a mere boy into such a powerhouse in such a short time. He was consumed by regret. If only he had known the azure sky steel was this powerful, he would have left the holy city back, then no matter what. He would have risked everything rather than let his master claim the prize. It was too late for regrets now. He could only hope his master, considering their past bond and the discovery of such an important treasure, would spare his life and grant him healing elixirs. Oh, you're not convinced. Slap. Junlin backhanded him, sending the crippled immortal crashing into the immortal formation before bouncing back. The crippled immortal's already battered body became even more feeble. He had no choice, he had not been suppressing his injuries. Now not only were his wounds erupting, but combined with Junlin's relentless slaps, he was on the verge of collapse. He could even feel his life force rapidly draining. This discovery filled him with panic. Even if he is a traitor, a disciple of our immortal sect, is not someone a mere mortal like you can freely insult and strike. Just as the wounded immortal believed he was doomed, the entire Tianwu continent began to tremble. A majestic voice descended. Everyone was horrified to discover that the void above the sacred city had split open. Three figures, their forms shrouded in mist, materialized in the void. As experts from the immortal realm, a mere sweep of their divine sense was enough to locate the wounded immortal's position on such a small continent as Tianwu. Thus they required no search, descending directly above the sacred city. Third brother, do you know your guilt? Qing Yuan asked coldly, standing in the void. Senior brother, I am guilty, deeply guilty. I am willing to atone for my crimes by obtaining a supreme treasure for our master. Please, senior brother, save me. The wounded immortal stumbled up from the ground, collapsing to his knees, and spoke with great sorrow and bitterness. Though you are but a broken remnant, being reduced to this state by a mortal from a lower realm is quite the achievement. Second brother Ji Fan scoffed disdainfully. The wounded immortal kept half his face pressed to the ground, unseen by others, a fleeting, icy, murderous intent flashing in his eyes. Was it not second brother Ji Fan who had brought him to this state? If not for Ji Fan's arrogance in tearing him apart, he would never have had the chance to escape. Though his immortal body is damaged with a full unsealing, he shouldn't be much weaker than a true immortal, fourth brother Fan Qing sneered. Hand over the supreme treasure you speak of, and I might consider sparing your life. Eldest brother Qing Yuan declared, looking down upon everyone from his lofty position. Senior brother, the supreme treasure is within this youth's body. He was once a weak and insignificant cultivator, but after obtaining the treasure the Sky Dome Steely, his cultivation rivaled a true immortal in just a few days. The wounded immortal directly pointed at Junlin. Then he produced a recording stone and played back the entire process of Junlin acquiring the Sky Dome Steel. He who obtains the steel shall rule the world. With one moment of enlightenment, one transcends to immortality. The inscription is imposing, but I wonder if this Sky Dome Steel is truly so formidable. Qing Yuan spoke with a slight frown. The Sky Dome Steel merely contained some immortal qi. He did not perceive it as a supreme treasure. With a flick of his finger, Qing Yuan sent a streak of light directly into the wounded immortal's body. The wounded immortal was momentarily stunned, then ecstatic. This was because Qing Yuan had just infused an immortal pill into his body. His injuries were visibly healing at an astonishing speed. "Thank you, senior brother, for bestowing the sacred healing medicine," the wounded immortal said respectfully. "Not so fast. If this Sky Dome Steel is not as powerful as you claim, you will still have to die." "This time I will do it myself," Qing Yuan stated coldly. "Yes, senior brother is right," the wounded immortal replied obsequiously. He dared not be presumptuous before the senior brother. "Young man, hand over that steel so we may examine it," second brother Ji Fan said directly to Junlin. Their words were condescending, as if this tone was already an act of mercy towards a mortal. And indeed, why should they be gentle with someone from a lower realm? "Who do you think you are? You think I'll hand it over just because you say so?" Junlin said lazily. So these were the legendary immortals. They looked incredibly weak. They were all significantly stronger than a true immortal, Junlin could tell. However, he did not know what realm lay beyond true immortal. Junlin slapped his forehead, suddenly remembering that Xia Liyun, being one of the commanders under the human sovereign, should know. Moreover, he could tell that Xia Liyun was far, far more powerful than these people. His cultivation was surely above theirs. "Liyun, young master, what exactly is the division of these realms?" Junlin asked. "The eternal realms of this cultivation world are divided into martial disciple, martial practitioner, martial warrior, martial master, great martial master, martial spirit, martial ancestor, martial king, martial emperor, martial saint, martial sovereign, unity realm, void Tao realm, heaven, return realm, immortal flame realm, true, immortal realm, lower golden, immortal middle golden, immortal upper golden, immortal great golden, immortal great upper, immortal, immortal lord, immortal king, immortal emperor. This is the classification of the immortal realm. Above the immortal realm, there are even more detailed divisions," Xia Liyun said respectfully to Junlin. "So it seems the two of them are at the lower golden immortal realm, and the one who is the senior brother is at the middle golden immortal realm," Junlin said. "The young master is correct. That is indeed their cultivation level," Xia Liyun replied. He was puzzled. The young master's cultivation was astonishingly high, but he seemed completely ignorant of the cultivation realms. Since he didn't know the realms, how could he have reached such a level? How did you manage to cultivate to this level without knowing the realms beyond? Xia Liyun did not know, and he dared not ask or say anything. "Are you ignoring me?" Qing Yuan said, his eyes narrowing as he stared at Junlin. Had that youth and the old man behind him just ignored him, chatting as if he weren't there? "Stop your yapping. A few mere lower golden immortals and a middle golden immortal think they can overturn the heavens. Those from the immortal domain dare to throw their weight around in the lower realm. It seems the immortal domain is due for a cleansing." Junlin said, his eyes cold. "Ha ha, rectifying the immortal realm. You dare to speak such words? Who do you think you are? The boundless heavenly lord, an immortal emperor of the celestial realm?" Ji Fan sneered disdainfully. "A pitiful and pathetic mortal from the lower realm. Since you refuse to hand it over, allow me to assist you." Fan Qing, holding his halberd, sneered coldly. He intended to forcibly extract the firmament steel from Junlin's body. "You wish to help me, eh? Then come and try." Junlin said nonchalantly. "A golden immortal? So what?" Moreover, a lower-grade golden immortal was in his understanding merely a slightly larger crawling insect compared to an ant. Of course, all of this hinged on one's power. Only with strength could one act with such reckless abandon. Fellow disciples, be cautious. Perhaps he has already fused the firmament steel with his very being. That is why he is so audacious now, seeing us attempting to take it. Because he knows we seek the firmament steely, but it has already merged with him. If we force its extraction, he might self-destruct, and that supreme treasure would vanish along with him," the wounded immortal said anxiously. The wounded immortal could not bear to see Junlin self-destruct, causing the treasure to disappear. When the time came to report back, these fellow disciples would undoubtedly slay him without hesitation. Then they could return and claim he had deceived them, that there was no treasure at all. Indeed, upon hearing the wounded immortal's words, the group of disciples all turned solemn. This matter was indeed somewhat troublesome. This youth's cultivation was at least at the true immortal realm. But who were they? Golden immortals. Even low-grade golden immortals possessed power leagues beyond true immortals. A true immortal could not withstand even a single blow from them. However, it was only slightly troublesome, not a major issue. If you're going to act, be quick about it. Stop dithering and babbling like an old woman, Junlin said impatiently. Brett, you've got guts. You refuse a toast only to drink a forfeit. You are the first to dare show such contempt toward us. I will make you suffer beyond measure. Today I shall teach you the meaning of true power. Fan hot-tempered stepped forward and bellowed. You mere lower realm being, do not think that acquiring some inheritance allows you to compare with immortals. In our eyes you are nothing but garbage. Huh. Though Fan spoke thus, his attack was merciless, for he knew this youth had beaten the wounded immortal into submission without mercy. He had once torn the wounded immortal apart, forcing him to flee. Although the wounded immortal's combat strength was greatly diminished, a suicidal strike could still unleash peak power. Yet even so, he was utterly tormented by this youth. Boom. Fan struck directly without any restraint. An overwhelming aura exploded forth. How could the cultivators of the lower realm withstand such pressure? In an instant, tens of thousands were shattered by this aura. They exploded on the spot, leaving no trace. Though I show no mercy in battle, I only slay those deserving death. I do not kill indiscriminately. You dare to massacre in the mortal world. Do you not fear retribution? Junlin said coldly. Had he not blocked the attack, the entire remaining population of the holy city would have perished in an instant. Ha ha ha, retribution. Who would dare to punish me? They are mere ants. Dead is dead. I have killed not just tens of thousands, but hundreds of millions. Fan roared with bloodthirsty glee. Do you care how many ants you crush while walking? Fan added. His implication was clear: these lower realm beings were insignificant, dead or alive. Good, very good. You have successfully piqued my interest. Do not misunderstand. I mean, I will make you die in a most rhythmic fashion. Whooshed. Junlin vanished from his spot. What? I cannot track his movements at all. Qing Yuan's expression changed drastically as he spoke in alarm. As a mid-grade golden immortal, his cultivation surpassed his junior brothers, but now he sensed the situation might be dire. At the same time, an intense greed for the firmament steel surged within him. The wounded immortal had made it clear this youth had possessed the steel for only a few days. In that brief span, his cultivation had soared to this level. A teenage immortal. Who the hell would believe that? Clearly, the firmament steel was indeed an unparalleled treasure. Slap. Ant. Slap. Junlin appeared beside Fan and rained slaps upon his face. Tisk an immortal's face is indeed thick. Slapping it feels so satisfying. Junlin remarked with admiration. Oh, you dare humiliate me. Die. One finger shatters stars. Fan went berserk. A mere mortal had slapped him in the face. The index finger of his right hand began to gather light, condensing into a brilliant beam the size of a soybean. Then a terrifying ray shot forth, piercing directly toward Junlin. Under the beam's influence, the void split open in a long rift before healing itself. Void art, grand universe. Junlin sneered. This was the supreme technique among the myriad secret arts, the grand universe art. Back then, when Junlin obtained the myriad divine techniques and secret arts, even the supreme level techniques were among the lowest ranks. Of course, even now he had no idea what the supreme level truly entailed. Suddenly, a circular black hole formed from void appeared before Fan. The black hole was not large, barely the size of a person. Yet an immense devouring force surged forth. Fan's attacks were completely swallowed by this power. He even nearly lost his balance and stumbled into the black hole. Fan was greatly alarmed. His opponent seemed utterly at ease dealing with him with a mere wave. Meanwhile, another black hole emerged behind Qing Yuan and Fan Qing. But they remained completely unaware, their gazes fixed solemnly on the black hole that had devoured Fan's attack. They calculated and speculated, wondering if their own attacks would be swallowed as well. Suddenly, Fan looked as if he had seen a ghost, his eyes wide with disbelief as he stared at Qing Yuan and Fan Qing. The two frowned, unable to understand why Fan was looking at them like that. The great Qinkuan art left no spatial fluctuations, visible yet untouchable. Watch out! Fan roared. Boom! An explosion resounded as Qing Yuan and Fan Qing turned to defend themselves. Junlin had redirected Fan's attack behind them, but their reaction was too slow. Though they managed to block, they were caught off guard. Fan Qing immediately spat out blood, his strength matching Fan's, and now he was forced to defend hastily. He was directly injured. Qing Yuan's expression darkened, his upper garment completely torn apart. Though he was unharmed, it was a great loss of face. Good, very good. It's been years since I last suffered a wound. Young man, you have successfully ignited my fury. Qing Yuan's eyes turned icy cold, a flash of crimson flickering within. Ji Fan and Fan Qing understood that Qing Yuan was genuinely enraged. This was a sign of his impending rampage. Blood Dragon Claw. Qing Yuan's right hand underwent a terrifying transformation. In an instant, it was covered in countless blood-red scales exuding an extreme aesthetic of violence. His arm began to swell, becoming over 10 times thicker than his left arm. It was covered in vivid red veins, looking utterly horrifying. At the same time the void twisted, the very space of this realm could not withstand Qing Yuan's aura. "Are you ready, boy?" Qing Yuan asked coldly. "Die." Qing Yuan swung his enormously thick right arm, his fingers transforming into dragon claws, sharp enough to pierce metal and split stone, and thrust them straight at Yi Junlin. Qing Yuan knew that if he used any technique, Yi Junlin could easily redirect it with that black hole like a sleight of hand. So he resorted to his physical trump card, thinking that Yi Junlin could not transfer a physical attack. But ideals are often full while reality is harsh. Just as Qing Yuan's attack was about to reach Yi Junlin, Void Art Great Shinkoan. Yi Junlin smiled wickedly, then lightly traced a single hand in Qing Yuan's direction. Qing Yuan swore that it was truly a casual gesture from Yi Junlin, effortless, as if shooing away a stray cat or dog. Qing Yuan's expression changed drastically as a black hole appeared before him. It was just the size of his fist, perfectly trapping his arm within. He couldn't understand. He had already refrained from using techniques, so why couldn't he escape this void black hole? "Watch out!" Qing Yuan shouted. As a mid-grade golden immortal, his cultivation was naturally beyond that of his junior brothers. A single strike from him could easily kill them. But despite his warning, the gap in their realms was too great. A black hole appeared directly above Fan Qing. He remained oblivious, still staring intently behind him, convinced that the earlier black hole had appeared at his back and caused his injury. "A petty trick, let's see how you ambush me this time." Fan Qing, holding his halberd, watched his back. He decided that as soon as a black hole appeared, he would flee. After all, a full-force strike from a mid-grade golden immortal was something he simply couldn't withstand. He was still weak despite his great talent. Talent needed time to develop. At that moment, Qing Yuan could no longer hold back his power. If he withdrew his force, he would at least cripple this arm, something he was unwilling to accept. If faced with two choices, losing one arm or sacrificing a junior brother, he would rather the junior brother die to preserve his own wholeness. "Fool, it's above you," Ji Fan shouted from afar. Though he and Fan Qing were at odds, they were still fellow disciples. He wouldn't risk his life to save him, but a simple warning was within reason. "What?" Fan Qing's face changed drastically. Although he and Ji Fan had always been at odds, at this moment, he had no time to argue with Ji Fan about his foolishness. He summoned all his strength to activate his celestial power, intending to turn and flee. He didn't even have the courage to look at the black hole. Boom! At that moment, a terrifying wave of energy erupted above his head. He could clearly sense the violent aura emanating from above. This aura belonged to their senior brother Qing Yuan. "My life is over. I am unwilling. I have not yet become a peerless immortal emperor, and today I am to perish here." Fan Qing's face showed despair as he glared resentfully at senior brother Qing Yuan. He understood that as long as senior brother retracted his power, he would not die, at most suffering severe injuries. However, from the current situation, it seemed that senior brother had no intention of withdrawing his strength. It was evident that senior brother was unwilling to be harmed himself and preferred for him to die. Buzz! Fan Qing ceased his resistance and closed his eyes, knowing that his struggle was futile. But at that moment, an unexpected change occurred. A surge of magnificent blue light erupted from Fan Qing's body. The blue light slowly coalesced into a gigantic hand. This gigantic blue hand quietly floated above Fan Qing's head. No trace of the violent aura leaked from it. It was only calm and serene. "Master." Fan Qing opened his eyes and murmured. Feeling that the blood dragon claw had yet to descend, he opened his eyes and shouted, "I didn't expect Master to always favor you, little junior brother. He even left a protective talisman on you." Ji Fan was filled with envy and jealousy. "Senior brother Ji Fan, you're joking. Perhaps Master has also left protective talismans on you." Surviving the ordeal, Fan Qing's words changed slightly. Ji Fan was also taken aback. Fan Qing rarely called him second senior brother. His usual attitude towards him was not very friendly. "This kid is quite tricky. Let's withdraw, Fan Qing, little junior brother. I didn't react in time just now. I didn't hold back. I hope little junior brother won't take it to heart." Qing Yuan walked to Fan Qing's side and said. He was well aware that they could not possibly have Master's protective talismans. It could be said that Fan Qing was the one who received Master's favor the most. As for rare materials and divine pills, Master would always consider Fan Qing first. After all, Fan Qing had high talent. The talent stone indicated that his aptitude was of the blue level. Because of this, Master valued him greatly, believing he would one day grow to at least the level of a great immortal. That would be a great immortal, a powerful being on par with their master. Reaching that level would provide the opportunity to serve under the immortal emperor. From then on, he would look up only to the immortal emperor, enjoying wealth and prestige. Currently, their master was a captain of the guards under the Northern Azure immortal emperor. Even as just a captain of guards, his power was terrifying. Who would dare to act against someone under the immortal emperor? How could that be, senior brother? You are the senior brother. As for the death of a little junior brother, it's nothing. When the time comes, little junior brother will surely explain the circumstances to master upon returning. I also understand that senior brother is not in control of his own fate. Don't worry. Fan Qing said with a smile on his face. Qing Yuan's expression instantly darkened. Fan Qing's words were a threat. He lowered his head, the murderous intent in his eyes flashing away, then raised his head with a warm smile on his face. He dared not act against Fan Qing, because he feared that Master had left other means within Fan Qing's body. If he acted rashly, although he would not die being punished for 1,000 years was certain, there was even a possibility of having his cultivation abolished. He could not take that risk. Little junior brother, we are from the same sect. I hope little junior brother will not hold it against me. This is just a small token of my goodwill. Please do not refuse, little junior brother. Qing Yuan took out a glowing blue pill from his pocket, reluctantly handing it to Fan Qing. Qing Qiandan. Fan Qing's expression stiffened. This senior brother had quite the spirit to use Qing Qiandan to reconcile with him. Senior brother, how can you do this? Fan Qing said this out loud, but his hands honestly accepted the Qing Qiandan, making Qing Yuan's mouth twitch. There was no choice. When under the eaves, one must bow. Have you chatted enough? If not, it's fine to continue on the road to the Yellow Springs. At this moment, Yi Junlin said lightly. These few people were talking too much, weren't they? Kid, I admit you're strong, but do you really think you can keep us here? Ji Fan coldly laughed as he looked at Yi Junlin. In their eyes, apart from that one move, just now Yi Junlin was not their opponent at all. If they were not going to fight, then Yi Junlin's great universe technique would naturally be useless. If they wanted to leave, it would be easy. They could not resolve this, but they were sure that Yi Junlin definitely possessed a precious treasure, the Celestial Sky Monument. The rest would be left to their master. If the contribution were to be offered to the immortal emperor, their benefits would be endless. Yi Junlin only knew the art of deflection. As long as they refrained from striking, he could do nothing against them. Is that so? You want the firmament steel? It's right here. Come and take it. Yi Junlin said, retrieving a small, exquisitely crafted steel from his cosmic ring. This tiny steely in the eyes of immortals appeared utterly unremarkable. They couldn't even detect any valuable qualities about it. Yet their eyes widened instantly. This was the very thing that had allowed the youth to grow to such heights in mere days. Truly, a supreme treasure like this is different. It's a relic that has returned to simplicity. Outsiders can hardly fathom its mysteries. If I obtained it, I could surpass Master in the shortest time, and then. Qing Yuan's eyes blazed with fervent desire. If he possessed such a treasure, he would no longer have to endure his master's displeasure. Nor would he fear punishment for offending junior brother Fan Qing. Then would he still need to defer to others? Each of the senior and junior brothers harbored their own schemes. Then keep it safe, our master will come to claim it in due time. In the end, they restrained their inner cravings. This youth was too eerie. He could redirect their attacks, and they couldn't break through his defense. With no other choice, they had to retreat. Third brother, you've done well this time. Master won't punish you now. Come back with us. Qing Yuan addressed the wounded immortal. By now, the wounded immortal had fully recovered, his true immortal cultivation fully revealed. Thank you, senior brother. I'll follow your lead in everything. The wounded immortal spoke meekly. Leave? Are you still dreaming? Didn't you want to forcibly seize the firmament steel? Didn't you want to kill me? Now the opportunity lies before you. Either you kill me or you all enter the cycle of reincarnation. Choose one. Yi Junlin declared, facing the four. What, you think you can force all four of us to stay? Ridiculous. Ji Fan sneered disdainfully. After all, they still hadn't discerned the youth's cultivation level. But if he were stronger than them, why hadn't he shown it earlier? Thus they concluded that Yi Junlin only knew the great cosmic art of deflection. The wounded immortal sought to kill me to seize my body and claim the firmament steel. In your eyes, those from the lower realms are like livestock to be slaughtered at will. Today none of you will leave. I say so, and not even Jesus can stop me. Yi Junlin spoke to the four, then waved his hand. Xia Luyun understood. The young master had lost interest in these ants, which was why he acted this way. He had merely been toying with them. Keep their heads. When we reach the immortal realm, we might encounter their master. Then this would be a grand gift. Yi Junlin said calmly. Ha boy, and an old servant dare to defy the heavens and slay immortals. What a hilarious tale. Ha ha ha. The senior and junior brothers burst into laughter. Clearly in their eyes Xiao Luyun was nothing more than an old servant. That a youth could be so prodigious was understandable. It was the firmament steel's doing. But judging by their demeanor, they hailed from some backwater. Surely this old man couldn't also possess a firmament steel. Xiao Luyun obeys the young master's command. Xiao Luyun said respectfully to Yi Junlin. He paid no heed to their mockery. Then with a flicker he vanished from the spot. God! The four froze their faces pale, their laughter dying. Because they couldn't sense where the old man was. They couldn't see him. They couldn't even trace his movements. It wasn't a technique. He had simply disappeared. This was the result of a cultivation level so vastly superior. In other words, they were far, far weaker than Xiao Luyun. He was likely above the golden immortal, perhaps even beyond the grand immortal. Fear and horror gripped them. An old servant possessing such power. Who was this youth? He was certainly no ordinary person from a remote lower realm. Could he be the son of an immortal emperor training in the lower realms? That would explain his cultivation. It had nothing to do with the firmament steel. The moment this thought struck them, they broke out in cold sweat. But they had no time to ponder further, for Xiao Luyun appeared before them. Senior, we were Ro. Qing Yuan knelt in the void, speaking bitterly. But his words were cut short. Because his head had fallen. Xiao Luyun said nothing more, merely waving his hand and plucking gently. All their heads tumbled down. Yet they did not die immediately. You've doomed us. Qing Yuan glared at the wounded immortal with hatred, then breathed his last. The crippled immortal was at a loss for words. At this point, how could he not understand? It was never the effect of the sky steel that had made this youth grow so rapidly. Rather, it was the youth's own background that was far from ordinary. An elder of such formidable power following at his side. Could he truly be an ordinary person? But now they had no time to ponder these questions, for all their heads had been taken by Xiao Luyun. Everyone was utterly horrified. They had never imagined that this youth, who appeared so handsome to the extreme and initially seemed unremarkable, would first reveal terrifyingly extraordinary talent, then display a cultivation base of sheer terror. Could such a person truly hail from the Tianwu continent? And who was this extraordinarily fearsome old servant? As cultivators on the Tianwu continent, their knowledge and cultivation were limited. The highest realm they had ever witnessed was merely that of a true immortal. Of the cultivation levels of the crippled immortal's senior brothers, they were utterly ignorant, for such heights indeed surpassed their imagination. Could he be a celestial immortal? Such a young celestial immortal, someone murmured to themselves. They were dumbfounded, frozen in a state of shock from start to finish. Everything had transpired too swiftly, too fast for them to react. In the blink of an eye, the crippled immortal had first taken a disciple, targeting this youth. Then the youth displayed a dominant posture, crushing all opposition with overwhelming force. Finally, the crippled immortal's senior brothers descended, true celestial immortals, beings beyond their reach. Yet these celestial immortals were utterly powerless. In this youth's eyes, immortals. Nothing more. Everyone stood agape, eyes vacant, staring blankly at Yi Junlin. What? Who dares kill my disciple? I will make you wish for a fate worse than death. In the immortal realm, the grand immortal Uyalan roared to the heavens. His figure appeared outside the palace. All his disciples had perished, their bodies and souls extinguished. Could it be that in the lower realm there is truly a treasure, and an immortal has ventured there? Grand immortal Uyalan spoke, his gaze like lightning. Issue my command, strictly monitor the path to ascension. Report immediately if anyone ascends. After issuing his command, Uyalan vanished. There is nothing left to hold on to here. Liyun, prepare yourself. We depart for the immortal realm. Yi Junlin looked at Xiao Luyun and said, Yes, young master. Xiao Luyun replied. Then with a single step, Xiao Luyun appeared high in the sky. With a thunderous boom, Xiao Luyun clenched his fist and punched out. The void tore apart inch by inch, and a golden passage appeared beneath his feet. Wan Xia is it? Take this. Consider it payment for teaching me the wandering dragon. Step back then. Yi Junlin appeared before Wan Xia in an instant, holding out the sky steel. Is this really for me? I cannot accept it, Wan Xia said firmly. Take it. This trinket is useless to me, of no value whatsoever. Yi Junlin placed the sky steel into Wan Xia's hands. This would settle a karmic debt, and from then on they would be strangers to each other. Wan Xia bit her silver teeth and finally accepted it. She knew that from the moment she took the sky steel, she and Yi Junlin would belong to two different worlds. Though they had never truly been in the same world, at least they had once journeyed together. During her training, she had encountered this intriguing yet ruthlessly decisive youth. Earlier, she had thought he was merely at the great martial master realm. But as they spent time together, she revised her assessment to martial ancestor, then martial sovereign, martial saint, and martial emperor. Yet time and again she was proven wrong and the youth remained unflappable. A sense of awe filled her heart. For one, Xia had once investigated Yi Junlin's background. This Yi Junlin was merely a youth from a small village in the Xia kingdom. How could his cultivation be so profound? Now she understood. All of this must have been an illusion crafted by the forces behind Yi Junlin. Otherwise, no matter how extraordinary this youth might be, how could he emerge from a village and become invincible? The more she learned even a sliver of Yi Junlin's truth, the more astounded she became. Xia Luyun had no prior connection with Yi Junlin, yet it was taken for granted that one was master and the other servant. This strongly suggested that Yi Junlin was merely sent by his clan for training. Now that the time had come, the clan had dispatched a powerful figure to bring him back. Cultivate well. Farewell. Yi Junlin smiled slightly at Wan Xia. Then he strode toward the golden path in the high heavens. This was the immortal path, the passage that must be taken by those who achieve immortality. Though it appeared as a golden road, it harbored countless unknown dangers beneath its glittering surface. This too was a trial for attaining immortality. Indeed, as soon as Yi Junlin set foot on the golden path, a thunderclap from a clear sky exploded. A colossal thunderbolt, thousands of miles in diameter, descended directly, striking toward the top of Yi Junlin's head. Scram! Yi Junlin glanced coldly at the thunder above and uttered a single word, his tone icy. Abruptly, the thunder in the sky vanished without a trace. Even the brewing storm clouds dissipated entirely. The heavenly tribulation dared not strike Yi Junlin and simply dispersed. Such celestial might, yet it dissipated into nothingness at just one word from him. Wan Xia's eyes were vacant as she murmured to herself. Yi Junlin's cultivation had long surpassed her understanding of this world. Perhaps a dragon among men like him was rarely seen in all the world. But all the world here did not refer to the Tianwu continent, but to Yi Junlin's own world. Since arriving in this world, I have stayed on the Tianwu continent. It still holds some ties of affection. Rise, Yi Junlin said, looking down at the Tianwu continent beneath his feet. With a resonant hum, a grand formation covering the entire Tianwu continent rose from the ground. This is a protective formation. From now on, no lawless beings shall descend upon Tianwu. Cultivate diligently, and in time you shall become immortals. With these words, Yi Junlin ascended to the heavens alongside Xia Luyun. Everyone was astonished. Before departing, Yi Junlin had laid down a formation that covered all of Tianwu, barring even immortals from descending. They also discovered with amazement that the spiritual energy in the entire world seemed to have become nearly 100 times denser. They knew this was all the work of this youth. The sky steel is with her. Why don't we? After Yi Junlin vanished, someone looked at Wan Xia with greedy eyes. A sharp slap rang out. Do not be so insatiably greedy. This is a gift from the celestial immortal to her. You dare to covet it. Are you courting death? The fact that the celestial immortal has increased the spiritual energy of the Tianwu continent by 100-fold is already a great fortune. Someone struck the speaker directly on the face. How can one be so insatiably greedy? All were condemning that person. Wan Xia breathed a sigh of relief. If this crowd had turned on her, she feared she would not have been able to withstand them. Of course, she understood clearly that all of this was due to Yi Junlin's deterrence. Those who could lay down such a grand formation feared that Yi Junlin was aware of their every move. Though their cultivation was low, they were not foolish. What good was a supreme treasure? In the face of absolute power, one might take it, but not live to use it. In truth, Yi Junlin had no time to bother with them. Even if Wan Xia perished, he would not care. It was merely a matter of lacking skill. His heart would not even stir the slightest ripple. Though Wan Xia was beautiful, she was by no means the destined match in Yi Junlin's heart. They were merely passers-by, nothing more. So this is the immortal realm. Yi Junlin and Xia Luyun arrived at an unknown place and stopped, gazing at the golden gate, before them towering 3,000 zhang high. The Gate of Ascension. This golden gate was called the Gate of Ascension. Crossing it meant becoming a true immortal. Who approaches ahead? State your names at once. Golden armored soldiers stood inside the gate and spoke loudly. Yi Junlin, ascender from the Tianwu continent. Xia Luyun, ascender from the Tianwu continent. Yi Junlin announced his name. What? Ascended from the Tianwu continent. Go quickly and report to the great upper immortal. Someone has come up from the Tianwu continent. The golden armored soldier's expression shifted, and he directly spoke to the soldier beside him. The ascension passage of the Tianwu continent fell within the jurisdiction of the Northern Azure Emperor Immortal Dynasty. Is the registration complete? May we enter now? Yi Junlin asked indifferently. With their cultivation, he could naturally hear what the golden-armored soldier had just said, but he paid it no heed. After all, with overwhelming cultivation, one could truly look down upon everything. What's the hurry? Can't you see him still cultivating? Go stand aside. They'll say when you can enter. The golden-armored soldier said impatiently. He was waiting for the great upper immortal to arrive. Even a watchdog dares to be so insolent. It seems you have quite the backing. Junlin was the son of the human sovereign. How could he bully others with his authority? If the son of the human sovereign used his status to oppress others, it would bring shame to his father. So he had followed the rules, registering and announcing himself. But if others rejected the respect offered, they had only themselves to blame. How insolent! Close the gate. I won't let you in, and let's see how you manage it. The golden-armored soldier sneered. For so many years which Ascender from the lower realms hadn't treated them with courtesy. In their presence they didn't even dare to breathe heavily, and they wisely offered up treasures they considered precious. Now two who had just ascended dared to be so rude. Not only did they fail to speak kindly, but they even put on airs of superiority. Who did they think they were? Did they still believe they were supreme, as in the lower realms? Every one of them guarding the immortal gate was a true immortal. Those who had just ascended were at most at the immortal flame stage. Having just ignited their immortal flame, they could be extinguished at any moment. Truly ungrateful. Very well, I'd like to see which unlucky wretch dares to call themselves your great upper immortal and come looking for trouble with me. Junlin said. At these words the golden-armored soldier froze on the spot. Could he hear their whispered words from such a great distance? Was this the immortal flame stage? But though the golden-armored soldier was astounded, he was not flustered. After all, he belonged to the Northern Azure Emperor immortal dynasty. As the saying goes, with a big tree to lean on, one enjoys the shade. This immortal gate is useless. Others laboriously ascend only to be met with your scowls and subjected to your harassment. What's the point of keeping it? Let's destroy it. Junlin shook his head and said, Ha ha ha, what did I just hear? Destroy it. Please, this is the gate of the immortal realm. Destroy it. Though it's not a supreme treasure, it's extraordinarily hard. Even a great upper immortal's descent couldn't leave a single mark on it. The golden-armored soldier laughed without restraint. Boom. Junlin said nothing more and directly threw a punch. His fist carried not a trace of energy fluctuation, an utterly unremarkable strike. The golden-armored soldiers inside the immortal gate laughed until tears streamed down their faces. Is that all? I thought you were something special. That punch probably hurt for quite a while, didn't it? The golden-armored soldier mocked relentlessly. Thud. No earth-shattering sound was heard. Dong. Crack. Junlin withdrew his fist. Ha ha ha, I'm dying of laughter, I can't take it. My stomach hurts. Seeing the immortal gate utterly undamaged, the golden-armored soldier burst into loud laughter. I just heard a cracking sound. Could that guy have broken his arm? Another golden-armored soldier laughed. That must be. But before he could finish his words, they saw the immortal gate covered densely with cracks. A shocking sight. Like a spider's web, the cracks spread in all directions. Boom. Then it collapsed with a thunderous roar, dust billowing everywhere. They were truly stunned, utterly unable to believe their own eyes. The immortal gate is shattered. The golden-armored soldier stared blankly, speaking in disbelief. Enemy attack. Enemy attack. Go report this at once. At this moment, the golden-armored soldier was thrown into complete panic. The immortal gate being shattered was a grave matter. The immortal gate represented the entrance, the very face of an immortal dynasty. The purpose of the immortal gate was primarily to recruit prodigies ascending from the lower realms. After all three of the four immortal emperors in the immortal realm had ascended from below. Thereafter they swept through everything without restraint, establishing immortal dynasties that had stood for tens of millennia. Panicking like this, what kind of conduct is that? At that moment a figure descended, frowning and rebuking the flustered golden-armored soldiers. The newcomer wore a loose purple Taoist robe with hair hanging loose. Great upper immortal Ziyun, the people you were looking for. They have shattered the immortal gate. The golden-armored soldier said in terror. Oh, the people I was looking for. Could it be? Upper immortal Ziyun's gaze was like lightning as he looked toward Junlin and Xia Luyan. Nonsense. What do you mean the people I was looking for? Who among you is fabricating my words? I was just passing by. Seeing nothing amiss, this upper immortal shall take his leave. Ziyun's pupils first contracted sharply, then he sternly rebuked the golden-armored soldier and tried to leave. He was no fool. The immortal gate had been shattered. What was he still doing here? Courting death. Great upper immortal Z, they truly are the ones you were looking for. Oh, and they ascended from the Tianwu continent. The golden-armored soldier, thinking Ziyun hadn't understood, repeated himself on the spot. At this moment Ziyun's heart was in turmoil. He was panicking wildly. He truly wished he could slap this idiot to death. What an oblivious fool, daring to provoke someone capable of shattering the celestial gate. He was itching to smite that golden-armored soldier with a single slap. How could the one I seek possibly be them? And are you abusing your authority to obstruct others' ascension? Ziyun barked back with bluster, feigning righteousness as he berated the golden-armored soldier. No, no, great immortal, it was you who ordered us to intercept all ascendants from the Tianwu continent. The golden-armored soldier stammered in disbelief. The command had indeed come from the great immortal himself. They couldn't fathom why Ziyun refused to acknowledge it. Even if the intruder was formidable enough to shatter the gate, Ziyun's reaction seemed excessive. Their backing was the Azure Emperor's immortal court, one of the mightiest powers in the celestial realm. Now that they had provoked such a ruthless being, they desperately wanted to shift the blame to Ziyun. They were mere underlings, expendable pawns whom the Azure Emperor's court would hardly mourn. But Ziyun was different. He was one of the Azure Emperor's commanders. Should Ziyun fall, the Azure Emperor's court would not stand idly by. The death of a commander would be a direct affront to the court's dignity. Though retaliating might incur Ziyun's wrath, given the current situation, if Ziyun lost this battle, he might not survive. A dead Ziyun posed no threat to the golden-armored soldiers. Silence. I said no, and that is final. Are you courting death? Dare to question me? Ziyun's eyes blazed with chilling fury. He was exasperated. These dim-witted soldiers couldn't grasp his obvious hints even after he spelled them out. Young friend, allow me to welcome you both to the Azure Emperor's immortal court. As a commander, I congratulate you on your ascension and extend the court's hospitality. Fortune has favored me with the immortal emperor's regard, and I have campaigned far and wide at his side. Naturally, the Azure Emperor's court, as one of the most formidable immortal dynasties, constantly seeks prodigies and powerhouses. Would you, young friend, be interested in joining our court? Ziyun asked with a smile. Though he appeared to be introducing the court, his underlying message was clear. He was the immortal emperor's trusted confidant. The immortal emperor. Surely they understood the weight of that name. In the eyes of celestial beings, the immortal emperor was nothing short of a legendary colossus. Not interested, but I think you'll be very interested in these. Yi Junlin nodded towards Xiao Luyun. Whooshed. Xiao Luyun waved his hand, and 4 objects hurtled towards Ziyun. Ziyun's eyes narrowed in confusion, uncertain what Yi Junlin meant by interested. Then his gaze sharpened. He recognized the 4 heads flying toward him. From the moment he arrived, Yi Junlin had sensed that Ziyun's aura resonated with the 4 immortals slain in the lower realm. Coupled with the golden-armored soldier's words, Yi Junlin deduced that Ziyun was the master of those 4 immortals. You wretch! Dead yet you still return. Ziyun's eyes flickered with murderous intent before he roared, obliterating the 4 heads into dust. Alas, young friend, these were my 4 disciples. I know not why they descended to the lower realm. Ziyun continued, feigning sorrow. No matter. Your disciples coveted my treasure and sought to kill me for it. I dispatched them all. Yi Junlin replied with a shrug, as if it were trivial. Alas, it is my failure in guidance that led to this tragedy. I too bear responsibility. Ziyun's tears flowed freely, his voice trembling with feigned grief. He seemed to have aged years in an instant, enveloped in desolation and solitude. Indeed, raising disciples who wreak havoc across the realms. You are to blame. When disciples err, their master must answer for it. Yi Junlin's tone was flat. One could judge the master by the disciples' conduct. His disciples were all arrogant and ruthless, devoid of virtue. You're right, I am guilty. I shall retreat into seclusion for a century to atone. Ziyun's voice rang with sincerity, tears glistening in his eyes. This was no act, it was genuine grief. His most beloved disciple Fan Qing was gone. He had raised Fan Qing as his own, sparing no effort in teaching him, even embedding protective measures within him. Now all 4 disciples had perished in the lower realm. Had it been the other 3, he might have borne it, but Fan Qing far surpassed them in talent. Seclusion won't be necessary. Yi Junlin looked at Ziyun. Young friend, please do not dissuade me. You are right. Their sins are mine to bear. They have perished, and as their master I shall atone through penance. Ziyun declared with righteous fervor, thinking the young man had softened. I mean, seclusion is useless. Better to atone with your life. Yi Junlin shrugged nonchalantly. Very well, if you insist, I shall atone with my... What? Ziyun was about to feign agreement when the words struck him like a thunderbolt. He had assumed Yi Junlin was urging him to let bygones be bygones. But this youth was merciless, demanding his suicide. Young friend, what did you say? Ziyun asked cautiously, his voice trembling. I said atone with your death. Who else? But you should die for raising such disciples. If you lack the skill, don't take on apprentices. Reincarnate. Set off now, and you might catch up with your beloved disciples on the path of reincarnation. Yi Junlin stared at Ziyun. Boy, don't think I fear you. Do you know who stands behind me? The entire Azure Emperor's immortal court. Kill me, and you'll face eternal pursuit. Heaven will have no mercy, earth no refuge. No corner of the celestial realm will shelter you. Ziyun blustered, his bravado cracking. He dropped all pretense now that the masks were off, steeling himself with bluster. His earlier fear was that Junlin would strike him down on the spot. Death would render any vengeance meaningless. So he had been stalling for time. He had already sent a distress signal. Liu give him a hand. Junlin had no desire to dirty his own hands. As you command, young master. Xia Luyun vanished and reappeared before Ziyun like a phantom. Wait, kill me and the entire Azure Emperor's court will hunt you down. Ziyun screamed in desperation. He was using the Azure Emperor Immortal Dynasty to intimidate, for he did not wish to die. The reinforcements had yet to arrive and he needed to continue stalling. From the very moment he first laid eyes on Junlin, he had never intended to let him live. After all, several of his disciples had perished at Junlin's hands. Of course, revenge was a trivial matter. The primary reason was the supreme treasure on Junlin's person that he had just mentioned. This was what truly ignited Ziyun's greed. But now Junlin gave him no chance at all, intending to slay him outright. Kill him. Well, wait here. I'm quite curious to see how these people from the so-called Immortal Dynasty conduct themselves. Junlin waved his hand and said. Then he strode directly toward the golden-armored soldiers. The golden-armored soldiers were terrified on the spot. What was this youth coming over for? Was he here to kill them? This was a man who could slay even a grand immortal without batting an eye. But unexpectedly, Junlin paid them no heed at all and instead found a spot. He took a chair out from his ring of cosmos and sat upon it comfortably. Damn it. Ziyun's face changed drastically. This old man was far too fast. So fast that he couldn't even react, unable to see the other's afterimage. Ziyun had never even considered engaging him in combat. Perhaps it was because the immortal gate had been shattered. A grand immortal could never shatter an immortal gate with a single punch. The other's cultivation was above that of a grand immortal, and it was also the cultivation level of that youth seated not far away. And this old man, judging by the current exchange, was undoubtedly an immensely terrifying powerhouse. Ziyun now only thought of how to escape. But faced with Xia Luyun, he didn't even have the right to flee. The young lord decrees your death, so you should die with gratitude rather than putting up futile resistance. Xia Luyun said, looking at Ziyun. I don't believe it. Flee, Ziyun bellowed. This old man was too terrifying. Even his aura alone was unbearable for Ziyun. It felt as though he was facing the supreme and unparalleled immortal emperor. Only then would such a thought arise. This realization made his heart skip a beat. Then he shook his head vigorously. How could an old servant possibly stand shoulder to shoulder with an immortal emperor? Ziyun produced a teleportation talisman from his bosom, and in an instant a brilliant light burst forth. This teleportation talisman was a reward from the immortal emperor long ago when he had rendered meritorious service. Though called a talisman, it was actually a cosmos-shattering rune capable of traversing hundreds of millions of miles in the blink of an eye. He had kept it close to his person all along, and now it proved useful. Rat, once I return and report, you'll await your doom. They'll make you pay. You killed my disciples. This enmity is irreconcilable. Ziyun felt a pang of regret for the talisman, but now he roared with great confidence, venting all the pent-up frustration from earlier as his killing intent surged ever higher. Then a void portal appeared before Ziyun, leading to the unknown. Ziyun cast a vicious glare at Junlin, and the other then turned and stepped into the void passage. Within a square inch width and narrowness are as one. Xia Luyun uttered a single sentence softly, then opened his palm. And then nothing more. He simply gazed quietly at his palm. In an instant it seemed as though the cosmos reversed, and the river of time itself was disturbed. The void writhed, and then everyone witnessed an unbelievable sight. Ziyun, who had already fled using the cosmos-shattering rune, now reappeared in Xia Luyun's palm. Yes, Ziyun was right there in the palm of Xia Luyun's hand. But now Ziyun was even smaller than an ant. Damn it, I finally escaped. Just you wait. Once I report this, I'll have my revenge. Brat, that treasure is mine, you can't escape. If I don't avenge this, I am unworthy of being an immortal. Ha ha ha. Having narrowly escaped death, Ziyun laughed wildly in the palm of Xia Luyun's hand. Flee. Where to? Xia Luyun asked curiously. To the Immortal Dynasty, of course. Where else would I go? Almost instinctively, Ziyun answered directly. Who's speaking? Ziyun immediately snapped to alertness, fully on guard, and shouted sternly at the 5 pillars surrounding him. The place where he now stood was a barren wasteland. Not a single hair, no, not even a blade of grass. There were only 5 pillars. Look up, Xia Luyun said with great interest. Goth, how did you become so huge? Is this your Dharmakaya? Ziyun was startled the moment he looked up. He had clearly used the cosmos-shattering rune. But what was happening now? How was he still in this old man's palm? Had this old man grown so powerful that even the cosmos-shattering rune couldn't escape his grasp? Go to reincarnation, Xia Luyun said no more slowly, closing his palm into a fist. No, don't. I hate this. Ziyun only had time to utter these words before being crushed by Xia Luyun. Not a trace of his body remained. The golden-armored soldiers trembled in fear. A grand immortal crushed to nothing. Unable even to escape, how could such a powerhouse have ascended from the lower realm? Could it be that all those from the lower realm were this ferocious? They stood petrified, not daring to move, not even to breathe, afraid that the sound of their breathing might provoke their annihilation. Junlin waited for the reinforcements that Ziyun had summoned earlier. No one spoke. The golden-armored soldiers wished they could dig a hole and bury themselves on the spot, vanishing from sight and becoming inconspicuous. Who dares to damage the immortal gate of my Azure Emperor immortal dynasty? Such audacity! Do you hold my dynasty in contempt? A furious roar rang out. A burly man crowned with a golden diadem and clad in battle armor stood in the void, his gaze coldly sweeping over the shattered immortal gate. Luxia, immortal lord. To think it's Lord Luxia himself. The golden-armored soldiers' faces changed drastically. This Luxia, immortal lord, was notorious for his ruthlessness. Was it you? Where is Ziyun? Tell him to come and see me at once. Luxia said coldly, looking at Junlin and the others. Reporting to the lord. Ziyun, grand immortal Ziyun, has passed away. A golden-armored soldier stepped forward and stammered. Who killed him? Luxia asked calmly without a trace of emotion. We did. Junlin stretched lazily and slowly stood up. So you are the ones who ascended from the Tianwu continent. Luxia, immortal lord, showed no anger. Instead, he inquired. Any advice? Junlin asked with interest. Ascended ones who can defy the heavens and slay a grand immortal. Such battle prowess is astonishing. Truly worthy of the place where the Azure Emperor once resided. A land that breeds prodigies and geniuses of unparalleled talent. Luxia's face was full of admiration. He seemed to have even forgotten Ziyun's death. All the golden-armored soldiers were dumbfounded. They had expected Luxia, immortal lord, to come and mete out punishment, but instead, how had he ended up praising them? I wonder if you would be interested in joining my Qingdi celestial dynasty. I believe that as long as you join my Qingdi celestial dynasty with your talents, you could become a formidable general in just a few years. Of course, it is entirely up to you. I assure you my Qingdi celestial dynasty will never force you in any way. Flowing Sand smiled as he spoke to Junlin. His demeanor was sincere and calm, without any sense of superiority. Initially, Flowing Sand thought that the celestial dynasty of the opposing forces had shattered the Qingdi celestial dynasty's gate. However, upon arriving here, he discovered an extraordinary talent. Without needing to think, he knew it was the guards of the celestial gate deliberately making things difficult. Having once guarded the celestial gate himself, Flowing Sand naturally understood some of the intricacies. As long as they weren't from opposing forces, everything was negotiable. Moreover, this young man had come from a place where the celestial emperor once resided. No need, I'm quite laid back, but I will definitely visit when I have time. Junlin waved his hand. Of course, he was just being polite and didn't take it to heart. Is the celestial emperor of the Qingdi celestial dynasty the Qinglong? Xia Luyun asked directly. How dare you call the name of the Qingdi so casually? Flowing Sand was taken aback for a moment, then furiously said, the Qingdi is a taboo. How could these people dare to call his name directly? However, at this moment, Xia Luyun ignored Flowing Sand and instead said to Junlin, Master, perhaps we can pay a visit to this celestial emperor. Many years ago, I recall that the human emperor had a mount named Qinglong. At that time, we fought side by side, but for some reasons, the human emperor left him in the celestial domain. Seeing Flowing Sand's reaction, Xia Luyun realized his guess was correct. This Qingdi was indeed that little Qinglong. Is that so? Then let's go take a look. Junlin said. Flowing Sand felt somewhat dazed. What were these two talking about? At the same time, he felt a deep sense of shock. The true form of the Qingdi was indeed a Qinglong, a dragon, symbolizing power. Since when did anyone dare to call the Qingdi a little Qinglong? Flowing Sand looked deeply at Xia Luyun. This old man was not simple. Having once fought alongside the Qingdi. Which great figure was this? Flowing Sand could not recall any such impression in his memory. Hey, Flowing Sand, right? Lead the way. Junlin spoke to the still shocked Flowing Sand. Ahem, please follow me. Flowing Sand dared not call them anything like young friend anymore. He transformed into a stream of light and hurried towards the palace of the Qingdi celestial dynasty. Junlin and Xia Luyun followed him as if strolling in a garden, effortlessly keeping pace. Flowing Sand pushed himself to the limit, yet he found that no matter how fast he moved, the two behind him remained relaxed and untroubled. There was not a hint of effort for them. It was truly easy. Flowing Sand knew that these two were far more powerful than himself. It was very likely that what they said was true. Having fought alongside the Qingdi, but the more Flowing Sand thought about it, the more horrified he became. Who were these individuals? To have once taken the Qingdi as a mount, What level of power must such a person possess? Flowing Sand's heart could not calm down for a long time. No wonder the old and young had been so calm throughout. This was the power that came with their cultivation. They feared no one. The entire territory of the Qingdi celestial dynasty was vast, controlling the entire northern part of the celestial domain. In the celestial domain, there are 5 great celestial dynasties, namely the Eastern Celestial Dynasty in the east, with the celestial emperor being Dongfang Shuo. This person is ambitious and once launched a great war aiming to bring the entire celestial domain under his control. In the south is the Nalan Celestial Dynasty with Nalan Longda as the celestial emperor. He is not a warmonger, but also not on friendly terms. In the west is the Yaoqi Celestial Dynasty ruled by the Yaoqi Empress, a very powerful celestial emperor and the only female among the 5 celestial emperors. Finally, there is the Kunshan Celestial Dynasty in the central celestial domain with the Kunshan Celestial Emperor. No one knows his true name. Everyone calls him the Kunshan Celestial Emperor, and the fact that he can govern the most prosperous area of the celestial domain gives a sense of his extraordinary nature. Along the way, Flowing Sand continuously explained the situation in the celestial domain to Yi Junlin and Xia Lu Yun. Kunshan, could it be? Xia Lu Yun's eyes narrowed and a hint of killing intent flickered. Then he completely reined it in. Do you know this Kunshan Celestial Emperor? Yi Junlin sensed and clearly noticed Xia Lu Yun's killing intent. I just recalled something. This Kunshan was once the name of a clan in that place. I still remember that among the major immortal families that once besieged the Great Prince, there was the Kunshan family. They fled quite quickly at that time, moving their entire clan to seek refuge outside. Xia Lu Yun said, his eyes filled with a chilling light. Kunshan, what a Kunshan clan. Upon hearing that there was a clan called Kunshan among those who had besieged his elder brother, Yi Junlin's expression changed. Blood debts must be repaid with blood. Looks like we will have to meet this Kunshan Celestial Emperor soon. Yi Junlin said coldly. Of course, they were still not certain that this Kunshan was from the same Kunshan clan. Only when they met Xia Lu Yun could they discern. The two of them spoke without any reservations in front of Flowing Sand. Flowing Sand felt that the amount of information he received today was simply overwhelming. This old and young pair were definitely not ordinary cultivators. What human emperor, what great prince, what external enemies? Flowing Sand felt his brain was not functioning well. He had no idea about any of this. Moreover, he was certain that throughout the history of the celestial realm, there had never been a Kunshan clan nor any human emperor. But now recalling, he realized that the Kunshan Celestial Emperor had risen to fame overnight. It was as if he had appeared out of thin air with no sign whatsoever. By the time everyone learned of Kunshan, he had already become a celestial emperor. And he forcefully seized control of the central celestial domain. When Dongfang Shuo launched an attack on the central celestial domain, the result was that he returned in defeat. No one knew what had happened, nor did anyone dare to investigate. The Qingdi had also not spoken of it. Now reflecting upon it, Flowing Sand felt a chill run down his spine. It was like an invisible net enveloping everyone in the celestial domain. Behind it, an invisible hand was controlling everything. The more Flowing Sand thought about it, the more frightened he became, leading them in a daze. Here is the Qingdi Palace. I wish to report. Please wait a moment. Flowing Sand brought Yi Junlin and Xia Lu Yun to the outside of a magnificent hall and said, "Where is the Qinglong? Why don't you hurry out to welcome the young master?" Lu Sha stumbled as he was about to report to the imperial palace, nearly falling to the ground. This was simply too. Boom. An overwhelming aura erupted from within the palace like an ancient evil dragon awakening. The aura was immensely powerful. Whoosh! A streak of azure dragon shadow flashed past before Lu Sha could even react. A young man clad in dragon robes appeared before Xia Lu Yun. The young man's face was expressionless and 2 horns adorned his head, lending him an extraordinary appearance. Yet within his eyes a surge of emotion known as excitement was spreading. Immortal Lord Lu Sha pays respects to the Azure Emperor. Lu Sha hurriedly knelt and performed a grand salute. However, the Azure Dragon paid him no heed, fixing his gaze solely on Xia Lu Yun. Is it His Majesty who sent you to guide me? The Azure Dragon's lips trembled as he looked at Xia Lu Yun with anticipation. Lu Sha was utterly incredulous. Their immortal emperor always exuded an air of authority. Even a smile was a rare sight. Yet now the immortal emperor resembled a child waiting for an elder to pick him up. The expectation in his eyes was enough to stir a pang of sorrow. Azure Dragon, you know that battles of that magnitude are not for you or me to partake in. His Majesty acted for your own good. Though reluctant, Xia Lu Yun spoke the truth. For tens of thousands of years, the Azure Dragon has never slackened in his cultivation, all to return to His Majesty's side. Yet my talent is limited, unable to soar to great heights and achieve a breakthrough in cultivation. Your Majesty, I am ashamed and powerless. Glistening things shimmered in the azure dragon's eyes. Yi Junlin knew they were tears. Enough, a dignified immortal emperor, and this is all the ambition you have, eh? His Majesty does not need you by his side for now, but you may accompany the young master. Xia Luyuan clapped a hand on the azure dragon's shoulder with a smile. The young master. Is it young master Yi Zhan? Wonderful, young master Yi Zhan is safe. How wonderful. The azure dragon instantly leaped with joy like a child laughing aloud. He had once been the human emperor's mount and was privy to certain information. Knowing that the great Prince Yi Zhan had been besieged by immortal families and gone missing, the azure dragon had roared in anguish. He hated his own incompetence, his inability to lend even the slightest help. He would have gladly died to aid even a fraction. But in that battle, he wasn't even qualified to be cannon fodder. This is the second Prince Yi Junlin. Xia Luyuan's expression dimmed at the mention of the great Prince Yi Zhan before he stepped aside. Revealing Yi Junlin, he said, "Your subordinate Azure Dragon pays respects to the second prince." The Azure Dragon was startled, then quickly knelt and performed a grand salute. Lu Sha was momentarily stunned before kneeling as well, burying his face deep in his arms. He had only thought they were old acquaintances of the Azure Emperor. But he never imagined this youth's identity and status were so exalted. Even the Azure Emperor had to pay him great respect. Numbed by the revelation, Lu Sha mechanically performed the grand salute. Lu Sha swore this was the most thrilling day in history. Absolutely exhilarating. You're Azure Dragon, right? Rise. From now on you shall follow by my side. Yi Junlin said to the Azure Dragon with a smile. He could see the dragon's unwavering loyalty to his father, the human emperor. Such a devoted soul should naturally be kept close. Cultivation was not an issue. Azure Dragon, why do you hesitate? Do you think His Majesty left you here for no reason? It is to assist the young master. His Majesty's vision is far-reaching. Xia Luyuan spoke to the dazed Azure Dragon. Indeed, His Majesty did not abandon me. Whoa. The Azure Dragon is willing to follow the young master serving before and after, and will never regret it even unto death. Tears streamed down the Azure Dragon's cheeks as he spoke. By the way, Azure Dragon, what do you think of Kuan Qian from the Central Immortal Domain? Yi Junlin asked. He wanted to gauge the Azure Dragon's knowledge. Tens of thousands of years ago, Kuan Qian descended upon the Immortal Domain and dominated the Central Immortal Domain. No one knows where he came from. At that time, Dongfang Su led tens of millions of immortal soldiers to suppress him, but returned gravely wounded. Yet I know it wasn't just serious injury. He was on the brink of death. With a single move, just one, Dongfang Su was defeated outright. The Azure Dragon spoke solemnly. Afterward, I made extensive inquiries and discovered that this Kuan Qian is the foremost prodigy of the Kuan Qian clan. He did not follow his clan to submit to foreign forces, but came to the Immortal Domain instead. I once met him, and he said he was atoning for his sins. The Azure Dragon recounted. Interesting, very interesting. The Kuan Qian clan conspired to frame my elder brother, yet this so-called foremost prodigy of theirs claims to be atoning. Yi Junlin smiled, but an infinite killing intent lurked beneath. Azure Dragon sent out invitations. Summon all the immortal dynasties to the Azure Emperor's immortal dynasty. As for the reason, you figure it out. They must all come. Yi Junlin commanded. Young master, the others are manageable, but Kuan Qian is notoriously reclusive. Even when our major immortal dynasties have matters to discuss, he never attends. The Azure Dragon said awkwardly. Come, let me teach you how to send an invitation. Write this on the letter. The Azure Emperor's immortal dynasty inaugurates an unprecedented golden age in the immortal domain. We specially invite Immortal Emperor Kuan Qian to lead his prodigies to participate in the grand competition. You must come, or you'll be damned if you don't. If you dare not show up, you'll curse your ancestors. Respectfully submitted by the Azure Emperor's immortal dynasty. Xia Luyuan, Azure Dragon. Immortal Lord Liu Sha, I'm utterly dumbfounded. Ruthless, utterly ruthless. Any normal person would be unable to withstand such vile and perverse provocation. Azure Dragon understands. I will arrange it immediately. The Azure Dragon turned to handle the arrangements. In the Central Immortal Domain report, Your Majesty, this is an invitation sent by Immortal Emperor Azure Dragon. Azure Dragon. He's always been steady. This doesn't seem like his style. Could it be? He has arrived? In the dim hall, Kuan Qian squinted his eyes, staring at the string of condolences on the invitation, his voice low. Kuan Qian appeared young, no more than 20, but in truth he had lived for countless millennia. The Heavenly Fate Master said he would appear in the Immortal Domain. If that's the case, I must make the journey. Kuan Qian murmured, his words cryptic to all. How many millennia has it been? Because of him, I've languished in this lowly realm for eons. Has the time for my return finally come? Kuan Qian Tianyi clasped his hands behind his back and rose to his feet. In an instant, the aura emanating from him began to surge violently, breaking through the very limits of the immortal domain. By my imperial decree, gather all the prodigies of the central immortal domain. We depart for the Green Emperor Immortal Dynasty today. Quinqian Tianyi commanded directly. The invitation in his hand then turned to ash. For provocation. How intriguing. I am eager to see what kind of person the heavenly fate master spoke of, one who could stir the course of 10,000 ages. Quinqian Tianyi's gaze seemed to pierce through the palace, looking toward the Green Emperor Immortal Dynasty. He still remembered the words the heavenly fate master had spoken in his original world. Then his figure vanished. Is Quinqian truly merely an immortal emperor? With a single strike, he gravely wounded me, nearly killing me. After recuperating for tens of thousands of years, my injuries are finally healed, and my cultivation has even advanced further. Dongfang Su of the Eastern Immortal Dynasty emerged from a secluded meditation chamber, murmuring to himself. Even now his heart trembled with lingering fear. Quinqian's terror was enough to drive one to despair. Though his injuries were healed, the deep-seated dread within him would not dissipate. Dongfang Su knew that Quinqian's overwhelming power had already planted a curse deep within his heart. Recalling Quinqian's attack back, then Dongfang Su now realized it had been nothing more than a casual strike. Quinqian Tianyi had deliberately spared his life, though the reason eluded Dongfang Su. Plotting against the Eastern Immortal Dynasty. Preposterous. If Quinqian so desired, all these dynasties would be mere spoils in his grasp. Summon the prodigies of the Eastern Immortal Dynasty. We depart immediately for the Green Emperor Immortal Dynasty. Let me see what trick this Azure Dragon is up to this time. With those words, Dongfang Su vanished. Your Majesty, this is an invitation from the Green Emperor Immortal Dynasty. How peculiar. The Green Emperor Immortal Dynasty has never held such events before. Have they taken leave of their senses this year? The mother of Yao Qi spoke languidly. She reclined sideways on her throne, exuding an indescribable allure, yet her features remained veiled in a powerful, hazy obscurity. Since the stage is set, let us make the journey. With the 5 great immortal emperors gathering, what clashes will unfold this time? Is Quinqian the immortal emperor truly the foremost among them? The mother spoke no more, and her attendants departed to carry out her orders. For all these years, the 5 great immortal dynasties have each fought for themselves with scarcely any interaction. In this grand competition of the immortal dynasties, the victor shall receive bountiful rewards. Moreover, the most outstanding prodigy will have the honor of following our Lord's young master, Junlin, on his conquest of the myriad realms. This is the highest glory. Above the immense training grounds of the dynasty, the Green Emperor stood beside Junlin and declared in a loud voice. In truth, everyone wondered who the youth beside the Green Emperor truly was. For the Green Emperor did not take his own throne, instead the youth sat lazily upon it, while even the Green Emperor could only stand at his side. Hearing the Green Emperor's words, a wave of commotion rippled through the crowd. A young master whom even the Green Emperor must serve. Who in the world could he be? The immortal emperor of the Eastern Immortal Dynasty arrives with a host of prodigies. At that moment, someone shouted. Boom! A golden dragon chariot sped across the distant sky. 9 ancient ferocious beasts, the howling moon wolf kings, pulled the chariot. Their fur stood like countless god-slaying needles, appearing extremely rigid and sharp. Each wolf king possessed the cultivation of an immortal lord. Awoe! The 9 wolf kings howled at the sky, stirring the winds and clouds. Behind the dragon chariot followed a colossal void warship. This warship was so immense that its hull was covered with countless dense marks and scars. These were left behind by various weapons, each scar radiating a terrifying, murderous aura. This warship was a supreme treasure bearing a glorious past. Dongfang Su, it has been a long time. The Azure Dragon said, squinting as he looked at the golden dragon chariot. Haha, Azure Dragon, it has been years since we last met. I wonder if your cultivation has progressed. If the chance arises, you and I must spar. Dongfang Su's voice emerged from within the dragon chariot. Then a figure stepped out from the chariot. With each step, the void itself seemed to wail in agony. Such was the might of an immortal emperor. Every movement represented the pinnacle of the immortal path. Awoe! Sensing the emperor's overwhelming presence, the 9 howling moon wolf kings howled skyward, their momentum immense. Beasts, silence. Behind the Azure Dragon, a middle-aged man clad in golden battle armor stepped forward and bellowed. Ow! The howling moon wolf kings immediately showed fear in their eyes and whimpered softly. Since when does an immortal king dare to rebuke my steeds? Dongfang Su narrowed his eyes, staring at the immortal king. If the beasts are ignorant, that can be forgiven. But is the esteemed Eastern Immortal Emperor also ignorant of propriety? The Azure Dragon looked directly at Dongfang Su and asked calmly, Azure Dragon, do you wish for war? Dongfang Su's expression shifted. The Azure Dragon had compared him to the Howling Moon Wolf Kings, a blatant insult. Who was he? An exalted immortal emperor. How could he be compared to a pack of beasts? Dongfang Su, don't you truly believe I fear you? If you want war, then let it be war. The Azure Dragon replied fearlessly. Dongfang Su, I heard that tens of thousands of years ago Kunqian defeated you with a single blow. Is that true or false? Little sister is very curious. A silvery bell-like laugh rang out. In an instant, countless flower petals appeared in the sky, carrying a rich fragrance as they drifted down. One could clearly see a peerlessly beautiful woman walking slowly through the void with her retinue. Her crystalline jade-like feet lightly touched the air, and wherever she passed, golden lotuses bloomed one after another. Yao Qi, who said I lost in a single move. In that battle, I nearly shattered the entire central immortal domain and barely managed to draw. Dongfang Su said calmly. He naturally could not reveal the true outcome of the battle, even though everyone knew what had really happened. But knowing and speaking it aloud were two different things. Then, brother Dongfang, your cultivation must be among the top of our 5. The immortal emperor of the Nalan immortal dynasty appeared standing in the void and asking curiously. Naturally. In that battle back, then we barely fought to a draw. But over the millennium, my cultivation has reached an even higher level. If I were to face Kunqian again, I am certain I could defeat him. Dongfang Su said with a cold sneer. He could afford to boast so boldly, because he knew that Kunqian would never deign to participate in such competitions or grand assemblies. Thus no one would doubt or question his words now. But Yao Qi and Nalan Longda felt a shock in their hearts. Dongfang Su's cultivation had advanced further. This was certainly not good news for them. Azure Dragon remained utterly calm, his thoughts inscrutable to all. He had not been pondering anything in particular. What did it matter if Dongfang Su's cultivation had advanced further? With the calamity elixir bestowed by young Lord Junlin, Azure Dragon's own cultivation could soar 1,000 levels higher. Thus Dongfang Su was truly beneath his notice. Just as Dongfang Su was indulging in his arrogant boasts, a voice announced, the Kunqian immortal emperor arrives. Goth. Dongfang Su was instantly silenced like a duck with its neck wrung. His face flushed crimson, and for a moment he was speechless. Yao Qi and Nalan Longda both changed their expressions, their solemnity evident to all. This was the Kunqian immortal emperor. Though he rarely appeared, the pressure he exerted on these immortal emperors was immense. Kunqian did not descend directly from the sky. Instead, he walked step by step from the main gate of the Azure Emperor Immortal Dynasty. As he passed Dongfang Su, Kunqian paused, his eyes fixed upon him. Without a word, he simply gazed. In an instant, Dongfang Su's robes were completely drenched in sweat. Well, Kunqian Immortal Emperor, long time no see. Dongfang Su forced a smile and greeted Kunqian. In his heart, he cursed Azure Dragon for inviting this monstrous figure. Today, he had utterly lost face. He had initially planned to put on a show of strength, but he hadn't expected such a swift humiliation. Since everyone is here, please take your seats. Azure Dragon said expressionlessly to the group. Haha, excellent, truly excellent. Kunqian, Immortal Emperor, please. Dongfang Su laughed loudly, and then made a gesture of invitation to Kunqian. On the high platform there were seats for 7 people. Only now did Dongfang Su notice a youth seated in the central position. Beside the youth sat an old man with closed eyes. Yao Qi and Nalan Longda looked at the youth lost in thought. But Dongfang Su was outraged. How could a mere youth be worthy of sitting with 5 immortal emperors? And occupying the very central seat at that? Brat, what the hell do you think you are? They'll give you 3 breaths to get the hell out of that seat immediately. Otherwise, they'll reduce you to ashes on the spot. Dongfang Su's voice was icy. Today had already been vexing enough, and now a mere youth dared to ride roughshod over an immortal emperor. This made Dongfang Su explode. He needed to vent his pent-up frustration and displeasure, and Junlin had conveniently walked into his line of fire. Xia Luyun, could this youth be? Kunqian's pupils contracted sharply as he looked at Xia Luyun, speaking inwardly. Though Xia Luyun might not have seen him, Kunqian had seen Xia Luyun before. This was because he had witnessed projections of battlefield scenes within his clan. Xia Luyun had been slaughtering enemies within them. His cultivation was indeed immensely powerful. At least in Kunqian's eyes, Xia Luyun was formidable. After all, he was once a commander under the human emperor, so his cultivation was naturally extraordinary. With Xia Luyun by his side, I cannot act rashly now. I'll need to resort to a roundabout strategy. A strange gleam flickered in Kunqian's eyes. Originally, he had planned a fatal strike against the second son of the human emperor, as foretold by Tianjizi. But with the powerful Xia Luyun guarding him, he could not make a move for the time being. He could only wait and first build a good relationship with Junlin. Dongfang Su, who do you think you are? How dare you bark at my young lord? Azure Dragon appeared before Dongfang Su in a flash, sneering. Haha, Azure Dragon, you've regressed with age, acknowledging a snot-nosed brat as your young lord. Dongfang Su laughed heartily. Anyone who insults the young lord shall die. Azure Dragon, kill him. Xiao Luyuan opened his eyes and commanded. As you command, Commander Xia. Without another word, Azure Dragon directly attacked Dongfang Su. Kuan Qian, standing by, concentrated his energy, ready to act at any moment. Of course, he wasn't going to attack Yi Junlin. He intended to eliminate Dongfang Su himself. Doing so would win Yi Junlin's favor, allowing him to get close. But he couldn't act just yet. He had to wait until Azure Dragon proved unable to subdue Dongfang Su. He knew that Azure Dragon was at most a match for Dongfang Su. Both were at the same cultivation realm, making a quick victory impossible. True Dragon Claw. A cold light gathered in Azure Dragon's eyes as he unleashed his ultimate trump card. This was a unique, innate divine ability of the Dragon Clan, once renowned as one of the 10 calamity techniques. Its power was naturally terrifying. Azure Dragon's right hand had transformed into a colossal dragon claw. It then grasped at the void, causing space itself to shatter, and descended upon Dongfang Su with irresistible force. Kun Qian's expression changed as he witnessed this attack. This was no strike an immortal emperor could deliver. It was clearly a blow from a realm beyond immortal emperor. He couldn't fathom how Azure Dragon had broken through to that level in just tens of thousands of years. When he first met Azure Dragon, he was merely a newly ascended immortal emperor. At best, Azure Dragon now should be at the peak of the immortal emperor realm. But Kuan Qian hadn't expected Azure Dragon to have broken through without a sound. Now his plan to gain Yi Junlin's favor by intervening had failed. There was no need for his help now. The difference between the immortal emperor realm and the realm beyond was not trivial. The gap was far too vast, despairingly so. Haha, Azure Dragon, do you think you can defeat me? Find my cultivation has also advanced. Today I'll make an example of you. Dongfang Su was completely unflustered. Apart from Kuan Qian, he believed his own strength was the greatest among the 4 immortal emperors. Chop! Dongfang Su raised his right hand like a blade and chopped down directly at Azure Dragon's true dragon claw. An immortal emperor's full power strike was no joke, capable of destroying half an immortal dynasty. As their attacks collided, Dongfang Su stared at Azure Dragon in disbelief. Dongfang Su's attack crumpled like paper, utterly feeble. The moment it touched Azure Dragon's assault, his own attack dissipated, failing to offer even a sliver of resistance. Impossible, impossible, how can this be? I won't believe it. Luck. Dongfang Su was incredulous at first, but then he frantically gathered immortal chi to form a massive shield before him. The shield appeared extraordinarily sturdy, any other immortal emperor would find it extremely troublesome to break. Yet beneath Azure Dragon's true dragon claw, this shield was equally fragile. Crack! The moment the true dragon claw touched Dongfang Su's shield, it began to fissure, then exploded. Yi Junlin's spiritual perception was immensely powerful. Just moments ago, he distinctly sensed Kuan Qian scrutinizing him repeatedly. Not only that, Yi Tian clearly perceived a well-concealed murderous intent that flickered and vanished. Had his cultivation not been so formidable, he would never have detected it. A hint of amusement curled at the corner of Yi Junlin's mouth. Pucci. Without any surprise, the Azure Dragon's claw directly pierced through Dongfang Su's body. Pierced through front and back. When the Azure Dragon withdrew its claw, a heart could be seen in its hand. This heart continued to pulsate vigorously within the Azure Dragon's grasp. Its sound was like thunder, deafening. An immortal emperor was not easily killed, but the Azure Dragon's cultivation had long surpassed that realm. No. How? How is this possible? Azure Dragon, what cultivation level have you truly reached? Dongfang Su stared at the Azure Dragon in disbelief. He simply could not fathom it. Had the Azure Dragon unknowingly already broken through the immortal emperor realm? Yao Qi and Nalan Londa also watched the Azure Dragon with solemn expressions. To a certain extent, the Azure Dragon's cultivation level would determine the reshuffling of major powers in the immortal domain. This was not what they wished to see, yet they were helpless. Those who insult the young master shall die. The Azure Dragon did not answer Dongfang Su, but spoke coldly instead. It was only then that everyone's pupils sharply contracted, finally realizing the status this youth held in the Azure Dragon's heart. That the Azure Dragon would bow its head to this youth was enough to reveal the youth's extraordinary nature. As for the nature of his extraordinariness, they did not know, for they had never laid eyes on Yi Junlin. Azure Dragon, listen to me. Spare me, spare me. I will give you the entire Eastern Immortal Dynasty. The treasury holds endless heavenly treasures and earthly rarities. I beg you, spare me. Dongfang Su was utterly panicked, pleading incessantly. Die. The Azure Dragon paid no heed to Dongfang Su. Its dragon claw slowly closed around Dongfang Su's heart. Bang! Dongfang Su's face instantly turned deathly pale. He knew he was finished. Although the heart alone was not fatal, he was certain the Azure Dragon would not let him off so easily. Flee. Dongfang Su turned and ran without hesitation. He dared not stay any longer. The Azure Dragon was determined to kill him. You cannot escape. Return. The Azure Dragon roared, slowly opening its claw from which boundless suction force emanated. Dongfang Su, who had already fled a great distance, froze in place, unable to break free. He could only watch helplessly as he was drawn back toward the Azure Dragon. Pucci. Without a word, the Azure Dragon twisted off Dongfang Su's head. An immortal emperor who had roamed for countless eons met his end here on this day. Do not be too tense. I am not a bloodthirsty man. Dongfang Su insulted my young master, thus he met this fate. All of you please take your seats. The Azure Dragon said with a smile. The two immortal emperors felt somewhat uneasy. Kun Cantianii, however, sat down thoughtfully. His demeanor was relaxed, betraying not a hint of discomfort. Of the Kun Xian clan. No sooner had they sat down than Yi Junlin's words nearly startled the other two immortal emperors out of their chairs. But they quickly realized Yi Junlin was not addressing them. Yes, Kun Xian replied with a smile. There was not a trace of unease in him. His face bore only a faint, gentle smile that gave a very peaceful impression. As if the mention of the Kun Xian clan had nothing to do with him at all. Yi Junlin smiled faintly. This man was deeply hidden. To remain unruffled even when he brought up the Kun Xian clan. Such profound cunning. Then you should know that the Kun Xian clan deserves to die. Yi Junlin continued to address Kun Cantianii with a smile. Though he smiled, the overwhelming extreme killing intent began to solidify the very air around them, sending chills down one's spine. Yao Kai's mother and Nalan Longda listened with trepidation. This youth possessed such authority. They could not comprehend how a mere youth dared to declare right in front of Kun Xian that his clan should be annihilated. Although they did not know what the Kun Xian clan truly was. Tianni knows that regarding the matter of the great prince back, then the Kun Xian clan indeed deserved execution. I once tried to stop it, but the ambitious ones in the clan would not listen to me. At that time I was merely a junior with slightly stronger talent, I had no say in the matter. What a pity for His Highness the Great Prince. His Highness and I were contemporaries. But to be honest, His Highness the Great Prince's talent was rarely seen in ancient or modern times. When I was still striving at the martial ancestor and martial king realms, His Highness had already reached the immortal emperor realm. His Highness the Great Prince was merely 15 years old at that time. Kun Cantianii said with deep emotion. Yao Qi and Nalan Longda were utterly stunned. A 15-year-old immortal emperor. Was that not absolutely terrifying? They were perplexed and baffled. In the history of the immortal domain, among countless ancient texts, they had no memory of a teenaged immortal emperor. This was not their fault. Their cultivation levels determined their horizons. Schwa. Everyone of the Kun Xian clan deserves to die. Xiao Luyun opened his eyes, a boundless chill flickering in his gaze. The Azure Dragon is willing to act. The Kun Xian clan truly does not deserve to live. The Azure Dragon also stepped forward to declare. Because of you immortal clans, my elder brother has gone missing. Tell me, what right do you people have to continue living? Yi Junlin looked at Kun Cantianii and said, Tianni is right here. If the second prince wishes to kill me, Tianni will absolutely not resist and will submit to whatever punishment the second prince decrees. Kun Cantianii said very calmly. The Kun Xian clan was originally a glorious family with incomparably brilliant achievements. Who would have thought they would betray the human emperor and betray the myriad realms? Willingly becoming dogs for outsiders. How laughable. Yi Junlin continued to provoke Kun Xian. The Kun Xian clan is guilty, so I have defected from the clan, hoping only to atone for their sins. If the second prince does not believe me, Kun Xian is here, willing to be beaten or killed at your pleasure. Kun Cantianii put on an expression of resigned indifference. Well said. Willing to be beaten or killed at your pleasure. I forgot to tell you, this prince acts on a whim. Kill him. Yi Junlin sneered at Kun Xian, still putting on airs before him with that look of facing death unflinchingly. If not you, then who? Yi Junlin was no saint. They had harmed his elder brother. This was a blood feud. How could a few words from Kun Cantianii make it go away? God. Kun Cantianii was somewhat stunned. This second prince did not follow the usual script. Under such circumstances, was he not supposed to show sympathy and understanding? After all, he had now turned from darkness to light. Yet in Yi Junlin's heart, wrong was wrong and right was right. Once a mistake was made, a price had to be paid. Kun Xian believed he had concealed himself, while little realizing that the moment Yi Junlin laid eyes on him, he sensed the killing intent. Yi Junlin had no intention of letting him live. After a brief moment of panic, Kun Xian regained his composure. Following the usual script, this second prince must be testing him, to see if he truly intended to abandon darkness for light. Yes, that must be it. Kuan Xian was full of confidence. He offered no resistance, no defiance, but sat calmly in place. He made no move to defend or resist, firmly believing this was Yi Junlin's test. Only by passing the test would Yi Junlin trust him and let down his guard. Only then would he have the chance to kill Yi Junlin. Though Yi Junlin was the second son of the human emperor, Kuan Xian did not believe his cultivation was as monstrous as the eldest prince's. Even if he were equally powerful, it mattered little. He was only a teenager. At best, he was above a mortal emperor, a realm Kuan Xian could crush with a wave of his hand. Whoosh! The azure dragon struck without warning, its massive claw crashing down toward Kuan Xian's head. But Kuan Xian sat unmoved, utterly still, letting the attack land on his skull. Clang! A sound of metal striking metal rang out as the azure dragon's blow met Kuan Xian's head. Sparks flew in all directions, yet Kuan Xian remained like a mountain, uninjured, not even a single strand of hair disturbed. It was the azure dragon whose expression shifted. He could not even breach Kuan Xian's defense. This Kuan Xian's cultivation was undoubtedly formidable. Just as I thought, merely a test. How could a mere azure dragon possibly harm me? Kuan Xian was reassured, thinking to himself. Yao Qi and Nalan Longda remained grim-faced. They had anticipated a gap in cultivation, but never imagined it to be this vast. Even the azure dragon who had slain Dongfang Su in one blow was no match. Unable to break through his defense, or rather unable to even scratch his flesh. What realm had Kuan Xian reached? It surpassed their imagination, ascending to a height they dared not conceive, perhaps that of a god. Above a mortal emperor lies the divine, and above the divine lies the true god. As expected of the foremost youth of the Kuan Xian clan, such cultivation is worthy of pride. Yi Junlin looked at Kuan Xian and spoke with a smile. The second prince flatters me. In your eyes, such cultivation is naturally nothing. Given time, the second prince will surely surpass me. It is merely a matter of time. Kuan Xian replied with a genial smile. Damn it, do you think I'm giving you face? Surpassing you is just a matter of time. Give you an inch, and you take a mile. Trash like you. Surpassing you would be effortless for me. Yi Junlin had been smiling moments before, but now his expression turned cold. Commander Xia, go and test him, he said to Xia Luyan. This time Kuan Xian felt a flicker of panic. If Xia Luyan made a move, he would be powerless to stop him. But inadvertently, he caught the hint of amusement on Yi Junlin's face. He instantly calmed down. This was still Yi Junlin's test. At least that was what Kuan Xian thought. Yi Junlin would not kill him, for he had come to defect to the light. He had made it clear he was here to atone for the sins of the Kuan Xian clan. For that reason, he had even betrayed his family, so Yi Junlin would not kill him. Kuan Xian forcibly suppressed the urge to flee, sitting motionless with an air of calm. His eyes showed no ripple, only infinite resolve. But all of this was an act meant to show Yi Junlin his determination. Yet Yi Junlin was no saint. A mistake demanded a price. He did not care whether Kuan Xian had truly surrendered. That was his honest thought. Besides, did he need anyone's allegiance? He was not short of strong warriors. Yes, young master. Xia Luyan rose slowly and walked toward Kuan Xian. It's all fake, all a test. I must endure. Kuan Xian felt the world-shattering energy emanating from Xia Luyan and repeated to himself, just a test, just a test. I must hold on. Thud, thud, thud. With every step Xia Luyan took, Kuan Xian's heart gave a jolt. From initial calm, now one could faintly see his body trembling. It was fear. Though he tried desperately to control himself, he could not. Xia Luyan's pressure was overwhelming. I can't pretend anymore. Kuan Xian suddenly stood up and shouted, unable to bear the oppression any longer. Xia Luyan, after all these years apart, I never expected your cultivation to reach even greater heights. This pressure surpasses what it once was. Kuan Xian stared at Xia Luyan with a solemn expression. With his level of cultivation, he could easily be one of the 3,000 battle generals under the human emperor. Of course, Kuan Xian was no match for Xia Luyan. The gap between them was far too vast. But he was not flustered now. As the foremost youth of the Kuan Xian clan, he had been sent on the family's orders to kill Yi Junlin. After all, the Kuan Xian clan was an immortal aristocratic house. He still possessed life-saving treasures. Since the pretense was over, he would make a desperate attempt to kill Yi Junlin. Success or failure, he had to try. Because after this, he would have no other chance. But clearly Xia Luyan would not give him that opportunity. And even if he did, Kuan Xian would still fail. Die! Kuan Xian roared, unleashing a secret technique aimed at Yi Junlin. It was the soul devourer, a forbidden art of the Kuan Xian clan designed to extinguish a person's spirit. Its most fearsome aspect was that it could kill the enemy invisibly. Formless and intangible, it was impossible to guard against. Still daring to act fierce before me. Annihilate. Xia Luyan said coldly. Even a secret technique was but an illusion before absolute power. Xiao Liuyun, your cultivation has indeed advanced. But no matter, I believe we shall meet again before long. Kuan Qian sneered, then produced an object resembling a small boat from his hands. The Void Boat. The Kuan Qian clan is truly generous, bestowing even their clan's supreme treasure upon you. Xiao Liyun's expression darkened. The Void Boat could tear through the void, reaching any destination as long as coordinates were set. It was unstoppable, a true divine artifact. Boy, you will eventually die by my hand. When that day comes, I will make you wish you were never born. Son of the human emperor Ha, Yizhan's fate will be yours. Even someone as formidable as Xiao Liyun was powerless to intervene. Let alone a mere commander, even the generals serving under the human emperor could not be certain of detaining Kuan-Qian. As an immortal aristocratic family, the Kuan-Qian clan's foundation was far more terrifying than imagined. Otherwise, the human emperor Yi Jitian would have long eradicated these disloyal families. Immortal aristocratic families, as their name suggests, endure through the ages, eternal and undying. Their ranks are filled with countless experts accumulated over millennia, their power awe-inspiring. Of course, it was not that the human emperor feared them. Rather, engaging in battle would only lead to internal strife, and he was unwilling for his subordinates to fall not on the blood-soaked battlefield. But beneath the iron hooves of their own kin, such a fate would give the outsiders a chance to strike back. Within each immortal aristocratic family resides an ancestral patriarch. Though their cultivation might not match that of the human emperor Yi Jitian, if it came to a real fight, they could stall him for decades without issue. A span of decades would be enough for the invaders from beyond to slaughter every resisting cultivator across the myriad domains. Were it not for this restraint, the outsiders would have long been routed. Second Prince. Until we meet again. Kuan Qian said, a smile curling at the corners of his lips as he gazed at Yi Junlin. He did not believe he would meet his end here today, for he possessed the void worship. This was the Kuan Qian clan's ultimate treasure, the unparalleled choice for escape. Aside from figures like the ancestral patriarch, who under heaven could stop him? Thus, Kuan-Qian was utterly fearless, now intent on delivering the utmost mockery. Doing so would lift his spirits a little. For his original plan had been to directly eliminate Yi Junlin, but upon arrival, he discovered the second prince was accompanied by Commander Xiao Liyun. His intention to lay hands on Yi Junlin was immediately extinguished. System, I want to detain him. Issue a check-in task at once. Yi Junlin silently spoke to the system in his mind. The system. Ding, now issuing check-in task. Check-in at the Qing Emperor Immortal Dynasty. Successful check-in rewards the host with the 10 directions, heaven-suppressing steel. With sufficient cultivation, even heaven and earth can be suppressed. After a moment of silence, the system issued a check-in task. Confirm check-in. Yi Junlin said directly. Ding, check-in successful. Reward issued to the host's universe ring. Please check it, host. The system's voice echoed in Yi Junlin's mind. Actually, host, if you wish to know any information, you can simply view the panel. There's no need to ask others, it's quite embarrassing. Just as Yi Junlin was about to inspect the 10 directions, heaven-suppressing steely, the system suddenly blurted out such a remark. A system view panel. Yi Junlin suddenly realized he had been neglecting the system all along. But it was not surprising, as he had only obtained it recently. Host Yi Junlin. Cultivation, Divine Deity Realm. Martial Disciple, Martial Warrior, Martial Master, Martial Grandmaster, Martial Lord, Martial Spirit, Martial Ancestor, Martial King, Martial Emperor, Martial, Saint, Martial Sovereign, Unity Realm, Void Tao Realm, Return to Heaven Realm, Immortal Fire Realm, True, Immortal Realm, Lower Golden, Immortal, Mid Golden, Immortal Upper Golden, Immortal Great Golden, Immortal Grand Supreme, Immortal, Immortal Lord, Immortal King, Immortal Emperor Divine. Fire Realm, True God Realm, Lower God Realm, Mid God Realm, Upper God Realm, Divine Deity Realm, Divine King Realm, Divine Emperor Realm, Divine Emperor Realm, Divine Emperor Realm. Talent. Divine abilities, techniques, secret arts, countless, too many to list. Special constitution, Yi Clan Dao Body. All of this transpired in an instant. If you had chosen to leave without a word, perhaps I truly could not have stopped you. But now try and leave if you can. Yi Junlin shrugged at Kuan-Qian. He had once been skeptical that villains fell due to talking too much. But now he believed it. Had Kuan-Qian fled without a word from the start, Yi Junlin would have been unable to block him even after checking in. But Kuan-Qian, relying on his void-crossing warship, was insufferably cocky. After all, with such a treasure, anyone else could only watch, helplessly powerless to act. In the end, they could only let him swagger away. Are you trying to scare me? You have no idea how miserably your elder brother died, tsk. Even now recalling it brings me immense satisfaction. Wasn't Yi Zhan hailed as the foremost of the younger generation? Look at his pitiful end. Oh, and even some of the older generation were no match for him, but what was the outcome? By the way, I have a recording stone here. You can see for yourself how your elder brother died. With the treasure in his possession, Kuan-Qian was in no rush to leave. He decided to leave a mark on Yi Junlin's heart, perhaps driving him to demonic cultivation. Then, without lifting a finger, Yi Junlin would be finished. Buzz! Kuan-Qian produced a recording stone from his bosom and tossed it into the air. Instantly, a massive image formed in the sky. It depicted a forbidden ground. A youth in white robes stood poised in the void, his eyes like lightning as he gazed at the surrounding figures. You scum are truly a scourge upon the myriad realms. Yizhan spoke slowly, his eyes brimming with boundless killing intent that surged forth, causing heaven and earth to pale. Great Prince, out of respect we call you that. Blame your father. For how many years has he suppressed our immortal noble families? A voice spoke from the void, belonging to concealed figures who dared not reveal themselves, fearing the human emperor would later hunt them down. Though their clan ancestors could jointly stall the human emperor for decades, they knew their ancestors would ultimately perish with no other outcome. Moreover, the human emperor was in his prime, brimming with vigor and bloodlust. Many dared not overlook his heaven-defying talent. Fearing the human emperor's wrath, they dared not let his son Yizhan grow further. His cultivation speed was unprecedented, unheard of through the ages. Terrified, they struck when the great prince entered the forbidden grounds without guards. Do you think these misfits can stop me, eh? Yizhan scoffed at the surrounding experts. Since you're here, why not show yourselves, eh? He suddenly looked up toward the void. He, the human emperor's son, indeed sees through our concealment. A strange voice echoed from the void. Outer realm cowards skulking in shadows. I swear to slaughter you all in my lifetime. Yizhan's eyes glinted with icy fury. Pity you won't get the chance. Shall we kill him together? Figures emerged from the void, addressing the immortal noble families. These outer realm beings resembled those of the myriad realms in appearance, yet bore distinct differences, especially the area between nose and upper lip. There a peculiar black square mark stood out, not a beard but something unknown. Their speech carried an unsettling tone. We merely provided information. Kill him quickly lest the human emperor learns. Then even death would be a luxury. The immortal noble families spoke coldly. At the mention of the human emperor, the outer realm beings' faces twisted in terror. They harbored an instinctive dread of the human emperor. Gentlemen, attack. He must die, their leader commanded. Come, you twisted speakers. I, Yizhan, fear no foe. Today I shall revel in slaughter. His black hair wild, he laughed like a god or demon. Famous since 6, he had terrorized all by 15. Now barely past 30, even immortal families feared him, and elders gazed at his back in awe. The younger generation couldn't even glimpse his shadow. Sky-severing strike. Yizhan swung his hand, unleashing indiscriminate attacks. Thousands of sword auras burst forth, each locking onto an enemy. Both outer realm beings and immortal nobles paled in shock. Yizhan's growth was terrifyingly swift. The auras struck vital points. Though all were experts, none dared withstand a single blow. Those unable to dodge gritted their teeth and resisted, but in vain. In an instant, half the surrounding experts fell, all slain with a single strike. Huh, what exhilaration! Yizhan laughed heartily. Gentlemen, deploy His Majesty's formation, or we're doomed. The outer realm leader spoke gravely. Formation rise. Several experts hurled a formation plate covered in cryptic, twisted script. The script resembled their alien tongue, but the overwhelming killing intent was real, enough to make even Yizhan frown. The aura of an outer realm king. You flatter me. Yizhan narrowed his eyes, unable to evade, as the formation engulfed him. When the 8-headed serpent king decrees, death you die. The leader sneered. If you fall here, would your father go mad? The sole heir of the human emperor dies today. Drink in the scenery, you'll never see it again. The leader laughed cruelly. Activate the formation. Annihilate him. Outside figures darted and channeled their power together. A dull rumble echoed as a black spear slowly materialized within the formation, its oppressive aura terrifying beyond measure. Even through the recording stone, Qinglong felt his body weaken and suffocate. Yao Qi and Nalan Longda collapsed, their eyes filled with sheer terror. At this moment, Yizhan mustered all his cultivation base to confront the spear heathen. With no room to dodge, he charged directly toward it, resolved to fight to the death. Then the two collided, erupting in boundless radiance. Everyone was blinded. When the light faded, all turned their gaze toward the great formation. A spear was lodged in Yizhan's chest, golden blood streaming down incessantly. With a bang, his body shattered into pieces, leaving nothing but scattered flesh and splattered blood. Excellent. Now that the son of the human emperor is dead, the human emperor will surely be thrown into disarray. We shall take our leave. The members of these immortal aristocratic families hastily erased all traces of their presence and fled. Why wouldn't they flee? Did they think the human emperor would descend personally? With Yizhan dead, the human emperor would sense it and cross the void to arrive. By then, none of them would escape. Now they could only carefully erase their tracks, ensuring the human emperor would not detect them. Damn the Kunshan clan. Damn the immortal aristocratic families. All of you deserve to die. Xiao Luyun roared, his eyes bloodshot. So this was how the great prince had died, in such a desolate and tragic manner. Ha ha ha, what? Want to kill me? Then come. Kunshan laughed triumphantly, finally feeling a measure of relief. After all, seeing his opponent lose composure and burn with rage was a delight to him. Only Yi Junlin remained aloof, lost in thought. Everything had happened too fast. Yi Junlin alone had seen clearly what transpired within that light. Possessing the Great Path reincarnation body, when he channeled it into his eyes, he could trace all phenomena back to their origins. He had seen it. His elder brother had long vanished using the cicada shedding its shell technique. The one who died was merely a puppet. Infused with Yi Zhan's essence blood, it could assume an identical appearance. Yi Junlin breathed a sigh of relief. His brother Yi Zhan was safe and sound. Ha ha ha, second prince. Not feeling so good now, are you? Do you have the urge to kill me? Are you particularly eager to eliminate me right now? What a pity. You can't. Kunshan laughed, wagging his right index finger at Yi Junlin. Is that so? I told you you're not leaving today. Yi Junlin said calmly. Oh really? Then I'd like to see how you plan to stop me. Kunshan produced a void ship and began to power it, preparing to depart. 10 directions, heaven suppressing steely seal, the 10 directions of heaven and earth. Yi Junlin raised his hand, and a golden steel materialized in the void. It emitted no overwhelming energy, only an immense sense of solidity. It seemed to have existed since time immemorial. Small in appearance, yet its weight was palpable. A tiny stone tablet dares to block me. Kunshan sneered. He began to activate the void ship, but then his face changed drastically. He found himself utterly unable to move it. No matter how hard he tried, the void ship remained as immovable as a mountain, steadfast against all his efforts. Damn it, move. Kunshan Tianyi finally lost his composure, his body going limp. A feeling called fear began to fester in his heart. Especially seeing the faint smile on Yi Junlin's lips, he grew panicked. And with Xiao Luyun's predatory glare, his terror only multiplied. Don't kill him. Imprison his soul instead. The Kunshan clan doesn't deserve such an easy death. Yi Junlin spoke softly to Xiao Luyun. Having dared to betray the human emperor and harm his own son, they must be prepared to endure torment. Killing him outright would be too merciful. Yi Junlin intended to subject his soul to endless agony. Only thus could atonement be made and petty scoundrels be deterred. Otherwise, anyone would think betrayal came without consequence. Betrayal demands a heavy price. Yes, young lord, I shall not fail your command. Xiao Luyun looked at Yi Junlin. Just now he had sensed an aura of royalty emanating from him. Such an aura he had once felt from the human emperor himself. Clearly, Yi Junlin had already begun to embody the majesty of a sovereign. For some only iron-fisted measures would suffice. Leniency would only invite more imitators. Don't come any closer. Kunshan Tianyi shouted as Xiao Luyun advanced step by step. When I was conquering battlefields, you weren't even a tadpole. Who do you think you are? By the young lord's decree, from this day forth your soul shall be imprisoned, never to reincarnate. Night and day you shall suffer the torment of the soul. This is but the beginning for your Kunshan clan. Come out. Xiao Luyun grabbed with his hand, and a translucent soul emerged from within Kunshan's body. Kunshan screamed wildly, yet all was in vain. The two remaining celestial emperors remained collapsed on the ground, utterly paralyzed. Even the oppressive aura emanating from a mere spirit recording stone was so overwhelming that they nearly suffocated. With a swift slash through the void, Xiao Luyun carved out a spatial prison before everyone's eyes. This prison was shrouded in absolute darkness. No sliver of light had ever pierced its depths. Within it crackled a flame of utter blackness, searing and relentless. It was the hellfire of the netherworld, a blaze designed to scorch the soul itself. Those consumed by it endured unspeakable agony, their nascent souls dissolving entirely within mere days. Yet Xiao Luyun refused to grant Kunshan a swift death. Each time the man neared collapse, Xiao Luyun immediately administered a spirit-nourishing pill. The moment the pill dissolved upon his tongue, Kunshan surged back to vitality. A chime rang clearly within Yi Junlin's mind. Sign-in system activated. Sign-in location: Divine Realm Auction House. Successful sign-in grants 500 points towards Supreme Physiques, including the Primordial Saint Body, Innate Saint Body, Tao Embryo Chaos Body, Hongming Supreme Body, and Twin-Pupiled Divine Body. Bonus objective: participate in the auction and succeed. Payment must be made exclusively with artifacts from the modern civilization: RMB, ice pops, spicy strips, etc. Additional reward of 500 points upon successful participation and acquisition. At that moment, the sign-in system's voice resonated sharply within Yi Junlin's consciousness. Huh, why has the sign-in system changed? Why are there now bonus objectives? Yi Junlin frowned. Wasn't a simple sign-in supposed to yield 10,000 points outright? Why had it suddenly been split into tiers? Because no sign-in task had previously been issued, thus violating the system's foundational protocol. This realignment restores proper function. The system replied with quiet, unmistakable pride. Fine, you're in charge. An auction? No problem at all, Yi Junlin declared, exchanging modern artifacts. Trivial. You two shall govern the immortal domain henceforth. No elder bullying the young, no power intimidating the weak. For now, that is all. Lu Yun and Azure Dragon, accompany me into the divine realm. Without hesitation, Yi Junlin spoke. He had convened this grand contest solely to capture Kuan Qian, and now the prey was secured. He had lost all interest in lingering within the immortal domain. His path now surged forward, straight toward the world where his father dwelt. There he would stand shoulder to shoulder with his father and elder brother and purge every single extraterritorial invader without mercy. Yaoqi bows to the second prince's decree. Nalan Longda accepts the order. Both celestial emperors lowered their proud heads before Yi Junlin. Your servant obeys. Xia Luyan and the Azure Dragon echoed in solemn unison. The Azure Dragon felt no attachment to the immortal domain, merely the electric thrill of marching alongside his young master across the myriad heavens. He could plainly see the envy blazing in Yaoqi's and Nalan Longda's eyes. The divine realm was a realm even celestial emperors dared only dream of entering. Let us go? Yi Junlin strode forward, treading the void as he ascended into the heavens. Then, before the stunned gaze of all present, threw a single earth-shattering punch. Boom! A thunderous cataclysm erupted. His fist tore open a rift, a boundless channel through which divine laws descended, coalescing into a radiant path of law. Why such disbelief? They had assumed Yi Junlin's audacity stemmed solely from the protection of some peerless powerhouse standing beside him. They simply could not fathom that this youth himself possessed such terrifying might. That one blow alone shattered the barrier between the immortal and divine realms. Truly, this youth was worthy of such supreme guardianship. The sheer terror of his fist defied comprehension. Xia Luyan and the Azure Dragon followed closely behind, vanishing with Yi Junlin into the luminous path of law. This is the divine realm's law force, indeed vastly superior to the Tao cultivation of the immortal domain. Yi Junlin spread his palms wide, savoring the resonance of divine law. Find the largest auction house. Yi Junlin turned to Xia Luyun. Yes, young master. Xia Luyun closed his eyes, then unleashed his divine sense like a tidal wave surging outward in all directions. Xia Luyun was formidable. Yi Junlin knew that well. Yet precisely how formidable remained unknown. Even now, Xia Luyun himself sensed the entire divine realm's current state with crystalline clarity. Who dare spy upon this sovereign? From within a colossal imperial palace, a middle-aged man, radiating godlike authority, snapped his eyes open. He had just felt an overwhelmingly potent divine sense sweep past. Yet when he attempted to seize it, the presence had already vanished without trace. Such immense divine sense. What has transpired? Could it be an emissary from above? The man murmured to himself. Simultaneously, multiple towering auras erupted across the divine realm, all reacting in shock to that same overwhelming divine sense. Xia Luyun had conducted his search not covertly, but brazenly. Had he concealed his intent, none of them would have perceived it at all. Young master, the largest auction house is the Divine Sovereign Auction House located within the Divine Sovereign City. Xia Luyun opened his eyes and reported. That name hits like a bolt from the blue, Yi Junlin muttered, unimpressed. Clearly, it belonged to a divine sovereign. Very well, summon every supreme being in the divine realm to attend this auction. After a pause, he added, 3 days hence, at the Divine Sovereign Auction House. All must attend. Failure means death. At that very instant, a hoary, ancient voice detonated within the mind seas of every divine sovereign across the realm, nearly sending them reeling in terror. They instantly grasped the truth. This being stood at the apex of existence, far beyond even the strongest sovereigns of the divine realm. Are you here to auction items, or to bid? If bidding, you must wait 3 years for our next auction cycle. If auctioning, we retain 20% of the final sale price. As Yi Junlin and his companions arrived at the Divine Sovereign Auction House, a young attendant stepped forward, not arrogant, but respectfully composed. We are auctioning items, Yi Junlin replied coolly. Very well, please follow me. Our senior appraisers will deliver a valuation you'll find wholly satisfactory. The attendant ushered them inside with a smile. I am Lu Kong, senior appraiser of the Divine Sovereign Auction House. May I inquire what divine pills or wondrous elixirs you wish to consign? No sooner had they entered the appraisal chamber than an elderly man appeared, bowing slightly as he addressed the trio. "You can name your price for these items," Junlin said, finding a seat and casually tossing the Lianshan big knife, meat dejangium, and ice cream onto the table. The old man was somewhat displeased. This youth was too unrestrained. Junlin had directly taken his seat, but he said nothing. Soon his gaze was captivated by the items Junlin had produced. Their designs were so novel that he had never seen or heard of anything like them in all his years. "What are these things? Why are they so peculiar?" the old man asked curiously. "Just some snacks I enjoy in my spare time, mere trifles that can enhance cultivation." Junlin shrugged nonchalantly. Indeed, though these were products of modern civilization, the system had rendered them as celestial treasures. "How does one open this?" the old man asked, sweating profusely. He had been struggling with the outer packaging. No matter how he tried, he could not open it. He was secretly astounded. Even the packaging of this thing called Latiao was a true treasure. It was incredibly tough. This old man was a heavenly god, yet he could not tear open this plastic bag. "There's a notch here, see? Just tear it open gently." Junlin picked up a pack of Latiao and tore it open. Instantly, the room was filled with the aroma of the spicy strips. It was not the usual pungent smell, but a fragrance of spiciness mixed with sweetness, constantly stimulating one's senses. It made one eager to devour it heartily. Gulp. The old man swallowed hard, feeling his mouth water. "Young master, are you certain you wish to auction such divine items?" the old man inquired. Unconsciously, he had begun addressing Junlin with respect. "Of course, why else would I come to an auction?" Junlin asked curiously. "May this old man have a taste. Otherwise it will be difficult to set a price," the old man requested. The aroma was enticing, but he still could not determine the value of these items. Of course, he also wished to taste them. Otherwise, if a buyer encountered problems, it would tarnish the auction house's reputation. "Certainly you may taste it." Junlin nodded with a smile. This flavor is so marvelous. It feels as if I am ascending to heaven. Most importantly, my cultivation has surged so much, and I only ate a little." The old man was utterly astonished. He was truly shocked. Such an effect could only be described as priceless. He had just entered the heavenly god realm, but after eating just one stick of Latiao, his cultivation had skyrocketed to the peak of the heavenly god stage. And this was only a portion of the energy. He could clearly sense the remaining energy dormant throughout his body. As long as he wished, he could mobilize it at any time to break through to the divine king realm. How terrifying was that? He had no doubt that such a priceless treasure would still be immensely effective even for a divine emperor. "Young master, this is truly priceless. Even this old man cannot set a price for it. But I believe the final transaction price will surely satisfy you," the old man said fervently to Junlin. "This would undoubtedly be the greatest auction of his life. Handle it as you see fit. The auction can begin now, no need to wait 3 years. What do you think?" Junlin looked at the old man. "Of course, everything shall be according to the young master's schedule," the old man quickly replied. This was a monumental client. "Quickly send word to all major families, great powers, and even the divine emperors. In 3 days, our divine emperor auction house will host an unprecedented grand auction." The old man promptly gave orders, also dispatching a message to the divine emperors. Whether they came or not was their choice, but they would surely regret it afterward. However, to his astonishment, before he could even send out the invitations, several divine emperors arrived in succession. "Today is the most brilliant day for the divine emperor auction house. Because today we have true priceless treasures. I have personally tested their effects. Behold." The old man smiled at the tens of millions in the audience. Boom! An overwhelmingly powerful aura erupted from his body. "Divine King, how is that possible so soon?" someone in the audience exclaimed in disbelief. They all knew that the auctioneer by Changhai had only just entered the heavenly god realm. Even reaching the late stage of heavenly god would normally take at least 1,000,000 years. It was absolutely impossible for him to have achieved this in just a few years. "By Changhai, how did you do it? Is this what's being auctioned today?" someone below asked. Meanwhile, Junlin and his companions were in the luxurious private suite upstairs, cracking sunflower seeds. They chatted and laughed while watching the scene below. "Indeed, today's priceless treasures are these. Please take a look. The first is called Latiao, with a flavor unmatched in this old man's lifetime. The second item is called sunflower seeds. The kernel within nourishes the soul. The third is a treasure known as ice cream, cool and refreshing with a lingering aftertaste. It is especially suitable for those who practice fire-based techniques, as it clears the mind and calms the heart. The most important effect of these priceless treasures is that they enhance cultivation without any side effects." This old man only ate a small amount of this Latiao, and his cultivation directly rose to the divine king realm, proving its potency. "Moreover, it is not only effective for those at my level, even a divine emperor would find it marvelously useful. Bai Changhai finished speaking and smiled at the crowd below. His words were already convincing. The crowd below erupted into chaos. What? Something that even a divine emperor would find useful? What kind of treasure was this? They had never heard of such a thing before. After all, they all knew by Shanghai's previous cultivation level, and as the largest auction house, their reputation was trustworthy. What do you all think? In the private suite next to Junlin's, a dignified man asked. Around his body swirled numerous laws. Though his aura was suppressed, one could still sense the earth-shattering energy within him. Logically speaking, since we are all here, they wouldn't dare deceive us. Indeed, the 7 of them are the 7 great sovereigns of the entire divine realm. He is the true divine emperor, the genuine ruler of this heaven and earth. But have you ever considered who exactly transmitted the message summoning us here? And that person's cultivation, is it not excessively terrifying? A divine emperor furrowed his brow and spoke. They were the most formidable existences in the divine realm, yet today all had gathered here solely because of one individual's words. This left them feeling displeased. As the strongest in the divine realm, they had not experienced such a sense of powerlessness in countless years. They were masters of great powers, accustomed only to others bowing before them. But today they felt fear. This thing called dread had not surfaced in tens of thousands of years. That person's cultivation is undoubtedly at the pinnacle. Perhaps he hails from above. One of the divine emperors pointed upward as he spoke. If he truly comes from above, what business does he have in our divine realm? Another divine emperor asked with a frown. Above, they knew not what kind of world that was only gleaning fragments from ancient records passed down through the ages. Honored guests, please take a closer look and savor this. Bai Changhai produced the bag of spicy sticks he had opened not long ago, releasing the divine power seal at its opening. Junlin had told him that once opened it must not be exposed to air for long and required sealing, otherwise the spicy sticks would lose their flavor and their effects would sharply diminish. What is this aroma? Why do I feel an urge to swallow my own tongue? Someone sniffed lightly, sensing saliva continuously secreting in their mouth. They nearly drooled outright. Could this be the scent of those spicy sticks? Another asked, eyes blazing as they fixed on the bag in by Shanghai's hand. Your guesses are correct. It is indeed the fragrance emanating from these spicy sticks in my hand. Today's auction can be called a feast for the taste buds. Whether for gratifying one's palate or enhancing cultivation, this item is truly unparalleled in my lifetime. These 3 different treasures have vastly distinct flavors, but each is a revelation. Take for instance this spicy stick with its rich, numbing taste. Its flavor is fiery, endlessly enticing, with an aroma that fills the air, lingers on the lips and teeth, and is so delightful, it makes one's mouth water. The true experience can only be savored by you yourselves. Ladies and gentlemen, the auction begins now. There is no reserve price, but each bid must be no less than the value of 1 divine king weapon. Bai Changhai announced with a beaming smile from the stage. Hiss! The entire auction house trembled as the sound of sharply inhaled breaths filled the air. Each bid, requiring at least the price of a divine king weapon, was utterly staggering. The universal currency of the divine realm was divine crystals, which were categorized as low-grade, mid-grade, high-grade, and supreme grade. 10,000 low-grade crystals equaled 1 mid-grade, and so forth. A single divine king weapon was worth at least 1,000,000 high-grade divine crystals. This price effectively excluded 95% of those present. The Shadow Pavilion claimed these spicy sticks. I bid 500 supreme-grade divine crystals. A man in a black robe seated in the front row stood and declared. His icy gaze swept the surroundings, the threat unmistakable. 500 supreme-grade divine crystals right off the bat. That's worth 5,000,000 high-grade divine crystals. The Shadow Pavilion. It's the Shadow Pavilion, the most formidable assassin dynasty in the divine realm. Though he's not the pavilion master, he's still a divine emperor powerhouse. Unless a divine emperor emerges who can rival him. Many in the audience spoke in fear. The Shadow Pavilion's reputation was overwhelming, their assassinations never failed. Their members were all top-tier experts, masters of the assassination arts, making opponents restless with dread. 600 high-grade divine crystals. Not far from the robed man, a burly middle-aged man stood and shouted. The Wu dynasty. Would you yield these spicy sticks to the Shadow Pavilion? There are still melon seeds and ice cream to come. The Shadow Pavilion will be grateful. The robed man addressed the middle-aged man. Others may fear your Shadow Pavilion, but not the Wu dynasty. If you can afford it, keep bidding. If not, shut up. The middle-aged man retorted coldly. They say the Wu dynasty's crown prince is hot-tempered and exceedingly arrogant. Seeing it today, it's true. Indeed, the Wu dynasty also has a divine emperor as its pillar. Besides this, crown prince's cultivation is said to have reached the divine emperor realm. Whispers circulated among the crowd. No wonder he dares to challenge the Shadow Pavilion. Fine, very well. I bid 700 supreme-grade divine crystals. Infinite cold light flickered in the robed man's eyes, his face dark enough to drip water. Gentlemen, let me join the fun. I bid 1,000 supreme-grade divine crystals. Another elegant middle-aged man from the front row stepped forward with a genial smile. The Listening Rain Pavilion's Qingshang Gongzi has also arrived. Indeed, today was nothing but a game among these major powers. We had no part in it. Someone said dejectedly. Other major forces could produce top-grade divine crystals with ease, while they struggled to even pull out a single medium-grade one. Yet this did not hinder them from enjoying the spectacle. Qingshang, there are still more items to come. Why must you join in the bidding for this spicy strip? The Divine Emperor of the Shadow Pavilion asked with displeasure. No particular reason. I observe that this item exudes a scorching aura which seems to be of great use for those with an icy constitution. My younger sister has been tormented by the 9 nether-frozen body for years. As her elder brother, I cannot bear to see her suffer. I came today without much hope. Yet this turned out to be a pleasant surprise. Young Master Qingshang said with a smile that was like a gentle breeze, bringing joy to all who saw it. Speaking of Qingshang's sister, she is truly a beauty that heaven envies. As the most beautiful woman on the divine continent, she has been afflicted by the 9 nether body since childhood. Alas, although the 9 nether body allows for extremely fast cultivation, if the icy qi cannot be suppressed, she will eventually turn into an ice sculpture devoid of life. If young Master Qingshang's sister Qingwu had not been born into a major power like the Listening Rain Pavilion, she would have perished long ago. Even a grand force like the Listening Rain Pavilion has spent years searching for supreme yang and blazing celestial treasures. Yet it remains exceedingly difficult to suppress the condition. Had she been born into any other faction, she would surely have died by now. Qingshang's words stirred great commotion among the onlookers below. Since brother Qingshang is here for sister Qingwu's ailment, I, the Crown Prince of Wu Dynasty, withdraw from this bidding. The Crown Prince of Wu said to Qingshang. Qingshang thanks the Crown Prince for his generosity. Qingshang remained ever so refined and elegant, even his gratitude bringing delight to others. Young Master Qingshang, this spicy strip is also of great importance to me. I bid 1,500 top-grade spirit crystals. The Divine Emperor of the Shadow Pavilion refused to give up. He desperately needed this supremely young and blazing spicy strip to offer to the Shadow Divine Emperor. No matter. Let us each rely on our own capabilities. Qingshang said with a smile. I bid 5,000 top-grade divine crystals. He declared without a hint of reluctance. Hiss. 5,000 top-grade divine crystals. Young Master Qingshang is indeed most generous. Young Master Qingshang dotes on his sister beyond words. I wish I had a brother like him. A young woman gazed at Qingshang with stars in her eyes full of admiration. Even the Divine Emperor of the Shadow Pavilion's expression changed. Qingshang was willing to spend his entire fortune to secure this spicy strip. Qingshang showed no sign of pain, only resolve. He had always cherished his sister. For her sake, what did it matter if he spent his entire fortune? I bid 7,000 top-grade divine crystals. The Divine Emperor of the Shadow Pavilion said through gritted teeth. This was his limit. He was merely a Divine Emperor within the Shadow Pavilion. In terms of status, he was certainly inferior to Qingshang's position in the Listening Rain Pavilion. The maximum top-grade divine crystals he could command was no more than 7,000. I bid 10,000 top-grade divine crystals. Qingshang did not hesitate. The moment the Divine Emperor of the Shadow Pavilion finished speaking, he announced his own price. How infuriating! The Divine Emperor of the Shadow Pavilion said with a venomous glare. He had not expected the very first auction item to reach such a height. The subsequent ice cream and melon seeds would likely be no less expensive. They had driven the opening bid far too high. The Divine Emperor of the Shadow Pavilion felt uncertain. Qingshang, since you desire it so much, I shall not deprive you of it. Though displeased, he had to maintain appearances. I do not need your concession, thank you. If you have the means, you are welcome to compete with me. You may continue to raise the bid. Qingshang, though gentle, had his limits. First, he refused to yield. Now, unable to afford it, he offered a concession. Was he trying to have his cake and eat it too? Qingshang, you. The Divine Emperor of the Shadow Pavilion's face twisted. Qingshang's words in this context were a blatant slap to his face. Now everyone knew it was not because he yielded to Qingshang, but because he could no longer afford the price. Fine. You are very good. The Divine Emperor of the Shadow Pavilion sneered. What a disgrace. In the private room upstairs, the Divine Emperor of the Shadow Pavilion watched coldly. The Shadow Pavilion had suffered a great loss of face today. Very well, is there any higher bid? If not, this spicy strip belongs to young Master Qingshang. Bai Changhai said with a beaming smile. Today's transaction value had far exceeded his expectations. Good, no more bids. Young Master Qin Shang, this spicy strip is yours. Bai Changhai handed the entire pack of spicy strips to Qin Shang. By the way, esteemed guests, there is half a pack remaining. This is the one I used for testing earlier. Most of it is still left. Its effects are the same. Is anyone interested in bidding? Bai Changhai placed the open pack on the table and asked. I want this half pack. I bid 1,000 top-grade divine crystals. The divine emperor of the Shadow Pavilion immediately stepped forward and declared. I bid 5,000 top-grade divine crystals. Qin Shang declared directly. Are you deliberately provoking the Shadow Pavilion? Do you wish to wage war against us? The Shadow Pavilion's God Emperor roared in fury. If you lack spirit crystals, do not disgrace yourself here. If you cannot afford it, refrain from attending such high-end auctions. Moreover, the Listening Rain Pavilion fears nothing. If you desire war, then war it shall be. Qin Shang stated firmly. Very well, you are quite something, Qin Shang. I bid 7,000 top-grade divine crystals. If you raise the bid again, Qin Shang, I shall concede to you. The Shadow Pavilion's God Emperor said coldly. Concede to me. I care not for your concession. I have ample resources, and these spicy strips suffice. It is yours. Qin Shang sat down with a smirk. Fine, Qin Shang, a fine Listening Rain Pavilion. The Shadow Pavilion's God Emperor gnashed his teeth in rage. By now he could clearly see that Qin Shang had deliberately driven up the price, all to make him suffer a loss. What could have been secured for a mere 1,000 or 2,000 had now drained his entire 7,000 top-grade spirit crystals. The subsequent items were beyond his reach. The onlookers cast strange glances at the Shadow Pavilion's God Emperor. They struggled mightily to suppress their laughter, nearly bursting out loud. After this incident, the Shadow Pavilion's God Emperor lost all face. Not only had Qin Shang outmaneuvered him, but he had also been tricked into paying a premium for a defective item. Indeed, auctions are truly amusing. Yi Junlin remarked with a smile as he observed the commotion from his private booth. In an instant, countless eyes turned toward Yi Junlin's booth. Though they could not see inside, Yi Junlin and his companions could clearly observe the scene outside. It turned out that Yi Junlin had not set up a soundproof barrier when he spoke. His voice resonated throughout the auction hall, and the onlookers below could no longer contain themselves. Some even laughed aloud. May I ask which senior resides in the booth above? The Shadow Pavilion's God Emperor inquired, his gaze fixed intently on the second-floor booth. He knew that those within such booths were no ordinary individuals. They had arrived in haste today, and by the time they reached the venue, all the booths were occupied. Otherwise, a God Emperor would undoubtedly qualify for a booth. Am I that old? Yi Junlin chuckled. With a wave of his hand, the windows of the booth disintegrated into dust. Yi Junlin and his two companions were fully exposed to the crowd. These people look unfamiliar. Which great power do they belong to? Someone asked in confusion. The Shadow Pavilion's God Emperor's mind raced frantically. He pondered which divine emperor-level faction this youth might be a prodigy of. But he could not recall any. No need to guess. We three are all independent cultivators. No faction, no clan in the divine realm, Yi Junlin said with a shrug. Yi Junlin spoke the truth. They indeed had no faction or clan in the divine realm. However, in the higher planes they commanded considerable influence. His father's human emperor hall was the foremost power in the world. Of course, no one grasped the deeper implication of Yi Junlin's words. Excellent. Even nameless riffraff dare to mock this emperor. Once confirmed, the Shadow Pavilion's God Emperor fumed. His killing intent surged forth like a tidal wave. Shadow God Emperor, be mindful. This is the Divine Emperor auction, not your Shadow Pavilion. No one who dares to strike here leaves alive, Bai Changhai barked. Bai Changhai was stunned. He found it hard to believe that three independent cultivators could best a God Emperor, yet Yi Junlin's words left him in a difficult position. Though Bai Changhai was merely a divine king, he held considerable status within the auction house. The Shadow Pavilion's God Emperor continued to glare coldly at Yi Junlin. The killing intent in his eyes did not diminish in the slightest. Yet he dared not act, for a divine emperor presided over the venue. The onlookers dared not laugh any longer. They had just realized that this was a God Emperor, one skilled in assassination, and certainly not someone they could afford to provoke. No matter. Let him act if he wishes, Yi Junlin said with a smile, addressing Bai Changhai. Young master, this. Bai Changhai was taken aback. He found it hard to believe that three independent cultivators could best a God Emperor, yet Yi Junlin's words left him in a difficult position. You truly have nerve, boy, the Shadow Pavilion's God Emperor said with a sinister grin. Friend, if you need aid, Qin Shang can hold him off for a time. At that moment, Qin Shang rose to intervene. No need. Can a mere God Emperor overturn the heavens? Yi Junlin waved his hand dismissively. At these words, everyone froze. What gave this youth the audacity to speak to a god emperor in such a manner? Was it courage? They doubted it. Today this emperor shall teach you a lesson. The Shadow Pavilion's god emperor declared, then vanished into thin air. Indeed, he disappeared without a trace. Even Qing Shang, also a divine emperor, furrowed his brow slightly. Dealing with a divine emperor was tricky, but dealing with one who excelled in assassination was even more so. Yet Qing Shang was already prepared to act at any moment. Regardless of the reason, he had to save this youth. Earlier, everyone thought the youth was extraordinary and might have a significant background. But now all their previous assumptions about the youth were overturned. He could not read the situation, indulged himself recklessly, and acted so arrogantly before a divine emperor. He appeared to be nothing more than a spoiled scion from some family who knew no bounds. He did not even know the renowned Shadow Pavilion and dared to provoke them. The Shadow Divine Emperor concealed his form within the void, constantly shifting his position. As an assassin, he naturally sought a single lethal strike. But in the next instant, his expression drastically changed. No matter where he moved, Xia Lian's gaze remained fixed upon him. He could not tell if it was an illusion or reality. Xia Lian's eyes never left him. He had not even revealed his form, and even a divine emperor of the same level would find it difficult to see through his concealment technique. For the other party to see through him so effortlessly, they must be at least a peak divine emperor or a divine sovereign. No, impossible. How could a divine sovereign be a servant to a youth? The Shadow Divine Emperor roared inwardly in madness. But he dared not strike, for he lacked the conviction for a sure kill. Why are you running around? Aren't you tired? This old man is tired of watching. Get out here, Xia Lian said with utter impatience. Then his palm rapidly enlarged, instantly sealing off the entire space. Then to everyone's horror, they saw a giant hand slowly clenching. They found it unbelievable that within that hand the Shadow Divine Emperor was tightly gripped by Xia Lian. He could not move at all. Who was this? This was a divine emperor of the Shadow Pavilion, second only to a divine sovereign in cultivation. Yet now he was effortlessly subdued by a servant accompanying a youth. Just what background did this youth have? Even his attendant was a supreme being at the divine sovereign realm. This aura, it's the same as the one who sent us the message. Yes, no mistake. In the private booth next to Yi Junlin, several divine sovereigns exclaimed with changed expressions. Damn it, what kind of existence has this fool brought upon my Shadow Pavilion? The Shadow Pavilion's divine sovereign, Yu said through gritted teeth, his face pale. Then he directly tore apart the booth wrapped in divine power. The figures of the 7 divine sovereigns were instantly revealed to all. This is 7 divine sovereigns, all from top-tier major powers. The entire venue erupted in shock. They had never imagined that a single booth could house 7 divine sovereigns. Pavilion Master, save me. The Shadow Pavilion's divine emperor, held in Xia Lian's grasp, suddenly cried out, as if seeing a savior, frantically shouting at Yu. You useless fool who spoils everything. Who do you think you can offend? Yu stared coldly at the Shadow Pavilion's divine emperor. Young master, I am. Yu began to greet Yi Junlin respectfully, but before he could finish, Yi Junlin waved him off. Do you want to save him? Yi Junlin pointed at the Shadow Pavilion's divine emperor. Young master misunderstands. He offended you and deserves to die. Yu replied without a moment's hesitation. Since you're not pleading for him, then step back. Yi Junlin said with a dismissive wave. Crack. He himself sat there leisurely cracking melon seeds. Are those the melon seeds from the auction? What a waste. Those are such rare heavenly treasures, how can they be eaten so casually? Although it said the kernels inside have great effects. The shells themselves are also valuable ingredients for medicine. If these shells were refined with various divine herbs into pills, their efficacy wouldn't be much less than the kernels inside. Someone clutched their heart and said. Seeing the pile of melon seed shells in front of the 3, they lamented with anguish. Such a waste of these treasures, their hearts could barely take it. The melon seeds at the auction were only a small pouch, but the amount these 3 were cracking was several times that. And every time they saw Yi Junlin casually discard the shells, their hearts would twitch painfully. Such a prodigal, truly heartbreaking. Kill him, Yi Junlin said, without even looking at the Shadow Divine Emperor. No, Pavilion Master, save me. The Shadow Divine Emperor roared in desperation. But the Shadow Pavilion Master paid him no heed. Yes, young master. Xia Lian tightened his grip on the Shadow Divine Emperor. That Divine Emperor was instantly crushed into a pile of ashes. Yi Junlin and his 2 companions continued to leisurely crack melon seeds, watching the intense bidding at the auction content. But most of the people below were not focused on the auction. Their eyes were gleaming with greed, fixed on the melon seed shells on Yi Junlin's table. At this moment, they finally realized that this young man was the one who brought out these auction items. No wonder even the Divine Emperor had to respectfully address him as senior. Brother Qingshang, if you're interested, feel free to join me, Yi Junlin said to young Master Qingshang. After all, Qingshang at least wanted to help him. What was most important was that he heard that Qingshang's sister was actually the Nine Nether Ice Body. Perhaps he could assist Qingshang's sister in alleviating the dangers of the Nine Nether Ice Body. In that case, I shall not refuse. Qingshang clasped his hands towards Yi Junlin and then walked towards Yi Junlin's private room. All right, everyone, the auction will continue. The second item is this treasure called ice cream. This item is quite delicate. If the temperature rises even slightly, it will melt away instantly. Moreover, once it melts, its taste will be greatly diminished compared to now. Therefore, our auction house has specially used millions of years of ice to keep it sealed within. Now everyone can start bidding. Bai Changhai said with a smile. I bid 10000 premium divine crystals. A divine emperor in one of the upper boxes shouted immediately after Bai Shanghai's voice fell. Hiss! Everyone gasped in shock. This divine emperor was indeed too wealthy. The first bid was already the highest price called out by Qingshang. I bid 200 premium divine crystals. The divine emperor of Shadow Pavilion also shouted defiantly. 50000 premium divine crystals. 7 divine emperors kept raising the price as they scrambled for the item. Once a divine emperor spoke, the people below naturally dared not bid. Not to mention that the divine emperor's authority was supreme and none would dare compete. Simply the wealth of these divine emperors was beyond their reach. They did not necessarily want to obtain this item. Rather, they wanted to leave a profound impression on Yi Junlin. 1 million. Suddenly, the entire auction house fell silent. A smiling divine emperor stood up and shouted, This is the money divine emperor from the Wanguan money house, the largest money house in the entire divine realm. The expressions of the other divine emperors turned grim. 1 million premium divine crystals was almost their entire fortune. However, there was no way around it. If anyone in the divine realm was the richest, it was undoubtedly this fat money man. The most famous saying of the fat money man was, there is nothing in this world that cannot be settled with money. If there is, it must be that the money is still insufficient. Amidst the grim faces of the other divine emperors, the fat money man cheerfully collected the ice cream. The third item is sunflower seeds. Some say that not only the seed kernel is a treasure, but the outer shell after years of erosion has also become a treasure. Let's start the auction, Bai Changhai said with a smile. 1 million premium divine crystals. The divine emperor of Shadow directly stood up and shouted. This was all of his belongings. If someone raised the bid, he could only withdraw. Fortunately, this time no one raised the price. This let the divine emperor of Shadow breathe a sigh of relief. He only wanted to leave a good impression in front of Yi Junlin. However, it seemed that Yi Junlin had not paid him any attention from start to finish. Yi Junlin and his 3 companions were chatting and laughing. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Boom. Suddenly, an overwhelming pressure erupted from Yi Junlin's private room. Several divine emperors took action. Of course, they were not attacking, but suppressing. Because Qingshang had broken through. Yes, after eating a few sunflower seeds, Qingshang's cultivation had directly broken into the divine emperor realm. This was the enormous divine power effect contained within the sunflower seeds. Several divine emperors, along with everyone present, were all stunned. Although they knew the medicinal effects were powerful, they never expected them to be this powerful. To directly push a divine emperor into the divine emperor realm. One must know that Bai Changhai could ascend to the divine king only because he was merely in the celestial god realm. The celestial god realm and the divine emperor realm are completely different concepts. Breaking through is thousands or even tens of thousands of times more difficult than the celestial god realm, yet under everyone's gaze Qingshang broke through. At this moment, the other divine emperors who did not manage to bid were finally aware. They had missed out on a treasure of immense value. Perhaps it could push them into a whole new realm. At that time, the structure of the divine realm would undoubtedly be shattered. Among them, the divine emperor of Shadow secretly rejoiced for leaving a good impression on Yi Junlin. Little did he expect that in the end it would surprise himself. As he saw the inexplicable brilliance in the eyes of the surrounding divine emperors, the face of the divine emperor of Shadow changed. Were these people planning to join forces to seize it? Everyone, I shall take my leave first. We will gather again when there's time. Senior, I will take my leave. When there's time, I must invite you to my Shadow Pavilion, and I will surely extend my hospitality. The divine emperor of Shadow said ambiguously. He had swallowed all the sunflower seeds he auctioned off in one go, leaving no shells behind. After finishing, he turned and left. Whoosh! All the divine emperor's gazes were now focused on the fat money man. Don't look at me, ooh, I've already eaten. The fat money man licked the tiny bit of ice cream left on his hand as he spoke. The other divine sovereigns were secretly filled with regret, for they had missed a monumental stroke of fortune. But there was no remedy now, as the Shadow Divine Sovereign and the chubby Qian had both gulped it down in one go. Qing Shang still had some left, yet he stood by Yi Junlin's side, and they dared not make a move. However, the Divine Emperor of the Shadow Pavilion still had half a packet. But the Divine Emperor of the Shadow Pavilion had already turned to ashes along with that half packet of spicy strips. The auction continued below, yet it failed to ignite everyone's interest. Nevertheless, it remained exceedingly lively. In the midst of it, Yi Junlin also bid for and secured an item. He naturally held it in low regard, but this fulfilled the system's task. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the auction task. The host is rewarded with 100,000 special physiques. Please prepare, host. The fusion is about to commence. The moment the auction concluded, the system's chime echoed in Yi Junlin's mind. Guard me. Yi Junlin managed only a single sentence before sinking entirely into a cultivation state. Xia Luyan's eyes flashed with a cold gleam as he rose to his feet, standing like a stalwart guardian beside Yi Junlin. His aura radiated forth completely. At this moment, everyone trembled in fear, even though Xia Luyan's aura was not directed at them. Yet they could not straighten their backs. This aura, even if they sensed only a sliver, still suffocated them. Not only them, but even the divine sovereigns could not remain standing and were forced to prostrate themselves. Since the young master had spoken thus, Xia Luyan naturally dared not be negligent. Now he was fully alert, not only keeping watch over the denizens of the divine realm, but also closely monitoring the realm above. They had already reached the divine realm, signaling that they were drawing nearer to the world where the human sovereign resided. The great enemies of the human sovereign palace were constantly watching and searching without respite. Seal. Xia Luyan waved his hand, directly sealing the entire auction house. Boom. Yi Junlin felt as if his body had transformed 100,000 times in an instant, each time a unique experience. These were peerless physiques unseen for eons, each one worthy of being called a supreme constitution. Any one of them, if manifested in the world, would be fiercely contested by ancient orthodoxies. For these physiques represented invincibility, signifying an innate supremacy. As long as one did not fall prematurely, they would surely dominate the world and become the ultimate powerhouse. In a single moment, Yi Junlin underwent 100,000 bodily transformations. To outsiders, it appeared as if Yi Junlin's body shifted from gold to crimson. They could also sense that within him it seemed as if ancient primordial beasts were sealed. His aura surged relentlessly with no sign of stopping. This astounded everyone. The youth had merely been at the divine god realm, but now they could not fathom his depth. Yet these divine sovereigns could clearly perceive that within that brief span the youth's body had undergone 100,000 transformations. With each change his aura swelled. Yes, thou body devour. Yi Junlin roared inwardly. Indeed, using his unique Yi clan special physique, he forcibly merged and swallowed those 100,000 physiques. Combined with the great path reincarnation body he had obtained earlier, Yi Junlin's own Dao body had now devoured 100,001 supreme constitutions. His Yes Dao body was unparalleled, with no precedent and likely no successor. Even his father and elder brother could not compare. Moreover, he was the first to use his own physique to devour others. Crack. Xia Luyan's face drastically changed. The seal he had laid was cracking on the verge of shattering. The young master's cultivation. Xia Luyan was truly stunned. In an instant, the youth had leaped from the divine god realm to surpass him. Even if not surpassing, he was now nearly on par with Xia Luyan. Damn it, seal. Xia Luyan's face twisted in alarm as he frantically formed hand seals. One seal after another swiftly merged from Xia Luyan's hands into the sealing array, repairing the broken parts. Unknown space. It has appeared again, this very aura. In just a few short days has it reached this level. Too late, everything is too late. It has fully grown. A scholarly figure with jade-like features, hands clasped behind his back, shook his head and sighed repeatedly. He had just sensed that unique aura of the Yi clan. This aura was unmistakable. This feeling of power is truly wonderful. Yi Junlin slowly opened his eyes, and a torrent of immense force surged forth. His cultivation had advanced too rapidly, leaving him momentarily unable to control it. Fortunately, Xia Luyan's grand array shielded him, otherwise that single burst would have shattered the entire divine realm. Once Yi Junlin adapted to his newfound cultivation, he completely retracted his aura. Brother Yi, no Senior Yi. Was that just now the 9 nether frozen ice body? Qing Shang asked hesitantly. It concerned his sister, so he had to steel himself to inquire. No need for senior. Just call me Brother Yi as before. As for your sister's 9 nether frozen ice supreme body, I believe I have a way to resolve it. Indeed, the 9 nether frost body is one of the supreme constitutions. It was also one of the 100,000 Supreme Constitutions acquired by Junlin. However, the 9 Netherfrost Supreme Constitution alone, without suppression, is difficult to cultivate. Although the 9 Netherfrost Supreme Constitution is immensely powerful, its side effects are equally pronounced. The higher one's cultivation, the more acutely one feels the agonizing cold capable of freezing even the soul. To counter this, one must either birth another Supreme Constitution of extreme yang within the body, creating a mutual balance that eliminates all side effects. Alternatively, one can merge with a person possessing an extreme yang constitution, fusing together to alleviate the side effects. However, this is not a one-time solution. The union must be repeated at intervals. This would also ease the pain brought by the 9 Netherfrost Supreme Constitution. Brother Yi, are you telling the truth? Can my sister's constitution truly be relieved of its negative effects? Qing Shang exclaimed excitedly. How old was his sister now? Barely in her youthful prime, just over 20 years of age. Yet over the past decade, she had suffered increasingly, not to mention the countless heavenly treasures and earthly rarities consumed over these 10-odd years. Any ordinary faction would have long been drained dry. I cannot guarantee it, only say there is a chance. Junlin truly could not make promises, for transplanting an extreme Yang Supreme Constitution was exceedingly troublesome. Moreover, whether the recipient could withstand it was another question. Though another method existed, Junlin would not resort to it unless absolutely necessary. Excellent. There is no time to lose. Brother Yi, would you accompany me to the rain listening pavilion now? Qing Shang said, his voice brimming with excitement. He would not let slip any opportunity. Qing Wu was the little princess of the rain listening pavilion, doted upon by her elders since childhood. None wished to see Qing Wu suffer. Even if it meant foregoing a supreme constitution, they would accept it, for the rain listening pavilion was mighty enough to shield her safely as she grew. In that case, let us set out for the rain listening pavilion now. Junlin rose to his feet. Qing Shang was not bad, at least when facing the divine emperor of the Shadow Pavilion. Despite being a stranger, he had stepped forward to aid Junlin. Junlin found him commendable, a person worth befriending. Yet their respective cultivation levels destined them to exist on different planes. Thus, helping his sister escape the torment of her supreme constitution would be to fulfill one of Qing Shang's heartfelt wishes. The rain listening pavilion truly lived up to its reputation as one of the most formidable powers in the divine realm. Everywhere there were jade towers and resplendent halls. Deep within the pavilion, the scenery differed entirely from the rest. The ground was carpeted with flowers and grasses, a vast sea of blooms as far as the eye could see. A young maiden, ladle in hand, was watering these blossoms. A perpetual sweet smile graced her face, one that could soften the soul. Her peerless, captivating features were now beaded with perspiration. It was hard to imagine that a maiden of considerable cultivation could actually sweat. Brother Yi, pray do not be surprised. Cultivation brings nothing but agony to my sister, so the clan elders sealed her cultivation. Yet the 9 Netherfrost Supreme Constitution is far too potent. The elders find their suppression lasting shorter and shorter. Now they must reseal it every 10 days. Even with the seal, my sister's cultivation continues to surge, and she has already reached the peak of the divine deity realm. Qing Shang spoke with deep sorrow. Yi Tian understood this constitution well, for he had just merged with one. Such a physique cultivated at an astonishing speed, ranking among the top 3 of all constitutions. Yet it bore a fatal flaw. Those with this constitution lived not long. It was a forbidden physique. Heaven itself begrudged its existence. Throughout history, none had survived past 30. It was utterly incurable. Brother, when did you arrive? At that moment, as if sensing something, the maiden lifted her head and asked Qing Shang curiously. In an instant, it was as if myriad flowers bloomed and heaven and earth dimmed in comparison. Her sweet smile and delicate demeanor stirred an irresistible urge to cherish her. Xiao Wu, this is a new friend of mine. Perhaps he can cure your chill. Qing Shang gestured toward Junlin. Hello, young sir. Brother, it is useless. Xiao Wu knows her own body well. I have already burdened the clan enough. But now I am happy every day, Xiao Wu said with a forced smile of bravado. That is not certain. Maybe I truly can cure you. Junlin shrugged casually. But as far as I know, no one in history with this constitution has lived past 30. How would you cure it then? Xiao Wu looked at Junlin with curiosity. All these years she had remained within the rain listening pavilion, never once stepping outside. Due to her constitution, her kin were deeply worried. This was the first time Qing Wu had met someone from beyond the pavilion. That was before they met me. Now that you have encountered me, you shall live forever. Junlin declared. Brother Yi, if you can indeed cure my sister's chill this time, I am willing to yield the rain listening pavilion's trial slot for the ancient mythical continent to you. Qing Shang said solemnly. What is this trial quota for the ancient mythical continent? Yi Junlin asked with curiosity. Even Xia Luyun and the others looked at Qingshang with great interest. Having grown up alongside the human emperor Yi Jitian, they had naturally spent time in the divine realm. However, it was merely a few decades, and they had only heard vague mentions of this so-called ancient mythical continent. But the detailed circumstances remained unknown to them. Moreover, they would not linger in the divine realm for 100,000 years just for this mythical continent. The ancient mythical continent, as its name suggests, is steeped in an aura of myth. Yet the true ancient mythical continent has long perished or exists within a peculiar special space. It opens only once every 100,000 years. Those who enter and manage to emerge alive are destined to become supreme powerhouses. These so-called divine sovereigns have never set foot in the ancient mythical continent. As for those who have ventured inside, their talents and cultivation levels skyrocket upon their return. In no time at all, they have already ascended. Yet the deepest reaches of this ancient mythical continent remain unexplored. All who have ventured there have perished, not a single survivor. Qingshang explained. Then why is there a quota restriction? Yi Junlin inquired curiously. He reasoned that a major power like the Rain Listening Pavilion should not be bound by such limits. This is a rule established by our ancestors. Each faction, whether grand or minor, is allotted only 2 spots. If my younger sister can be healed this time, I shall let her go in with you. Qingshang's eyes were clear, devoid of any greed. He was not swayed by the prospect of the prodigies from past generations attaining soaring cultivation and enhanced talents after their journeys inside. Yi Junlin nodded, subtly approving of this young man. Forget the quota. I shall establish my own faction when the time comes, he said with a dismissive wave of his hand. Since quotas existed, he would simply create his own organization. However, entry into the ancient mythical continent was restricted to those under 10,000 years of age, otherwise one could not enter. The external repulsive force would expel any intruder, and no external power could breach it. Can Xiao go in too? Qingwu asked, her eyes wide with yearning. All these years she had been confined within the Rain Listening Pavilion, unable to venture out, making the outside world an irresistible temptation. She longed to see if the world beyond was like her home. But Xiaowu knows her own body well. It won't hold out much longer, she said, her voice tinged with melancholy. There are 2 ways to resolve the drawbacks of your 9 Nether Cold Ice Supreme Physique. The first can completely eliminate the side effects of your 9 Nether Cold Ice Supreme Physique. As for the second, it involves finding someone with a Supreme Yang Physique and engaging in union. Yi Junlin said, no more confident they understood. Of course, nothing is absolute. Let us first try the first method. That is to implant a Supreme Yang Physique within your body, Yi Junlin stated. Brother Yi, where can we find a Supreme Yang Physique? Qingshang asked urgently. Even if one exists, they are cherished treasures held dear as the apple of one's eye. How could anyone willingly surrender such a constitution? Qingshang spoke with growing anxiety. No matter, I have my ways. Xiaowu, sit cross-legged on the ground, silently recite the mental cultivation technique, and keep your spirit clear. Yi Junlin beckoned to Qingwu. All right, she replied obediently, sitting down before him and closing her eyes. As expected of one with a supreme physique, she could enter a meditative state instantly. Moreover, having never encountered the world's treachery, she possessed a pure heart. Unseal. Yi Junlin formed hand seals and gently pressed them against Qingwu's smooth, fair forehead. She let out a pained murmur as her seal was released. But she quickly composed herself. This pain was unbearable for ordinary people, yet Qingwu had grown accustomed to it over the years. However, each flare-up brought exponentially greater agony. System, grant me a supreme Yang Physique. Consider it alone. Yi Junlin commanded within his mind. The system remained silent. Qingwu, prepare yourself. I am about to implant the supreme Yang Physique. If you cannot endure, speak out. Yi Junlin shouted. It was his first time performing such a feat, and he lacked absolute certainty. Boom! A surge of energy erupted from Qingwu's petite frame. Those nearby were nearly blown away by the unexpected blast. Yi Junlin directly implanted the Supreme Yang Physique, the primordial solar blaze Supreme Physique, into Qingwu's body. He then personally channeled his power to accelerate its growth, ensuring it matched the 9 Nether Cold Ice Supreme Physique. Only then could they counterbalance each other, bringing immense benefits to Qingwu. This also opened up infinite possibilities for her cultivation path. The collision of the Supreme Yang and Supreme Yin, 2 diametrically opposed constitutions, did not result in a cataclysmic explosion. Instead, they gradually merged into one. One Yin and one Yang, the ultimate Yang and the ultimate Yin, merging together without any side effects. Yi Junlin nodded in satisfaction upon witnessing this. Qingwu's cultivation will skyrocket from now on. You'd better be prepared, Yi Junlin said to Qingshang. Indeed, Qingshang's gaze fell upon Qingwu. At this moment, there was no trace of pain on Qing Wu's face any longer. Her complexion had returned to normal. Meanwhile, the aura around Qing Wu began to churn. Her cultivation was breaking through at an astonishing pace. Brother Yi, your kindness is beyond repayment. Qing Shang truly does not know how to repay you. From now on, whatever you command, Brother Yi, I will go through fire and water without hesitation. Qing Shang saluted Yi Junlin solemnly with cupped fists. Haha, no need to be so formal. I ask you, Brother Qing Shang, to announce to the world that from today onward, I, Yi Junlin, establish the Heavenly Court. Of course, for now, the Heavenly Court consists of only three: me, Lu Yun, and Qing Long. Yi Junlin said with a smile. Brother Yi, I wonder if there is something I should say or not. Qing Shang spoke somewhat awkwardly. Why be so formal? Yi Junlin said dismissively. I wish to join the Heavenly Court, Qing Shang declared. Qing Shang had thought it through clearly. He knew that Yi Junlin was barely over 20 years old. To possess such cultivation at that age and have such a formidable follower. What did this signify? It meant that following Yi Junlin now would lead to boundless prospects. Moreover, he would be considered one of the founding members of the Heavenly Court. Me too. I want to join as well. At this moment, Qing Wu opened her crescent-like eyes and said, her cultivation had already directly broken through to the divine sovereign realm. Very well, I agree, Yi Junlin said after a moment's thought. Qing Shang and Qing Wu possessed immense potential. With a bit of refinement, they would become great generals of the Heavenly Court in the future. On that day, a piece of news circulated among the upper echelons of the major powers in the divine realm. The Heavenly Court is established. For only those of great influence knew the meaning behind the name Yi Junlin. The rest had no access to the auction, naturally unaware of who Yi Junlin was or what the Heavenly Court represented. Boom! The entire divine realm trembled as infinite celestial light illuminated the whole realm. A voice of nothingness resounded across the heavens. The ancient mythological continent is about to open. All prodigies, take your leave. The words were ancient, yet resolute, each syllable shaking the cosmos. Young master, it is time for us to depart. Qing Shang looked up at the sky, then addressed Yi Junlin. Now that he had joined the Heavenly Court, he could no longer address Yi Junlin as Brother Yi. Qing Shang was fully aware of this. Every time the passage to the ancient mythological continent opens outside the abyss of the divine realm, we need to arrive early and await the opening of the mythological continent. For the passage remains open only for a few breaths. Miss it, and there will be no second chance to enter. Qing Shang explained. Entry to the mythological continent had restrictions on time and age. If missed, one would have to wait not 100,000 years. Only those under 10,000 years of age could enter. In that case, let us set out. Yi Junlin was genuinely curious. He had also consulted ancient texts, but none specifically described what the ancient mythological continent truly was. Moreover, those who had emerged did not reveal much. They only said, do not enter the central region. Perhaps only those who entered would truly know what lay within. Under the guidance of the Elder of the Rain Listening Pavilion, Yi Junlin and his party headed for the abyss. They were not the first to arrive, in fact they were among the last. Other factions each had one strong leader accompanied by two young prodigies. But everyone stared at the Rain Listening Pavilion's group in confusion. This time the Rain Listening Pavilion had a total of 7 people. Apart from the pavilion's elder, there were Yi Junlin, Xiao Yi and Qing, Long Qing, Shang Qing Wu, and Qing Gu. Xiao Luyun and Qing Long were already far over 10,000 years old, so naturally, they could not enter. Since the Heavenly Court had 2 slots, Yi Junlin decided to bring Qing Wu along. As for the Rain Listening Pavilion, besides Qing Shang, there was 1 vacant spot, so they selected another prodigy from the pavilion to fill it. Elder of the Rain Listening Pavilion, isn't this against the rules? Each faction, regardless of size, is only allowed 2 entrants. What is the meaning of this? Someone finally could no longer hold back and stepped forward to question. Who do you think you are? Since when does the Rain Listening Pavilion need you to dictate our actions? The Elder of the Rain Listening Pavilion's expression darkened as he rebuked. As one of the most paramount powers in the divine realm, they naturally possessed their own pride. Some of the top powers nearby, upon seeing Yi Junlin, simply pretended not to notice. They did not need to inquire. They knew the Heavenly Court had been established. This man was originally the leader of a medium-sized faction, due to the rules set by the ancestors. He dared to step forward and question, believing that the major powers were too embarrassed to ask. By asking, he was speaking on behalf of all the powers. Even if the Rain Listening Pavilion disregarded him, they would surely have to give an answer to everyone present, wouldn't they? Yet he never anticipated that not a single soul from the great powers would step forward to question it all, adopting an air of utter indifference. Utter one more word, and I shall annihilate your entire clan. The clan elder of the Listening Rain Pavilion declared with formidable authority. The man's face turned ashen and he dared not speak another syllable, retreating directly into the ranks of his own faction. He understood that their faction had been marked by the listening rain pavilion, placing them in an exceedingly perilous position. What is your take on this? Junlin gazed at the top-tier powers like the Shadow Pavilion with a beaming smile. Oh, if it isn't young Master Yi. It's been a while. Your charisma shines even brighter than before. The Shadow Divine Emperor stepped forward, his face full of smiles, as he clasped his hands in salute to Junlin. Young Master Yi's words are of course beyond reproach. Moreover, we have all received news of the Heavenly Court's establishment, so naturally young Master Yi and his companions are entitled to enter the mythical continent. As we arrived in haste, we came unprepared with any congratulatory gifts. Please accept this small token of our regard, and do not disdain it. Fatty Qian stepped forward with a genial smile and waved his hand. At least 10 million top-grade divine crystals were neatly arrayed before Junlin. Hiss! Everyone present drew in a sharp breath. Fatty Qian was notoriously miserly. Who would have thought he would be so generous before a mere youth offering a full 10 million top-grade divine crystals at once? Damn it, that fat man must have prepared this in advance. A divine emperor gritted his teeth in secret. This wealthy fatty with his vast resources could indeed afford such a sum. The other divine emperors found it far more challenging. Young Master Yi, I too have nothing prepared. Please accept this as a small token of my sincerity. May the heavenly court endure for all eternity. The divine emperor of the Shadow Pavilion likewise waved his hand, and countless rare treasures materialized before Junlin, their value no less than that of the divine crystals. Most importantly, the melon seeds and ice cream they had once acquired had vastly elevated their cultivation, already surpassing the divine emperor realm. All they needed was for Junlin to leave the divine realm, and they could dominate. The other divine emperors gnashed their teeth in frustration, but had no choice but to offer their most precious possessions. The surrounding factions watched in stunned bewilderment. When had it become necessary for several of the top-tier powers to flatter a mere youth? They could not fathom it, nor could they comprehend it. Boom! Before they could dwell on it further, a colossal orb of light appeared above the abyssal chasm. Prepare yourselves, the mythical continent is about to open. Someone shouted with a stern countenance. The orb of light gradually split open and boundless spiritual energy surged forth from the rift, its quality hundreds of times superior to that of the divine realm. Hurry! What manner of place is the mythical continent really? Junlin murmured softly, then took King Wu's hand and vanished into the fissure in a single flash. The fissure lasted only 2 breaths before sealing completely. So this is the mythical continent. Even Junlin was struck with awe. All around, colossal mountains stretched beyond the horizon, and occasionally a sky-covering bird soared past. These avian creatures were so immense that even the divine realm had never seen their like. Wow, what a big bird! Having never witnessed such sights, Qingwu exclaimed without hesitation. Junlin was speechless. Indeed, the innocent are the most formidable. They say whatever comes to mind without a second thought. Junlin observed that even the weakest of these giant birds had cultivation at the divine emperor level. When he extended his divine sense, he even detected avian beings surpassing the divine emperor realm. And this was merely the outer region of the mythical continent. As for exactly where they were, Junlin had no idea. He only knew that he and Qingwu were alone here with not even a shadow of the others. Occasionally a bird or two would circle overhead, but they showed no strong aggression. After all, Junlin and Qingwu were far too tiny in their eyes to even serve as a snack. They were utterly uninterested in them. Yet it must be said the mythical continent, which opened only once every 100,000 years, was indeed shrouded in mystery. Just along the way, Junlin had already seen an abundance of rare treasures, the kind that would drive divine emperors to desperate battles. But Junlin felt that these might be the most worthless items on the mythical continent. Qingwu, however, was delightfully busy plucking everything she saw. Wow, brother, you look, there's more here. Like a little girl, Qingwu hopped about picking the rare treasures and offering them to Junlin as if presenting a tribute. These are useless to me, keep them for yourself. Junlin shook his head with a smile. Suddenly his eyes narrowed as he sensed a sword intent soaring into the heavens not far away. That sword intent was the most powerful he had ever encountered. He immediately took King Wu's hand and vanished from the spot. A massive mountain loomed before Junlin. Is the sword intent emanating from the summit? He frowned, feeling the intensity of the sword intent grow stronger as he approached. It far surpassed the divine emperor realm, and Junlin even felt it exceeded Xia Lian's cultivation. The sword intent was overwhelmingly powerful. Even the mountain itself was barren and desolate, devoid of any greenery, for the sheer presence of this sword intent had stifled all life. Boom! As Yi Junlin set foot on the mountain, a torrent of sword intent cascaded down upon him. "Get out of my way." He radiated brilliant light, repelling the assault. At this moment, Yi Junlin's expression finally shifted. He had initially believed this sword intent to be at its peak. But now he understood. This sword intent had existed for untold ages, its strength infinitely diminished. In its prime, how formidable must this sword intent have been? Yi Junlin's face grew solemn. A golden radiance constantly enveloped both him and Qingwu, shielding them from the sword intent's harm. The higher they climbed, the fiercer the sword intent became. Even Yi Junlin found it strenuous while protecting Qingwu. "Brother, Yi, go on alone. Xiaowu won't hold you back. He'll wait for you below." Seeing Yi Junlin's struggle, Qingwu broke free from his grasp and ran downhill. She refused to be a burden, knowing her cultivation was merely dead weight. All she desired was to rapidly elevate her power. Along the way, she had gathered many celestial treasures which she could refine while waiting for Yi Junlin. Without Qingwu, Yi Junlin could concentrate fully. His brow remained furrowed. He had never encountered anything that tested him so. Rip! A sword beam slashed through his robe, leaving a gash. Yi Junlin was wounded. "No matter how mighty this sword intent, I shall reach the summit today and see whose legacy this is," he roared. Along the path, he saw many corpses, most near the mountain's base. A few lay at the mid-slope, pitifully few, and beyond that none. These were the prodigies of the divine realm, lured by the belief that a supreme treasure awaited atop the peak. Yet all had perished here, never even reaching the mid-slope. Pant, pant. When Yi Junlin finally stood atop the summit, he was drenched in sweat. The sword intent here was 100 times more intense than at the base. Though immensely powerful, his garments were tattered and faint sword scars could be seen upon his body. Blood oozed from these wounds, healing slowly. Despite his formidable constitution, freshly mended cuts were instantly reopened. That is. Yi Junlin looked up and beheld a sight that shook his very soul. A colossal humanoid being lay before him. Had he not noticed the faint rise and fall of its chest, Yi Junlin would have thought it dead. It lay there upright. No, not lying, pinned there by a sword. Indeed, a tiny sword held it fast. Such a gigantic being restrained by a minuscule blade. It seemed utterly impossible. Like a full-grown man pinned motionless by a single needle. It appeared absurd, yet also profoundly tragic. The giant's body was withered, having been pinned here for countless years. It was on the verge of utter exhaustion. Yet something sustained it, refusing to let it die. "Who are you? Why are you pinned here?" Yi Junlin gasped. There was no response, no answer. But he did not rush. Instead, he sat cross-legged, intending to temper himself with the sword energy. He would use these sword energies to hone his body, making it even stronger. Crack! The mummified giant's finger twitched. Then slowly it opened its murky eyes and turned its head to look at Yi Junlin. Even this simple motion seemed to drain all its strength. It did not speak, for it had no strength to do so. After a long pause, the desiccated, barely human giant finally spoke. "Laterborn, you are not bad." Hoarsely uttering these words, the giant sank back into slumber. It was hard to imagine how many years it had gone without speaking. The sound was grating. It seemed that uttering a few words had consumed all its energy. After the giant fell asleep, Yi Junlin closed his eyes and began to cultivate. This was in truth the first time Yi Junlin had practiced cultivation with such earnestness. Ding! Check-in mission released. Check-in location, Sword Grave Mountain. Reward supreme, 10,000 pupil art. Ding! Does the host wish to check in? Check in. Yi Junlin commanded in his mind. Check-in successful. Reward distributed. Host prepare for integration. Instantly, Yi Junlin felt a transformative change in his eyes. Waves of cooling energy flowed through them. He could clearly perceive his eyes undergoing 10,000 refinements in an instant. Gazing into the distance, he could see the entire mythical continent. Cities tens of millions of miles away, even the mosquitoes flying within them, were as clear as if before his eyes. Yi Junlin then turned his gaze toward the giant. His eyes pierced through the giant's body, and the sight startled him immensely. The giant's body was far from withered. Within him surged a magnificent five-colored radiance. That was his origin, a source so powerful that Yi Junlin had never witnessed anything like it. Yet this origin was firmly suppressed by a small sword, utterly unable to nourish his body, causing the giant's flesh to gradually wither away. His survival relied solely on the sheer strength of his physical form. But even the most powerful body could only absorb its potential for so many years before it was drained completely. If his origin were not restored soon, he would truly be at death's door. Such formidable origin power. It would be a waste not to have you follow me. Yi Junlin shook his head and spoke. He had never encountered a powerhouse of this level before. Even that cluster of origin force alone was enough to move him deeply. If Yi Junlin's origin force was the size of a fist, then the giant's origin was as vast as Mount Tai. After slumbering for a while, the giant seemed to regain a trace of strength. The giant looked at Yi Junlin about to speak, but Yi Junlin interrupted him. I can save you, but on one condition. You must pledge yourself to me. Yi Junlin stared at the giant with burning intensity. If this came to pass, he would gain an unparalleled enforcer. The giant's murky eyes fixed on Yi Junlin, lost in thought. Yi Junlin was in no hurry. He sat cross-legged on the ground calmly, awaiting the giant's answer. Save me. Do you even know whose sword this is? The giant spoke one word at a time after a long pause. Exhausted, he seemed to drain his very life force just by speaking. That's not your concern. As long as you agree to follow me, I'll help you break free. Yi Junlin shrugged. In the giant's eyes, though his might had faded, he was once a supreme being. Despite his clouded vision, his judgment remained exceptionally sharp. This youth was the first person in countless years to arrive at Sword Tomb Mountain unscathed. Moreover, this young man was terrifyingly formidable. He had ascended with only minor injuries, and after a brief meditation, the sword aura could no longer harm him at all. Agreed. The giant uttered a single word with immense difficulty, then fell silent. He fixed his gaze on Yi Junlin, eager to see how this youth would rescue and free him. Open your mouth. Yi Junlin commanded the giant. Go. Swoosh. As the giant parted his lips, Yi Junlin flicked his finger. 2 calamity elixirs shot directly into the giant's mouth. One restored his flesh's vitality, reviving his cultivation base. The other propelled him to break through his original realm, reaching an even higher level. Such elixirs. The giant was astounded. He could feel his flesh regaining vitality. His withered body was gradually filling out. His 3-meter-long gray hair began to turn black. His face, once aged and wrinkled, transformed into that of a middle-aged man. All these changes occurred simultaneously. The giant was truly shocked. He had lived for eons so long that he had lost count, yet he had never witnessed such miraculous elixirs. What horrified him most was his cultivation base. It was recovering at an astonishingly rapid pace with a fierce momentum that showed no sign of slowing. The giant quickly closed his eyes, beginning to break through the barriers of his cultivation. He had been trapped for who knows how many years. Over time, not only had his life force waned, but the sword's intent also weakened continuously. Without this unexpected turn, he would never have escaped alive. But now with his breakthrough, the small sword could no longer suppress him. Clang, clang, clang. The small sword emitted a piercing screech, trembling and humming incessantly. It could no longer hold him down. Boom. Finally, the small sword was sent flying backward. I am finally free. The giant roared to the heavens, shaking the earth and sky. Song Ao pays homage to my master. The giant, transformed into a human-sized form, walked before Yi Junlin and knelt respectfully on one knee. Rise. I noticed that sword was just an ordinary piece of iron. How could it trap and seal you? Yi Junlin asked Song Ao with curiosity. You are right. That sword was merely mortal metal. Song Ao paused before speaking. Back then, when the alien tribes invaded from beyond the realm, the first to fall was this mythical continent. The mythical continent was not the weakest among the myriad realms. In fact, it was the most powerful existence throughout all the domains. The mythical continent teemed with mighty experts. Someone like me could barely be considered a strong one. At that time, the entire continent was engulfed in slaughter, nearly facing complete annihilation. I followed the most powerful beings under heaven on this continent and came here. We received intelligence that a king-level powerhouse of the alien tribes was stationed here. By the time we arrived here, the great battle had already begun. We were all renowned powerhouses of the mythical continent, but that otherworldly and theft king simply waved his hand, and a mortal sword pinned me to this sword grave mountain. I didn't even have a chance to strike back. It was as if he were casually swatting away a fly. The few other most powerful ones joined forces to drag that otherworldly and theft king into the long river of time. In the early years, I could still sense the fierce battle raging within. But now I can feel nothing at all. Perhaps. They are all gone by now. Song Ao's voice was low and somber. Yi Junlin's expression turned solemn. These predecessors truly commanded reverence. To protect the mythical continent, they forcibly dragged the otherworldly and theft king into the river of time. For all these years, they had prevented the entire mythical continent from descending into utter devastation. We all knew that the mythical continent couldn't hold out much longer like this. So from the very beginning, we decided to give the prodigies from other realms a chance. The mythical continent opens up every 100,000 years, connecting with the outside world. If one's talent and cultivation are strong enough, they can obtain celestial treasures within the mythical continent to enhance their cultivation and innate gifts. This is our way of preserving a legacy for humanity. Song Ao spoke with a tinge of sorrow. Once a famed powerhouse himself, he couldn't even withstand a casual blow from an infect king. He had nearly died. The blow to his spirit was immense, and on such a battlefield, he could not be of the slightest help. He didn't even know how many billions of years had passed. He wondered how the mythical capital, the heart of the mythical continent, was faring now. The mythical capital was the front line against the otherworldly invaders. If the capital fell, the entire mythical continent would be lost. After learning the situation, Junlin decided to head for the mythical capital. So taking Xiao Wu and the others, he set off toward the capital. As for Qing Shang and the others, Junlin had already sent word for them to assemble at the mythical capital. It was only upon nearing the capital that Junlin truly understood what it meant for one's heart and soul to tremble. What met his eyes was utter devastation. Corpses strewn everywhere, both otherworldly and from the mythical continent. Limbs and broken bodies lay scattered, and the blood that had flowed for years had stained this battlefield a dark crimson. An overwhelming aura of slaughter rose into the air. Junlin even saw shattered great stars. What kind of tragic battle was this? Even the great stars in the cosmos had been brought down. Gazing into the distance, an immense city appeared before their eyes. It was so vast that an ordinary cultivator's naked eye could not see its end. The city's height was simply astonishing. It rose so high it nearly touched the sun in the sky. What material this city was built from was beyond knowing. Though it appeared battered and worn, it was remarkably sturdy. Countless marks of weapons scarred its walls, yet the city had never collapsed. Directly opposite the city was the battlefield against the otherworldly invaders. Junlin and his companions entered through the city's rear gate without any hindrance. Unlike other cities, the streets of the mythical capital were not bustling with lively stalls and crowds. Cultivators came and went with stern expressions, their murderous intent palpable. Regardless of age or gender, all were steeped in the aura of slaughter. This was the mark of countless years of warfare. They had no time to waste on eating, chatting, or strolling. If they had the time, they would rather go into seclusion to cultivate. For they knew that the cruelty of the battlefield was far beyond their control. Perhaps with this sortie, they would never return. Every bit of cultivation was an extra measure of security. The entire capital was devoid of joy and laughter, filled only with boundless oppression. Everyone prepare. The otherworldly enemy comes to invade. Today the Third Legion will join me in battle to slay the foe. Suddenly a great shout rang out across the entire capital. The pedestrians on the streets all shuddered. Then many cultivators soared into the air and departed. Sangao, what does Third Legion mean? Junlin asked. To allow all cultivators reasonable rest time. The combatants of the capital were once divided into 80 legions. Each legion had 10 to 20 million people. Depending on the number of otherworldly invaders, several legions would be dispatched. Now, with only the Third Legion being mobilized, it seems the otherworldly enemy is not numerous. Of course, that was the old division. I'm not sure how it's organized now. Sangao said. In that case, let us go as well and join the battle. Junlin declared. Qing Wu, you stay here. Brother Yi is going to fight the enemy. Junlin turned and said to Qing Wu. Qing Wu wants to fight too. Qing Wu waved her little fist, refusing to be outdone. On the battlefield, I won't have time to protect you. You can go next time. This time I'll scout the situation first. Junlin said to Qing Wu. Then he and Sangao turned and flew toward the Third Legion. Who are you and why have you come to the Third Legion? Just as Junlin and Sangao reached the assembly point of the Third Legion, someone stopped them and inquired. Which cultivator appearing here was not one of formidable power. Even the weakest among them had attained the divine sovereign realm. I come from the divine realm of the myriad realms following the opening of the ancient mythical continent. Now that invaders from beyond threaten our lands, as a member of the myriad realms, it is only right that I contribute. Junlin stated directly. The trial that opens every 100,000 years. The leader, clad in battle armor, murmured thoughtfully. Young man, do you know that every 100,000 years the mythical continent opens void passages to all realms? It allows prodigies from outside to enter and train, but merely for a brief training session. This war is not something you can participate in. Leave at once. As long as we stand here, the entire myriad realms will remain safe. If even we cannot hold the line in the end, we shall perish alongside the mythical continent. The leader of the Third Legion spoke softly. One could say they were the final bastion of the myriad realms. If even they failed to repel the invaders from beyond, who else in the myriad realms could stand in their way? This was precisely what puzzled Junlin the most. Since the mythical continent was the ultimate defense of the myriad realms, where was his father, the human emperor Jitian, to resist the invasion of the alien races? The commander spoke calmly, with no trace of fear or panic in his eyes at the mention of death. Years of battle had forged their will harder than steel. Death, which others feared, was seen by these warriors as the finest fate. I understand you wish to contribute to the resistance against the aliens, but you have not yet matured. In years to come, when you have fully grown, a guiding envoy will naturally come to find you. For now, your task is to seek out cultivation resources and all manner of heavenly treasures on the mythical continent. Elevate your cultivation and talent as much as possible. Only with strength can you confront the aliens. Only then will our myriad realms not face extinction. We shall hold the front lines, buying enough time for you young prodigies to grow capable of driving out all invaders from beyond in the future. Yang Kuei, the commander of the 3rd Legion, declared with resolute words, I am fully capable of protecting myself now. Without the baptism of war, it is hard to truly grow. Boom, Yi Junlin declared directly. Then the aura around him erupted fiercely. Every soldier of the 3rd Legion stared at the youth before them in disbelief. How could someone so young possess such cultivation? It was utterly astonishing. Yang Kuei's expression turned solemn. Yet he still refused to let Yi Junlin enter the battlefield. A prodigy like Yi Junlin was a rarity that might not appear in 10,000 ages. Such unparalleled talent, if targeted by enemies from beyond, would certainly be dire news. Perhaps the invaders would dispatch supreme experts solely to eliminate Yi Junlin. At that point, the myriad realms would lose an incomparable prodigy. That would be an unbearable loss. Rest assured, I am here. Suddenly, a deep voice echoed from behind Yi Junlin, drawing the gaze of Yang Kuei and the others. You are Song Ao, the war god. Yang Kuei shouted, his eyes wide as if seeing a ghost. Song Ao, once the war god of the mythical continent, had been undefeated in countless battles on the front lines against the alien invasion. Ultimately, he earned the title of war god. Song Ao was the mightiest existence aside from a few supreme beings. In those days, he followed the most powerful figures of the mythical continent to Sword Grave Mountain. But none of them ever returned, and even those supreme beings vanished without a trace. They had all believed Song Ao and the others had perished. Little did they expect that after over 100 million years he would once again behold the war god of the mythical continent. Indeed, I have returned. With me here I can ensure the young master's safety. Song Ao spoke without evasion. Young master. Yang Kuei was astounded. Was this youth actually the sovereign of the war god? Who then was he? What immense background must he possess? Yang Kuei dared not imagine. System, display the panel. Yi Junlin said within his mind. Host Yi Junlin. Cultivation Sage Realm. Cultivation stages: martial disciple, martial practitioner, martial warrior, martial master, great martial master, martial spirit, martial ancestor, martial king, martial emperor, martial saint, martial sovereign, unity realm, void Tao realm, heaven return realm, immortal fire realm, true immortal realm, lower golden, immortal middle golden, immortal upper golden, immortal great golden, immortal great superior, immortal lord, immortal king, immortal emperor, divine fire realm, true God realm, lower God realm, middle God realm, upper God realm, heavenly God realm, divine king realm, divine emperor realm, divine sovereign realm, great emperor, lord emperor, monarch, sage, king, great sage, emperor. Talent: divine skills and secret arts over 1001. Too many to list. Special constitution: the supreme of the universe. Yi clan Dao body. Good with the war god here. The odds of our mythical continent have greatly improved, Yang Kuei said joyfully. Many years ago, the most powerful individuals from the mythical continent and the invaders from beyond had vanished together. In recent years, they had barely managed to hold their own against the invaders, locked in a stalemate. Yet the mythical continent still suffered devastating losses. The original 80 legions had now dwindled to just 50. Aru, an ancient dragon horn from a bygone era, sounded. Its resonance instantly permeated the imperial capital, stirring the blood of all who heard it. This was a supreme treasure crafted from the horn of an ancient dragon slain by their ancestors. The horn's call signaled that the otherworldly forces were launching another assault. Warriors, follow me into battle. Yang Kuei bellowed from atop the city gate tower. Then his gaze shifted beyond the city walls. Outside, the invading army had assembled an endless sea of troops advancing toward the capital amidst billowing smoke. It looks like several tens of millions, Yi Junlin remarked, observing the foreign host. Open the gates and engage. An aged voice rang out from the wall. Yi Junlin looked up, having not noticed before. On the rampart, a stone figure resembling a terracotta warrior spoke. It was not a true stone golem, but an elder seated in meditation. He had not moved for countless years, and a thick layer of dust had accumulated upon him. Over time, the dust had hardened, making him appear like a statue. As he spoke, the crust fell away, revealing his true visage. Song Ao, welcome back, the elder said with a smile. So it's you, old immortal. After all these years, you've become a commander barking orders. Song Ao chuckled, looking at the grimy elder. Alas, ever since you vanished, the otherworldly invaders have grown bolder. In recent years our mythical continent has suffered grievously, the elder said mournfully. Indeed, from 80 legions, only 30 remained. Each legion numbered at least 10 million, with the largest reaching tens of millions. Legion, you've had a hard time, but I have returned. This time I shall follow the young lord to purge the otherworldly realm, ensuring those who come will never leave, Song Ao declared resolutely. Boom. The massive city gates swung open, and a towering war banner was first raised. This was a banner crafted by ancient ancestors stained with the blood of supreme beings, a treasure in itself. Boom. Without a word, both sides clashed, directly charging into each other's formations. A dazzling array of spells erupted, casting a bleak and chilling radiance. For every spell cast, a life was claimed. Fight for the sake of our families and friends behind us. As long as we stand, the mythical continent stands. Even if we fall, we must ensure its survival. A cultivator cried out in frenzy before bursting into a blinding light and charging straight at the invaders. He intended to self-destruct to take the enemy with him. He had just witnessed that foe slay several of his legion's warriors. If that enemy lived, the legion would suffer even greater losses. Meanwhile, Yang Kuei and his peers had already plunged into the void, for battles between such powerhouses had to be kept far from the main field. Otherwise, the mere shockwaves of their clash would slaughter their own troops in droves, an outcome neither side desired. Kill. Yi Junlin darted through the enemy ranks. Wherever he passed, foes fell like wheat before a scythe. They had no power to resist. Bathed in the blood of his enemies, Yi Junlin came of age. He understood now this was war, and the slightest mercy would cost him his life. Warriors of the 3rd Legion also fell, but even in death, they dragged an enemy down with them. Such tenacity was terrifying. One cultivator from the 3rd Legion had his chest pierced by a war spear, yet he showed no pain, refusing to withdraw the weapon. Instead, he embraced his foe and perished with him in an explosion. This scene was not isolated, but repeated everywhere. This child is too formidable. Let that one make a move. We must ensure a sure kill. The general from beyond the realm stared at Yi Junlin, who was slaughtering fiercely, and spoke. Over the years, it was not that he had never seen young men on the battlefield. Yet he had never paid them much heed, for these youths were not particularly strong. They could not pose a significant threat. Both sides would send their younger generation to be tempered so that they could grow stronger at the fastest possible rate. But this young man who appeared today was far too ferocious. The aura he inadvertently exuded was on par with his own, powerful beyond belief. Most importantly, though Yi Junlin appeared to be killing indiscriminately, seemingly without pattern, he was deliberately and subtly taking the lives of young cultivators. Boom. The void trembled as a vast and majestic aura surged from the distant void. In an instant, it was like a canopy of black clouds pressing down, suffocating all. This mass of black clouds blotted out the sky, and wherever it passed, the void shattered inch by inch. The earth below collapsed, mountains, rivers, and lakes split apart and evaporated. This terrifying spectacle instantly drew everyone's gaze. A sage. A sage. They have deployed a sage-level powerhouse. Yang Kuei exclaimed, his pupils contracting sharply. This was no ordinary enemy. This was a sage, an ancient sage. His cultivation was heaven-defying and utterly terrifying. From the direction of the mythical capital, another aura burst forth. Old Man Li, who guarded the city gate, took a single step and appeared directly above the army. He stared solemnly at the void, knowing that a powerhouse of his own caliber was there. To establish the great cosmic co-prosperity sphere, you ants not only refuse to be grateful, but even dare to obstruct us. Truly ignorant and arrogant. Thus I grant you death. The void quaked as a colossal voice echoed across the battlefield. Young man, I see you have excellent talent. You can join our camp. Then you will enjoy boundless riches, honor, and supreme power. How about it? At the same time, we can greatly elevate your cultivation and bestow upon you a precious divine pill. The black clouds churned incessantly, finally halting in the void above Yi Junlin as the voice spoke. Everyone looked towards Yi Junlin involuntarily. This man was from beyond the mythical continent. They did not know if he could withstand the temptation. After all, they were not familiar with Yi Junlin. There had been precedents, more than 1 or 2 people had defected from the mythical continent. Some families had even betrayed and fled. Stop right there. How dare you hover above my head? I detest those who act arrogantly and try to boss me around. Let me give you one final piece of advice. Go back to wherever you came from. A bunch of scum. You can't even figure out your own world, yet you dream of invading others. Yi Junlin spoke with unwavering resolve. In his past life, he had despised those so-called bird people who invaded other nations. He never expected to encounter them in this life, their attire, speech, and actions, all so consistent. Fine, fine. You can die now. The black clouds roiled and a thunderous strike was about to descend to annihilate Junlin in one blow. Your opponent is me. Dust-covered old man Li appeared opposite the black clouds addressing the mass. No need. I want this man's head. Junlin looked at old man Li. He truly craved a battle against an equal, not mere domination. Now an opponent to his liking had finally appeared. This? Old man Li hesitated. He dared not take the risk. A prodigy of this level, if allowed to grow, might one day turn the tide of war. But now, rest assured the young master's cultivation is no weaker than yours. Song Ao transmitted his voice calmly. Unless Song Ao himself wished to be exposed, the opposing sage could not detect his presence at all. What? No weaker than me? Old man Li was astounded. He fell silent. Very well, this sage-level powerhouse is yours to deal with. Old man Li naturally trusted Song Ao's words, but his mind still struggled to accept it. It was simply too absurd. Nevertheless, he turned and left, leaving the battlefield to Junlin. Old Li, Yang Kuei was full of question marks. What was happening? This young man said he would handle the opposing sage, and old man Li agreed and just left. Die. All who do not submit to our great cosmic co-prosperity sphere shall perish. Amidst the churning black clouds, a colossal palm directly slapped down. Like the end of the world, the rolling black clouds struck directly towards Junlin. Wherever it passed, it seemed all things would be extinguished. People continuously exploded. These were those from beyond the realm. As for the soldiers on this side, they were sheltered by Song Ao and suffered no harm. Trash hiding in the shadows. Today let me see your true face. One fist shakes the world. Junlin bellowed, and a dazzling golden light erupted from his fist. He punched towards the black clouds in the sky. Bang! The giant black hand crumpled like paper, shattered by Junlin's fist as it continued to strike towards the black clouds in the void. How is this possible? Who are you? The voice from within the black clouds trembled with fear. Junlin's punch was terrifying, causing the starry river to erupt wherever it passed with nothing to impede it. Roar! I am an ancient sage, I shall be invincible. Can I not defeat a mere youth? The black clouds churned, roaring in anger and resistance. But all was futile and ineffective. Junlin's power was beyond his imagination. Though they were in the same realm, Junlin possessed the physique of 100,000 supreme beings. Which kind of supreme physique wouldn't be invincible in the same realm? Moreover, he had the supreme techniques and secret arts of 100,000. The phenomena caused by the saints were exceptionally terrifying. This scene was apocalyptic, weighing heavily on everyone's hearts as if the end of the world was imminent. With a single punch, Junlin turned the heavens and the earth upside down, causing the starry river to reverse. The black clouds shattered, revealing a short, stout, middle-aged man within. At this moment, his eyes were filled with extreme fear. Had it not been for the protection of Song Ao, unimaginable calamities would have befallen this sky. Otherwise, all living things would face annihilation and vitality would be completely lost. Of course, Song Ao only protected his own troops. As for outsiders, let them perish. Huh. The stout middle-aged man with a mustache bellowed he had to fight desperately or he would perish here today. This young man was simply too terrifying enough to make him tremble all over. However, all he did was trivial and insignificant, appearing exceedingly small, like a moth flying into the flame, seeking its own destruction. All his resistance revealed his own foolishness. This aura, how could it be? No, he shouldn't know about this place. Suddenly, the stout man with a mustache seemed to realize something and exclaimed in horror. It was because of this statement that he temporarily saved his own life. What is your relationship with the Emperor of Humanity? He asked fearfully. Emperor of Humanity? Everyone present was stunned, confused. They had no idea who the Emperor of Humanity was and had never heard of him. After all, the divine myth continent had been closed off for many years, and they were never very familiar with the outside world. They had always believed that their divine myth continent was the frontline battlefield against outsiders. My father, the Emperor of Humanity. Junlin simply uttered those 4 words. No wonder you have such cultivation at such a young age. How does the Emperor of Humanity know this place? The stout man with a mustache still asked in disbelief. They had discovered this location while carrying the Emperor of Humanity, and they understood that the divine myth continent had been in a long-term state of closure. Even the Emperor of Humanity could not wait for 100,000 years to enter. The Emperor of Humanity had no idea that such a place existed. They had secretly transported some generals here for this reason. They aimed to take it down from within. However, those from the myriad realms were simply too difficult to deal with. It had been over 1 billion years of fighting. They had not been able to take down the divine myth continent. Originally, they had sent an unseen royal-level powerhouse here, hoping to seize the divine myth continent in one fell swoop. because every powerhouse was recorded with the Emperor of Humanity. If one were to go missing, the Emperor of Humanity would notice. Thus, they were extremely cautious and finally managed to send that royal-level powerhouse over. However, they did not expect that 3 royal-level powerhouses would appear simultaneously on the Divine Myth continent. In that great battle, several royal-level powerhouses vanished without a trace. Years had passed, and they still had not reappeared. The son of the Emperor of Humanity, the son of the Emperor of Humanity. If the son of the Emperor of Humanity dies here, it would be worth any price to pay. A glimmer of treachery flashed in the eyes of the stout man with a mustache. The son of the Emperor of Humanity, if he were to die, the blow to the Emperor of Humanity would surely be tremendous. The son of the Emperor of Humanity has appeared on the Divine Myth continent. Send royal-level powerhouses immediately. The stout man with a mustache sent the message directly. Ha ha ha. Son of the Emperor of Humanity, your father is about to be defeated. What significance is there in your stubborn resistance here? I admit the Emperor of Humanity is indeed a remarkable figure, and the Hall of the Emperor of Humanity is the greatest force among the myriad realms. But what use is that? The battlefield outside is the real battlefield. As long as it collapses, the entire myriad realms will be within our grasp. The stout man with a mustache laughed arrogantly. Since my father is about to be defeated, why do you have to sneak here in search of a breakthrough? Throughout history, you ambitious, yet weaklings truly disgust me. When I, Junlin, rise above the ages, the first to perish will be you, reducing you to the dust of history. Junlin, the second son of the Emperor of Humanity, will utterly annihilate you. I swear on my Tao heart. Junlin declared with a resounding voice. Junlin's words caused the mustachioed stout man's face to change drastically. A Tao-heart oath was no trivial matter. However, he soon relaxed as long as another king-level powerhouse was dispatched from their side. Even the son of the human emperor would meet his end there. The people of Mythical Continent were bewildered, completely unable to grasp the meaning. Were there other places besides the Mythical Continent that had also been invaded? And this young man's father, who sounded quite formidable. Even a sage would be terrified upon hearing it. So what was the cultivation level of this young man's father? And it was said that the main battlefield lay elsewhere. This place was merely a corner far from comparable to that battlefield. The human emperor who intimidated the entire outer realm sounded immensely prestigious. We have been too complacent and out of touch with the outside world all these years. Everything we believed was merely our own perception. From today onward, order the full opening of the Mythical Continent's entrance. Oldly sighed as he spoke. They had thought the Mythical Continent was the primary battlefield, but it now seemed that the outer realm battlefield was the true front and far more brutal. You have outlived your usefulness. Return to the cycle of reincarnation. Junlin said coldly, his eyes fixed on the mustachioed stout man. Boom. This time, Junlin punched straight through the stout man's chest, killing him instantly. Woo! The fall of an ancient sage caused even heaven and earth to mourn, with bloody rain falling from the sky. Just like that. Killed in one strike. Everyone from the Mythical Continent was stunned. A single blow that slew a sage, something even their capital's top combatants could not achieve. Boom! Junlin pointed to the sky and roared. This is an invader, an enemy from beyond. No celestial weeping shall appear. His words were resolute, his voice like thunder piercing the soul. It was as if an ancient great power was rebuking the heavens, his words manifesting reality. After his rebuke, the celestial weeping vanished, to everyone's astonishment. All were horrified. Who was this man that even the heavens obeyed his words? Kill. Slay these damned invaders, and drive them back to their lair. The Third Legion's morale soared, and a one-sided massacre ensued, something unimaginable in previous battles. Before, they could at best fight to a draw, but with heavy losses. Now, with the enemy's sage slain by the human emperor's son, what could stop them? The battle ended in a great victory. Meanwhile, the high echelons of the Mythical Continent debated whether to launch a direct assault on the enemy's stronghold. But Junlin quickly vetoed this plan. Not long ago, he had clearly seen the enemy sage transmit a message. That information was undoubtedly about him being the son of the human emperor. He had reason to believe that the enemy would dispatch a powerful being to hunt him down, for no other reason than his identity as the human emperor's son. Just as in the immortal realm, when Kuan Qian had lain in wait for tens of thousands of years to kill him. Now they could only wait for the enemy to launch another war. Attacking the enemy's lair now was not impossible, but they risked falling into a trap. All hidden dangers must be eliminated to ensure no ambushes remained. Unbeknownst to them, the high echelons of the Mythical Continent had come to heed Junlin's decisions. Even among the Warhawks, none opposed his proposals. But they also harbored concerns. In the past, a single king-level general from the enemy had drained the Mythical Continent of its top combat power. The enemy seemed to possess a mysterious power, making it incredibly difficult for cultivators from all realms at the same cultivation level to defeat them. For years, the cultivators of all realms had studied this, yet they had not unraveled the mystery. They shared their doubts with Junlin. But Junlin had sensed no such mysterious power flowing within the sage he had slain today. Though outwardly, they did not show excessive fear of the king-level generals. Junlin could see the unease on their faces. The mythical continent's own king-level generals had long been exhausted, their fates unknown. Although the former war god Kangao had returned, he had once been only a step away from becoming a king-level general. Now his cultivation level was unclear to them, and they assumed he was still below the king rank. After all, advancing to such a high level was exceedingly difficult. Not to mention king-level, the mythical continent could barely muster 4 or 5 sages. For a king-level general was truly a sage-king realm powerhouse. The difference between a sage and a sage king might seem slight, but a sage king could wipe out a multitude of sages with a wave of his hand. The gap between them was like the distance between clouds and mud, seemingly just one realm apart, yet an insurmountable chasm. With his 10,000 supreme pupil arts, Junlin could perceive any secret power or essence within the enemy. But today he saw nothing unusual in the other party. Could it be that his cultivation is too low, making him unworthy? Junlin speculated inwardly. The more he thought about it, the more plausible it seemed. Such a powerhouse would be considered top tier on the mythical continent. But in the battlefield where the human emperor stood, he would be nothing but cannon fodder. Of course, my cultivation is insufficient to contend with the Saint King, but now I can take a gamble. What you've broken through? Old Li asked Song Ao in surprise. With the young master's help, I managed to break through. All the high-ranking experts present were just a step away from breaking through to the Saint King realm. Hearing Song Ao's words, they all stared at Junlin with blazing eyes. This son of the human emperor possessed such means to elevate one's cultivation. They were all at the Saint realm and yearned desperately for the Saint King realm. Are you willing to follow me? Junlin asked the 5 remaining saints of the mythical continent. Of course, these people had no idea what the calamity pill was or its effects. He could simply give them the calamity pill and have them swallow it. That would naturally make them utterly loyal to Junlin. But Junlin was clearly unwilling to do that. He wanted their willing consent. Those who didn't agree of their own accord were unworthy to follow him. The 5 saints fell silent. As the supreme experts of the mythical continent, following a mere youth stirred a sense of reluctance within them. I don't care anymore. Even the war god is willing, so I too shall follow the young master. Old Li was the first to step forward, kneeling on one knee and bowing to Junlin. Clearly, even after seeing Old Li's decision, the others still hesitated. Swallow it. Junlin flicked his finger, and a calamity pill appeared before Old Li, suspended in midair. It exuded a rich medicinal fragrance. A single whiff seemed to slightly enhance one's cultivation. Overjoyed, Old Li swallowed the calamity pill without any hesitation. Boom. The moment it was swallowed, Old Li felt the pill transform into a torrent surging violently toward his dantian. It seemed incredibly domineering, yet also gentle. Before the incredulous gazes of the surrounding saints, his cultivation soared like a rocket. In the blink of an eye, he had broken through to the Saint King realm. The immense pressure directly overwhelmed the other saints, leaving them breathless. Li Hui thanks the young master for the sacred pill. From now on, you are a member of my heavenly court, Junlin said with a smile. Of course, I won't force any of you. After all, opportunity only knocks once. Junlin said to the other saints with a smile. He could see that during Li Hui's breakthrough, these people had been tempted. They were ready to follow Junlin. But did they think following him was their decision to make? If they failed to seize the opportunity when it was presented, then it was lost forever. Not just anyone could choose to follow Junlin. The chance came only once. The saints' expressions shifted repeatedly, filled with regret. They had missed a monumental opportunity. I refuse to accept this. Since you want us to follow you, shouldn't you at least give us some time to consider? A man with a somewhat dark gaze among the remaining 4 saints spoke. Du Xiu, do not speak nonsense. Du Xiu, show respect before the young master. Li Hui and the other remaining saints roared. This Du Xiu was truly audacious. Did he have any self-awareness of his own cultivation? How dare he question the young master? What? Did I say something wrong? Silence. How dare you interrogate the young master? Speak another word, and I will make your life a living hell. Li Hui's eyes blazed with cold light as he shouted. A reckless fool, Li Hui added coldly. Du Xiu's face grew increasingly dark, but he dared not speak further, fearing Li Hui would kill him on the spot. Yet a series of plans were already brewing in his mind. Heavenly, I'm mind-reading. Junlin turned his gaze toward Li Hui. He knew that someone like this, a treacherous talent, was bound to harbor thoughts unlike ordinary people. For instance, how to exact revenge later. Indeed, when Yi Junlin looked, he saw it all. It's fine. You've hidden it so well all these years that it must have been exhausting. Siding with the outer realms, betraying your own kin. You're worse than a beast. Yi Junlin declared outright. With his myriad supreme ocular arts, seeing through a person was child's play. If his cultivation were a bit stronger, he could even discern someone's past and present lives. What nonsense are you spouting? I don't understand a word you're saying. Du Xiu's face shifted repeatedly as he spoke. Those around assumed Yi Junlin was fabricating an excuse to eliminate Du Xiu. Indeed, they merely believed this was a suitable excuse fabricated by Yi Junlin. The objective was simply to eliminate Du Xiu. However, they forgot that given Yi Junlin's cultivation level, he needed no justification to kill. In this world, only the strength of one's fist is eternal. Only Li Hui and Song Ao have 100% trust in Yi Junlin. Whatever Yi Junlin says, they accept without a hint of doubt. Ha ha ha. I have diligently fought for the mythical continent for countless years. Let's not mention the merits, as surely the hardships should count for something. Just because you are the so-called son of the emperor, does that mean everyone must heed your words and recognize you? Why should that be the case? Du Xiu stood up directly, his voice somewhat subdued. Of course, this was merely an act intended to evoke the same feelings in them. This time it was Du Xiu, but who will it be next? My body is covered in scars that show my loyalty to the mythical continent. Du Xiu directly removed his battle attire. On his body were countless scars that had existed for many years. To this day, some scars still bleed unhealed. The remaining saints were shocked. They knew that Du Xiu had once been severely injured. However, they did not expect these wounds would remain unhealed after so many years. You know very well how these injuries were inflicted. Don't claim these wounds are for the sake of the mythical continent. That's truly ridiculous. If it were according to Yi Junlin's previous temperament, he would have simply killed you without a second thought. But now he did not act that way, because these people were fearless in the face of death, having once fought valiantly for the myriad realms. They were all individuals of unwavering spirit. For such people, Yi Junlin did not wish to chill their hearts. He had to provide them with a reason to kill Du Xiu. Stop saying this is for the mythical continent, it's for the entire myriad realms. At that time, you were captured by outsiders during a battle and ultimately couldn't endure the god-slaying needle's terror. Indeed, only those with extraordinary will can withstand such torture. In that situation, you agreed to join them, collaborating to defeat the mythical continent. If I am not mistaken, the several Saint Kings from back then were the ones you informed. You led them all towards Sword Tomb Mountain, intending to capture all the high-level forces of the mythical continent in one fell swoop. Yi Junlin said casually. Song Ao behind, Yi Junlin trembled. He remembered, wasn't it Du Xiu who had delivered that information back then? Tell me, why did you betray the mythical continent? Can't you withstand mere torture? Song Ao stepped forward, placing his large hand directly on Duxia's forehead. A massive pressure instantly pinned Du Xiu to the ground, unable to move. There should be a painful goo worm implanted within him. 10,000-year ice silkworm. Every period he must ingest the antidote sent by outsiders, otherwise it will cause him unbearable suffering. Yi Junlin's eyes shone as he spoke. Ha ha, you only know that I have betrayed, but who can comprehend the pain I have endured all these years? This kind of suffering is unbearable. Who among you can withstand it? Du Xiu laughed maniacally. As far as I know, this ice silkworm cannot control a person. You could have chosen to confess. The Saint King's back, then should have had the power to suppress or remove it. Or you had the ability to end it yourself. Li Hui said. Easier said than done. I am a prodigy with extraordinary talent. Given time, I could become a Saint King. Why should I end my own life? As long as I can survive, I will have the chance to grow stronger and expel the goo worm in the future. Du Xiu screamed in madness. He did not wish to die, he feared death. For he had once been a renowned prodigy in his own right. He still had a chance to reach higher realms in the future. You have greatly disappointed us. Because of you, our mythical continent has lost several supreme forces. Otherwise, we would not have suffered such heavy losses over the years. A saint said with disappointment. Because of Du Xiu, the mythical continent indirectly lost 50 legions. That was 50 legions, with each legion starting at a minimum of 10 million members. So I give him a quick, and no need to speak of this outside. His entire family should be executed in secret. A saint sighed. Their comrade for over 1 billion years turned out to be a traitor. They found it hard to accept for a moment. I just want to live. What crime have I committed? Duxia's eyes revealed a fierce expression as he roared. Wanting to live in itself is not a crime, but having betrayed the mythical continent makes you an eternal sinner. Now I offer you a dignified death. Do not be ungrateful. Return to the cycle. Song Ao recalled the several king-level forces from years ago, and his eyes grew more indifferent. The mythical continent should not have had to endure such brutal wars, but now it has suffered immensely. All of this was because of this Du Xiu who had caused devastating losses to the mythical continent. However, fortunately, Junlin saw through him at a glance and identified him as a traitor. Though they had no idea how Junlin had discerned this, his ability to instantly spot the betrayer left them in awe. Truly worthy of being the son of the human emperor, such keen insight was astounding. With Junlin's arrival, they saw the hope of vanquishing the forces from beyond the realm. Boom! Son of the human emperor, come out and face your death. The heavens and earth trembled as a voice thundered directly into the imperial capital. The entire capital radiated a soft glow as a grand formation rose from the ground. This was a formation jointly laid down by several sage kings of the past. It could withstand the full force assault of a sage king. Of course, if the opposing sage king attacked continuously for days and nights, even this formation would eventually be breached. The might of a sage king was such that even a mere sonic wave could slay most cultivators. At that moment, the formation manifested, enveloping the entire imperial capital within its protective embrace. Junlin and the others stood atop the city wall, gazing toward the battlefield. There a colossal serpentine monster loomed. It possessed 8 heads and 8 tails, with its foremost massive head resembling a dragon. Its eyes were as crimson as sour sauce, its back overgrown with moss and trees. Its belly festered, oozing blood, while above its head perpetually drifted 8 colored ominous clouds. Its body was as immense as 8 mountains and 8 valleys. It's you. Junlin's eyes narrowed sharply at the sight of the monster. This was the 8-headed king who had once besieged his elder brother. There was no mistake. The revolting appearance was exactly as he had seen in the recording stone. The same oppressive aura of a sage king emanated from it. He the second son of the human emperor. This aura is unmistakable. It's exactly the same as Yizhan from back then. What a pity I didn't devour his flesh and blood back then. That exquisite flavor still lingers in my memory, making me yearn for it even now. The 8-headed king flicked its serpentine tongue and cackled eerily. You nauseating creature, laugh while you can. Soon you won't be laughing anymore. Junlin spoke with icy indifference. His entire body trembled with exhilaration. He yearned for battle. Though he was still at the sage realm, possessing myriad supreme techniques, a supreme physique, and supreme pupil arts, he was absolutely capable of fighting across realms. Even if it meant crossing an entire major realm, he would slay this repulsive beast. Open the city gates. Junlin roared. Boom. The city gates slowly swung open, and Junlin stepped forth, appearing directly before the 8-headed king. Young Master Song Ao is willing to fight. Young Master Li Hui also volunteers to fight. Song Ao and Li Hui stepped forward simultaneously. The 8-headed king's expression tightened, slightly surprised that the mythical continent still harbored 2 sage kings. Could the intelligence they had received be false? The mythical continent had hidden its strength remarkably well all these years, but it mattered not. Today he would make all these people vanish. The 8-headed king mused to himself. No need. I shall handle this battle myself. Junlin waved his hand dismissively. In the past, the great Prince Yizhan, barely a teenager, had stood calmly before sage kings. Even his feigned death had gone undetected. Today he would personally behead the sage king, the 8-headed serpent. Boom. Junlin's body erupted with boundless radiance as all 100,000 supreme physiques activated simultaneously. Boom, boom, boom. His flesh now resembled a colossal furnace, resonating with the hum of the great Tao. At his current realm, he had honed his physical body to its utmost limit, rendering it virtually indestructible. Of course, while it was referred to as 100,000 supreme physiques, in truth, it was merely a single Yi Clan Dao body. However, this Yi Clan Dao body had now integrated the essence of all 100,000 supreme physiques, absorbing every one of their unique traits. Thus it was now as if 100,000 supreme physiques were erupting simultaneously. These sons of the human emperor are all monstrous. He's merely a sage, so why do I sense a hint of threat and unease? The central massive head of the 8-headed serpent spoke. Hiss! All 8 heads of the serpent reared up simultaneously, and from each mouth emerged a blinding pillar of light. The earth split apart into a bottomless abyss, and the void itself shattered. 8 terrifying beams of light hurtled toward Junlin. At the same time, the serpent's 8 tails lashed out like primordial chains, aiming to crush his skull. The tails tore through the void, piercing it completely. Such an assault would spell death or severe injury, even for an ordinary sage king, let alone a sage. The 8-headed serpent wished to waste no time. It sought only to slay Junlin swiftly and flee this accursed place. It knew that a super powerhouse like the human emperor Yi Jitian would surely sense any lethal threat to his bloodline. If he were to cross through time and space to arrive, the serpent would be doomed without a doubt. The might of Yi Jitian was far beyond what a mere sage king could withstand. My flesh is the furnace tempered through countless refinements. My body is eternal. Yi Junlin raised his fist and slammed it fiercely against the light pillars and serpentine tails. Simultaneously, Yi Junlin's eyes underwent a subtle transformation. His left eye depicted the destruction of the world with great stars plummeting as if the apocalypse had arrived. After destruction came rebirth. Two formidable figures emerged within his gaze. These were supreme beings cleaving the heavens, striving to forge a new world. In his right eye, the 6 paths of reincarnation evolved, constructing a passage of samsara. It unsettled the mind, threatening to trap the unwary in the cycle of rebirth. The tail of the Yamada no Orochi and the beam from its maw collided with Yi Junlin's fist. A massive explosion erupted between them, unleashing surging energy in all directions. The entire battlefield quaked and collapsed. The very heavens and earth overturned. The ground caved in and the void shattered. A single strike from a sage king spelled apocalyptic catastrophe. Yet this was merely the aftershock of their clash. Drip. Yi Junlin gazed at his palm with a hint of disbelief. A scratch no larger than a pinprick marred the knuckle of his fist. Undeniably, Yi Junlin had been wounded, though the injury healed in an instant. This marked his first wound since stepping onto the path of cultivation. He had never suffered any harm before. Now, unexpectedly, the Yamada no Orochi had managed to injure him. The Yamada no Orochi's 8 heads rang with a deafening buzz. The sheer force of Yi Junlin's punch nearly obliterated its central head. Had the other 7 heads not swiftly shared the burden, the central head would have exploded. Even after evading, a ringing lingered in its mind. Its 8 serpentine faces hissed in disbelief at Yi Junlin. It had never imagined that the second son of the human emperor could be so monstrous. At such a young age, reaching the sage realm was astonishing enough, but to defy heaven and fight a sage king. You are impressive. Fight. Yi Junlin coldly declared, his gaze fixed on the Yamada no Orochi. He then raised his fist and drove it toward the Yamada no Orochi. In that moment, Yi Junlin moved with such speed that even a sage king could barely track his form. As if endowed with the ultimate velocity, Yi Junlin appeared before the Yamada no Orochi in less than 1,000th of a breath. The pupils of all 8 heads contracted sharply. Yi Junlin materialized before it without any warning. Had it not been for its vast combat experience and cultivation, it would have met its end on the spot. In haste, 8 serpent tails lashed out to strike Yi Junlin across the waist. Even an ordinary sage king would be reduced to shreds if caught off guard. Boom. Crack. Yi Junlin's fist slammed into the tails, sending flesh and blood flying. At least half of the 8 tails were pulverized by Yi Junlin's blow. Roar. The Yamada no Orochi howled in agony, its 8 heads wailing in torment. It could not fathom how the son of the human emperor merely at the sage realm could bridge the chasm between them, a gap as vast as a celestial moat. In ancient annals, tales of a sage slaying a sage king would be met with scorn, for the disparity between their realms was immeasurable. Heaven and earth palm. Subdue heaven fist. With his hair disheveled, Yi Junlin resembled an ancient primordial deity manifesting in the mortal world. One hand formed a fist seal, the other shaped into a palm, and he struck simultaneously at the 8 colossal heads of the Yamada no Orochi. Hiss! The serpent sensed the overwhelming aura emanating from Yi Junlin. Its forked tongue flickered incessantly as layers of cyan clouds churned above its head. This was lethal venom. Wherever the Yamada no Orochi passed, not a blade of grass survived. Even the earth, tainted by traces of the venom, rapidly corroded into massive craters. This venom was terrifying the serpent's innate poison. Yet Yi Junlin showed no fear, pressing forward to overwhelm the Yamada no Orochi. He bore no protective barrier. My innate venom makes even a great sage retreat. Perish. The Yamada no Orochi sneered in contempt. Too young, too reckless. It stood still, coldly watching Yi Junlin's fists and palms approach. 10, 9, 8. The serpent counted down, convinced that no matter how formidable Yi Junlin was, he could not last 10 seconds. 7. Yi Junlin continued his unhurried advance. 6, 5, 4, 3. But Yi Junlin remained unfazed, still walking toward it with calm composure. Stop pretending. You must be in great pain now, aren't you? The Yamada no Orochi questioned him as he drew near. 2, 1, fall. It spoke with utter confidence in its venom. Fall. Fall where? Yi Junlin taunted as he approached the serpent. How is this possible? How are you completely unharmed? The Yamada no Orochi asked incredulously. Its venom, even a sage king of the same rank would be unable to withstand it if caught off guard. Yet now the youth before it had not even bothered to defend himself and remained completely unharmed. Poison. It has no effect on me. Die. Junlin directly struck out with a fist and a palm towards the Yamada no Orochi's head. Puchi. Instantly, all 6 heads of the Yamada no Orochi burst apart like watermelons. The serpent writhed in agony, and with each convulsion the entire battlefield trembled. Massive fissures spread everywhere from its thrashing. Damn it, damn it. You leave me no choice, you leave me no choice. Hiss. Great deity of darkness, your follower sincerely summons you. Grant me the power of darkness, and soon the entire world shall become your subjects. None shall fail to worship you. Descend, great deity of darkness. The 2 remaining colossal serpent heads of the Yamada no Orochi began to chant an ancient incantation. Yet everyone present could understand it. Boom. Heaven and earth quaked, not only the battlefield, but the entire mythical continent trembled. Crack. The sound of something splitting echoed. Junlin clearly sensed a malevolent dark energy descending upon this realm. This power was immensely formidable, far beyond his current ability to resist. Song Ao and Li Hui simultaneously stepped forward, guarding Junlin with unwavering resolve. It's here, it's him again. I can't mistake this aura. Song Ao said, his expression grave as he stared at the boundless rift in the sky above. Indeed, such energy had once appeared at the Sword Grave Mountain. Otherwise, the 3 sage kings of the mythical continent at that time could have completely slain the enemy's royal-level generals. But it was precisely because of the emergence of this energy that they were all swept into the unknown river of time and have been missing ever since. Great deity, descend upon this realm and grant your most loyal servant power. The Yamada no Orochi trembled with excitement as it spoke. In an unknown universe. Yijitian, how many years have you blocked us? How many more can you block? Countless armies faced off on either side of a massive heavenly abyss. Both sides glared at each other with murderous intent. The killing intent soared to the heavens, making even sage kings seem insignificant. From the opposite side of the abyss, a colossal voice boomed like a great bell. On this side of the abyss, the myriad realms, a middle-aged man clad in a golden imperial robe remained unmoved, coldly watching his foe. This man's eyes were filled with the vicissitudes of 10,000 ages. Yet his entire being was shrouded in chaotic mist. The occasional wisp of his aura was enough to make even a sage king prostrate themselves. How many years? It cannot conceal your ambitious schemes, your delusion of invading my myriad realms. Wait until the day comes. This emperor will lead the forces of the human emperor hall to attack. You traitors to the myriad realms, wash your necks clean, for this emperor shall come to claim them personally. Yi Jitian said, coldly staring at the colossal figure across the heavenly abyss. Ha ha, Yi Jitian, are you talking in your sleep? Once the deity of darkness fully awakens, what then? Even you, the human emperor, will be doomed to die. The massive phantom on the other side laughed loudly. Though Yi Jitian wished to cross over and attack, the heavenly abyss contained a mysterious law. In earlier years it was manageable, a powerful cultivation could barely suppress it. But in the last few millennia, for unknown reasons, the independent laws generated by the abyss had grown increasingly strong. Of course, this was good news for the myriad realms. It meant that powerful beings from the other side simply could not cross over. The greater one's cultivation, the more fiercely the abyss laws suppressed them. Boom! Yi Jitian sensed something and gazed into the distance. His eyes shone like 2 divine lamps, brilliant and penetrating. Everything within his sight was laid bare, unable to hide. That place again, Yi Jitian murmured to himself. Many years ago, a similarly powerful fluctuation had emanated from that very location. But when Yi Jitian sent his war kings to investigate, the aura had vanished. Now it had reappeared. Ha ha, this is our great deity of darkness descending. Yi Jitian, dare you go to support them? Oh, curse it, I almost forgot to tell you. Not long ago my subordinates informed me that your second son seems to be in that very area. Yi Renhuang, do you not plan to go and save your poor child? Don't forget he is your only child now. Ha ha ha. The colossal phantom across the heavenly abyss taunted with utter contempt. Its aim was to disrupt Yi Jitian's mind. If Yi Jitian would personally go to the rescue, that would be the best outcome. Without the human emperor, the myriad realms would be like a mighty lion turned into a sickly kitten. They understood this, and Yi Jitian was naturally aware of it as well. There was not a flicker of emotion in his eyes, and no one knew what he was truly thinking. Tisk tisk tsk. What a pity, a human sovereign, the true uncrowned emperor of all realms. Yet, even a human sovereign. What of it? Neither of your 2 sons will survive. Even if their talents overshadow the entire universe, if they fail to mature, they are but a handful of dust. The colossal phantom on the other side of the abyss taunted. Its aim was to provoke the human sovereign Yi Jitian into personally journeying to the mythical continent, for that would be their moment to strike. As long as Yi Jitian was absent, they would have a chance to breach the abyss. Over the years, Yi Jitian had instilled fear in them. His power was simply too overwhelming. Billions of years ago, they could still contend with Yi Jitian. But now, after countless millennia, they were no longer his match. They had reason to believe that if not for the abyss, it would not be them invading the myriad realms. Yi Jitian would have already led an assault against them. For the more powerful one became, the more oppressive the abyss suppression grew. The human sovereign Yi Jitian was a truly extraordinary talent, burning eternally like an inextinguishable flame. Though reaching a certain level of cultivation grants true immortality, that immortality only means eternal life. One still ages, and the skin wrinkles. Yet over the years, Yi Jitian had grown even younger. In fact, if one did not look closely, he appeared no older than a youth. The beings beyond the realm knew this was a result of Yi Jitian's ever-deepening cultivation. He had truly mastered the profound mysteries of the Tao, a genuine, uncrowned emperor. The words of the colossal phantom stirred no ripples in Yi Jitian's heart. He knew that the enemy merely wanted him to leave the abyss. For once he left, who could halt the tide of invaders from beyond? He was undoubtedly powerful, but even the strongest cannot protect every corner of the myriad realms in an instant. How pitiful, how tragic. The esteemed human sovereign cannot even safeguard his own offspring. Someone jeered. Behind Yi Jitian, a solemn, bare-chested, burly man knelt on one knee and declared, "My sovereign war emperor Huang Jian requests permission to retrieve the second prince safely." War Emperor Feng Qian is willing to go. Several other war emperors spoke in resolute voices. These were Yi Jitian's most capable commanders, personally appointed as war emperors. Each of them possessed unparalleled combat prowess, their cultivation unfathomable and vast as an abyss. "Father Yizhan is willing to go and bring my younger brother back." A calm voice sounded from behind Yi Jitian. "No, impossible. Yizhan is dead, his soul shattered." The beings from beyond, who had been calmly mocking the human sovereign for having no heir, were now stunned. Seeing the youthful figure of Yizhan emerge from behind Yi Jitian, they were greatly alarmed. Hidden for over 100 million years, the #1 prodigy of that era. What level has his cultivation reached now, eh? Someone on the other side of the abyss spoke with a trembling voice. Indeed, when they saw Yizhan appear, their hearts trembled violently. They dared not imagine the cultivation level of Yizhan, who had vanished for over 100 million years. No need. If he cannot handle even such a crisis, how can we three father and sons ever march into the outer realms? If that so-called dark deity could truly descend, it would have done so billions of years ago. Every time it's all thunder and no rain. Yi Jitian said calmly. As his son, how could he not know his true capabilities? Besides, he had left that item for Yi Junlin. Only by facing death could one be reborn like a phoenix rising from the ashes. Then Yi Junlin would become unstoppable. That was why he had placed Yi Junlin in a lower realm where no earth-shattering upheaval would occur. If Yi Junlin knew, his expression would likely change dramatically. "I truly look forward to meeting my younger brother," Yizhan said with a light laugh. With unparalleled talent and over 100 million years of dedicated cultivation, his current cultivation level was likely known only to his father. Yizhan appeared composed, but his ethereal aura was impossible to conceal. "Ants, ha ha ha, you are all ants. You will all die." The eight-headed serpent laughed maniacally. The massive rift in the void stretched for countless millions of miles. A colossal finger appeared at the opening of the rift. It seemed to want to descend, yet it could not. A mysterious force at the rift prevented its arrival. Roar! The finger was truly enormous, and the creature on the other side of the rift seemed to be bellowing. But no matter how it roared, its finger could not descend. However, a sliver of immense pressure managed to seep through. In an instant, the massive imperial city walls began to crack. Just a wisp of that pressure, and the entire capital could barely withstand it. The cultivators within changed expression, yet there was no fear on their faces, only a willingness to face death. 10 directions, heaven-suppressing steel. A small, exquisitely crafted steel appeared in Yi Junlin's hand. "Go!" Yi Junlin waved his hand, and the tiny 10 directions heaven-suppressing steel spun with a soft hum. With a thunderous roar as he hurled the steel forth, the very heavens and earth trembled. Though the 10 directions heaven-suppressing steel appeared minuscule, it exuded layers of profound, weighty aura, a force capable of suppressing all existence. Even the terrifyingly immense finger within the void under the steel's suppression had its overwhelming pressure dissipate into nothingness. All could discern that the finger's master yearned to descend into this realm, yet the laws woven into the spatial rift forbade his arrival. He roared, struggling to break free. A deafening crash echoed. Everyone in the imperial capital paled, witnessing an unbelievable sight. Within the colossal spatial rift, the threads of law formed by the fabric of reality had just been shattered by the entity on the other side. The chains of order, born of the very laws, snapped. What manner of being was this called the night deity by the eight-headed serpent? They dared not imagine, for it surpassed their comprehension. More chains of order materialized with a grating sound, tightly binding the gigantic finger. I am an ancient deity. Who in this world dares to stop me? A voice chilling to the bone emanated from the rift. Even the laws of heaven and earth cannot hinder me. A furious roar thundered from the rift, making all present feel like fragile boats amidst a raging storm. At any moment, they might be shattered by the colossal waves. Glimmering threads of light coiled around the giant finger, striving to prevent its descent. This was the will of the mythical continent's plane, forbidding an overwhelmingly powerful foreign entity from disrupting its laws. The finger writhed, radiating dark light. One by one, the chains of order shattered, only to reform in the next instant. Damn it! When I fully awaken, I will annihilate this entire world. The roar echoed through the rift. A futile roar. Yi Junlin gazed coldly at the spatial tier. With a thunderous boom, Yi Junlin's words enraged the entity beyond the rift. An overwhelming aura surged forth from the crack. Yet the 10 directions, heaven-suppressing steel, emitted an earthy yellow light, suppressing and absorbing the aura. The spatial rift continued to widen, revealing a sight that chilled all hearts. On the other side of the rift, a colossal blood-red eye appeared. Just a single eye standing vertically. It had no whites, only pitch-black darkness within. But the terror it exuded dwarfed that of the earlier finger. If the finger was but an ant, this eye was a giant as tall as the heavens. Its depths held a darkness that devoured the soul. Young one, are you seeking death? A vast wave of divine thought pulsed forth. Though spoken in an ancient tongue, all could clearly understand its meaning. It was not a modern language, archaic and obscure, yet everyone comprehended, knowing the words were directed at Yi Junlin. You, a mere wretch dwelling in darkness. If you can descend, then look how pitiful you are. After eons, only a finger and an eye remain. How pathetic, to have lived through countless ages only to end up like this. How lamentable, how deplorable. I wonder, in this state, did you even manage to leave behind any offspring? Yi Junlin mocked. This being was a formidable foe, if not for its inability to cross over the myriad realms would be in peril. The black eye remained utterly still. Having lived through eons, it would not be swayed by Yi Junlin's words. What had it not witnessed in its long existence? Against an enemy, nothing was more satisfying than trampling over their corpse. I grant you power. Kill him. The black eyes divine will commanded the eight-headed serpent. As my lord commands. Rest assured, today marks his doom. I will make him wish for death, but find none. The eight-headed serpent bowed its remaining 3 heads to the black eye. A droplet of black energy slowly coalesced upon the eye. It seemed unremarkable, its presence faint. Yet only Yi Junlin, Song Ao, and Li Hui sensed the true terror of that wisp of dark energy. Mere strands, they fell vertically toward the eight-headed serpent. Where the energy passed, the void collapsed, unable to bear its weight. Roar! The Yamada no Orochi let out a heaven-shaking roar directly. Its body expanded at a terrifying speed while its severed tail and heads began to regenerate. Previously, only the central head bore a resemblance to a dragon's, but now all the newly grown heads were genuine dragon heads. Ancient ancestral dragon bloodline. This is atavism. What exactly is that creature? A wisp of black energy can actually create an atavistic bloodline. Song Ao spoke gravely. All of them could sense the Yamada no Orochi's aura rapidly ascending. In just a moment, it had directly reached the pinnacle of the great sage realm. He, the human sovereign's son. Repent before me. The Yamada no Orochi sneered, coldly, feeling his entire being brimming with explosive power. He had never felt so formidable before. Kill him. The being from the other side of the rift spoke coldly. Yes, my lord. The Yamada no Orochi replied respectfully. I wonder if the human sovereign will be devastated to learn that both his sons died by my hand. Boy, let me play with you slowly. Swish. After speaking, the Yamada no Orochi lashed a tail directly at Yi Junlin. Though it was merely a casual strike, the force was on an entirely different level from before, hundreds or even thousands of times greater. This was the great sage, the pinnacle among sages. Heaven-suppressing steel. 6 paths of reincarnation fist. Yi Junlin's black hair flew wildly as he directly summoned the 10 directions heaven-suppressing steel to suppress the Yamada no Orochi. Simultaneously, he hurled the supreme technique, the 6 paths of reincarnation fist, straight at the serpent's tail. Boom! A cataclysmic energy shockwave erupted between them. Yi Junlin was sent flying backward, cracks appearing on his fist. Although the 10 directions heaven-suppressing steel was a remarkable treasure, Yi Junlin's cultivation level was still a limiting factor. Even when fully activated, he could barely unleash a millionth of its true power. The great sage is this formidable. A casual blow can wound me. Junlin muttered, gazing at the cracks on his fist. Oh, this damned aura. I smell such delicious blood. The human sovereign's offspring, even your blood, is so enticing. If I devour you, my cultivation should soar, shouldn't it? After all, you are a human-shaped panacea. The Yamada no Orochi's eyes gleamed with greed as he stared at the blood on Junlin's fist. Whoosh, whoosh. Two figures instantly appeared before Junlin, shielding him protectively. Young master, you go first. The two of us will hold him off. Song Ao and Li Hui declared resolutely. They could die, but Junlin must not. The mythical continent could fall, but Junlin must not. Ding, the check-in system has issued a mission. Check-in location, mythical continent battlefield. Check-in reward 10,000 years of cultivation. Does the host accept? Junlin was taken aback. He had already prepared to engage in a fierce battle with the Yamada no Orochi, gambling on his sage-level prowess to defy heaven and slay a great sage. He hadn't expected the system to issue a mission at this moment. It had been days since he arrived in the mythical continent, yet the system had remained silent until now. Accept. Begin check-in, Junlin said. With 10,000 years of cultivation, dealing with the Yamada no Orochi would be child's play. He had been ready to fight for his life, but now the tables had completely turned. Ding, check-in successful. Please prepare for the infusion of power. Why aren't you talking? Have you finally learned fear? The Yamada no Orochi taunted, looking at Junlin with a mocking gaze. In his eyes, Junlin was now merely a plaything, no threat at all. He wanted to mock him for that was how he asserted his presence. Fool, why haven't you struck yet? What the hell are you waiting for? Just then the being from the great rift in the void, as if sensing something, barked at the Yamada no Orochi. Indeed, he had noticed that the young man's aura was skyrocketing at a terrifying rate. There were no bottlenecks, no obstacles to his cultivation. Such a terrifying rate of growth was unprecedented even for him. Who was he? The dark deity who had lived through countless eons. What hadn't he seen? This young man defied his understanding. Yes, my lord. I will kill him immediately. The Yamada no Orochi hurriedly replied. Originally, he had planned to torture Junlin 1,000 times before devouring him alive. He wanted him to die in agony. But he dared not disobey the dark deity's command. What a fool. By now you are no longer his match. The dark deity said irritably. Were all his subjects this foolish? If he had killed him earlier, none of this would have happened. Why did he have to prattle on? If only he could descend, the first thing he would do would be to annihilate the Yamada no Orochi. Truly the height of stupidity. What? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. No matter how strong he is, he's only at the sage realm. The Yamada no Orochi was stunned at first, then shook his head frantically. You fool, take a closer look. The night deity no longer held any hope that this Yamada no Orochi could vanquish Junlin. He knew the Yamada no Orochi was finished. Nor could he continue to channel more energy, for the spirit of this world would not permit it. An intriguing youth, I believe we shall meet again before long. When that time comes, I am eager to uncover just how many secrets lie hidden within you. My awakening is imminent, and then all races shall bow before me. With these words, the great rift in the void began to heal, and the colossal vertical eye slowly faded. The Yamada no Orochi below stared in bewilderment. It had no idea what it had done wrong. Did its master have so little faith in it? To slay a mere saint, by any logic, Junlin was surely doomed. Yet its master had just spoken of meeting Junlin again in the future. The Yamada no Orochi felt as though all 8 of its heads had failed it. It stood dumbfounded. But then a cataclysmic surge of energy erupted from within Junlin's body. It snapped back to reality, staring at Junlin in disbelief. 100,000 years of cultivation tempered by my current talent. What realm would that bring me to? Junlin clenched his fist and exhaled. At this moment, he was like the very center of the universe. He stood there plainly, yet he was utterly unfathomable. Even a sweep of divine sense could not detect him. It was a paradox. He was undeniably there, visible to all mortal eyes. Yet the impression he gave was one of ethereal unreality. System, display the panel. Junlin commanded in his mind. Host Junlin. Cultivation, creator god. Martial disciple, martial warrior, martial master, martial grandmaster, martial lord, martial spirit, martial ancestor, martial king, martial emperor, martial saint, martial sovereign, unity realm, void Tao realm, return heaven realm, immortal fire realm, true, immortal realm, lower golden, immortal middle golden, immortal upper golden, immortal great golden, immortal great, high immortal, immortal lord, immortal king, immortal emperor, divine fire realm, true god realm, lower god realm, middle God realm, upper God realm, heaven God realm, God king realm, God emperor realm, God sovereign realm, great emperor emperor, lord emperor king, saint saint king, great saint saint emperor, heaven opener world, creator heavenly Tao, great Tao, primordial chaos supreme. Talent. Divine abilities, techniques, and secret arts 100,001. Too numerous to list individually. Special physique, the universe's strongest, Yi Clan Dao body. The higher the cultivation realm, the more arduous the path of advancement. For an ordinary cultivator, reaching the Saint realm a lifetime might not suffice to attain the Saint King realm. Even for the exceptionally gifted, reaching the Saint King realm could take tens of thousands to tens of millions of years. How can this be? Who are you? The Yamada no Orochi was utterly panicked. It had just undergone ancestral awakening, possessing the bloodline of the ancient primordial dragon. Its talent had soared, and a bright future lay ahead, only to be brutally cast into an abyss. Now it finally understood the night deity's words. This youngest son of the human emperor was simply not human. In an instant, his cultivation had skyrocketed to a realm beyond its comprehension. It had no idea what level Yi Junlin had reached now. At the very least, he was far too powerful for it. Weren't you going to kill me? Hey, race your chance. With those words, Yi Junlin vanished. He reappeared directly before the Yamada no Orochi. Yi Junlin slowly extended a single finger. A faint beam of light instantly pierced into the Yamada no Orochi's body. Boom! The serpent's entire form exploded. Its soul and spirit were annihilated on the spot. Target the invaders from beyond. Slay them all and avenge the fallen. Yi Junlin pointed coldly toward the direction of the otherworldly enemies. Kill, kill, kill. Avenge our fallen brothers, friends, and kin. The gates of the imperial capital swung wide open, and all 30 legions of cultivators surged forth. Their killing intent blazed skyward, so fierce it scattered the clouds above. Without a Saint King among them, the invaders from beyond were nothing but fish on a chopping block. They no longer possessed the strength to resist. Unknown battlefield. Haha, the night deity has departed. It seems your son has been eliminated. Human Emperor, what good is your peerless cultivation now? Yi Zhan may yet live, but your second son has not been so fortunate. From across the heavenly abyss, someone sneered. But Yi Jitian remained utterly unmoved, not even a frown creasing his brow. Yi Junlin was his own flesh and blood. At his level of cultivation, he could naturally sense whether his son was safe. Report. The soul jade of King Yamada has shattered. Someone on the other side of the heavenly abyss reported in panic. Of course, a being like King Yamada was beneath the notice of their higher-ups. It was not worth a special report. But this concerned the fate of the human emperor's second son. King Yamada's death meant the human emperor's son was alive. Worthless. A bunch of useless wretches unable to slay even a single youth, having lived in vain for so long. The colossal phantom roared in fury. Originally, he had intended to deal a heavy blow to the human sovereign. Unexpectedly, even a king-level battle general could not subdue a mere youth. Heavenly Sovereign, shall we launch a full-scale assault on the myriad realms? Someone below the phantom asked respectfully. They were warmongers merely eager to conquer the vast and resource-rich world of the myriad realms. Over the years, the human sovereign's prestige has grown ever stronger. Now, not to mention the human sovereign himself, even his eldest son's cultivation is enough to astonish the world. Use your head and think. Who among us is a match for the human sovereign? Now we can only await the awakening and descent of the deities. That will be the time for us to launch our counterattack. What we must do now is not counterattack, but figure out how to defend against their advance. The heavenly sovereign spoke with some concern. If Yi Jitian were to cross the heavenly abyss at all costs now, they would be in grave danger. What the heavenly sovereign could foresee, Yi Jitian could naturally perceive as well. However, he had no intention of launching an offensive. The world knew that the human sovereign Yi Jitian possessed unparalleled cultivation and profound mastery of the Tao. Yet no one knew Yi Jitian's true cultivation level. Should we send someone to the mythical continent to intercept the human sovereign's second son? Someone asked. Foolish. Even that one descended and failed to kill him, what point is there in sending anyone else? The heavenly sovereign said. This was something he himself could not comprehend. That being had not fully awakened, but it could still send down a phantom projection. Given that, why had the eight-headed serpent king perished while the youth survived? Even if the night deity had only sent down a fraction of its power, it should have been enough to deal with Yi Junlin. Now I can perceive the temporal nodes of that era. Perhaps the experts of your mythical continent from back then did not die. After cleansing the extraterrestrial enemies, Yi Junlin gazed toward the Sword Burial Mountain and spoke. He now stood in the realm of a creator god, naturally able to sense the river of time at Sword Burial Mountain. Within it, there were still faint fluctuations of energy. Yi Junlin took a step forward, leading the members of the Heavenly Court to Sword Burial Mountain. After annihilating the extraterrestrial foes, Qing Shang and the others also arrived. Xia Liuyun Qinglong and others entered as well. The mythical continent was now fully open to all. because Yi Junlin felt that the spatial node at Sword Burial Mountain was somehow different. Yet he could not pinpoint exactly what was different, for he had never experienced it himself. This is the place. Their opening of the temporal node back then was merely a stroke of luck. Yi Junlin's eyes flickered. He had discovered some astonishing secrets. This temporal node was a gate. In those days when they battled here, they inadvertently opened this door. They all thought it was the river of time, but behind the door lay an entirely new world. What kind of world it was remained unknown, with no records in the ancient history of the mythical continent. Open. Yi Junlin traced his finger through the air, and the void slowly split apart. Before everyone's incredulous eyes, an ancient bronze gate appeared in front of them all. Its surface shimmered with a fluorescent glow, appearing indestructible. This gate had existed since time immemorial, yet someone had cast an illusion over its exterior, concealing its presence from the world. Interesting. To prevent anyone from entering and discovering it, they even laid a profound illusion on the outside. Yi Junlin said with a smile. The bronze gate itself was not difficult to open, it merely required the strength of a sage king. Creak. Xiao Luyan pushed open the bronze gate. The moment it opened, an intensely brilliant beam of light shone down upon them all. This beam of light was like a radiance 100,000 times more dazzling than the sun, so bright that one could hardly open their eyes. Yi Junlin's eyes began to transform, turning entirely golden. His vision was unimpeded. He could clearly see everything around him. Before them stood a massive city gate inscribed with 2 lines of text. Prostrate thrice and kowtow 9 times to open the immortal gate. Henceforth you shall be one of its people. This meant one must devoutly perform the 3 prostrations and 9 kowtows to open this so-called immortal gate. Only by entering could one become a member within. At the entrance of the immortal gate lay 3 figures on the verge of death. Their bodies were mangled, and black blood ceaselessly oozed from their wounds. The 3 sage kings of the mythical continent, Yi Junlin said, gazing at the 3 figures. Indeed, he had read the ancient history of the mythical continent, which contained portraits of these 3. This blinding light emanated from above the city gate. There a group of young men and women stood, their attire indicating they were no ordinary people. The men were extraordinarily handsome, the women breathtakingly beautiful. Moreover, each possessed terrifyingly powerful cultivation. The weakest among them was at the Sage King realm. They all stared coldly at Yi Junlin and the others. They showed even greater indifference toward the 3 Saint Kings at the entrance, as if they were utterly invisible. Where do you come from, and what business do you have in the Xingu continent? A young man asked, his gaze utterly devoid of emotion as he looked at Yi Junlin and the others. The Xingu continent. How can this be? How is it possible? Xiao Luyan asked, his face turning pale. Wasn't the Xingu continent annihilated countless epochs ago? I heard that in that war the Xingu continent suffered devastating losses, with countless powerhouses falling. Xiao Luyan continued. Having followed the human emperor for so many years, he was privy to some of these hidden secrets. What nonsense are you spouting? Our Xingu continent is teeming with powerhouses. Oh, when was it ever annihilated? The young men and women atop the city walls all shouted angrily. The war is imminent and darkness will devour everything. This place is not welcome to you. Leave. A young man atop the city wall spoke again. The Sao clan and the Dark Knight clan are about to wage war. They will invade our myriad realms under the leadership of the Dark Knight deity. You should go back and spread this news. As for them, their souls have long been corrupted by the Dark Knight. They are no longer their true selves. A man with a massive divine halo above his head spoke from atop the city gate. Perish. Yi Junlin extended a finger and lightly tapped it toward the 3 Saint Kings. Black mist continuously rose from their bodies. Yi Junlin knew this phenomenon all too well. It was the very strand of energy that the Dark Knight deity had once bestowed which had eroded their minds. The 3 Saint Kings slowly regained their clarity. Young man, how did you accomplish this? Someone atop the city wall asked curiously. Their entire Xingu continent was filled with countless powerhouses, and even the mightiest of sovereigns found it extremely difficult to purge this black energy. Yet before this youth it seemed effortless. We wish to enter the city, Yi Junlin said calmly to the others, for he had noticed something amiss. He had just used the 6 paths of reincarnation to trace back to the origin and observe carefully. He found that the heavenly fate of all these people before him was shrouded. To put it another way, it was as if a veil of mist obscured them from Yi Junlin's sight, making them indistinct. Undoubtedly, Yi Junlin's cultivation base was far superior to theirs. But that was precisely the strangest part. In the end, Yi Junlin concluded that these people were not truly human. Or perhaps the karmic threads of all of them had been concealed by a supreme being. Coupled with what Xiao Luyan had just said, that the Xingu continent had been destroyed several epochs ago. It had been directly annihilated by the army led by the Dark Knight deity. Of course, several supreme powerhouses of the Xiangu continent had fought to the death to severely wound and seal the Dark Knight deity. At that time, Yi Jitian had not yet been born. Later, after Yi Jitian attained the supreme position of human emperor, he deduced some of these hidden truths through divination. Seeing that Yi Junlin wished to enter the immortal gate, they fell silent. Very well, you may enter. In the end, they chose to compromise, for they were truly eager to know how Yi Junlin had so effortlessly dispelled the corrosive force. But as you have surely seen, follow the words on the gate, and you will be able to enter naturally. Someone said to Yi Junlin and the others. You still look down on those from the outside world. Yi Junlin shook his head and said, If I dare to kowtow, can you bear it? Yi Junlin asked directly. Boom. Crack. The moment Yi Junlin was about to bend and kowtow, the winds and clouds shifted violently. The immortal gate trembled violently on the verge of exploding, unable to withstand the bow of the young human emperor. Though Yi Junlin was young, he already possessed the majesty of a human emperor. The human emperor, the most formidable existence across the myriad realms of being revered by all living things. Stop. Cease. Who are you? Why is this happening? On the city wall, the group of men and women changed expression drastically. They had come so close to being crushed by the very laws of this realm. All because Yi Junlin was about to kowtow at the immortal gate. This realm could not withstand a single kneel from this youth. Who was this young man, and where did he come from? Open the immortal gate. Please, honored guests, enter. Someone said with a bitter smile. The established rule had always required 3 bows and 9 kowtows to open the immortal gate. But now they made an exception. This was the first exception ever made in the Xiangu continent. The immortal gate swung wide open, and Yi Junlin and his party strode directly inside. The native inhabitants of the city stared at them in astonishment. It must be said that the cultivation bases of these people were on an entirely different level from those in the mythical continent. Though they appeared ordinary, every single one of them possessed a cultivation base no weaker than a saint. Similarly, with his 6 paths of reincarnation, Yi Junlin could still see no vitality in them. The heavenly fate of all of them was concealed. And the being who had employed this supreme technique was undoubtedly one of the most formidable existences in the universe. At this moment, the natives were all looking at Yi Junlin and his companions with disdain. Some even sprayed an unknown mist-like spray wherever they passed. It was as if the streets they walked on had been contaminated by them. Ahem, young master, please don't be angry. They mean no harm. Someone explained awkwardly. Yi Junlin and his companions understood that the natives regarded them as a form of pollution, a contamination of dark divine aura. After all, even when the 3 sage kings were about to die at their doorsteps, they showed no intention of offering help. Although they were strangers, they were all united in the fight against the invaders from beyond. Had they not contributed as much as these people? This was what intrigued Yi Junlin. Clearly, the dark deities were still in slumber. Based on Yi Junlin's understanding, it would take at least tens of thousands of years for them to awaken. Why would they say the darkness was imminent? Moreover, the entire Xiangu continent showed no signs of having experienced war. Combined with what Xia Luyan had said earlier, Yi Junlin had a faint guess in his mind. But it remained just a guess. Young master, our sovereign requests your presence. The young man said politely to Yi Junlin, surprising all the natives. These youths of Xiangu continent were always arrogant. When had they ever shown courtesy to anyone? Yet now they were being exceptionally polite to this outsider. This left everyone perplexed. The sovereign wants to see them. Who are they? Someone asked in astonishment. The sovereign was the spiritual pillar of their hearts and the pinnacle of combat power on the Xiangu continent. Lead the way, Yi Junlin said directly. He was eager to learn more about this continent. He was not surprised that the sovereign already knew of their arrival the moment they entered the city. It was not due to someone reporting. Moreover, these people had no authority to directly relay messages to the sovereign. Yi Junlin and his companions were led to a vast training ground. Truly worthy of a sovereign. Look, even the stone slabs underfoot are polished from enlightenment stones. Yi Junlin marveled. Wherever his gaze fell, there were rare flowers and exotic herbs, each one a great medicinal herb. Young man, I have finally awaited your arrival. As Yi Junlin and his companions looked around, a time-worn voice echoed in his heart. The voice was gentle, evoking the image of an aged man on the brink of death. Come in. The voice resonated again within Yi Junlin's mind. Wait for me here. With these words, Yi Junlin strode into the depths of the training ground. No one stopped him as he followed the path in his mind. It was a vast bamboo grove, each stalk a heavenly thunder purple bamboo priceless beyond measure. In the center of the grove stood a humble bamboo hut. Before the hut was a table with 2 teacups set upon it. Drink tea. The time-worn voice came, though Yi Junlin saw no one. Yet in a trance he glimpsed an old man smiling kindly at him. The old man was utterly ordinary, clad in coarse linen, his face etched with the marks of time. Anyone else would have mistaken him for a mortal. Even Junlin could not detect the slightest fluctuation of aura from this elder. Junlin's expression shifted continuously. Earlier he had sensed no life force here. Yet now an old man sat plainly before him. "May I ask who you are, senior?" Junlin did not sit, but clasped his fists in inquiry. Come, taste the tea I brewed myself, and we shall talk slowly," the old man said with a smile. "Then I shall not decline." Junlin raised the teacup and drained it in one gulp. Truth be told, the tea smelled delightful. But upon drinking, a dry, astringent bitterness exploded on his taste buds. "How is the tea?" the old man asked with a beaming smile. "The tea is, well, quite unique," Junlin replied with a hint of bitterness. Had he not been certain that the old man meant no harm, he would have suspected poison. "May I ask why you summoned me, elder?" Junlin decided to get straight to the point, as the old man had shown no intention of speaking. He merely kept scrutinizing Junlin, occasional flashes of light in his eyes. "I am Mo Wintian, the Lord of Reincarnation." "Little friend, you already have the answer in your heart, so why ask further?" Mo Wintian said, looking at Junlin. "I have long known that this day would come, and that you would arrive." Lord of Reincarnation. Junlin was stunned as he gazed at Mo Wintian. To dare use reincarnation as his title, this elder was truly extraordinary. "Now that you are here, it is time to reveal everything to you," Mo Wintian said with a smile. "It should be soon, very soon, and I too shall fade away." Mo Wintian looked up, brilliant beams of light radiating from his eyes. Junlin was truly perplexed. Oh, what game was the Lord of Reincarnation playing with his cryptic words? "Even if I am the Lord of Reincarnation, it is still difficult to escape the wheel of fate." Mo Wintian's eyes shone with an inexplicable divine light. Junlin decided not to inquire further. He would observe the changes quietly. He had a feeling that the answer would soon reveal itself. "Whoa, everyone in the Xiangu continent, prepare yourselves. The Dark Knight clan and the Posa clan are coming to invade." The war drums sounded, and Junlin's complexion changed drastically. He realized that Mo Wintian intended to lead him through the memories of the war from back then. They were no longer living beings. In truth, they had long since perished in battle. However, the several supreme powerhouses were unwilling to accept this fate and forcefully enacted a forbidden method to allow reincarnation to manifest as a warning for future generations. They had long awaited Junlin's arrival. "Young friend, you only need to watch from the sidelines, for you are merely witnesses. Remember, do not intervene, otherwise chaos will ensue, and even if you are the chosen one, you will surely suffer unimaginable consequences," Mo Wintian seriously instructed. Boom. Above the Xiangu continent, a pitch-black hand, as dark as ink, descended from the sky. "Dark Knight deity, how dare you rampage in my Xiangu continent?" A loud shout echoed as a dazzling sword light surged upward, striking down towards the massive hand. "This is the Lord of the Heavenly Sword, Shun Jianxin. His swordsmanship is unparalleled in the world," Mo Wintian remarked from the side. The might of a single sword was indeed terrifying. This was undoubtedly the most powerful sword intent Junlin had ever seen. Rip. Black liquid dripped from the sky. It was the blood of the Dark Knight deity. "You despicable and insignificant ants, how dare you injure me?" A shadow began to coalesce in the sky, speaking with a chilling tone. This figure was entirely black, resembling a piece of coal. Yet his form was terrifying. He did not conceal his aura. He had already stepped beyond the realm of supremacy, but still resided within its domain. Is the Dark Knight deity about to transcend the supreme realm? Junlin's expression changed dramatically. "Alas!" Mo Wintian said nothing, merely sighing. Had it not been for the Dark Knight deity stepping into the supreme realm before them, how could they have faced total annihilation? "Children, drain their blood, dry go." Keek. The Dark Knight deity waved a hand, and the void shattered like a glass mirror. Then one army after another emerged from within. "Everyone listen up. Follow me and eliminate these trash." A towering figure rose from the ground, coldly stating from the void. He wielded dual axes, his entire being radiating with destruction's power. "This is the Lord of Destruction, Han Hu. Moi." Suddenly a gaze shot directly towards Junlin. In an instant, Junlin felt as if his spirit had been frozen. "Variable," the Dark Knight deity murmured. He could actually see Junlin across the river of time. Simultaneously, the Dark Knight deity was constantly calculating. He sensed that he and this boy who did not belong to this world were entangled in profound karma. It must be understood that this was merely a reenactment of history, not the actual battlefield. Yet even so, the Dark Knight deity could still perceive it. One had to admit the Dark Knight deity was indeed extraordinarily powerful, reversing the yin and yang, disturbing karma. If I strike at him now, though karma will follow, it will eliminate a future threat. In an instant, the Dark Knight deity thought of many things. He harbored thoughts of eradicating Junlin at any cost. He always felt that the karma between him and Junlin was complex, making his heart tremble. A sword descends from the heavens. The Lord of the Heavenly Sword made his move, unleashing his most powerful ultimate move. A gigantic heavenly sword fell from the sky, carrying boundless sword chi as it struck at the Dark Knight deity. Sky opening axe. Han, who swung his dual axes filled with destructive power towards the Dark Knight deity. Years may pass, but the cycle of reincarnation shall not forget Mo Wentian. I come as well. Mo Wentian laughed, his palm brimming with the power of reincarnation. Years may pass, but the cycle of reincarnation shall not forget Mo Wentian. Junlin softly spoke. He understood the meaning of these words. It signified that this great battle had already occurred, and there was no turning back. From henceforth, there would no longer be the Lord of Reincarnation, Mo Wentian. The Xiangu continent was engulfed in war. Junlin and the others were mere outsiders, invisible and untouchable to others. Yet they could clearly see the brutality of this war. Blood flowed like rivers and corpses were strewn everywhere, a scene of bloodshed. The three supreme beings unleashed their ultimate skills, constantly clashing with the Dark Knight deity. Some among them had already begun to sustain injuries. However, a part of the Dark Knight deity's focus remained fixed on Junlin. This was something Junlin could sense. The three supreme beings could also feel it. Junlin remained calm and unafraid, his eyes fixed intensely on the Dark Knight deity. Previously, he had only seen a finger of the Dark Knight deity, a single eyeball. But now he was witnessing his true form. Junlin witnessed the young city guards one by one falling into pools of blood. Some elderly cultivators roared in fury, ultimately dragging their enemies into self-destruction in a desperate bid to perish together. Innocent children were mercilessly slaughtered. This place had become a living hell. Yet Junlin and his companions could not intervene. All of this had truly occurred. But now it was merely a projection of history, and they were powerless to act. The battle was brutally savage, with severed limbs and broken bodies strewn everywhere. The cultivators of the Xiangu continent faced death fearlessly, their eyes filled with unwavering resolve. The Dark Knight is approaching, and you cannot stop me, the Dark Deity declared. As long as you pledge allegiance to me, I shall lead you to become the supreme beings, the Dark Deity said, attempting to sway the three sovereigns. Allegiance? Only if you step over my corpse. Han, who sneered. One sword to slay the soul, one sword to extinguish the divine. Shun Jinshin wasted no words, unleashing his peerless sword art against the Dark Deity. All things in the world are bound by the cycle of reincarnation. Darkness, you will ultimately fail. Mo Wentian spoke coldly, treading upon the wheel of reincarnation. Fail? Are you jesting? One day the entire world shall bow before the night. I am the king of darkness, the Dark Deity declared icily. Young one, do we know each other? Amidst the clash with the three sovereigns, the Dark Deity directed his gaze at Junlin. Only the four of them present could perceive Junlin's existence. Everyone else was utterly bewildered. Haha, has this ancient fiend lost his mind from battling the three sovereigns? Talking to thin air, a powerful cultivator from the Xiangu continent laughed loudly. He knew full well that a being of such caliber would never behave so erratically. He was merely using this to undermine the enemy's morale. Surprisingly, this tactic proved quite effective. Many soldiers of the Dark Deity's army looked flustered and puzzled, glancing toward their deity. They genuinely feared that the god they worshipped had been driven mad. Seizing the opportunity, many Xiangu continent experts launched a counterattack, turning the tide into a one-sided slaughter. For the enemy's morale had crumbled. Nonsense. How could a deity be defeated by mere sovereigns? Pull yourselves together and annihilate them all, a commander from the outer realm bellowed coldly. Despite their numerical advantage, the invaders showed signs of collapse. Why had they invaded the myriad realms? Because their original world was so small, how could one describe it? If the myriad realms were a colossal football field, their former world was but a single grain of rice within it. So minuscule, it was despairing yet teeming with cultivators. Their resources were utterly insufficient. Thus, the current Heavenly Emperor initiated a great purge, fanning the flames of conflict through underhanded means. He incited wars among other worlds. Once the devastation reached its peak, he gathered all cultivators and launched an invasion that spanned 800 million years. During this time, they encountered the Dark Deity and eventually came under his command. Initially, they aimed to conquer just one or two upper planes to secure resources for cultivation. But now their ambition was to dominate the entire universe. Hearing the Heavenly Emperor's words, their morale visibly improved, and they gradually rallied to resume the slaughter. Although the Xingu continent boasted numerous experts, they were overwhelmed by sheer numbers. We do know each other, and it's no ordinary acquaintance. Soon you will pay for your slaughter. Yi Junlin, a veteran of countless battles, spoke with icy resolve. Is that so? You are not of this world. Your karma is immense. Yet why do I feel such a strong urge to kill you? The dark deity continued his fierce combat. Indeed, he sensed a faint threat from this young man, a threat that arose inexplicably. Many have sought my death, but they all perished before me. My demise is not something you will witness. Yi Junlin declared directly. Haha, well said, young one. I admire your courage. No one has ever dared to speak so arrogantly before me, the dark deity retorted. Now I offer you a choice. First, I will kill you regardless of the karmic consequences. Second, submit to me and follow me, and you shall stand above all realms, second only to me. Submit to you? Who do you think you are to deserve my submission? Yi Junlin sneered coldly. I cannot fathom it. Why is the celestial mechanism obscured? What karma is at play? The dark deity frowned. Despite his terrifying power, he could not deduce Yi Junlin's origin or identity. This youth seemed shrouded in a dense fog completely beyond his perception. Watching the youthful faces collapse around him, Yi Junlin and his companions were barely restraining themselves from striking out, even if they were outmatched, even if they would stain the battlefield with their blood that very day. They yearned to act, yet feared disrupting the order of heaven and earth. The consequences would be dire, triggering irreversible and monumental upheaval. Absolute terror would surely descend. Oh! Yi Junlin roared at the heavens, his voice filled with anguish as he watched body after body crumple to the ground, a profound helplessness overwhelming him. A suffocating pressure clenched in his chest. Young friend, there is no need for this. If our sacrifice can secure peace for future generations, then it is worthwhile. Our very existence is to buy you time. Mo Wentian, despite blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, managed a gentle smile as he addressed Yi Junlin. He had clearly suffered a devastating blow, yet he could still face Yi Junlin with a smile. This only deepened the ache in Yi Junlin's heart. Elders, rest assured. One day, Yi Junlin will annihilate every last one of these vermin. I shall restore peace to the myriad realms. Yi Junlin spoke with solemn gravity. This was the first time he had addressed anyone as elder, a testament to the respect and admiration he held for these supreme beings. A swarm of ants, are you speaking in your sleep? Very well, you have now piqued my killing intent. I care not where you hail from. I care not what great karmic entanglements you bear, I shall bear them all. Even amidst countless karmic threads and myriad laws, I will surely slay you within the river of time. At this moment, the dark deity fixed his gaze upon Yi Junlin. For the words Yi Junlin had just spoken had stirred a faint tremor within his heart. Who was he? A great power who had already taken half a step beyond the supreme being realm. He trusted his instincts implicitly. Especially at such a level of cultivation, every word and action resonated with the universal truth. Let all karma converge upon me. Though I must contend with fate's threads, I remain invincible in this world. The dark deity declared with unshakable confidence. Perish. The dark deity pointed a finger towards Yi Junlin. This single finger, traversing the domains of time and space, materialized directly before Yi Junlin. Indeed, the dark deity sought to erase Yi Junlin across endless epochs. Old dog, cease your arrogance. Everyone, we must prepare. Mo Wentian looked at the other two supremes, his expression calm. My sword heart has long been ready, Shen Jinshin stated coolly, cradling his sword in his arms. The sword was his everything. I am no coward who fears death. Han Hu growled, his entire form radiating terrifying destructive energy. The young friend needs no rescue from us. A powerful energy lies dormant within him. What we must do now is to forcefully seal him using our own primordial power. Mo Wentian addressed the other two supremes. Come, this is all we can do. Whether fortune or calamity awaits will depend entirely on the fate of these younger ones. Shun Jinshin sighed. Essence of destruction, explode. The three instantly unleashed their very source energy to begin constructing the formation. Meanwhile, a colossal finger had already materialized before Yi Junlin, poised to descend. This was true killing force, even when separated by countless epochs across the river of time. Yet its terror was absolute. The assault of such a being was utterly beyond Yi Junlin's capacity to withstand. He could even feel his physical form beginning to shatter under the immense pressure. This was undoubtedly the most formidable threat he had ever faced. The system within him remained utterly unresponsive. It was his ultimate trump card, but no matter how he called upon it, the system stayed silent. Damn it, I must seize control of my own destiny from now on. I cannot blindly rely on the system. Of course, that is if I survive. A torrent of thoughts raced through Yi Junlin's mind in an instant. Even if I am not his match, I shall face this day with due dignity. Fight! Yi Junlin bellowed instantly, pushing himself to his peak state as he hurtled towards the colossal finger. Simultaneously, he summoned the 10 directions, heaven-suppressing, steely gripping it in midair as he slammed it fiercely towards the finger. A firefly dares to rival the moon. The dark deity scoffed contemptuously. Before even making contact with the enormous finger, Yi Junlin felt his own flesh beginning to disintegrate and collapse. How terrifying was this? An attack infinitely weakened still possessed such devastating power. Truly, the realm beyond Supreme Being was unfathomable. Blood seeped from the corner of Yi Junlin's mouth, yet he did not retreat a single step. Even in death, he would stand tall and unyielding. A strange ripple swept across the entire battlefield. Everyone stared in horror at a single point. They could not see Yi Junlin, but they could feel the vibrations emanating from his direction. At the same time, the 3 Supremes fixed their gazes upon Yi Junlin with solemn intensity, pausing their formation work. Who dares to stop me from killing? The dark deity thundered. There were actually those who dared to obstruct his killing. In the depths of his being, he already sensed that karma was about to descend, and he was prepared for it. But now his attack was blocked. It halted right before Yi Junlin's face, completely frozen and utterly restrained. Alas! A sigh emanated from within Yi Junlin's body. Then several of the Supreme Beings witnessed a phantom figure step out from Yi Junlin's form. This voice was supremely domineering, its eyes like those of a deity or demon that had gazed upon the eons. His very presence gave an impression of immense grandeur. The aura radiating from him was enough to make one tremble. My Emperor, Xia Liyun, one of the 30,000 commanders, pays homage to my Emperor. Qinglong greets the human Emperor. Tears glistened in the eyes of Xia Liyun and Qinglong as they knelt reverently and shouted, "All of you rise." Yi Jitian smiled warmly and waved his hand gently toward them, and the two were lifted up by an unseen force. Father, Yi Junlin murmured to himself. This was his father, the man he had only seen once in his memory. My son Junlin, you have grown and matured so much, Yi Jitian said, gazing at Yi Junlin with a fond smile. Yi Junlin understood that this was merely a spiritual avatar his father had left within him. It was meant to save his life at a critical, life-threatening moment. It turned out his father hadn't abandoned him outright back then. He had left a protective spiritual avatar within him. Who exactly are you? The night deity could no longer remain calm and bellowed the question. He knew clearly that the supreme beings of the entire myriad realms were the 3 before him. How could another one appear? Moreover, this supreme being before him was different, far more powerful than any he had ever encountered. I truly wish my true self could descend and slay you. Yi Jitian did not answer, but spoke with a hint of emotion. These words sent a violent tremor through the bodies and minds of the several supreme beings. What kind of boldness was this? To speak of obliterating the night deity so casually. Who was this person? It was easy to see he had the confidence to back it up. You do not belong to this era. Who are you? The night deity demanded solemnly. He was growing frantic. In all these years, this was the first person who didn't even deign to look him in the eye. To casually speak of killing him. What did he take him for? A mere chicken or duck to be slaughtered at will? It's just a spiritual avatar, not enough to bear such great karma. Yi Jitian still did not answer, but murmured to himself. At these words, the night deity's hair stood on end as he sensed a threat. Sir, you must understand that if we were to engage in battle, the consequences would be immeasurable. The entire river of time would fall into chaos. Such a price is beyond what you or I can bear. The night deity spoke in a low, harsh tone. Everyone was astounded. This was the first time the night deity had effectively backed down. He was afraid. Indeed, heaven and earth would be thrown into disarray, but I truly wish to slay you. Yi Jitian said calmly. Do you take me for a soft persimmon? If you are not afraid of the consequences, why should I be? Even if you do not belong to this era, even if it means bearing great karma, I am still invincible. The night deity declared solemnly. Invincible? Who dares claim invincibility? Who can say they are undefeated? Yi Jitian scoffed. Shatter. Yi Jitian tapped lightly, and the colossal finger instantly crumbled. You. The night deity's pupils violently contracted. Boom. The two clashed directly. It was hard to believe that the night deity was evenly matched against a mere spiritual avatar. For the night deity was terrifying and powerful. Yet now just an avatar of his opponent could rival him. What was most critical was that this avatar was only at the peak of the sovereign realm. It had not even stepped beyond the sovereign realm. Boom. The void split open, and a colossal foot descended from the heavens. It came crashing down directly onto the night deity's head. The night deity was struck as if by lightning, slammed heavily into the earth. The impact created a massive, bottomless abyss at the point of collision. This is the true body. All the supreme beings were horrified. Yi Jitian's true body had descended. even though only a single foot had come through. Yet it was supremely terrifying. It's a pity I cannot truly descend, or else history would change and unpredictable major events would occur. Yi Jishin's spiritual avatar spoke. Then the great rift in the void healed, and the enormous foot of Yi Jishin's true body vanished. You three seal him. The day he breaks the seal shall be the day of his death. Yi Jishin's avatar said, clasping his hands toward the three supreme beings. These three were martyrs of the human race worthy of reverence. Raise the formation. The three supreme beings wasted no more time. This was the optimal moment for the seal. For the night deity was injured, and they could seal him in one concerted effort. They directly drew upon their source power, even going so far as to sacrifice the source power of all cultivators on the ancient immortal continent to seal the night deity. All the cultivators with the resolve of facing death willingly offered their source power. Then with smiles on their faces they all vanished into nothingness. Don't keep staring. When you have the strength one day, you will naturally be able to awaken them all. Yi Jitian looked at the unwillingness in Yi Junlin's eyes and said with a smile, Father, you mean they can return? Yi Junlin asked overjoyed. Of course, they did not die, they merely exist in another form. Yi Jitian patted Yi Junlin's head and said, What you see is not what you should pursue. When you truly reach a certain level, you will realize that these so-called deities are nothing but ants. Yi Jitian spoke to Yi Junlin, startling him. The true formidable enemy lies beyond the celestial abyss. That is the real mastermind behind the scenes. All right, seeing how much you have grown, I am gratified. But your path ahead is still long. Your brother and I await you at the celestial abyss. Now what you must do is open the space-time passage and head to the celestial abyss secret realm. This realm is deeply connected to the celestial abyss, and perhaps it holds methods to counter its laws. Only cultivators under 100,000 years of age can enter. Your brother and I missed the chance back then. Though you are merely in your 20s now, your cultivation should suffice. The celestial abyss secret realm opens right here in the Xian ancient continent. Remember, our enemies are not mere beings like the dark deity. They are far more powerful entities. Yi Jitian vanished after speaking. His words undoubtedly placed immense pressure on Yi Junlin. The dark deity was not the true mastermind after all. This world was indeed full of unknowns. Yi Junlin collected himself and let out a heavy sigh as he gazed upon the devastated Xian ancient continent. Wait for me. I believe that before long, I will become strong enough to revive every one of you. Yi Junlin declared with unwavering resolve. By the way, where exactly does this secret realm open? Yi Junlin asked in frustration. Thus he and his companions wandered aimlessly across the Xian ancient continent. Until one day, boom, a thunderous roar from heaven and earth drew everyone's attention. They looked up at the void. A colossal golden portal appeared before them all. Golden light swirled continuously upon its surface, presenting a magnificent and enchanting sight. On the golden portal were inscribed several bold flowing characters, the realm of celestial abyss. Is this the celestial abyss secret realm? Yi Junlin asked, gazing at the golden gate. How could it be such a coincidence? It appeared right after his father had spoken. Buzz! The golden gate slowly opened and golden lotuses materialized out of thin air. There were only 4 or 5 golden lotuses, each bearing a meditation cushion atop. Each lotus can only carry one person. Among us, only 3 are under 100,000 years old. Let's go. I want to see what makes this celestial abyss secret realm so extraordinary. Yi Junlin stepped forward and sat cross-legged on a golden lotus. The siblings Qingshang also each took a seat on a golden lotus. This is the power of laws. Could it be the laws of the celestial abyss that father mentioned? Yi Junlin wondered curiously. But before he could ponder further, the golden lotuses plunged into the golden gate, and the 3 vanished. The golden gate then grew ethereal and disappeared entirely as if it had never existed. Is this the celestial abyss? What greeted Yi Junlin's eyes was a vast cosmos. Boundless and infinite, it stretched out with nothing but starry skies and desolate dead planets. As for Qingshang and Qingwu, they were nowhere to be seen. They had been randomly teleported. The ancient path of the celestial abyss has appeared. I shall trample this realm underfoot. In the distance, a torrent of energy rushed forward, a powerful cultivator. His path was heading straight for Yi Junlin's location. He charged directly at Yi Junlin with no intention of stopping, seemingly aiming to crush him into a pulp. As he drew near, Yi Junlin's gaze remained calm and unruffled. This was no human cultivator, but a race unknown to him. It had a human face, but a massive serpent's mouth atop its head. It had no limbs and slithered forward at great speed. Get out of the way, you insignificant ant. The creature roared at Yi Junlin in human speech. Seeing that Yi Junlin paid him no heed, a fierce light blazed in its eyes. It accelerated, unleashing terrifying power as it hurtled toward him. A cruel smile curled at the corner of its mouth. The celestial abyss trial begins with you, ant. Die. It opened the gaping maw on its forehead and lunged to devour Yi Junlin. Calling me an ant time and again. What do you think you are? Yi Junlin struck out with a single slap. Uffed. You? How can this be? The creature exploded on the spot, barely managing to utter a few words. Figures began to appear one after another in the nearby cosmos. Some were human, others from different races. Wasn't that Snakeman clan member a great Saint Realm expert? And he was killed with a single slap by that human. A being spoke with lingering fear. That human's cultivation is at least at the Saint Emperor level. We can't afford to provoke him. Let's take another path, another creature said, equally shaken. Some beings had terror in their eyes while others showed disdain. They were all prodigies and experts from various places, each possessing their own pride and credentials. I will not offend unless I am offended. If provoked, I will kill without mercy. Yi Junlin's chilling words resounded across the cosmos. It sent shivers down one's spine. Countless beings chose to take detours while countless others opted to watch coldly from the sidelines. Yet none dared to approach and trouble Yi Junlin. All beings drifted through this universe aimless and without destination, simply wandering. Yi Junlin clearly observed that a large portion of them were not from the myriad realms. Thus they hailed from beyond the myriad realms, a place whose connection to the dark deities and others remained unknown. Walking through the cosmos was undeniably a solitary endeavor. For everyone around was on guard against one another, each wary of the other. There was no companionship, no conversation, only monotony and tedium. Here there was no sense of time, no alternation of day and night. Yi Junlin wandered aimlessly through this universe, unsure of where he was headed or what destination lay ahead. There was simply no direction, no purpose here. Along the way, Yi Junlin even glimpsed many mighty beings who had lost their sanity. These individuals had entered eons earlier than them, yet they still roamed the path without reaching their destination. Their minds were fractured, long driven to madness. One could even see numerous grand tombs scattered across the starry cosmos, standing in solitary silence, emitting a faint luminescence. It was evident that these beings had perished halfway on their journey to the destination. Kind souls had erected these tombs for them, offering a place for their spirits to find solace. Boom. Junlin, I was entombed in snow for 100 million years. Now that I have revived, I come from the abyss. What do you intend to stop me? Before Yi Junlin, two figures stood locked in confrontation. I never thought. I believed you had died long ago. So your kin sealed and entombed you in snow. Across from Junlin, a young man spoke with a smile. Yi Junlin understood the implication of their words. To await the opening of the abyss, they willingly endured being sealed and snow-buried for 100 million years or even longer, all for the sake of entering the abyss. Yet what lay within that abyss that drove so many cultivators to embrace it eagerly like moths drawn to a flame? Yi Junlin had no intention of engaging with these two beings. He continued along his predetermined path. Junlin and the other being stood at odds, separated by at least 100 li. Yi Junlin passed through nonchalantly. Although this was a battlefield, it was also the only route he could take. This was the path, Yi Junlin had said earlier. Hey human brat, are you sure you want to pass through here? An insolent fool who doesn't know his place. The human race has grown increasingly arrogant over the years. Even a mere whelp like you dares to ignore us. Do you know who we are? As Yi Junlin casually passed between them, the two beings strangely aligned on the same side. In the past, they would not have dared to provoke the human race. But in recent years, humanity had been consumed by internal strife. This gave hope to the myriad races. Naturally, their prodigies regained their confidence. Silence. Utter another word, and it'll tear your mouth apart. Not human, are you? I wonder how you taste. Yi Junlin turned back, his voice icy. A surge of killing intent erupted from him, sweeping through the surroundings. A chill shot up the spines of the two beings, making them shudder violently. Who was this master speaking of tearing mouths and devouring their flesh? Was this human bluffing, or was his cultivation so formidable that he feared nothing? Though terrified, the two beings forced themselves to appear unafraid. Human, you have successfully. They intended to say he had caught their attention, but before the words could leave their mouths, Yi Junlin appeared before them in an eerie flash. I said one more word, and it'll tear your mouth apart. Yi Junlin gripped both beings by the throat. The other being's mind was in turmoil. He had spoken. Why was he being included? Rip. Yi Junlin was true to his word, tearing their mouths apart. When they reverted to their original forms, Yi Junlin lost all appetite. Both were covered in a nauseating slime. The slime was green, revolting, reminiscent of catfish. But Yi Junlin could not bring himself to eat them. It was simply too off-putting. He casually discarded the two monsters with torn mouths. Yi Junlin forcibly searched their sea of consciousness, but it yielded nothing useful. He obtained no valuable information. Instead, he learned of many prodigies from various races who had been snowburied for 100 million years. Each of these prodigies was among the most brilliant beings of their era. But with the opening of the abyss, they had all been awakened. This time the abyss was destined to be extraordinary. How intriguing, ever more intriguing. Yi Junlin shook his head with a smile and said. Then he continued advancing in the direction he had chosen. Gradually, Yi Junlin lost track of how long he had been walking, perhaps a year, perhaps two. Though monotonous, he still ambled along leisurely. My heart has been tempered enough. Open. On this day, Yi Junlin raised his head, his eyes blazing like divine lamps, and spoke to the void. Rip. A void portal instantly materialized before Yi Junlin. Indeed, the entire universe appeared boundless and aimless. In truth, Yi Junlin had known from the very beginning that this was merely a formation. Though highly sophisticated, it was still a formation, yet it could temper one's Tao heart. However, if one truly died within it, death was absolute. Yi Junlin had entered simply to ascertain how effective this formation was for him. Only after staying there for 2 years did he realize the formation no longer had any effect on him. 2 years had passed within the formation, yet only 2 days had elapsed outside. The first city of 10,000 races. Before Yi Junlin loomed a colossal city. It was so immense that it dwarfed even the mythical imperial capital by 10,000 times. Unlike any other, this city sat amidst the boundless cosmos with radiant suns above casting gentle light. Threads of supreme yang energy cascaded down, presenting a scene of striking beauty. The city had already gathered numerous cultivators from all races. The moment Yi Junlin appeared, they were stunned. If my memory serves me right, the abyssal gate only opened the day before yesterday. A creature frowned and said, "How could this human have emerged in just 2 days, eh?" "No, in just 2 years," another creature exclaimed in shock. They had entered the abyss 100 million years ago and had yet to step into the first city. None knew how many millennia they had spent sitting here in stillness. The opening of the abyssal gate was their greatest amusement, for they knew the first city's gates would soon be unsealed. Only when the second batch began their trial could the first batch enter. Such was the eternal rule of the abyss. But what caught everyone off guard was that someone had passed the formation's trial in merely 2 days. In the past, even the most prodigious genius had required a full 10 years. 10 years in the outside world, not within the formation. What they did not know was that Yi Junlin had only wished to polish himself. Had he desired, he could have emerged in an instant. But that would have been utterly astonishing and earth-shattering. Yet even now he had shattered an eternal record, leaving none to rival him. The human race. If the humans produce such a peerless prodigy and he matures, who knows how long he will suppress our 10,000 races. Now that humanity is embroiled in internal strife, we have barely gained a moment to breathe. Just as the 10,000 races are poised to rise, the emergence of a human prodigy bodes ill. A creature spoke with a glint in its eyes, making no effort to conceal its voice. Its intent was clear, to rally all the cultivators of the 10,000 races present. Of course, eliminating this human prodigy would be the ideal outcome. Indeed, humanity has ruled over the 10,000 races for eons, and we have only now glimpsed a shred of hope. Everyone, this is the moment of humanity's fiercest internal conflict. Do you wish to see humanity produce another unparalleled genius amidst this chaos? It seems the era of human dominion will never end, a creature lamented with feigned pessimism, deliberately stoking collective anger. Even if humanity sought retribution later, they could not possibly annihilate all 10,000 races, could they? If any single race acted to kill, that race alone would be wiped out. But now, with all races present, a united effort to slay Yi Junlin would simplify matters. They knew that even a single one among them could easily defeat him. What did talent matter? They had all spent over 100 million years cultivating, even just sitting in meditation within this city. How could Yi Junlin compare? Moo! A thunderous bovine cry resounded, the innate divine ability of the ancient Kuei Nyo clan. This sonic attack could disrupt one's mind. Old Bull here will test you. From among the 10,000 races stepped forth an upright Kuei Nyo, its body brimming with explosive power. It was clearly a race that relied on brute strength. Stupid ox, how did you know I was hungry? Delivering tender beef. How thoughtful. Yi Junlin nodded with a smile, addressing the ancient Kuei Nyo. Huff huff. The Kuei Nyo, about to charge at Yi Junlin, paused in bewilderment. Then it erupted in fury. This human dared to regard it as food, an insult no bull could bear. The Kuei ox flew into a rage, dropping to its forelegs, abandoning its upright stance. This was the posture of attack. Its front hooves ceaselessly pawed the ground, gathering momentum. It prepared to charge at Yi Junlin. Barbaric charge. Having built up its power, the ancient Kuei ox hurtled toward Yi Junlin like a colossal meteor from the heavens. Wherever the Kuei ox passed, dust billowed, and with every step the void itself shattered. Barbaric charge. Ridiculous. All those years of cultivation utterly wasted. Yi Junlin shook his head. Then he extended his palm. All living beings watched him in awe. Was this human cultivator so audacious as to meet the ancient Kuei ox's barbaric charge with a bare hand? Even cultivators of the same rank would not dare to be so reckless. For the ancient Kuei ox possessed a physique of immense strength unmatched by any of its peers. Is this human seeking death? To dare a heating clash? A being scoffed. A great calamity is source of strife. It would be good riddance if he died now. Though his talent is unmatched, a prodigy cut down is but a fleeting bloom. Cultivators from all races watched with cold indifference. Not a single soul spoke up for Yi Junlin, not even the human cultivators among them. But they too chose to remain silent, knowing that if they dared to defend him, they would face the thunderous assault and targeted persecution of every other race. That was not a fate they wished to invite. Moreover, Yi Junlin's talent was far too overwhelming. With him in their midst, they would forever dwell in his shadow. In their hearts, they secretly yearned for his swift demise. Yet what left every cultivator utterly astounded was that Yi Junlin effortlessly halted the ancient Kuei ox's charge. The ancient Kuei ox was immense, making Yi Junlin appear like an ant before it. Yet this ant-like human simply reached out and grasped the ox's horn. No matter how the Kuei ox struggled, it could not break free from Yi Junlin's grip. Moo! Moo! The ancient Kuei ox bellowed in panic, but Yi Junlin stood as immovable as a mountain. Struggle as it might, it could not escape. A mere saint emperor. Who gave you the audacity to act presumptuously before me? Yi Junlin raised his hand, lifting the entire ox, then slammed it viciously to the side. Crack! Thud! Thud! To everyone's astonishment, the insignificant human pummeled the Kuei ox relentlessly, smashing it left and right. Soon the ox's entire body was covered in wounds, blood gushing like a river. This step is called bleeding. Only then does the beef lose its gamey taste, Yi Junlin said with utter seriousness. Today let's start with a braised ox hoof. Yi Junlin brought his index and middle fingers together and sliced across the Kuei ox's foreleg. Squelch. Roar. Blood sprayed, and the searing pain wrenched a strange cry from the ancient Kuei ox. A massive sphere of water materialized from thin air, cleansing the ox's leg. Then Yi Junlin actually began to roast it over a fire. In an instant, an enticing aroma filled the air, making mouths water. The ancient Kuei ox was a mutated bovine species. It resembled an ox with one leg, no horns, and a bluish-gray hide. It summoned wind and rain, its roar like thunder, and its body emitted a radiance like the sun and moon. But this particular Kuei ox showed signs of atavism. Not only did it have horns on its head, but it also had 4 legs. It melts on the tongue like a potent medicine, a great tonic. Yi Junlin sat down on the Kuei ox and began savoring the roasted leg. The Kuei ox was furious but helpless. This human was terrifyingly powerful. It was the pride of the Kuei ox clan, an atavistic prodigy who was destined to represent their kind. It was the true embodiment of the Kuei ox clan. Yet today it suffered utter humiliation, defeated and with one leg roasted. Ordinarily, beings of its cultivation could easily regenerate lost limbs. But no matter how hard it tried, its wounds refused to heal. A mysterious force at the wound site prevented any recovery. Fellow Taoist, have you not gone too far? Brother Kuei merely sought a sparring match, but your humiliation of him is hardly proper. A being rose and spoke. This creature was humanoid, but its skin shimmered like liquid crystal, appearing exceptionally hard. It was a sacred spirit born from a saint spirit stone over countless eons. Whether it's too far is not for you to decide, it is for me. If you dare provoke me again, I'll kill you all. Yi Junlin said, his words muffled by the mouthful of meat. Fellow Taoist, you go too far. The sacred spirit's eyes narrowed, a cold gleam flashing within them. Yi Junlin knew they were all targeting him because he was human. But he was unafraid. You dare show me killing intent, you will die. Yi Junlin whirled around, fixing his gaze on the sacred spirit, enunciating each word. The ancient Kuei ox had not shown him killing intent, so he had only eaten one of its legs. But now a mere stone that had gained sentience dared to show him killing intent. The Holy Spirit was startled. At first, he merely felt a surge of indignation at being ignored by Yi Junlin. But when Yi Junlin truly fixed his gaze upon him, he sensed the stench of death. His cultivation base was comparable to that of the Kuei ox, yet his physical form was several grades more formidable. Thus, among those of the same level, few cultivators dared to antagonize the Holy Spirit. Yet now he had successfully captured Yi Junlin's attention. Fellow Taoist, your realm is superior, and I admit I am no match. But if we were to fight at the same level, I might not necessarily lose to you." The Holy Spirit declared loudly. He knew that all prodigies possessed their own pride. He was provoking Junlin, goading him into a battle on equal footing. He was confident in a same-realm duel. If he could defeat Junlin at the same level, he would leave a scar on Junlin's invincible Dao heart. Perhaps this human prodigy would be ruined from then on, his cultivation unable to advance an inch. He knew well that he could not kill Junlin given the disparity in their realms. A same-realm duel. You think you're worthy? Junlin had no interest whatsoever. He knew that no one could rival him at the same level. This was absolute confidence. How could it be that fellow Taoist is afraid? The Holy Spirit sneered. If you're scared, just say so. I won't force you. But when his eyes met Junlin's terrifyingly dreadful gaze, the Holy Spirit couldn't help but shudder violently. Fellow Taoist, I know you are strong, but within the city resides an elder brother of my Holy Spirit clan. If you kill me, you will surely not escape his pursuit. The Holy Spirit said to Junlin, for he saw the impatience and murderous intent in Junlin's eyes. Blathering nonsense. Have your brother come find me. You are not even qualified. Return to the cycle of reincarnation. Impatiently, Junlin raised his hand and struck a palm towards the Holy Spirit. The Holy Spirit's countenance drastically changed as his entire body radiated a fluorescent glow and his form began to erupt with a vitreous luster. The light was truly beautiful to behold. But as Junlin's palm came down flat, the Holy Spirit's expression finally shifted. Now he understood why Junlin was so unbridled. It was because this human was indeed so powerful as to inspire despair. Bang! The Holy Spirit exploded on the spot, his body turning into chunks of Holy Spirit stone. These were treasures for artifact refinement, but Junlin regarded them as beneath him. The myriad races waiting outside the city gate for it to open finally fell silent. No one dared to target Junlin anymore. Among the myriad races, Junlin also detected several formidable beings hidden among them. In terms of cultivation realm, a few were actually on par with him. Killing is forbidden outside the city, the violators shall die. Just then a cold voice rang out from atop the majestic giant city. Junlin understood clearly that the owner of this voice was targeting him. If killing were forbidden, why hadn't this person stepped forward when other creatures had tried to kill him earlier? Now that he had killed the Holy Spirit, this person appeared. Wasn't that blatant targeting? I will not offend unless I am offended. Junlin merely uttered a few words indifferently. Human, are you questioning me? The voice of that creature on the city wall rang out again. The entire city was covered by a formidable grand formation, making it impossible for those outside to see clearly. Only those inside could see outside. I'm not targeting you, I'm targeting all the trash present, Junlin suddenly declared. At first, all the creatures were stunned, then they erupted in fury. What did this human mean? Was he calling all of them trash? Should they endure? They could not swallow this insult. Every one of them was a prodigy of their respective races, though they were over 100 million years old. That didn't diminish their status as prodigies. Everyone, there are so many of us powerful beings from various races here. Are we really afraid of a mere human? This human has utterly disregarded us. Why don't we join forces and attack together? A creature said angrily. Kill. Another creature roared with murderous intent. Now they all want to kill me. Didn't you say killing is forbidden? Violators shall die. Junlin said calmly. You brought this calamity upon yourself. Handle it yourself. The creature on the city wall replied. Hep. Junlin laughed a wanton laugh. With a casual wave of his hand, he effortlessly obliterated a few creatures that charged at him. At that moment, all the creatures were shaken. They had nearly overlooked Junlin's cultivation realm. The gap in cultivation could not be bridged by numbers. Though he does not regard us, we must keep him in our hearts. The previously furious creature spoke up after calming down. Yes, let's just cultivate quietly. They truly could not afford to provoke Junlin. Among them there were several with extremely high cultivation, but they hadn't even opened their eyes, let alone sought trouble with Junlin. You have committed mass slaughter outside the city. I, this general, now pronounce judgment upon you. The voice from atop the city gate spoke again. It was now patently obvious that he was targeting Junlin. Yet Junlin was unafraid. A mere gatekeeper general. If he dared to act rashly, Junlin would not hesitate to slay him. Human, you have violated the rules by slaughtering outside the city. You deserve death. The entire city was shrouded in mist, rendering everything unclear. But Junlin could see clearly, for he possessed the 10,000 pupil art, which allowed him to perceive everything with ease. It was a humanoid creature, but not human, merely a manifestation. At this moment, he stood upon the city wall clad in silver armor, exuding an imposing aura. He held a halberd, pointing it diagonally at Junlin with an air of superiority. Killed, so be it. Mere ants daring to provoke humanity. Are you worthy? Yi Junlin spoke softly, yet his words were filled with majesty. The warrior on the city wall narrowed his eyes. This human's presence was overwhelming, causing his heart to tremble. Though he was a city guard, he knew that humanity still reigned supreme among all races. Even the city lord was human, so he dared not go too far. But then a glint flickered in his eyes as he devised a way to deal with Yi Junlin. With a thunderous rumble, the towering city gates swung open. A path paved with bluestone slabs stretched before all creatures. The bluestone was in truth an unknown celestial meteorite, exceptionally hard. Cultivators of all races enter the city guard bellowed. Finally, after eons of waiting, the gates are open, someone remarked with emotion. At the same time, powerful beings hidden in various places opened their eyes. The moment they opened their eyes, it was as if sharp blades had cut through metal and stone, producing a piercing sound. Yi Junlin kicked aside the ancient Kuei ox and strode toward the gates. Strangely, no one stopped Yi Junlin. Not a single creature approached the city gates. All eyes were fixed on him. Their gazes held strangeness and schadenfreude. With a sharp whistle, a spear shot through the air, hurtling straight toward Yi Junlin as he walked leisurely toward the gates. He looked up. The city guard on the wall had struck. Human, you may be arrogant, but you must know your place. Remember this in your next life. The creature sneered at Yi Junlin. This was the moment he had been waiting for. The gates had opened to welcome cultivators who had entered the abyss in a previous era. Those like Yi Junlin who had just arrived would have to wait eons to enter. Such was the rule. I have no intention to kill. If left unprovoked, all would be well. But since you provoke me, you must be prepared for death. Yi Junlin said calmly. Today the rules of the first city of all races shall change for me. He opened his palm, catching the spear firmly, then swung his arm back and hurled it toward the city guard. All races were stunned. This human dared to speak such grand words. The rules of the first city of all races would change for him. What a joke. A mere heaven-opening second stage. A regional overlord outside, but beneath my notice. Yi Junlin did not bother to watch the spear, knowing the outcome was already sealed. With a piercing sound, "How dare you strike against the city guard?" the other guards on the wall exclaimed in terror. They witnessed the spear pierce straight through the chest of the creature that had provoked Yi Junlin. Then the creature exploded on the spot, leaving no trace. A deep chill ran through everyone's hearts. This human was no easy target, casually obliterating a heaven-opening realm powerhouse. Yi Junlin ignored them, walking steadily on the bluestone path. Human, you have broken the rules of the first city of all races. Confess your crimes at once. One guard mustered his courage to speak. How irritating and vexing. City guards. Guarding what city? From this day forth, the first city of all races will have no need for city guards. Yi Junlin said directly, as if annoyed by the buzzing of mosquitoes in his ears. All races were shocked. Not only did this human intend to break the rules, but was he also planning a massacre? In the first city of all races, there were many senior figures from various races. Their cultivation levels were surely terrifying. Would this human dare to act so recklessly? Send you to the afterlife. Remember to keep your eyes wide open in your next life. Yi Junlin directly summoned the 10 directions heaven-suppressing steel and cast it toward the city gate. The steel grew immense in the wind, bearing down upon the guards. With a series of wet thuds and bangs, the guards were crushed like bubbles. What cultivation level does this human truly possess? Why is he so terrifying? Someone exclaimed in fear. With such brilliance and extraordinary talent, he might not be inferior to that one from the Human Emperor Hall. You mean the Human Emperor Hall's great Prince Yi Zhan? Humanity truly is a race to be revered, a creature sighed. All creatures were puzzled. The guards were all dead, yet why had no powerful figure descended to punish Yi Junlin? They were deeply perplexed. For such was the law of the premier city among the myriad races. Unless Yi Junlin's background was formidable enough to intimidate even the city lord. Could he be the current generation's wandering scion of humanity's ancient aristocratic lineage? Speculated some beings. Impossible, the city lord has never shown himself. Though human, how could he recognize someone he has never laid eyes on as a Dao son or divine son of an ancient clan? A creature shook its head, refuting. None could answer. Though perplexed, they dared not confront the city lord. The Tianyuan secret realm was isolated from the outside world. Even the most prodigious talents from beyond had to tread carefully here. For external powerhouses could not enter. Within the Tianyuan secret realm, some indigenous beings had grown astoundingly powerful over countless eons, their strength honed by the harsh environment. Some cultivators had entered the Tianyuan secret realm billions of years ago, their invincible wills shattered by defeat. They chose to remain, watching generation after generation of geniuses vie for supremacy. The guards who had targeted Yi Junlin earlier were not of human lineage. Their races bore hostility toward humanity. Now seeing a human with such extraordinary talent, their first reaction was envy. They then sought pretexts to eliminate this human prodigy. But Junlin was too powerful, overwhelmingly so, driving them to despair. In the end, they fell into their own trap. Amid the gazes of countless races, Junlin strolled into the city as if on a leisurely walk. No being dared to block him. They could only watch this young human in stunned silence. Yet a few formidable entities merely observed with cold indifference. Their cultivation was not inferior to Junlin's. They were prodigies entombed in ice for countless epochs, their talent and power equally terrifying. They sought to forge their own invincible path in this era. This was a resplendent age where geniuses of all races emerged to compete, and this was but a glimpse. Only after Junlin passed through the city gate did the myriad beings begin to enter in turn. The desolation outside was a world apart from the bustling clamor within. The city's natives peddled an array of snacks, elixirs, and weapons. When the city gates swung open, all paused their activities to gaze toward the entrance. They knew another billion-year cycle had arrived, bringing cultivators from myriad races. They wondered what caliber these newcomers would be. But to their astonishment, only a single exquisitely dressed, handsome man entered through the gate. Confusion rippled through the crowd. When they turned their gaze beyond the city walls, their pupils contracted sharply. The cultivators of myriad races stood frozen, as if paralyzed, staring blankly at Junlin. Only after Junlin had fully entered the city did they begin to move. Meanwhile, what of those corpses? Uniformly clad in city guard attire, these were clearly the city's defenders. Not a single guard had survived, all lay dead, each dispatched with a single identical blow. Some beings turned their eyes to Junlin, their gazes filled with eerie wonder. Screech! A piercing cry rang out. A figure darted out of the city with astonishing speed, fast enough to impress even Junlin. The figure halted beside a pile of rubble, trembling hands caressing the broken stones. These fragments were all that remained of the Holy Spirit Junlin had slain. This apparition was the elder brother of that shattered being, a powerful Holy Spirit himself. His skin no longer bore a lustrous iridescent hue, but was instead a sinister purplish red. His cultivation was vastly superior to that of the previous Holy Spirit. Who killed my brother? He rose to his feet, his gaze piercing cold as he scanned the myriad races. None dared speak, for they feared both Junlin and this formidable Holy Spirit. This Holy Spirit was an unparalleled prodigy of the last epoch. After a billion years, who knew how powerful he had become? Fine, very well. None of you will speak. The Holy Spirit laughed in fury, carefully gathering his brother's shattered remains. Then his aura shifted abruptly. Boom! An overwhelming pressure descended. The Holy Spirit casually waved his hand through the void, seizing a golden lion by the neck. The Holy Spirit asked no questions. The golden lion's eyes darted in terror toward Junlin's direction. The Holy Spirit sneered in understanding, then casually flung the lion away. Just as all beings thought the golden lion had been spared, a thunderous boom echoed. The lion exploded mid-flight, its soul utterly annihilated. My Holy Spirit clan is not to be slain by the likes of you humans. Crawl over here, and if I am in a good mood, I shall grant you the honor of dying by execution. The Holy Spirit glared at Junlin, his voice cold as he issued his command. The Holy Spirit dared to act so recklessly naturally because it had absolute confidence in its own strength. After all, in the ancient era, the Holy Spirit clan was once a dominant race. Born from a celestial meteorite that gained sentience, they formed a race of their own. Reproduction among them was exceedingly difficult. They rarely had offspring. This led to the continuous decline of the Holy Spirit lineage. But there is no doubt that the Holy Spirit clan was truly powerful. Just their physical bodies alone, forged from celestial meteorites, spoke volumes. Naturally, they were extraordinarily sturdy. It was said that their bodies could be forged into peerless weapons. This alone was enough to know that cultivators of this race were not to be trifled with. Their physical forms were innate and immensely formidable. If not for their reproductive difficulties, this race would undoubtedly have become a hegemon among all races. Even now, they ranked within the top 100 among the myriad races. This alone was enough to understand their terror. In this life, since I embarked on the path of cultivation, no one has ever dared to demand I apologize. You are the first, so I will make sure you die with rhythm. Junlin paced, turning back to look at the Holy Spirit. Is that so? Since I am the first, I should also be the last, because you won't live to see it. Arrogant human race, I admit your kind is uniquely favored. Since the dawn of the wild, humanity has been the master of this world. But fortunes change, and now the human race is riddled with holes, isn't it? I am curious, how much longer does the era of humanity have? The Holy Spirit asked mockingly. What the Holy Spirit said was not entirely wrong. Now the human race was indeed full of flaws, with external enemies eyeing them covetously and internal strife unending. The human race was indeed facing a great crisis. Humanity has the human emperor and the great prince Yi Zhan. These are the cornerstones of our race. With them humanity shall endure forever. Yi Junlin spoke with resounding conviction. His words shook the entire first city. Well said, well said. With the human emperor humanity shall suppress all ages. With the great prince humanity shall lead all races. At this moment an aged voice laughed heartily. Then an old man in a Taoist robe appeared beside Yi Junlin. This elder had a childlike face and white hair exuding an immortal aura. We pay respects to the city lord. The cultivators in the city were startled at first, then bowed in unison. City Lord Junlin. No one knows how long he has resided in the first city, but it is known that his cultivation is earth-shattering. A creature said fearfully. This was a world ruled by strength. As long as one was powerful enough, all races would show reverence. But at this moment Yi Junlin was very displeased, because he had made such a resounding speech to set up a grand bravado, that with him the second prince of the human emperor hall and lord of the heavenly court, all the wretched myriad races should step aside. But this was interrupted by the appearance of the old man. City Lord. The Holy Spirit was startled at first, then bowed respectfully. However, in that moment of bowing a shadow of gloom flashed across its face. It knew that perhaps today it could not avenge its brother. After all, the city lord had stepped in. Good, excellent. Today this city lord emerges from seclusion to see so many prodigies from all races. Not bad, not bad. Enter the city. Wait, what happened to my guards? Suddenly Junlin's expression changed as he saw a pile of corpses. City lord, he did all this. A creature pointed at Yi Junlin, plucking up its courage. They deserve to die. Yi Junlin offered no explanation, only a single indifferent sentence. If so, enter the city. To everyone's astonishment, Junlin said nothing more and simply allowed all beings to enter the city. City Lord, is this not unfair? Regardless of whether he killed the city guards, he killed my brother. I demand a reasonable explanation. The Holy Spirit raised its head and asked firmly, You insolent wretch. Are you saying that this city lord's guards are less important than your brother? Junlin's aura shifted and he bellowed. At the same time, the Holy Spirit seemed to see something terrifying, its face turning pale. I dare not. The Holy Spirit finally lowered its head and spoke. Old man, I suggest you mind your own business. His brother is dead, fine, but just now he provoked me, demanding I come over and be executed. This is no small matter. The Holy Spirit clan wants me dead. My father has a bad temper. If the Holy Spirit clan wants to kill me, he will surely lead an army to annihilate them. Yi Junlin said calmly. Since when does an ancient, immortal, noble family dare to boast so boldly? A mere family, and you want to wipe out my Holy Spirit clan? Ha ha ha. The Holy Spirit laughed wildly. Even Junlin thought the young man's boast was a bit too much. What kind of force would dare to say such a thing? Annihilate a clan. This clan wasn't a few dozen, hundred, or thousand people. It was an entire race. Even an immortal, noble family of humanity would not dare to speak so boldly. Junlin was already somewhat displeased. Junlin, however, felt that this young man lacked the wisdom to read the situation, being somewhat too ostentatious and arrogant. He stepped forward because Yi Junlin had mentioned that the human race had a human emperor and a great prince. Thus, he was willing to help Yi Junlin temporarily extricate himself from his current predicament, not even caring that Yi Junlin had slain so many city guards. But wasn't this young man being far too presumptuous? An ancient immortal clan, come now, tell me which ancient clan you hail from, so that my sacred spirit clan may pay their respects. The sacred spirit laughed until he was out of breath. An ancient clan? Did I say ancient clan? Yi Junlin asked with curiosity. Huh, so it's not even an ancient clan. Then which faction do you come from to make you so arrogant? The sacred spirit said disdainfully. The ancient immortal clans of the human race were indeed formidable, but to say they could annihilate an entire clan was nothing short of a fantasy. Oh, I am Yi Junlin, the second prince of the human emperors, Hall, the second son of the human emperor. Yi Junlin stated calmly. Ha ha ha, just the second son of the human emperor. Wait, the second son of the human emperor, the second prince. The sacred spirit was struck as if by lightning, his voice cracking. The entire space froze instantly, and cultivators of all races stared dumbfounded at Yi Junlin. Truly, this revelation was utterly staggering. A mere unparalleled human prodigy had suddenly transformed into a prince of the foremost power across the myriad realms. This left their hearts feeling stifled. Such a person, wherever he went, was surrounded by an aura of glory, the most dazzling existence. Setting aside his talent, the mere identity of the second prince of the human emperor's hall was enough for him to stride unopposed through the myriad realms. The dignity of the human emperor was inviolable. Even those races that harbored hatred toward humanity could not help but revere the human emperor. Such was his majesty. SSC second prince. The sacred spirit was now utterly panicked. Could his opponent's background truly be this immense? Just moments ago, he had been clamoring for revenge and mocking him. And now he wanted to annihilate the second prince of the human emperor's hall. In retrospect, he had been naively foolish. Wasn't this tantamount to declaring war on the human emperor's hall? Especially during this critical period. The human emperor guarded the heavenly abyss not just for humanity, but for all the myriad realms. This was not merely a great kindness to the human race. All races should be grateful. Do I still need to atone with my death? Junlin said with a sardonic tone. No need, second prince. I failed to recognize your highness, why beg for your forgiveness? The sacred spirit hastily knelt and pleaded incessantly. He had no doubt about Junlin's identity as the second prince. No one in this world dared to impersonate the child of the human emperor. Do you know what you should do now, eh? Junlin looked at the sacred spirit and said calmly. I understand. The sacred spirit replied bitterly. He now had only one path to atone with his death. He did not wish for the sacred spirit clan to go to war with the human emperor because of him. That would inevitably lead to the annihilation of the sacred spirit clan, no other outcome. Junlin was not inherently bloodthirsty. It was this sacred spirit's younger brother who had provoked him earlier, leading to his death. Now the elder brother came to provoke him as well. Did they think he had no temper? Although he would not use the human emperor's hall's power to destroy the sacred spirit clan, he would wait until he was strong enough in the future to descend upon them personally. Provided that if all sacred spirits were like this one, then annihilation would be justified. For the sacred spirit clan itself harbored deep animosity toward humanity, viewing them as enemies. This was evident from the sacred spirit's earlier words. I am willing to atone with my death, only begging the second prince to spare my sacred spirit lineage. The sacred spirit knelt and kowtowed to Junlin. If the sacred spirit clan or any other race dares to offend humanity again, they shall be annihilated. I declare this to the myriad realms as the Lord of the heavenly court. Let all immortals, demons, ghosts, and gods hear it. Junlin said to the sacred spirit with authority. This time, Junlin's words were directed not only at the sacred spirit clan, but also at other races. His voice was like thunder, deafening and resounding. The void shimmered with golden light, and a phantom decree descended. His words manifest reality. Could it be that he has already gained the recognition of heaven and earth? Some living being exclaimed in shock. The moment Junlin finished speaking, a decree appeared. Did this mean that Junlin's future achievements could rival those of the human emperor? The first city of all races erupted in fervor. The second prince, Junlin, bore the bearing of a human emperor. This was beyond doubt, and no one dared to question it. Many thanks for the second prince's generous gift. To witness the demeanor of the young sovereign today, I die, without regret, without regret. The sacred spirit laughed this time with nothing but relief. He knew that the myriad races would never have the chance to surpass humanity. Boom. The sacred spirit struck his own forehead with his palm, and his entire body instantly transformed into chunks of purplish red meteorites. These meteorites radiated light, rare treasures for artifact forging. Bury these, Junlin said, waving his hand. After all, death extinguishes all like a snuffed-out lamp. With death, all debts are wiped clean. Otherwise, the body of this Holy Spirit would surely be taken by those with ulterior motives to forge artifacts. Of course, not all of the myriad races bowed in reverence to Junlin. This old man Junlin of the human clan, the city lord of the first city of the myriad races, pays respects to your highness, the second prince. This old man was previously dim-sighted and failed to recognize your highness, the second prince. I beg your highness forgiveness. Junlin, recovering from his shock, bowed to Junlin and spoke. No matter. I never expected that the Abyss realm was also under the watch of our human clan. This is well done. Junlin said with a smile. This old man presumes to ask if your highness would deign to stay at the city lord's mansion, allowing me to fulfill the duties of a host. Junlin addressed Junlin. Very well. I also wish to inquire about certain matters concerning this Abyss forbidden land. Junlin nodded. Subsequently, under Junlin's guidance, they proceeded to the city lord's mansion. The Abyss secret realm. I know not when it began, nor do historical records mention it. It is said that it was accidentally discovered by a great figure of the human clan in the ancient era. The Abyss secret realm consists of a total of 81 trials. That is, it contains 81 cities. Only those who reach the very end can have the chance to see what lies beyond. But throughout the ages, no one has ever managed to reach the end. Of course, perhaps some have, but they may have perished within. Junlin said thus. Could the ultimate destination truly be the rules derived by the abyss itself, as my father said? What kind of rules are these that they surpass even the laws of heaven and earth? Junlin fell silent, murmuring to himself. Moreover, the prodigies of this generation from the myriad races will set out for the starry sky ancient road in 3 days. Junlin continued. What is the starry sky ancient road? Junlin asked curiously. The starry sky ancient road is a path of transformation and also the only route to the second city of the myriad races. But this ancient road is fraught with peril. It is less a path of transformation and more a crucible of slaughter. Not only are these prodigies a threat, but there are also beings lost on the ancient road. They have existed for eons unknown, already transformed by the abyss, each one immensely powerful. To be precise, they are mindless beings driven only to kill. Even this old man dares not guarantee a safe return. And this is merely the first starry sky ancient road. Each subsequent one is more terrifying. Furthermore, races hostile to the human clan may very well make a move against you on the starry sky ancient road. Your Highness the Second Prince must be cautious. Junlin said solemnly. Junlin, however, grew even more intrigued by the Abyss secret realm, a self-formed secret realm existing for an unknown number of ages. Within it had even evolved its own rules of power, and they were terrifyingly formidable. Even the human emperor, Yi Jitian, dared not force his way in, a testament to its dread. The more so the greater Junlin's interest. As for the dangers Junlin mentioned, Junlin feared nothing. Only through the baptism of blood and fire could one grow more swiftly. Clang, clang, clanged. The void portal has opened, the starry sky ancient road appears. Prodigies of the myriad races embark on your journey. 3 days later, a bell tolled, resounding throughout the entire city. All living beings gazed intently at a colossal void rift above the city, resembling a teleportation array. The great array leading to the starry sky ancient road opens only once every eon. Thus the Abyss secret realm opens, but once in a billion years. I shall see what secrets are hidden within the Abyss secret realm. Junlin chuckled softly, then was the first to step toward the great array. Instantly, a suction force from the array pulled Junlin in, vanishing from the sight of all beings. What are you waiting for? Do you wish to let the human clan take the lead time and again? The starry sky ancient road is the true battlefield. Who will have the last laugh remains to be seen. A powerful being spoke coldly as it vanished into the array. A dead prodigy is worthless. Another mighty being stepped forward. These were the beings Junlin had noticed outside the city. Their talents were formidable, their cultivation levels high. The weakest at the peak of the heaven-opening realm. The strongest could even rival Junlin. Of course, this refers only to cultivation level, not combat prowess. They had concealed themselves while only now revealing their fangs. For they knew that on the starry sky ancient road, there were no allies, no strong protectors, no human cultivators like Junlin. It was the perfect place for murder and plunder. But it was the perfect place for killing. Junlin's expression darkened. Were these powerful beings declaring war on the second prince? He should have nipped these threats in the bud. The son of the human emperor could not be exposed to any danger. For the future of the human clan's dominance ultimately rested on Junlin and other peerless prodigies. But now, no matter how anxious he was, it was futile. There was a decree: they could not enter the starry sky ancient road on pain of death. Is this the starry sky ancient path? Junlin gazed at the translucent thread beneath his feet. Needless to say, this thread marked the direction the path guided. This was the true depths of the universe, boundless, shrouded in darkness. Swish! A faint glimmer flickered in the cosmos, instantly appearing behind Junlin. A point of chilling light struck before anyone could react. Many cultivators hostile to humanity had their eyes fixed on Junlin the moment they set foot on the starry sky ancient path. Though he was the human emperor's son, an intimidating background, this was the starry sky ancient path, where none could aid him. Nor would a mighty human sage like Junlin appear to protect him. Thus many cultivators spotted a needle-like artifact shooting straight at Junlin. Some even wore gleeful smiles. But soon their smiles stiffened, for Junlin didn't turn to block the artifact. Instead, he let the silver needle strike the back of his head. Clink! A crisp metallic ring echoed. Having fun. Soul-destroying needle. Quite a grand gesture. Junlin chuckled, turning around. In his hand, he toyed with a cyan needle. Impossible. That's the soul-destroying needle, bypassing all defenses to strike the soul directly. Once pinned, the soul extinguishes beyond any remedy. A creature exclaimed in terror. You seem quite amused. Junlin addressed those who had earlier shown joy. In that case, go. His smile vanished as he flicked his finger. The soul-destroying needle shot into the cosmos 10 times faster than before. Cries of agony followed. In the void, mighty beings toppled backward one after another. Their eyes were vacant, wide, and staring, a result of their souls being pinned by the needle. Though their bodies appeared unharmed, their inner seas of consciousness were riddled with holes. Second Prince, stop. We never attacked you. Why does your highness slay these innocent beings? Someone dared to speak up, fearing they might be next. I decree your death, and die you shall. Junlin declared coldly, deigning no explanation. How many among these creatures harbored no enmity toward humanity? Their covetous hearts for humanity's rule remained unyielding. Such deserved death. Come out, you can't hide. Junlin said calmly after annihilating hundreds of beings who had just worn gleeful smiles. The one who had ambushed him still lived concealed in the void. Truly, this race's innate talent was formidable. Hiding in the void made discovery exceedingly difficult. Even hearing Junlin's words, it remained steadfastly hidden, hoping for another chance to strike. Come out, Night Shadow Clan. Junlin bellowed. He seemed unaware of the clan members' hiding place. Yet as he roared, his voice spread like a divine tide, surging in all directions. A figure staggered and fell from the void nearby. Night Shadow Clan, Night Shadow Deity. Any relation? But it matters not, you'll soon be a corpse. Junlin murmured softly. Then he stepped slowly toward the Night Shadow being. Under the terrified gazes of all, Junlin pressed its head with one hand and thrust the soul-destroying needle deep into its mind. Even the human emperor's son cannot be so arrogant, can he? Does humanity view all other races as mere weeds to kill at will? A massive demonic vine appeared before Junlin, speaking each word deliberately. Its words clearly set all races against humanity, and implied that humanity forced their rebellion through slaughter. This vine was enormous, exuding a powerful aura of combat, a heaven-opening realm peak cultivator. The vine then transformed into a young man standing opposite Junlin. His gaze was icy like millennial frost. His eyes were peculiar and eerie blue. Totem, Dream Demon Clan. How you view humanity is your concern. But dare to provoke and only annihilation awaits. Junlin stated flatly. This Dream Demon prodigy was formidable, capable of weaving dreams from nothing. In battle, some enemies died inexplicably. The Dream Demon Clan ranked among the top 10 of all races, truly mighty. Their greatest trait lay in their eyes, which could drag foes into dreams. Second Prince of the human race, I acknowledge your strength, but what does it matter? Do you truly believe you can defeat the prodigies of 10,000 races? Come, step into the dream, and everything shall be yours. In that realm you can attain all you desire. The throne of the human sovereign, the submission of myriad races. Nothing is beyond your reach, nothing you cannot possess. A sinister smile curled at the corners of the nightmare's lips. His clan relied on this innate divine ability to dominate with impunity, facing few rivals. He ceaselessly tempted Junlin, luring him into the dream he wove. Your clan's innate divine ability is a peculiar form of ocular arts, quite intriguing. Junlin spoke with a faint smile. Dreaming is impossible for me, though I shall never dream. It is you who should dream. With that, his eyes blazed with radiance, instantly enveloping the nightmare in light. Possessing 100,000 supreme ocular arts, how could he be daunted by a mere nightmare's dream weaving? Human, all races shall kneel beneath my feet. The nightmare's eyes were shut tight, a contented smile gracing his lips as he spoke. He now dwelled within the dream. In that vision, he had shattered the hall of the human sovereign, and all heavens bowed before him. His nightmare clan had soared to become the foremost race. The nightmare perished serenely without a trace of pain. It was perhaps the most peaceful demise ever dealt by Junlin's hand. All living beings stared dumbfounded at Junlin. How had this human accomplished such a feat? The nightmare clan's innate divine ability was undeniably formidable, else they would not rank so highly among the 10,000 races. Yet he had been slain by a mere glare from Junlin, and with a face full of joy, as if the nightmare had died in bliss. A petty trick. Let me Mingkuan face you. How much longer can the glory of the human race endure? A voice resounded from the Kuan. All creatures turned their gaze to a single spot, where a vast golden sea had appeared unbeknownst to them. Rustle. Golden waters splashed upward. A colossal creature leaped high from the sea. It was a Kuan. The Kuan is so immense that its span defies measure by billions of miles. A creature murmured in awe. This might be their first encounter with a true Kuan clan member. The Kuan clan undoubtedly ranked among the top 10, perhaps even the top 5 among the myriad races. The Kuan clan possessed not only extraordinary combat prowess, but also unmatched speed in the world. They could assume two forms, one as a Kuan swimming in the sea. The other form transformed into a Pung, equally formidable in battle. The golden ocean surged violently as Ming Kuan leaped from the waters as if to pierce the heavens. It seemed poised to shatter even the nine-layered firmament. Then Ming Kuan began to curl inward akin to the ultimate yin in the Tai Chi symbol, while a startling metamorphosis overtook his body. First, two sharp claws emerged from his belly, hooked and fearsomely keen. Then his massive rounded head began to transform. The former mouth morphed into a bird's beak, becoming piercingly sharp. Subsequently, the head of a bird took shape. Feathers and plumage sprouted across his body, while a pair of fleshy wings emerged, soon covered in bird feathers. Squawk! A piercing cry exploded through the void. Then this golden-winged pong began to flap its wings. The Kuan is so huge one iron pot can't stew it. You'll need a barbecue rack. Yi Junlin remarked as he observed the golden-winged pong spreading its wings. It was immense, with wings unfurled that blotted out the sky and sun as if filling the entire cosmos. Creation God first rank. Yi Junlin addressed the golden-winged pong. System display my panel. He commanded in his mind. Host Yi Junlin. Cultivation Creation God 9th rank. 3,000 steps mark the path to great perfection. At the dawn of creation, there are 3,000 minor stages ranging from Creation God 1st rank to 3,000th rank. This complements the 3,000 great Taos. Stages of cultivation: martial disciple, martial apprentice, martial warrior, martial master, grand martial master, martial spirit, martial ancestor, martial king, martial emperor, martial saint, martial sovereign, transcendence realm, void Tao realm, return to heaven realm, immortal flame realm, true immortal realm, lower golden, immortal middle golden, immortal upper golden, immortal grand golden, immortal grand, immortal lord, immortal king, immortal emperor, divine flame realm. True God realm, lower God realm, middle God realm, upper God realm, heavenly God realm, divine king realm, divine emperor realm, divine sovereign realm, great emperor, lord emperor, king, saint king, great saint emperor, heaven opener, creation, God, heavenly Tao, great Tao, primordial supreme. Talent: divine abilities, techniques, and secret arts, 100,001. Too many to list individually. Special constitution: the universe's strongest, yes, Tao body. The higher one's cultivation level, the more arduous the path to advancement. One of the 10 ancient ferocious beasts, legendary for possessing the world's ultimate speed. Among the 10 ancient ferocious beasts, the Kuan clan was renowned, and their speed was unmatched across the world. I wish to test whether you truly possess that ultimate speed, Yi Junlin said, watching Ming Kuan as it dove toward him. He possessed 100,000 supreme techniques and secret arts, yet he wondered if they could rival the heritage of an entire clan. Within a square inch where the mind and spirit reach, the body follows. Yi Junlin executed his movement technique, his form as elusive as a willow leaf in the wind, impossible to pin down. It must be said that the Kunping race was truly swift. No wonder they were the race with the ultimate speed in the world. At the same time, Yi Junlin's hands began to sway without any discernible pattern. His hands moved in strange trajectories. Yet from such ordinary swinging wind, thunder, rain, and lightning emerged, as if he were splitting heaven and earth. The sound erupted like thunder, deafening. But in the eyes of others, Yi Junlin's speed, which had not been slow before now, seemed to be growing slower and slower. He is not getting slower, but faster. A creature discerned the truth and shouted. He is using the Kunping race's speed to temper himself. That was correct. Although Yi Junlin's speed appeared to be slowing, he was actually exploring, creating, transcending, and evolving. How the pinnacle of speed is truly difficult. Yi Junlin exhaled deeply. In just a few breaths, he had already evolved the extreme speed of the Kunping race. Their figures were too fast, almost no cultivator present could track them. How is this possible? How do you know my race's innate divine ability? Yi Junlin and the Kunping kept pulling at each other. During this time, Yi Junlin did not directly kill the Kunping, for he knew the Kunping race's innate divine ability was truly formidable. Although it only enhanced speed, wasn't there a saying? In the martial world, only speed is invincible. As long as one was fast enough that enemies couldn't catch up, wouldn't fighting be as easy as playing? One could endlessly harass the opponent without being caught. In such a short time, you have already fully mastered my innate divine ability and even surpassed it. The Kunping was astounded. This human's talent was simply appalling. The ancient histories of all races had never recorded such talent. At this moment, Yi Junlin paid no heed to the Kunping. He was in a very mysterious state, a state akin to Tao enlightenment. Indeed, Yi Junlin had now attained Tao enlightenment. Heaven and earth began in chaos. 1 gave birth to 2, 2 gave birth to 3, and 3 gave birth to all things. Man follows earth, earth follows heaven, heaven follows Tao, and Tao follows nature. Yi Junlin continuously uttered obscure primal words of the cosmos. His entire body was enveloped in a shimmering golden light. All things have their laws. But this is a destined lonely path of invincibility, the path of the supreme. It is time to fully integrate the 100,000 supreme techniques and forge an invincible path. Junlin roared to the heavens. Then the universe trembled and strands of invisible rules began to converge from all corners of the cosmos. The light on Junlin's body grew even more intense, and at the same time a terrifyingly powerful energy emerged within him. It was like a ferocious beast about to be unleashed, its aura so mighty that it made all living beings tremble. What are you waiting for? He is comprehending the Tao and is currently unable to attend to his surroundings. This is our best chance to attack. Kill him in one strike, and the human race will decline from here on. A powerful figure strode over from afar and spoke. He had been hiding in the shadows all along, observing. After all, the Kunpeng was also at the creation god realm. He had been waiting for the two to fight to the point of madness, even mutual destruction, before making his move to kill them both in one fell swoop. That's right, one fell swoop. Not just Junlin, but the Kunpeng as well. The waters of the myriad races ran deep. They were not of one mind or united against a common foe. A massive bovine bellow rang out. The creature's true form was a green ox, a prodigy of the Lixiansi race, ranked 6th among the myriad races. The name Lixiansi alone suggested its ferocity, capable of splitting the very heavens. Brother Lition truly has impressive spirit. A light laugh came. Lixiansi was startled at first, then looked into the distance. A beam of light traversed the universe. So it's Brother Jani. I take it Brother Jani is quite interested in this human. Lixiansi said teasingly. He knew that the Jani race bore a deep grudge against humans. This enmity had persisted from ancient times to the present. The Jani race ranked 4th among the 10 fiends, a truly great fiend. They were naturally ferocious, with a taste for human brains resembling lions, but far more savage. In ancient history, there was no record of any human taming a Jani as a mount. The brain of a prodigy of this caliber should be quite a tonic, shouldn't it? Jani said greedily, staring at Junlin's head. I wonder if those three will make a move. Lixiansi glanced toward the edge of the universe and murmured, those fellows, aren't they all extremely proud? As the top 3 on the myriad races ranking, how could they possibly join us in the hunt? If I devour his brain, perhaps I can stand shoulder to shoulder with them. Jani said, his eyes gleaming. Among the remaining creatures of the myriad races, only a small fraction were willing to attack Junlin. The others, already terrified, had fled far from this place. For they knew that this place would soon become a battlefield. Staying here would be nothing short of courting death. Roar. Whooshed. Daring to comprehend the Tao so recklessly before me. Break it. Kunpeng, seeing that Junlin had no intention of acknowledging him, immediately dove down, like a blazing sun, crashing fiercely toward Junlin. As is well known, during the process of Tao comprehension, one's 5 senses and 6 faculties are completely sealed off. Entering the Tao and comprehending it is a rare opportunity, hard to come by. Once interrupted, the consequences are severe, at best severe injury, at worst backlash that destroys the very foundation, reducing one to a cripple. At this moment, Junlin's entire body was enveloped in a cocoon of light, his eyes tightly shut. He was continuously melding various lethal techniques and the supreme arts of the Death Overlord. He sought to integrate everything, extracting the essence while discarding the dross, fusing them into a single furnace to forge his own unique cultivation art. Boom. At this moment, Junlin's physical form was like a furnace, ceaselessly burning and fusing. Kunpeng paid no heed to such matters, directly transforming into a blazing sun and smashing downward with ferocity. But a bizarre occurrence unfolded. How vast is Kunpeng? Thousands of miles, no less. Yet as it swooped down to attack Junlin, its body began to shrink. By the time it reached Junlin, it had shrunk into a tiny bird no larger than a palm. Kunpeng was greatly alarmed and struggled to break free, but no matter what secret arts it employed, it remained utterly unable to escape. It was as if an invisible giant hand had pressed it firmly onto Junlin's shoulder. Junlin, however, remained unaffected, continuing his Tao comprehension without pause. On the contrary, Kunpeng's sharp gaze began to grow serene. It ceased its struggle and obediently perched upon Junlin's shoulder. What is that fool Kunpeng doing? Lixiansi remarked, gazing at Kunpeng. No matter what he's up to, if we don't act now, this human will succeed. If he comprehends the path of invincibility, first, well, all died. Junlin said, his eyes gleaming with cold light. Attack. Moo. Lixiansi shook its horn, its hooves constantly pawing the ground as it gathered strength, preparing to charge and disrupt Junlin's Tao comprehension. Roar. Junlin roared to the heavens, its entire body surging with purple lightning. Each bolt of lightning could split the void, radiating immense power. A colossal pillar of lightning shot toward Junlin. Begone. In an instant, Kunpeng on Junlin's shoulder snapped open, its eyes a sharp light gleaming within. It spat out a single icy word. Then it spread its wings, wrapping Yi Junlin tightly in a protective cocoon. Upon closer inspection, one could see that Kunpeng's body now exuded an aura identical to Yi Junlin's. Not only had the Dao Yi Junlin was comprehending assimilated Kunpeng, but Kunpeng had also absorbed a trace of that very Dao. Tathagata palm. After blocking Jin Nis lightning pillar, Kunpeng suddenly spread its wings. Its wings, like two giant palms, lashed out directly toward Jin Ni and Litian Si. How is this possible? Jin Ni and Litian Si were horrified. Kunpeng's combat power should not have been this formidable, yet now it clearly surpassed them. It's him. Jin Ni and Litian Si both turned to look at Yi Junlin. What kind of Dao is he comprehending to be so terrifying? Kunpeng merely absorbed a fraction of it, yet it has already created such a powerful attack. But there was no time to ponder further. Kunpeng's Tathagata palm had already arrived. Roar! They roared in unison, attempting to block the Tathagata palm. They knew the Tathagata palm was formidable, but they had not expected it to be so overwhelmingly powerful. Even with their combined efforts to block it, they coughed up blood from their mouths, and their bodies ached all over. After unleashing the Tathagata palm, Kunpeng ignored them and closed its eyes once more to refine the technique. For the Dao aura surrounding Yi Junlin was continuously surging, and Kunpeng was reaping immense benefits. Thump, thump, thump. The universe seemed to tremble as formidable figures approached from afar. Though they walked upon the void, it felt as if they trod solid ground. With each step, the void shuddered violently. They can no longer hold back. If this human succeeds in comprehending the Dao, who in the future will be able to stand against him? Jin Ni, blood frothing from its mouth, stared at the three imposing figures. Indeed, these three were peerless prodigies of unmatched combat prowess and talent. Previously, they would have only sought to defeat Yi Junlin in a fair fight driven by their pride. But now they could no longer remain calm. What kind of Dao was this human comprehending? His aura intensified with every passing moment, and they could wait no longer. If they delayed further, they would no longer be his match. In other words, they were afraid. My master is comprehending the Dao. All of you get lost. Kunpeng opened its eyes once more, its sharp gaze sweeping over the three terrifying figures as it spoke. Kunpeng was also somewhat enraged. It could sense a mere fraction, perhaps 1 in 1,000, of the Dao aura Yi Junlin was emitting. If it could fully integrate, that its combat power would multiply exponentially. This was also its destined opportunity. But now, with repeated interruptions, its patience had worn thin. Kunpeng, I seek only to kill him. You may leave. A figure nearly as tall as the heavens spoke, calmly gazing at Kunpeng. Head, the prodigy of the Kunpeng clan, I've heard you've never taken a life. Are you merely seeking to spar with this human today? Another formidable being gazed at the Kunpeng and spoke. Indeed, the Kunpeng clan bore the surname Shurjia and rarely killed. Especially this generation's prodigy, who had never slain a single living creature. Kunpeng, if you do not stand aside, do not blame us for being merciless. The third mighty being declared coldly. Our Kunpeng clan may not be overlords, but we have no precedent of fleeing from battle. The Kunpeng showed no fear, replying with a sneer. Since that's the case, then perish. We'll send you off. This human cannot be allowed to live. The three formidable beings prepared to strike immediately. Boom. The Kunpeng swiftly left Yi Junlin's shoulder, its form expanding rapidly, blotting out the sky and covering the sun. The Tathagata palm I comprehended from my master shall debut today. The Kunpeng's sky-covering wings swelled with the wind, transforming into two colossal, radiant golden palms. It slammed them down toward the three beings. Kunpeng, even if we set aside your lower cultivation level in a battle of equal ranks, any of us could trample you. The devouring beast sneered. Is that so? The Kunpeng laughed coldly. One swallow to devour the heavens. Engulf. The devouring beast opened its maw wide and gulped down one of the palms entirely. Nothing special. The devouring beast smirked, a smug expression crossing its face. But its smile gradually froze. How can this be? The devouring beast's countenance abruptly shifted, its face flushing crimson as it spewed a mouthful of blood. The devouring beast clan had once enjoyed supreme glory in ancient times. Legends claimed their ancestor could swallow the sun and moon in a single gulp. Now the devouring beast felt an explosion within, a surging torrent of energy rampaging through its body. Though his cultivation is weaker than ours, he cannot be underestimated. What Dao has this human comprehended? Even a mere trace imparted to the Kunpeng grants such power, defying the natural order and transcending ranks from a lower realm. The prodigies of the Firely clan and the Azure Dragon clan spoke as they simultaneously struck to counter the Tathagata palm. Their expressions grew grave. Fellow beings, let us unleash our ultimate techniques. We must interrupt this human's enlightenment, or the consequences will be dire. Perhaps he will become the first in millennia to set foot in the ultimate land. In the past, the Kuanpung could only flee when facing them in combat. But now, setting aside speed, the Kuanpung, weaker in cultivation, could stand its ground against them. Heaton. Boom. The three terrifying prodigies launched an assault directly toward Yi Junlin's position. Though the Kuanping possessed unparalleled speed and could retreat unscathed from their attacks, if it chose to flee, these beings could never catch it. But if it left, those attacks would surely disrupt Yi Junlin's enlightenment, rendering all efforts futile. Come, I will withstand it all. The Kuanping landed before Yi Junlin, using its colossal body to bear the three strikes. There was no other choice. Facing one being of higher cultivation was manageable. But with three attacking together, even if struck, it would either die or suffer severe injuries. The flames of my fiery clan can incinerate all things. Let's see how you block this. Firely sneered. It's over. Nothing can stop them now. We should have joined them against the human from the start. Now we've missed our chance. Some beings lamented with regret. Had they stepped forward earlier, they might have earned the favor of the three mighty ones. Even as their followers, it would have been an unparalleled honor. Let me. Just as the Kuanping gritted its teeth to withstand the blow, a voice echoed in its ear. Yi Junlin had completed his enlightenment, fusing all divine abilities and techniques into one. He created a supreme, unparalleled martial art of his own. One fist shakes 10,000 ages. Shatter. Yi Junlin uttered a single word softly. Thud. Then, before the incredulous gazes of countless beings, the attacks of the three formidable entities instantly disintegrated. Like fragile bubbles, utterly defenseless, the three beings' faces drained of color, and they turned to flee directly. They knew this human had succeeded in enlightenment. Staying now would be no different from courting death. Yet they could not fathom why. Others took at least a century for enlightenment. The longest even spanned eons without end. How long had this human taken? Less than the time it takes to burn an incense stick. The three beings scattered, transforming into streaks of light that vanished at the edge of the cosmos. One fist traverses 10,000 ages, one step encompasses the universe. Yi Junlin spoke softly. Then he took a step forward and threw a punch. With one step, the cosmos reversed, and the river of time stood still. With one punch, a being was sent flying back, its body shattered and utterly miserable. With every step Yi Junlin took, he threw a punch, and a being came hurtling back. He took 3 steps and delivered 3 punches. Each punch was merely a simple, straightforward blow without much force behind it. You who claim to be unparalleled prodigies throughout the ages, why do you flee? Do you not even have the courage to fight? Yi Junlin looked at Songlong Huoli and the Devourer Beast. At this moment they were battered and torn, let alone fighting. Even standing up would be a stroke of luck. Human race, we have lost. Do with us as you will, whether it be death or dismemberment. But if you wish to insult us, I tell you it is impossible. Songlong declared directly. He would rather die than submit. Hey, those are your own words, not mine. Second Prince, Songlong may prefer death to surrender, but I, the young chieftain of the Devourer clan, am willing to follow you. The Devourer Beast's massive frame spoke weakly. That human's casual punch had nearly cost him his life. Devour you? Songlong exclaimed in disbelief. Their races were inherently at odds with humanity, an irreconcilable divide. Yet now the Devourer was directly offering to follow a human, filling him with indignation. I, the young chieftain of the Holy Clan, also wish to follow the Second Prince. Together with the Second Prince we shall strive, and in the future the Holy Clan will be utterly obedient to the Second Prince. Huoli immediately professed his loyalty. Huoli, you? Songlong was utterly shocked. These two were spineless cowards. You are truly a disgrace to your clans. I must have been blind to call you brothers. And you dare call yourselves unparalleled prodigies. How you are not worthy. Songlong sneered with disdain. A true man born between heaven and earth knows when to bend and when to stand tall. Besides, to follow the Second Prince is our fortune. In the future, under the Second Prince's leadership, the Devourer clan will restore its ancient glory. The Devourer Beast spoke with resolute conviction. As the saying goes, a wise man adapts to circumstances. Huoli echoed. The human race now with the human emperor and the great prince was already at its zenith. Had they not witnessed Yi Junlin's talent, they might have fought to the bitter end. But this Second Prince's talent and cultivation far exceeded their expectations. They dared no longer oppose the human race, and believed their clans would not object either. That Songlong lineage is unyielding and honorable. What a pity. Yi Junlin shook his head and sighed. Among the Songlong clan, they were truly iron-boned, but their resolve was misplaced. From the Songlong clan's perspective, he was not wrong, but from the human race's standpoint they were. Swish! Yi Junlin flicked his finger, and 3 calamity pills flew directly into the mouths of Kuanping the Devourer and Huoli. Boom! 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 3 earth-shattering auras erupted from them. Their injuries visibly healed at a remarkable speed. Simultaneously, their auras surged. Thank you, Second Prince, for bestowing upon us the divine pill. Overjoyed, the devourer, and wholly quickly transformed into human form, knelt and spoke reverently. The calamity pill could unconditionally elevate their cultivation by 1 rank. It would also bind them in unwavering loyalty to Junlin. From now on, you two shall be the guardian spirit beasts of my heavenly court. Junlin addressed Holy and the devourer beast. We shall dedicate ourselves wholeheartedly and never fail the young master. Never fail the heavenly court. Kuanping, your surname is Shurjia. Junlin asked Kuanping. Yes, my lord. Kuanping replied respectfully. Junlin frowned in thought. Shurjia was not a surname in the past. But why would Kuanping bear the surname Shurjia? Could there be some connection to Shakyamuni Buddha? Yet in the annals of this world, there was no record of Shakyamuni Buddha. There was not even a trace of Buddhism. Especially since Kuanping had never taken a life. These signs forced Junlin to ponder. Why overthink it? Since there is no Shakyamuni Buddha, I will establish one myself. Junlin suddenly smiled. Indeed, he could nurture a Buddha of his own. To become the true first Buddha of the world. Kuanping. Yi Tian called out to Kuanping. My lord. Kuanping replied respectfully. From this day forth, in my capacity as the lord of the heavenly court, I ordain you as the first Buddha of the heavens and earth with the title Shakyamuni Buddha. Junlin looked at Kuanping and spoke solemnly. Kuanping accepts the decree. Kuanping roared. Boom. The universe trembled, the void split open, and a beam of Buddha light cascaded down. This was the first ray of Buddha light in the world falling upon Kuanping. He sat cross-legged on the ground, palms pressed together, and began to chant a nameless sutra, bringing a sense of peace and serenity. At the same time, the fur on his head began to shed, leaving him bald. His garments transformed into a kasaya, and artifacts materialized from the void. A great seal and a vajra pestle. Your mission has arrived, go forth. Junlin said to Kuanping. Amit by young master Shakyamuni departs. Kuanping pressed his palms together, his entire body radiating Buddha light. He bowed to Junlin and turned to leave. No one could have anticipated just how formidable the world's first Buddha, personally appointed by Junlin, would become in the future. All the world knows the might of Shakyamuni Buddha, yet none realize that Shakyamuni Buddha served Junlin as his master. Not only is the master unparalleled in talent, but his words manifest reality itself. He conferred the title of the first Buddha in heaven and earth, and even the cosmos acknowledged it, bestowing divine treasures like the vajra pestle. Swallowing Sky Beast spoke with a sigh. The more one understood Junlin, the more one could perceive his terrifying nature. As for you, I shall spare your life this time, but should we meet again, I will surely end you. Junlin addressed the Azure Dragon. The Azure Dragon was after all a man of honor. Thank you for sparing my life. The Azure Dragon replied to Junlin with mere indifference. Then, dragging his grievous wounds, he vanished into the depths of the cosmos. Little did Junlin know that from that day forth the Azure Dragon lineage would never manifest again in the world, as if such a clan had never existed in heaven and earth. Where in the world can one find an invincible art? Only when Junlin reigns supreme. Junlin waved his hands, beginning to form seals. He stretched out his arms, his fingers weaving seals in a frenzy. It was evident that this seal was immensely complex and abstruse. Junlin did not even utilize a shred of his creation power. It was merely the simple act of forming seals. Yet this simple act of sealing caused the entire universe to tremble. The void quaked and heaven and earth lamented. This was the ultimate art of the present age that Junlin had realized through enlightenment, the invincible technique. This art belonged solely to him, and later generations could not imitate it. Boom. Who is comprehending the Tao? What art is this? Heaven and earth quake, the cosmos reverses. What manner of art is this? Deep within the cosmos, pairs of eyes like divine lamps opened, all gazing toward the same location, their hearts filled with awe. This was the Starry Sky Ancient Road, where many dormant powerhouses resided. They might not all be powerhouses from the same era. Those lingering on the Starry Sky Ancient Road had either lost their minds or sought to forge their own path here. But regardless of the reason, it was certain that these individuals were unparalleled prodigies. No one knew how many years they had existed on this Starry Sky Ancient Road. Their cultivation levels were undoubtedly terrifying. This Tao resonance is utterly horrifying. Who is it? Some beings who had been in deep cultivation all awoke, exclaiming in shock. They did not awaken of their own accord, but were forced awake by the oppressive aura of Junlin's invincible Tao. All beings believed that an unmatched prodigy was comprehending the Tao. They did not think it was a newcomer. Indra, is it you comprehending the Tao? A powerful being gazed into the distance, as if seeing through the laws of heaven and earth, and spoke softly. Huang Feihu, the human prodigy of your son of the demon Lord Rahu. Yin extreme sovereign physique, yang extreme sovereign physique, primordial desolate tyrant physique, chaos physique, innate saint physique. This era has far too many peerless talents. Who exactly is comprehending the Tao? Seeking the path of invincibility in the world. But the outcome remains uncertain. One after another powerful beings spoke up. They had existed for eons and refused to believe they could be defeated or be inferior to others. I Wang Tung possessed the bearing of a sovereign. Whoever you are, you shall fall at my feet. The human prodigy Wang Tung proclaimed loudly to the cosmos. Wang Tung, recognized hundreds of millions of years ago as the foremost human prodigy, was hailed as a peerless genius destined to reach the sovereign realm. Of course, Junlin was unaware that all these beings had awakened because of him. By now the universe he occupied had not a single living creature left. All had retreated solely because the oppressive force here was too overwhelming. These beings simply could not withstand it. They stood at the cosmic border, straining their eyes to look toward Junlin's direction. At that moment where Junlin was, wind, thunder, rain, and lightning raged. Wind and thunder tore the sky, rain and lightning shook the world. Chaotic mist completely engulfed and annihilated that entire area. This scene was utterly terrifying, as if the world was being created anew or facing destruction. My Tao is not the heavenly Tao, it shall directly transcend all paths. My art is not of this world, my art is the source of all arts. Junlin spoke continuously. Boom. Heaven and earth trembled, the cosmos lamented. It seemed as if a new sovereign had emerged in the universe, ready to suppress all paths and all arts. Rumble. Heaven and earth erupted in chaos, and boundless dark clouds directly shrouded this universe. Not good. The Master's Tao is too monstrous, it cannot be tolerated by this world, and a world-destroying tribulation is about to descend. Swallowing Sky Beast spoke with a grave expression. Ancient records tell that some people and events are so monstrous that their words inevitably come true. If the world cannot tolerate it, it will directly obliterate them. The Master intends to trample all things underfoot. This world will surely not permit it. Fisher Heaven Rhinoceros spoke with equal solemnity. Get lost. I am merely articulating my invincible Tao. If you stand in my way, even if you are heaven, you shall die. Junlin's robes fluttered without wind, and a brilliant light burst from his eyes as he roared. He dares to rebuke heaven. Some beings spoke in terror. Even a sovereign powerhouse would not dare to rebuke heaven so audaciously. But Junlin dared, and not only dared but also took action. For at that moment, Junlin saw that the tribulation clouds above showed no sign of dissipating. He frowned, indicating that he was truly angered. Get lost. Junlin transformed into a streak of light, charging toward the tribulation clouds. With one hand forming a palm and the other a fist, both traced mysterious trajectories as they smashed toward the clouds. Boom. With one fist and one palm, heaven and earth perished, the heavenly Tao crumbled, and the great Tao scattered. Then everything dissipated into nothingness, leaving the myriad races in the distance utterly dumbfounded. What had they witnessed? Someone daring to strike at heavenly tribulation, to attack the lightning tribulation. And in the end they actually won. Was this something a human could achieve? All living beings from myriad races were shaken, for this scene was truly too horrifying, far beyond their imagination. At that moment they harbored only one thought: this human must not be provoked. Otherwise great calamity would surely befall them. A thunderous boom resounded as a vast surging wave of energy spread. That's the fluctuation of battle, and it's not far away. Standing atop the head of the devourer beast, Junlin headed toward the source of the battle's fluctuations. He could sense that this wave of energy was not emitted by the cultivators who had just entered the abyss alongside him. For this fluctuation was far too powerful, definitely not unleashed by beings from the same batch as Junlin who had entered the abyss. Wang Tung, do not push me too far. The ancient True Roar clan fears no enemy under heaven. The True Roar clan roared at Wang Tung. Is that so? You ambushed and killed me at the most critical moment when I was about to enter the heavenly Tao realm. Now that I have already reached the heavenly Tao realm, I shall use you to test my combat power. Wang Tung said nonchalantly. Fine, just fine, Wang Tung. The True Roar laughed in anger. Was Wang Tung looking down on him, using him as a practice dummy? What did he take him for? A whetstone? Wang Tung, the world knows you. The human races Wang Tung possess unparalleled talent, surpassing the ancients and dominating the present with the bearing of a supreme. Born with immense fortune, I have already been in the heavenly Tao realm for years. Today I shall weigh the metal of you, this human prodigy. The True Roar spewed forth a torrent of radiant light from its mouth, beautiful like a celestial scene. Yet it was also extremely perilous. Since childhood, I have been born bearing the world's fortune. If even I cannot become the supreme sovereign, do you think you have a chance? Wang Teng's face was expressionless, devoid of joy or sorrow, as he spoke simply, as if stating a most ordinary fact. A great sword appeared in his hand, its surface green, bearing no inscriptions. It also appeared quite ordinary. Wang Teng merely swung it casually, sending a not-so-brilliant sword light toward the true roar. However, the true roar's face changed drastically upon seeing the green greatsword in Wang Teng's hand. This sword had belonged to Wang Teng since childhood, acquired when he accidentally fell into an ancient ruin during his youth. It was said to possess immense power, and the sword's fame was well known. It was a reputation Wang Teng had carved out through slaughter. It must be said that the claim of Wang Teng being a child of fortune was not unfounded, because sometimes Wang Teng was indeed incredibly lucky. Even a stone picked up on the road could be a supreme treasure hidden by heaven and earth. Wang Teng indeed has the makings of an invincible supreme. This saying was widely circulated, carrying a hint of mockery and irony. But for Wang Teng in the present era, it was in a way a testament to his talent and fortune that truly inspired awe. Therefore, realistically speaking, Wang Teng certainly had the capital for such pride. After all, this current great era was a dazzling one. Being the #1 prodigy of the human race was no empty title, it was an affirmation of his abilities. The #1 of an entire race carried immense weight. Various self-proclaimed genius powerhouses from myriad races had awakened one after another, and the opportunity to become a supreme had also manifested. This was sufficient to affirm that Wang Teng indeed possessed such capital for pride. Wang Teng, you truly live up to your name, as the #1 prodigy of the human race, able to escape from my grasp before reaching the heavenly Tao. Now, having achieved the heavenly Tao realm, your combat power is astonishing. The true roar's face flushed red. Having just taken Wang Teng's sword strike, it was finding it hard to withstand. It had been in the heavenly Tao realm for years, yet it couldn't even defeat someone who had just entered it. How ironic was this? But don't forget, according to what the later generations of my clan have reported, the #1 prodigy of the human race now is no longer you. It is the son of the human emperor Yi Zhan. As for you, perhaps you've already been completely forgotten, ha ha ha. The true roar laughed heartily, looking up at the sky. The emergence of a peerless prodigy in the human race was certainly not something the true roar clan wished to see. But at this moment, being able to strike at Wang Teng was also a very good choice. Provocation is useless on me. I, Wang Teng, walk my own path. I need no one else to tell me. A prodigy before me. He'll crush them with one punch. Wang Teng said it lightly, but the arrogance in his words swelled immensely. So what if it's the human emperor? So what if it's Yi Zhan? Given enough time, surpassing him is just a matter of time. Once I reach the ultimate place and my invincible path is complete, all heavens will kneel at my feet. Wang Teng spoke again. He held the human emperor and others in no regard at all. In truth, deep within Wang Teng's heart lay a shocking secret. Only he himself knew just how smooth his future path would be. Since childhood, he had received the inheritance of an ancient great power, the Supreme Realm. That was an easy feat. His goal was the true Supreme Realm. A massive roar drew the gazes of both Wang Teng and the true roar. The devourer beast and the fissure-splitting rhinoceros sped over. Clap, clap, clap. Yi Junlin stood on the head of the devourer beast, applauding. The devourer beast, a formidable race among the myriad clans, is willing to become a human's mount. The true roar looked at the applauding Yi Junlin and said disdainfully, "What do you know? To follow our master is the supreme glory of our devouring heaven lineage. Who do you think you are, daring to meddle with the devouring beast clan?" The devouring beast sneered coldly. After all, his clan ranked among the top few powerful races among the myriad tribes. He naturally had no fear of the true roar, especially since there were elders of his clan within this abyss. Their cultivation, he presumed, would not be weaker than that of the true roar. Of course, thanks to the calamity pill, both he and the rift-treading Junlin had already broken through to the heavenly Tao realm. With that alone, he felt no fear. Shameless instead of ashamed. You disgraced the devouring heaven lineage. The true roar said flatly. For the sake of our shared humanity, get lost now, leave this place, and he'll let it slide this time. Wang Teng spoke up at this moment. He stared expressionlessly at Yi Junlin. Wang Teng, no more than 28 or 29, wore an icy demeanor. He seemed utterly indifferent to all things, a mark of his extreme arrogance. Wang Teng could sense the immense energy within the young man before him. It was far greater than that of most creator gods. But a creator god was merely a creator god. At the heavenly Tao realm, he could crush a multitude with a single finger. Meanwhile, Yi Junlin also knew this human prodigy from some unknown era was formidable. At the very least, he was the strongest person Yi Junlin had encountered since entering the abyss. His cultivation had undoubtedly reached the heavenly Tao, and not just an ordinary level of it. System display panel. Host Junlin. Cultivation creator God 1000 step. 3000 steps of creation correspond to 3000 great Taos. Each step is a climb to heaven, and 3000 steps complete the heavenly Tao. Martial apprentice, martial disciple, martial warrior, martial master, great martial master, martial spirit, martial ancestor, martial king, martial emperor, martial saint, martial god, unity realm, void Tao realm, return to heaven realm, immortal fire realm, true, immortal realm, lower gold, immortal mid gold, immortal upper gold, immortal great upper, immortal lord, immortal king, immortal emperor, divine fire realm, true god realm, lower god realm, mid god realm, upper god realm, heavenly god realm, divine king realm, divine emperor realm, divine sovereign realm, great emperor, lord emperor, king, saint king, great saint emperor, heaven opener, creator, heavenly Tao, great Tao homing supreme. Talent. Divine abilities, techniques, and secret arts, self-created invincible technique. One fist shakes 10,000 ages, one step traverses the universe. Supreme in offense across the heavens, unmatched in speed under the heavens. Special physique, the universe's strongest, Yi Clan Tao body. For the sake of our shared humanity, if you are willing to follow me, I can forgive your earlier disrespect toward the human emperor. Yi Junlin stared coldly at Wang Tong. This man was indeed overbearing. He had only just arrived originally to watch the commotion. He hadn't expected someone to dare tell him to get lost. Is he always this bold? The devouring beast looked at Wang Tong in astonishment, as if discovering a new continent. He naturally doesn't know of the young master's brilliance and unmatched dominance. The rift-treading Junlin chimed in from the side. Hey, you there, do you believe in light? Suddenly, the devouring beast squinted at Wang Tong. An ignorant fool. Don't think that taming 2 heavenly Tao beasts makes you my equal. How naive. Wang Tong said coldly. Roar. You're the beast. Your whole family are beasts. The devouring beast and the rift-treading Junlin bristled with fury. How dare Wang Tong call them beasts? Together. The devouring beast asked the true roar. Fine, let's attack together. The true roar abandoned all restraint. Alone, he could hardly defeat Wang Tong. Especially since Wang Tong possessed powerful treasures. This sword was merely one of them. A bunch of trash. How dare fireflies compete with the bright moon? Wang Tong sneered disdainfully. Roar. The devouring beast refused to back down. They were all prodigies of their clans at the same realm. What right did he have to be so arrogant? He admitted that even among prodigies there were gaps, but the gaps weren't that huge. Not everyone could be a freak like Yi Junlin, while a monster like him. The devouring beast opened its massive maw, revealing a giant black hole within. The black hole emitted an unparalleled suction force, as if it could devour anything, leaving nothing alive. The devouring beast was a peculiar race. They could consume all kinds of energy artifacts, even the heavens and earth, then transform them into their own cultivation. Of course, they needed sufficient cultivation themselves. Otherwise, they would be burst apart from within. Primeval charge. The rift-treading Junlin was not to be outdone. 2 white pillars of vapor shot from its nostrils. Then stamping heavily on the void, it charged toward Wang Tong. Sky-roaring, earth-shaker. The true roar also unleashed its clan's ultimate divine ability. 1 roar dims heaven and earth, 2 roars blot out the sun and moon, 3 roars shatter the universe. All 3 were prodigies among the myriad races. Any one of them could shake the world. Yet today they joined forces, caring not for fairness, only for their opponent's demise. Even the supremely arrogant Wang Tong could not completely ignore the combined assault of 3 top prodigies. This sword is named Green Rainbow, a true ancient imperial blade. In this life I have only used it with all my strength twice. The first time I was at the Sage Realm, and with Green Rainbow I slew a being at the peak of the Sage King Realm. The second time at the World Opening Realm I withstood a strike from a Creation Realm pinnacle and departed unscathed. Today marks the 3rd swing. At my full power, I wonder if you can withstand my ultimate blow. Wang Tong was exceedingly arrogant, brimming with self-confidence. Green Rainbow. May I ask this ever-brave prodigy, have you ever had a Tao partner? The devourer beast opened its massive maw and spoke through divine thought. Beast, do you have the right to question me? Wang Tong snorted coldly. The devourer beast, unperturbed, gazed at Wang Tong with a smile. Without a touch of green upon your head, how could life be lived? It seems this former prodigy Wang Tong is also a man of sorrow. Cuckolded by your own Tao partner, weren't you? The devourer beast asked Wang Tong with a grin. Not bad. Let me think, was it because your ice soul silver needle was inadequate? The devourer beast feigned curiosity once more. Wang Tong erupted in fury. What did the devourer beast mean? Did it dare to call him an ice soul silver needle inferior even to a golden needle mushroom? This undoubtedly struck the deepest wound in his heart. The devourer beast had only spoken casually, but it never expected to hit the mark. This was something the devourer beast itself had not anticipated. Indeed, Wang Teng had been gifted with extraordinary talent since childhood, yet he bore a fatal flaw. That flaw was that his reproductive organ was truly like a silver needle. This was his eternal pain. Most importantly, he had spent countless years of cultivation seeking to remedy this defect. But all manner of heavenly treasures proved utterly useless. It was as if great fortune had granted him unmatched cultivation and talent, yet also bestowed an ineradicable flaw. Once he had been a dashing gentleman amidst a sea of flowers, even indulging in the selection of consorts. Of course, this was predicated on his excellence. He also possessed the strength to command recognition, until his 100th birthday when he set his sights on a young maiden, truly an act worse than a beast. At that time his name was Wu Yi. From then on, cultivators began to whisper that Wu Yi's ice soul silver needle was not bad. This even sparked widespread mockery and ridicule. The Wu family struck with thunderous force, swiftly quashing all slanderous rumors. They slaughtered cultivators by the millions, finally silencing the clamoring masses. From then on, Wu Yi changed his name to Wang Teng. The name of the prodigy Wang Teng instantly rose to fame among the myriad races. After that, Wang Teng transformed, abandoning all interest in women, becoming utterly indifferent to them. His personality also became twisted. Now hit squarely by the devourer beast's words, he was furious. Green rainbow, onedi slash. Wang Teng's eyes blazed with terrifying cold light as he swung his sword. Instantly, a fearsome sword intent of the highest order tore through the cosmos, spawning countless spatial storms. A streak of intensely green sword energy shot toward the devourer beast. Originally, Wang Teng's target had been all three of them, but now it shifted solely to the devourer beast. Junho and Lietian's faces changed dramatically. This sword intent was far more terrifying than they had imagined. The devourer beast swallowed its words. This time it had truly kicked an iron wall. Junho's eyes darted rapidly. He knew that even if all three of them blocked this strike, they would suffer severe injuries. Moreover, this blow was aimed at the devourer beast, not at him. He had a perfect chance to flee. His invincible heart had long since shattered. He could not walk the path of invincibility, and he did not wish to die. Then Junho let out a sky-shaking roar, turned and fled. Lietian was stunned, then erupted in rage. Bastard! The coward of the Junho clan actually ran away. Lietian was furious. This scoundrel had deserted in the face of battle. Had the three of them joined forces, they might have put up a fight, but now it was hopeless. Alone, neither the devourer beast nor Lietian could withstand the blow. Yet Lietian had no choice but to brace himself and advance. Watching the vast verdant sword intent that tore through the void, the devourer beast and Lietian exchanged bitter smiles. Junho had betrayed them. Especially as the intensely green light enveloped them, their hearts grew heavy. They couldn't shake the feeling that this green hue carried a deeper meaning, staining their entire bodies in green. Where do you think you're going? As Junho fled at top speed, a voice suddenly sounded in his ear. Immediately, every hair on his body stood on end. When he saw who had spoken, he breathed a sigh of relief. Before him stood a human blocking his path. Junho was colossal like Mount Tai, while Junlin appeared as insignificant as an ant upon that mountain. A stark visual contrast. Human, a mere creation god, dares to block my path. No matter, it's been a long time since I've devoured a human. It'll start with you as an appetizer. Junho spoke to Junlin. With that, it opened its massive maw, its four fangs resembling 10 sky-piercing pillars. A nauseating stench emanated from the mouth of the true roar. Junlin furrowed his brows. For the true roar, a mere creator god, was nothing. With a gentle inhale, it would naturally become food for his belly. Truly nauseating. Shut your mouth. Junlin flicked his right hand with a delicate gesture. Whooshed. A beam of light shot directly towards the true roar's jaw. Bang! A whoa! The true roar cried out in pain. It felt as if its jaw had suffered a severe blow, causing tears to nearly spill from its eyes. However, its bloodthirsty mouth promptly closed. Human, you have successfully angered me. A mere creator god can possess such combat power. I admit I underestimated you, but are you prepared to bear my wrath? The true roar still did not realize the severity of the situation and roared with its mouth wide open. Chattering, go back. Junlin delivered a plain, yet powerful punch to the true roar. My defenses are not something you. The true roar had not finished its words when it suddenly felt a sharp pain strike its back. Immediately, it felt time and space rapidly reversing. This was not time reversing, it was being blasted away by a punch, unable to halt its trajectory, no matter how hard it struggled. It was horrified. How could a creator god possess such power? It was filled with fear, a terror far stronger than that brought by Wang Teng, terrifying. But before it could think much further, a dazzling green aura enveloped it. Such intense sword intent, how green the first him. The true roar murmured to itself, and then its pupils dilated rapidly. A deep sense of dread wrapped around it. This was Wang Tang's sword intent, and it was a furious strike, extraordinarily powerful. In its current state, it could not muster its cultivation to resist, only able to endure it. No, the true roar roared, being torn apart by the green sword intent in its unwillingness. The swallowing beast and the cracking beast breathed a sigh of relief as the true roar had absorbed 99% of the damage for them. At this moment, Wang Tang looked at Junlin with a serious expression. The swallowing beast and the cracking beast flanked Junlin on either side. They all understood why the true roar had helped block this attack. It was certainly not out of a change of heart, but rather because Junlin had directly thrown it back to absorb the blow. A creator god could so easily throw back the true roar of the Tao realm without any resistance. Such combat power even warranted Wang Tang's attention. "Put away that green thing of yours, it makes me uncomfortable to look at," Junlin said to Wang Tang in a nonchalant tone. "Who are you? Which ancient family do you belong to?" Wang Tang asked. This time he did not make a move. He could sense that Junlin was quite troublesome. How could the son of the human emperor be someone you can question? The swallowing beast looked at Wang Tang with disdain. The son of the human emperor. Wang Tang's expression changed. It was the first time in many years he had shown such a reaction. Wang Tang had gained fame even earlier than the son of the human emperor, Yizhan, who had not yet been born at that time. For billions of years after entering the abyss, he learned of Yizhan, the son of the human emperor, from later arrivals. Yizhan became renowned at the age of 8, and by 15 or 16 he had already reached the realm of a mortal emperor. It was indeed astonishing. Rumor had it that Yizhan was slain by an unexpected king-level warrior. Wang Tang's expression fluctuated. He could not discern the truth. Wasn't the son of the human emperor, Yizhan, already killed by an outsider king many years ago? Slain? How could that fool, the 8-headed serpent, dare to slay my brother? Junlin said dismissively. Your brother? You're not Yizhan. Wang Tang was taken aback for a moment before exclaiming, "What a pity I missed the chance to battle the son of the human emperor, a regret of my life. Otherwise I would surely know who the true top genius of the heavens is." Wang Tang lamented. Wang Tang, is it? Why have you always been so brave? Can you teach me? After all, I also want to be as shameless as you. The swallowing beast burst into laughter. They had entered the abyss later, and naturally they had heard before entering that Yizhan was still alive. Moreover, his cultivation was unfathomable, like an abyss. Now he was stationed with the human emperor at the Tianyuan Tianjia. A mere Wang Tang dared to claim he could battle the great prince. Truly absurd. Wang Tang's expression darkened, but he did not make a direct move. Son of the human emperor, today, I will not kill you, you may leave. After consideration, Wang Tang decided to let Junlin go. After all, he was not yet capable of confronting the human emperor and the human emperor's palace. He needed time to grow. He did not want to provoke the unparalleled powerhouse of the human emperor by killing Junlin. Let me go. I think you misheard me. I said either submit to me or I will kill you. Of course, now that I've seen the green on you, I don't even want to take you as a subordinate. It makes me feel uneasy. Junlin stated directly. Do not go too far. You must understand this is the Tianyuan's secret realm. Even if I kill you, the human emperor cannot enter. Wang Tang said coldly. Isn't this young man far too arrogant? Wang Tang had witnessed countless spectacles. How could a mere youth dare to contend with him? Without the human emperor, what are you? You should count yourself lucky to be born in the human emperor hall. Otherwise a piece of trash like you wouldn't dare to stand before me and bluster. Wang Tang looked at Junlin coldly. Trash. Haha, it seems you've always been this bold. My master is barely over 20 years old and has already reached the realm of creation god. When you were in your 20s, you were probably still eating chicken droppings in some forgotten corner. What an utter absurdity. Go take a piss and look at yourself in the reflection. What are you? You're not even worthy of being called trash. And you still have the nerve to boast. The devourer beast mocked directly. What 20-something? Wang Tang was shocked. He had thought Junlin was at least millions of years old. But the devourer beast claimed Junlin was only in his 20s. Cultivators couldn't be judged by appearance alone, as some preferred to appear as old sages after reaching a certain cultivation level. Others favored a youthful and vibrant look. Yet Wang Tang could hardly believe Junlin was merely in his 20s. A creation god in his 20s was unprecedented throughout history. Even true innate prodigies were not born as saints. But even being born a saint was astonishing. Could this son of the human emperor have been born at the heaven-opening realm? Wang Tang felt a chill. What kind of monster was this? No, I can't let such an existence live. Otherwise, even if I reach the supreme realm someday, he will always be a threat. In an instant, Wang Tang's initial wariness turned to resolve. He had to kill Yi Junlin, only then would his position be secure. Otherwise, given Yi Junlin's talent, he would be an endless calamity in the future. So what if he's the human emperor's son? Fight! With an invincible heart, I am truly invincible. Wang Tang's aura erupted. He unleashed the full power of the heavenly Tao realm, like an ancient primordial beast awakening. Though the devourer beast was glib-tongued, it now watched Wang Tang with utmost seriousness. Truly, the once foremost prodigy of humanity was terrifying when serious. Wang Tang commanded coldly, never underestimating his foes. A green rainbow bloomed, unleashing a terrifying sword scar that stretched for countless billions of miles, directly assaulting Yi Junlin. The flesh is a furnace. When the body is indestructible, it becomes eternal. Yi Junlin's entire being blazed with blinding golden light. At this moment, he was like a war god walking the earth, sacred and inviolable. Yi Junlin's skin appeared gilded, exuding an unbreakable aura. Not only are you at a lower realm, but you dare to clash heat-in with my green rainbow. Even the formidable display of Yi Junlin seemed fragile in Wang Tang's eyes. Even experts of the same realm as Wang Tang dared not meet his green rainbow, sword with their bare flesh. Thus Wang Tang sneered, mocking Yi Junlin's arrogance and overconfidence. What could a mere creation god do, no matter how powerful? Without discernment, he would ultimately return to dust. We cultivators defy heaven itself. So what if I'm a creation god? Even a creation god can be crushed under my fist. Yi Junlin said indifferently, raising his right fist and driving it with wind and thunder toward the green rainbow. This punch did not employ his enlightened invincible fist, but rather a fusion of various earlier techniques. Though inferior to the invincible fist, it was still supremely powerful. Boom! The void shattered from the fist's momentum, and a colossal fist materialized. Though startled by Yi Junlin's fist force, Wang Tang remained outwardly composed. He realized he had underestimated the human emperor's son from the start, severely underestimated. This punch, in both momentum and cultivation, could crush an ordinary heavenly Tao cultivator into pulp. This Yi Junlin was defying heaven, capable of challenging the heavenly Tao realm with his creation god cultivation. The gap between these realms was immense. It wasn't like the difference between a martial apprentice and a martial master. Such a chasm was supposed to be unbridgeable. Yet Yi Junlin had done it. Clang! A metallic clash rang out. The fist and green rainbow collided, generating a terrifying shockwave. Nearby great stars exploded, creating a meteor shower that rained down into the unknown. Wang Tang's expression grew even graver. Even a prodigy like him found this troublesome. He was once humanity's foremost talent, for whom cross-realm battles were routine. But the higher the cultivation, the more difficult it became to fight above one's level. In the past, when he was at the heaven-opening realm and confronted a creation god, he had barely escaped by using all his trump cards. Once he too was known to the world as a prodigy, but the gap in cultivation realms had grown too vast, no longer allowing him to fight beyond his level. Yet in Yi Junlin, he witnessed the rise of a being that would stand unrivaled through the ages. A creator god capable of shaking the heavenly Tao realm. And not just any heavenly Tao realm. That single sword strike could have instantly slain an ordinary heavenly Tao expert, but before Yi Junlin, it seemed to lack decisive force. Show me all your techniques. This sword strike is nothing, Yi Junlin said calmly, gazing at Wang Tang. To destroy a man, one must strike at his Tao heart. Once the Tao heart shatters, even the most gifted genius is rendered helpless. I, Wang Tang, have never tasted defeat in my life. I refuse to believe you are this powerful. No matter how strong, you are still just a creator god. You leave me no choice. Wang Tang roared. His black hair cascaded like a demon god, and an endless chill gleamed in his pupils. In that moment, Wang Tang transformed completely into a terrifying demon god. Since childhood, I have inherited the legacy of the Chaos Ancient Emperor. Chaos Ancient, overturning the ages, I alone am supreme. Clang! Wang Tang waved his hand, and a war spear appeared in his grasp. The spear shimmered with a cold, eerie light, appearing extraordinary. It was clearly a supreme treasure. Boom! At the same time, a bronze war chariot materialized beneath Wang Tang's feet. This chariot was formidable, its aura capable of rending the heavens. Especially the chariot engraved with ancient gods and demons from primordial times, the weakest among them being at the sovereign realm. These were sovereigns slain by the Chaos Ancient Emperor, their souls sealed within the chariot. Even its mere aura could intimidate sovereigns. Though Wang Tang could not unleash the chariot's full power in a battle of equal cultivation, it could crush any opponent. The legacy of the Chaos Ancient Emperor, no wonder. Yi Junlin nodded lightly, stroking his chin. The annals of all races recorded the emperor's unmatched dominance, though the cause of his fall remained unknown. But his power was beyond doubt. Now Wang Tung's aura was terrifying, and he stared coldly at Junlin. So what if he was the son of the human emperor? He had revealed his strongest trump cards. Even the son of the human emperor would fall here. At worst, he would stay within the abyss for the time being. Even if the human emperor learned that he had slain Junlin, he could not enter the abyss secret realm to kill him. Once he grew strong enough, he would emerge slowly, unafraid of the human emperor. He might even become the new invincible human emperor of the human race. Such treasures stir even my heart with desire, truly covetous. Junlin gazed at the bronze chariot and spear, remarking with a hint of emotion. He marveled at how generous Wang Tung was gifting him such a grand prize before his death. I like it very much. Covetous. Are you dreaming? Can you even stomach it? Wang Tung nearly laughed in anger. Couldn't Junlin see that he was doomed? Yet he still had the nerve to claim he admired the chariot and spear. But Wang Tung had no time to dwell on this. He had to kill Junlin swiftly, lest delays invite trouble. Go! Wang Tung thrust the war spear toward Junlin. This spear, true to its legendary status, tore through the river of time. It stagnated the surrounding space, and time hurtling toward Junlin with irresistible force. First strike, wind and thunder rise. Second strike, earth splits apart. Third strike, heaven and earth perish. Fourth strike, ages reverse. Wang Tung roared continuously. Boom! The chariot also moved, crawling slowly like an ancient relic. It advanced with arduous effort, yet carried an unstoppable momentum. Where it passed, even the void turned to dust, unable to bear its weight. The phantoms of ancient gods and demons upon it seemed ready to awaken, writhing, as if to strike Junlin. A torrent of immense aura poured from the chariot, enough to astonish all races. Junlin frowned. Wang Tung was undeniably fortunate to have obtained the Chaos Ancient Emperor's legacy. The emperor was renowned throughout history. His war spear and chariot were equally famous. Yet Junlin remained calm. Sigh. Suddenly a sigh echoed from within the spear. A phantom emerged from the spear. Though merely an apparition, it exuded an overwhelming sense of dread. It was suffocating. Wang Tung's expression shifted. He had wielded the spear for countless years, yet never knew it harbored such a phantom, an imprint. Needless to say, this imprint belonged to the Chaos Ancient Emperor. We are both of the human race. The foundation of humanity must come first. Why this strife? The phantom spoke. I sense a familiar aura within you, old friend. Won't you come out and meet me? The Chaos Ancient Emperor gazed at Junlin. His eyes seemed to pierce through Junlin's body. In an instant, Junlin felt his hairs stand on end. This phantom was immensely powerful. If it attacked, he might not withstand it. Though he had his own trump cards, they were sufficient only against Wang Tung.